Packers with 1:43 to go. 25 yards, the same connection. Week 16, a walk-off win. This connection, a 3-point lead. Wow!
Well, good morning, Bears fans. That one's always nice to wake up to, hearing the game-winning touchdown over the Green Bay Packers last week for the Chicago Bears. And I am absolutely pumped for today's game against the Los Angeles Rams for the Bears. I'm Jack McGrath with you from 7 a.m. until 9 a.m. This is the Bears pregame spectacular, and then Kap and Hood will take you from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. on the game day extravaganza. Carmen and Jesse from 11 to 1, 1 to 3, Tyler and Shea 3 to 5. The network pregame with Silvy, Dionne, and Waddle live from Soldier Field, leading you into coverage of Bears versus Rams with Joniak, Thayer, and J-Mac on the call. And then 4 hours after the game, we will have post-game coverage for you, starting with Peggy and Yurko, and then Meller, J-Mac, and Pat the designer. Needless to say, we have full coverage for the entire day today of Bears versus Rams, talking football with you, Chicago, 312-332-3776. And this weekend, I don't think anything can bring me down on Bears football. And we heard the highlight from last week against the Green Bay Packers. And going into this game, I would say the Bears season is already a success because they won the North. They defeated the Green Bay Packers. And this game against the Rams, on paper, it's not one they should win. The Rams offense is phenomenal. Matthew Stafford could win the MVP this year, should win the MVP this year. Puka Nacua, one of the best wide receivers in all of the NFL, maybe even borderline, other than Jamar Chase and maybe Justin Jefferson, the best wide receiver in the NFL. Devontae Adams is a deep threat. Kyren Williams and Blake Corum is one of the best 1-2 punches at running back that you're going to see. Their O-line is good. Their defense can actually get stops, which isn't something the Bears have seen a whole lot of. So even if the Bears do drop this game, and I'm hoping they don't, I still think they have a very good chance of winning this game. This season will be a success. Yes, I'll be disappointed if they lose and they drop this one, but it's not going to bring me completely down on what the Bears have done this year. This season, the Bears were not supposed to be in this spot, but they've continued to exceed expectations week after week after week. John Lester was at Cubs Convention this weekend. I was there, too, covering the event, which also has me hyped up on Chicago sports. And he made a good comparison to the Hall of Fame, an analogy that I want to bring here, too. He said his career has been the Sunday, his honors by the Cubs and the Red Sox has been the Sunday, and the Hall of Fame would just be the cherry on top. Well, this season, the Bears have already built their Sunday. If they beat the Rams here this week, that would be the whipped cream. If they go on to win the Super Bowl, that's the cherry on top. No matter what, this team's season has been a success. And while I say the Rams are better on paper, I do believe the Bears can win this game. And that's because of their starting quarterback, Caleb Williams. In this game, given the context, the way Caleb has continually led the Bears game after game after game. In the cold, Caleb practicing in the cold all week long. Matthew Stafford coming into this game with a sprained finger on his index finger, not having practiced in the cold. I mean, the Rams plane just got in last night. He's not accustomed to the cold. I think I'd rather have Caleb Williams in this game than Matthew Stafford. I've been called crazy for saying it. Matthew Stafford is the MVP. It's nothing to take away from what Stafford's done this year and the level of quarterback that he is. But in this game, because of all the context surrounding it, I think the Bears actually have a quarterback advantage, which also goes into why this season is a success this year, because the Bears can say without a doubt that they have their starting quarterback. I would rather have Caleb this game than Matthew Stafford. Am I crazy? Give me a call. 312-332-3776. 888-866-3776. We've got Carl the writer in Antioch. What's up, Carl?
What's going on, Jack? What do you say? Let's get this whole day started off with a bang.
I'm feeling good, Carl.
All right, I'm waking and baking with you. I got the bratwurst. They're going to start poaching in the beer in about an hour, and they're going to go all day low and slow till game time. All right, so here's how I think we can win this game, and this is what I want to see. Hopefully the weather competes. I think we're going to get edge pressure from both defenses. It's going to cause both of our quarterbacks to escape out of the pocket. The question is who's going to be more decisive and whether to stay in the pocket and rush the throw it away, or to run out of the pocket and start moving. I'll trust a 24-year-old's legs over a 37-year-old legs any day.
Carl, that's what I was thinking too when I say I'd rather have Caleb than Stafford. Stafford can't move at this point of his career. He doesn't run out of the pocket. He's going to have to stay in that pocket, and Caleb's a lot better scrambling. We even saw an option play for him last week. In this weather, I'd rather have that quarterback that can move out of the pocket than a quarterback who has to stay in the pocket for the entire time.
Right, and I want to add real quick what I love is I want to say, almost like I listened to Jerko give his keys to the game. Here's Jerko's keys to the game. I want to talk about the cornerbacks. We have more cornerback depth than they got wide receiver depth, and I want our cornerbacks to stay ready. Carm, what do I mean when I say cornerbacks stay ready? I mean, Stafford's going to be running out the pocket. If we get pressure on him, the more he runs, the more tired and fatigued he gets, the more he panics. Eventually, he could throw the ball away. As we keep doing it and he gets more tired, eventually he's going to panic, throw the ball. That's where we come in and we intercept it, because if we put him under pressure, the receivers can't run their route. Hopefully we get him panicking, throwing the ball immaturely, and we could get those takeaways. It all starts with pressure from the ends, creates him to panic, and our cornerbacks will come on. Our second stringers are going to be fresh legs. You take Puka and the other guy out, Devontae. I trust our second string corners over Tutu Atwell and Pepe Winnington or whatever his name is.
Carl, thank you for the phone call. I can't get with that because Devontae Adams and Puka Nacua might be the best receiving core. I think is the best receiving core in the entire National Football League. That's what the Bears are up against this week. Puka Nacua, a lot of people see him as like just a possession receiver too. He led the league in forced missed tackles this season. He is a great guy after the catch too. He can run. Devontae Adams, I know he's a bit older. He still has some vintage Devontae Adams in him, especially when he's not the number one wide receiver. If he gets matched up against a number two cornerback, I cannot. Nashawn Wright might have a chance against Devontae Adams because he's a big-bodied guy. But really, are you taking Wright against Puka Nacua or Devontae Adams? There's no way. That's the big concern in this game and why on paper the Rams look like they're going to win it and are favored to win it. They are favored by 3 points in this game. It's because of those wide receivers against this Bears cornerback room. Nashawn Wright, while he's had a good year and has had plenty of interceptions, in coverage, there's been times he's been lacking. Jalen Johnson, on the other end, that injury still seems to affect him. He's played a little bit better recently, but I still am not 100% sold that those guys are going to be able to control Devontae Adams and Puka Nacua. And Carl, to your point, when you have those two guys, I don't really care about Tutu Atwell. The main focus is you have to stop Devontae Adams and you have to stop Puka Nacua. Joe's in Barrington. What's up, Joe?
Not much, but to me, I'm looking at it this way. Yes, I did live in Southern California a very long time, 90s and 2000s. Mm-hmm. More of a Ram fan. Anyway, I'm looking at anything the Rams can do, the Bears can do. That's what I'm looking at. And I'm looking at experience. Coach-wise, yes, and quarterback-wise, right? Doesn't that mean something?
Yeah, 100%. The Rams have experience in both of those. Sean McVay has been there, done that before. I would agree. They do have both of those things.
And there's nothing their quarterback has not seen, right?
Yes. Yeah, you could say that.
Anything the Bears do defensively, they'll be able to adjust it. And that's just a question of, can two very bad defenses, if the Rams had Aaron Donald, case closed, but they don't. So just two very bad defenses who survives the,
No, Joe.
The weather will be a problem, but go ahead.
Joe, I got you down. Thank you for the phone call. And to your point, Joe, the game script for the Bears to win this, even in the cold, is a shootout. They have to score a lot of points in this game. The Rams' offense, even in the cold, even with Matthew Stafford's sprained index finger, that's a team that can move the ball in multiple ways. Kyren Williams and Blake Corum together are averaging about 5 yards per carry. That's a good offensive running back core. You get the ball to Kyren Williams in space, he can catch the ball too. Little screen passes, things like that. He can move as well. We talked already about Nakua's ability after the catch. Those are all things that the Bears defense is going to struggle with. Now, they gave me hope in the second half of last game. The Bears defense did. They stepped up. If we see that same emotion from the Bears defense from the second half of last week's game throughout the entire game, then the Bears, I think, will have a fighting chance against the Rams. But if they come out and they look like they did in the first half last week, the Rams are going to eat them up. That's a better offense than the Green Bay Packers offense. The Rams would eat them up. Darren's in Haywood, Iowa. What's up, Darren?
Hey, thanks for taking my call. Okay, Jeff, I want to ask you a question. Why are people saying that the LA Rams are a complete team? They're not a complete team. Their defense is bad. Their secondary is bad. Their special teams is bad. They got Puka, the wide receiver, Devontae Adams. They got Matthew Stafford. Well, we got a lot of weapons, too. And our defense ain't that good. Our secondary is even better than what they are. I think our special teams is better than they are. So we're they a much better team on paper. I like to know that.
Yeah, Darren, I'll tell you why. So the Rams are a better team on paper. If you look at a lot of the advanced analytics, and I don't look as much into those, the Rams are generally favored in that. You say the Rams' defense is bad. This season, the Bears' defense gave up 415 points. That's a lot of points across 17 games. The Rams' defense only gave up 346 points. So that's about doing some math here, that's about a 3-point per game difference, which, well, it might not seem like a lot. It does play pretty significantly into the game at the end of the day. The Rams' offense is also a little bit better at controlling the ball. Their offense scored 70 more points throughout the course of the season than the Bears' offense did. They have more weapons. On paper, they have the best wide receiving core in the league, and they have the MVP at quarterback. While their defense might not be great, it still is better than the Bears' defense this season. So they advantage Rams in that case. Now, can the Bears' offense take advantage of that Rams' defense? Because Ben Johnson has opened up his big bag of tricks, and Caleb Williams looks like he can play extremely well in clutch time. Yeah, I think the Bears could go out and win the game because of that. But on paper, the Rams are a better team. But because of Caleb Williams, I think the Bears have a chance in any single game. Rest of the show for you today at 7:45. We're going to have Tracy Butler on. She's going to give you a weather report. I also want to dive into something next. Josh Allen yesterday, he had an interesting game yesterday, to say the least, as the Bills fell to the Denver Broncos. I want to talk about that game, and I learned something about Josh Allen, and I want to relate it to something about Caleb Williams. That's coming up next, ESPN 1000. This is the Bears pregame spectacular, or extravaganza, one of those, I think. Bears pregame spectacular on ESPN 1000.
This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Double move, throw down the left sideline. DJ Moore, end zone. Touchdown, Bears.
Ready for more? The NFC Divisional Playoffs are here. Today, Bears and Rams. Live coverage from Soldier Field begins with network pregame at 3, leading to kickoff at 5:30. Bears and Rams. Win and move on. The playoffs continue on ESPN Chicago, the home of the Bears.
Presented in part by Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana.
Just like a strong offense keeps moving the ball, Republic Bank of Chicago's business banking solutions can keep your company growing. Business checking, treasury management, commercial loans, big business, small business. Republic Bank has everything you need for your business. Our team is here to get you back in the game and moving in the right direction. Experience banking beyond expectations. Only at Republic Bank of Chicago. Member FDIC. Visit ourbankchicago.com today. Guests on ESPN Chicago call in on the Yuengling Hotline, where names and bold takes collide. America's oldest brewery, Yuengling, fuels the conversation. Chicago, raise a Yuengling. Please enjoy responsibly.
Prizes, flyaways, even
Cash money. You want it? We've got it. Find a list of all contests and official rules by visiting ESPNChicagoContests.com.
That's ESPNChicagoContests.com.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line.
But my throat has officially thrown in the towel.
Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast.
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
Hey, can you blow up some balloons for Jack's party?
I can't. I'm so congested.
You need Sinex Saline from Vicks.
Sinex Saline nasal spray?
Yeah, just Sinex. Breathe.
Sinex Saline instantly clears everyday congestion associated with colds and year-round allergies with a gentle, ultra-fine mist that's no mess and easy to control.
Daddy, we need more balloons.
On it.
Enjoy life's important moments without congestion. Try Sinex Saline from Vicks. Just Sinex. Breathe. Use as directed.
Texting enrolls you in recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
I was feeling the same way. After 40, the body has less testosterone, and men lose their edge. That's why I take Nugenix Total T2.
That's the testosterone booster, right?
Yes, but Total T2 is their brand new formula that skyrockets nitric oxide levels in as little as 3 hours. Since I started taking it, I've been lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. My energy is way up, and it even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles?
Yep, just send a text.
Text HIM to 369-369 for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T2, the next generation testosterone booster. Text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text HIM to 369-369. That's HIM to 369-369.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Instagram at ESPN_Chicago. This is ESPN 1000.
So you might be in your car or in your house listening to us right now. I don't know if you've all been outside yet. It's horrible out there. I woke up this morning, walked outside, and just shivered. Brutal. I got the motivation because I'm excited to come here to talk Bears football with all of you, 312-332-3776. But the weather's going to have an effect on this game. The wind is supposed to be whipping. It is freezing. It's going to continually get colder as the sun sets. We'll talk to Tracy Butler about it at 7:45, but the weather will have an effect on this game. Matthew Stafford was asked about the cold weather coming into this game. This is what he had to say.
Yeah, I mean, I think as far as the wind goes, you're right. It is always windy in Chicago. I played a handful of games there throughout the years. The good thing for us is it was windy this past week in Carolina. I think every kickoff, it seemed like somebody had to come out and hold it. It was getting blown off the tee, blown off the tee, blown off the tee. So, we've dealt with that before. And then when it goes to cold weather, we played the Jets last year in I think it was like 12 degrees, at kickoff. And you just adjust to whatever the game whatever the weather allows you to do. And I think if it's just cold with a little bit of wind, we go play. I love that kind of stuff. I mean, that's playoff football, right? Cold weather in Chicago, windy day. There's nothing better than that in my mind. So I'm excited for it.
So I don't call this football weather personally. I call this just cold. I like the 45 degrees and maybe a little rainy. That's football weather to me. This isn't football weather, but this is Chicago weather. We'll see how Matthew Stafford fares. In his career, the numbers generally in cold weather games have been about average to where he's at usually, but this is different. It's been reported by Stacey Dales that he's going to be wearing a scuba suit underneath his uniform in today's game to stay warm, which I don't think is completely unusual. I think I've heard that before, that players have worn scuba suits underneath. But Matthew Stafford might be a little bit uncomfortable, especially, here's my hope. And this is not a wishing injury on Matthew Stafford, but he has that sprained finger, right? And everybody goes out in Chicago, and they know the fingers and the toes are the worst parts. If your hands get cold, they hurt. It doesn't feel good. If Matthew Stafford's already dealing with a sprained index finger, I cannot imagine, as he continually is in the cold, especially as the game goes on, that finger's going to be feeling good throughout the game. I think the cold's going to play a factor in this game, and I think it might hurt Matthew Stafford. And that's why I said at the start of this show that with Caleb Williams practicing in the cold all week long, the clutch gene he's shown, his ability to get out of the pocket and run the football, all of those things lead me to believe I would rather have Caleb Williams in this game specifically. Not season long. I'm not saying that. But in this game specifically, I'd rather have Caleb Williams than Matthew Stafford. Steve's in Chicago Heights, wants to talk about the weather. What's up, Steve?
Hey, good morning. How you guys doing?
Doing good.
Well, I just have a question about, the thought that this cold is only going to affect one team. Now, as a person that's from Chicago, I can't remember in my 50 years how often the Bears have played a mid-January game themselves. So just as much as it's going to affect the Rams, isn't it going to affect the Bears the same way? I mean, they're not practicing outside. They're practicing in a dome. So I
Steve,
that
the Bears did practice outside this week. And thank you for the phone call. It's a good question because I'm from Chicago. I don't like going out in this weather. I don't think anybody loves going out in this weather. But to your point, the Bears this week, Ben Johnson made it a point of his to practice outside this week for the Bears. He made it a point to turn off the heaters. A lot of the players talked about it. I believe Kevin Byard said a lot of the players they don't like it. They're like, why can't we have heaters? And they're complaining about it. But he said it's going to help the Bears in the future and in this game. The Bears have been extremely intentional about playing and practicing outside this week to make sure they are accustomed to this Bear weather. The other thing I'll throw out there, too, is I think the special teams, the kickers, it's going to be tough a little bit. We saw it with Brandon McManus last week. Cairo Santos, another kicker, I'm going to give advantage to him in this game over Harrison Mevis, the rookie kicker from L.A., because he's practiced in this weather and this wind before. We saw last week, after McManus missed 3 kicks, how important it is to be able to deal with this weather at Soldier Field. And Santos has shown he's able to do that. Mevis hasn't had the ability to practice in this weather. He played college football in Missouri. He kicked in some cold weather games, but Missouri's another team that has the ability to practice in a dome. I don't know how much really he's going to be able to handle the conditions here at Soldier Field. He's over 90% on his kicks. He only missed one big one against Seattle so far this season. He does have a big leg, but the big leg isn't what wins in these games. What wins in these games is short accuracy, and I trust Cairo Santos, and I give the Bears advantage in that point. The other point to this as well is the Bears' running game is very good. And part of the way they're going to beat the Rams is keeping the Rams' offense off the field. Now, the past couple of weeks, running game hasn't been that great. But overall, throughout the season, I still trust the Bears' offensive line in this game. So when dealing with the cold, I think it's advantage Bears as well because they have a scrambling quarterback and 2 good running backs, like a Kyle Monangai. Get him in the cold, let him lower the shoulder and pound those defensive backs. I trust Kyle Monangai in this game to carry the load and the Bears to control possession a lot better than they did against the Green Bay Packers in the first half of that game. So those are the reasons in the cold why I think the Chicago Bears have the advantage over the LA Rams. Rams didn't get in until last night, according to Nate Adkins from The Athletic. They flew in Saturday night as to not make the cold too big of a focus. Might be a mistake. Go from LA where it's sunny and warm. You come into Chicago, that is a big adjustment. A big adjustment. I teased that I want to talk about what Josh Allen did last night. And in that Denver game, Josh Allen made some very special plays. He made some really big throws. He had a crazy underhand toss in the fourth quarter that was just like, that's only a play that a couple quarterbacks in the NFL can make. But what Josh Allen did last night, too, is he turned the ball over. And the thing about Caleb Williams is he doesn't turn the ball over. a Super Bowl winning quarterback can't have 4 turnovers in a playoff game. Even if one of the interceptions was a little controversial with Brandon Cooks catching the ball, going to the ground, defender ripping it out of his hands, I don't know 100% that was an interception for certain. But the reason I have so much confidence that Caleb Williams will eventually lead the Bears to the Super Bowl, whether it's this year or whether it's in the future, is because he knows how to take care of the football. Now, he had 2 interceptions last game, but one of them was on 4th down. It was just a throw up, and one of the other ones, it looked like it was a missed route. But I've talked about it before. Caleb Williams is a winner. He's a clutch quarterback. His interception to touchdown ratio this year has been phenomenal. He's still able to throw the deep ball. The deep ball accuracy is starting to get there. 27 touchdowns this season to just 7 interceptions, nearly 4,000 yards. Those are the types of quarterbacks that can lead teams to Super Bowls. And we've seen it from Matthew Stafford as well recently with the Rams and why this Rams team has been so good. His touchdown to interception ratio is ridiculous as well. The key in the playoffs is not necessarily making superstar plays. And Patrick Mahomes understands this too, and that's why his teams have been so good. The key in the playoffs is game managing and not turning the ball over. That's why Brady was great. That's why Mahomes has been great. That's why Caleb could be great in the playoffs. Those are what winning quarterbacks do. And Josh Allen, I think he's a phenomenal player. He is going to win MVPs in this league. He is one of the best quarterbacks, if not currently the best quarterback in the National Football League. The thing about Josh Allen is it's extremely hard to win when you have a quarterback that tries to take as many risks as he does. At some point, that's going to run out. And he didn't have a good team around him. I get it. But at some point, him taking risks is going to lead to some bad luck. And we saw that last night against the Denver Broncos, a game where the Buffalo Bills absolutely outplayed the Broncos if you look at the numbers other than turnovers. But because of the turnovers, Denver was able to take that game. Now we'll see how far Denver goes in the playoffs. It was reported last night that Bo Nix fractured his ankle and he'll be out for the season. It looks like Jarrett Stidham is going to take over for Denver here in the playoffs. But that's why I believe in Caleb, because he's a winner and he knows how to control the game script. And that's what Super Bowl quarterbacks in the past have done. That's what made Brady so great. Gets a lot of flack for being a game manager. Being a game manager is not a bad thing. If Caleb can be that and show flashes of greatness, Bears have a superstar. We're going to take a quick break, 7:45. Tracy Butler will join us to give us an update on the weather report. Coming up, I want to talk to you about the Bears receiving corps and somebody who's been stepping up recently who didn't really step up early in the season. That's coming up. We're talking about it all here on the Bears Pregame Spectacular on ESPN 1000.
ESPN Chicago on FM 100.3 HD2, the ESPN Chicago app, and ESPN 1000.
Exclusive Bears Access. Pick 'em after every Bears game.
Caleb, another come-from-behind victory.
That is Ben Johnson, Bears head coach.
Hear Ben Johnson and Caleb Williams first before their post-game press conferences on the home of the Bears.
You guys are the most resilient group seen around here in quite a while. Thank you.
ESPN Chicago.
Hey, football fans. Playoff season at Hooters, it just hits different. We've got all the games, the wings are coming out hot, the beer is ice cold, and the energy off the charts. There's no better place to catch every big play. And if you're watching from home, don't worry. Grab Hooters to go, and you'll be the MVP of your football party. Hooters brings the flavor and fun to football season. So what are you waiting for? Head to Hooters for a game day experience like no other. Visit Hooters.com to order. Hooters, always original.
It's playoff time, Chicago. Time to bet on the road to the championship on Circa Sports Illinois. Circa Sports Illinois is sports betting the way it should be. From championship and conference futures to sides, totals, or prop bets for every round, there is simply no better place to bet. Circa Sports offers high app limits, player-friendly pricing, exceptional customer service, and no bet fees ever. Download your new bookie today at circasports.com. Got to be 21 years or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Blackhawks fans, the wait is over. Don't miss a second of the action at the United Center this season.
Connor Bedard, high slot. Bedard, right circle, moves and put it on the net. They score! Tyler Bertuzzi!
From Centennial celebrations to can't-miss matchups, now is your chance to be part of the energy, the history, and create unforgettable moments.
What a save made by Knight!
Secure your seats today at Blackhawks.com/tickets.
When it comes to your home, why juggle a dozen different contractors? Service Construction of Illinois does it all. Kitchens, bathrooms, basements, decks, outdoor spaces, you name it, they build it. For 50 years, they've been the one-stop shop for families across Chicagoland, combining craftsmanship, reliability, and a true passion for making homes shine. Work with Service Construction of Illinois once, and you'll know. You can rely on them for any needs for the lifetime of your home. Visit serviceconstruction.net and start your project today.
Smalls here. Life is full of choices, some big, some small. And when you choose an H&R Block Tax Pro, you're choosing the largest network of tax expertise to be in your corner. For when your big ambitions need help with the small details. For when your six figures come from 6 different places. For when your gaming stream becomes your revenue stream. For when your business's year 1 needs 70 years of tax know-how. At H&R Block, they've seen it all. And they're here to help you make the most out of your money for life outside the box.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ETHOS.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
It's here, and it's spectacular.
The all-new ESPN Chicago app. This is ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports.
Bears pregame spectacular. Jack McGrath with you until 9 a.m. We're live and local all the way up until game time. So tune in all day to ESPN Chicago to hear Chicago Bears coverage. Kap and Hood are up next. Then Carmen and Jesse from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. Tyler and Shea 1 to 3 into the network pregame with Waddle, Silvy, Dionne, and then we'll have the game for you here on ESPN Chicago. I mentioned at the break that quarterbacks who control the ball typically win football games. And there's no exact numbers that I've been able to find on this, but there was a study done a while ago. And when NFL teams control the turnover battle and win the turnover battle, they win over 75% of the time. Nearly 80% of the time, a team wins when they win the turnover battle. That's why not turning it over or throwing interceptions is so important. Before halftime, I don't know what Josh Allen was doing. It's almost like he flung the ball backwards and gifted the Broncos a field goal, which made a huge difference later in that game. Caleb doesn't do that. Caleb protects the ball just as good as anybody. So that's why I think Caleb has just as good a chance. And Allen's older, and his team looks like is going to be in some trouble here as they are on the decline, especially with their offensive weapons. I think Caleb Williams in his career has just as good of a chance at this point to win a Super Bowl as Josh Allen does from here on out. Caleb doesn't turn the ball over, and that's extremely important, and that's why I think the Bears have a chance in any game, including this one against the Los Angeles Rams, even when on paper the Rams might be the better team. Eddie's on the north side. What's up, Eddie?
Hey, good morning, man. But to get to the Super Bowl, but when you get to the Super Bowl, these quarterbacks throw interceptions. It's just they're taking chances and everything like that. Ben Roethlisberger, man, 126 yards, 2 interceptions, no touchdowns, 9 for 21, wins a Super Bowl by double digits.
What year was that, Eddie?
I don't know. It was way back when.
That was when they had one of the best defenses of all time, though,
yeah,
right?
Correct, and that's my point. If you have that defense that can cover that stuff up, which the Bears don't, but, in that game yesterday, Drake May played better than Josh Allen. There's no doubt about it. I mean, not Drake May, Bo Nix. And I didn't even know he got injured. My brother called me. He's like, he's out for the I was like, what happened? Because I must have turned away at the end. When did he even get injured?
So
was it the last play or?
It wasn't the kneel down. They were saying it was late in that game. He fractured his ankle. It was reported by Adam Schefter after the game and Sean Payton said it in the press conference after the game, and thank you for the phone call, Eddie, that Bo Nix fractured his ankle, and he's going to be out for the season. So the Broncos are going to be rolling with Jarrett Stidham, it seems like, throughout the rest of the year. Backup quarterbacks have come in and won Super Bowls before. We saw it with Nick Foles. I don't know that the Broncos can do it, but with that defense, who says no? And Bo Nix played a great game yesterday. Talk about this draft class between Drake May, Caleb Williams, and Bo Nix. And even Jaden Daniels, who's been hurt for a lot of this year. That is looking like a phenomenal draft class. And if I'm the Bears, I'm pretty happy right now that J.J. McCarthy is the one that went to the Minnesota Vikings. I'll just say that, the way he's been playing recently. Because the way Bo Nix is playing, and the way May's playing, the way all these guys are playing, the Vikings had them. I think we'd be having a different Minnesota Vikings story this season in terms of who's going to the playoffs from the NFC North in general. Because the Vikings still, with a bad J.J. McCarthy, still were over 500 this season. Can you imagine if they had Bo Nix or one of those actual quarterbacks? That would be something else. Joe's in Richmond. What's up, Joe?
Hey, I love your assessment of Caleb Williams. I feel the same way. I feel the Bears are going to win. My wife and daughter are going to the game. And real quick on staying warm in this weather, the fans, if they can bring hand warmers and toe warmers, stick them on their clothing, 2 layers up by their armpits, and the toe warmers or the hand warmers put on the back of your hands where all the veins are. Your feet get cold, put the toe warmers down on each side of your ankles. Your feet stay warm. So stay warm out there, fans, and be loud. We're going to need you.
I would agree with that, Joe. Thank you for the phone call. And, Joe, the thing that I've been doing recently is I take the hand warmers, like the Hot Ones hand warmers, and I've been wearing oversized boots, and I stick them in the toes of my boots. So then I have the hand warmers, because the toe warmers are good, but they're not as good as the actual hand warmers to me. So if I put those in the front of my boot, keeps it nice and warm. And the toes are the most important part, right? I don't care about the back of my foot. I care about the toes keeping those warm.
No. What happens, you put them down by your ankles, you have all them veins that go through your foot and up your leg.
I see. All right, Joe, thank you for the phone call. Yeah, stay warm today. It's going to be freezing out there. And Bears fans, you need to be loud again. Here's my concern with Bears fans going into this game. And it's not, I'm going to be at the game too. It's for me as well, and this is just based off purely of my own emotions. I'm so excited for this game. But I don't want Bears fans to come out flat after the Green Bay win. Yes, last week felt like such a big game. It felt like one of the biggest in Bears history. So Bears fans were off their rocker from the start of last week's game. Bears fans need to show up and do the same this week because the crowd had such a big effect on the game last week that if Bears fans are able to show up and do that again, they are going to have a tremendous impact on this one. Tommy's in Lake Bluff. What's up, Tommy?
Top of the morning. You sort of stole my thunder. I want to talk about special teams.
Yeah.
Because I don't think we talk enough about it. How many of these playoff games, how many of these key games come down to that kick, to the block kick, to the punt muff, to the punt? We got to talk about that. Caleb can play a great game. Defense can play better than we think. But if special teams doesn't come through, we don't have a chance. Before I do that real quick, though, I've got to comment. I live in Chicago. I'm a big guy. I travel back and forth all the time to New Orleans, Birmingham, whatever. These are professional athletes, paid millions of dollars. And by the way, I'm going to remind you, while Caleb has lived in Lake Forest for 2 years and is acclimated to this weather, he played in L.A. for 4 years. These are professional athletes. If anyone here thinks the over-under in the game is because Kyrie Williams is afraid of cold weather, we're stretching. We're desperate Bears fans. That's all we're hanging our hat on. It's ridiculous.
No, Tommy, so just to clarify, Caleb started his career at Oklahoma, which I'll give you isn't exactly a cold school. But I'll also throw out there he played his high school ball in Washington, D.C., which is cold weather.
Okay, doesn't matter. These are all professionals. Listen, you could bring in the Tampa. You could bring in, New Orleans, who plays in a dome. The cold weather will affect them in warm-ups, and then the adrenaline takes over. If anyone thinks that's the reason we're going to win, we don't deserve to win.
See, Tommy, I disagree with you. I understand they're professionals, but they're also humans. These guys aren't robots who are going out there. I understand they're professionals, but Matthew Stafford, who has played in very few cold weather games across his career, he still has to adjust to the weather. The ball is going to be harder. The ball is going to be bigger. It's going to be
half of the Bears roster played in the SEC. The young guys, you're acting like the Bears are in Alaska, and the Rams are playing in Africa. It's a ridiculous over discussion. They're professionals.
Tommy,
name one
the
game
weather's
you think the Bears have ever won because of weather. It's ridiculous.
The wind chill's going to be negative 10 degrees today.
It affects the Bears too. It affects the Bears. They're humans.
But
they're
they've been practicing it all week.
Like it doesn't matter. I'm a 300-pound former football player. When I get back to Chicago, it doesn't take me 2 days to adjust. If I adjust, we're stretching as Bears fans. We're reaching for a reason to say we're going to win this. It's ridiculous. It's ludicrous.
All right. Thank you for the phone call, Tommy. I disagree with him. The Bears have been practicing in this all week. It's been a point of emphasis to not have heaters on the benches. It has been a point of emphasis all week. The Rams are coming from sunny Los Angeles, and Matthew Stafford has a hand injury. I said it before. We all deal with the hands when we go outside in the cold. It affects them. The ball is going to be, because of the pressure of the ball, it's going to be a different feeling. Matthew Stafford might have a tougher time gripping the ball, but Caleb Williams may also be affected by that, but he's also been dealing with that all week long. It's also the wind that he has had to practice with at Lake Forest and in Soldier Field that's going to be extremely similar wind conditions to today. The Rams didn't land until last night. The weather is going to have an impact on this game. I think the Bears are going to have the advantage because they practiced in it all week. Tom Brady talked about it on the broadcast yesterday. He called it a Herculean task for the Rams to win this game in this cold weather. If Tom Brady's thinking it, and he played in New England, and he's been through the cold weather before, I'm sure it's going to affect Matthew Stafford too, who's also in his old age. Tom Thayer talked about it on our airwaves too. These are all guys that are former players who have said it is going to have an effect on the game. Guys who have played in this weather before. We'll talk to Tracy Butler about the weather coming up next. This is ESPN 1000, the Bears pregame spectacular.
This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Get ready for kickoff. ESPN Chicago pregame tailgate today from 1 to 3.
1, 2, 3.
On ESPN Chicago. Presented by Bradley University.
Attention basketball fans, the DePaul basketball season is here, and tickets are on sale now. Don't miss your chance to see the Blue Demons live as they take on some of the top teams in the country. There's no better place to experience a game than Wintrust Arena, home of the DePaul Blue Demons. Get your tickets today at DePaulBlueDemons.com/tickets and be part of the action. That's DePaulBlueDemons.com/tickets. Go Blue Demons!
Hi, this is Dave Musial, owner of Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric, with our biggest sale ever. Furnaces from just $39 a month. Furnace and air conditioning combos from just $57 a month, plus 6 years interest-free financing. Four Seasons guarantees to beat any competitor's price by up to $1,000. With an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau and over 30,000 five-star reviews, we are Chicago's trusted local experts.
For all the right reasons, call 866-4 Seasons.
Shop the Sherwin-Williams Winter Sale and get 30% off paints and stains January 9th through the 19th. Whether you're refreshing your interior or exterior, we've got the colors to bring your vision to life. And with delivery, getting everything to your door is easier than ever. Shop online or visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams store. Retail sales only. Some exclusions apply. See store for details. Delivery available on qualifying orders.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage, no medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6759. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6759. That's 800-575-6759. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Chicago's home for sports. Now, by your side, through your smart speaker. Just tell it to play ESPN 1000.
This is Chicago's home for sports, ESPN 1000.
Justin Pottinger brought up a very interesting stat. Justin and Hannah are producing today's show. Jack McGrath with you on the Bears pregame spectacular up until 9 a.m. today, leading you into Kap and Hoodie. Talking Bears football live and local all morning and all day today up until kickoff. And Justin, the caller, Tommy, our last caller, had a very interesting analogy about the weather.
It was funny. It was good. It was a little weird, but not for nothing. It's 33 degrees right now in Antarctica. So it's going to be at least 20, 25 degrees colder here in Chicago. I just thought that was a little funny.
Yeah, he said it's like we're comparing Antarctica to Africa versus comparing Chicago to LA, which essentially the difference is almost
much
the
colder.
same. So we bring in somebody who knows more about the weather and how it could possibly affect the game than anybody else. It's Tracy Butler. We bring her in on the Yingling Guest Hotline. Tracy, good morning. Happy Sunday.
Good morning. Oh, my gosh. What an exciting day. What an exciting day. And hopefully the excitement will keep you all warm at the game.
What are your plans for the game today, Tracy?
Well, here's my problem. I am usually in bed at 5:30 and asleep by 6. So I might have to wake up to the win.
Oh, that's okay. That's okay. Maybe you can record it and watch it a little bit after. I've done that before on games that are way late.
Yeah, the problem is I need to be prepared because Kap is going to be on with us tomorrow morning. So, yeah, I'll have to find out the outcome. And actually, my husband and my daughters will be watching the game. So they will text me some highlights that I can wake up to because there's no way I can stay up for the whole thing. I might make the first quarter.
Tracy, what's the weather going to look like at the game today? Temperature-wise, what are we looking at?
Okay, so temperature at kickoff is most likely going to be between about 16 and 19 degrees. The wind chills at that time will be in the single digits. We're probably looking at wind chills at kickoff at about 5 to 9 degrees. But, guys, and we're looking at those wind speeds increasing during the game. So at the beginning of the game, the winds are expected to be out of the southwest between about 11 and 16 miles per hour. But by the end of the game, we could end up with those winds picking up between 20 and 25 miles per hour. So the end of the game, the wind chills will lower. I think by probably halftime, third quarter, you notice those winds picking up, and the wind chills will drop, and they'll probably be anywhere between about 2 and 7 degrees at that time. Now, the other thing I want to add to this, we do have an Arctic front coming our way, and out ahead of that front, there is going to be some light snow. during the game today. So get ready for a little snow globe activity there.
When do you think the snow will come in? First quarter, second quarter, or late in the game? When do you think that's coming in?
No, I actually think the snow will be starting probably by game time. And then it's going to be off and on throughout the game. And when fans are leaving the game, please be careful. Don't be in a hurry to get home. We could have an inch, maybe even up to 2 inches of snow on the ground post game.
So I'm thinking of the way I'm picturing the map in my head. You say southwest winds. So if I'm looking at Soldier Field, you have the south end zone. So if it's southwest winds, it does mean the field goals, it being 30 miles per hour. I'm thinking the field goals could be pushed a little bit right to left or left to right, depending on what side of the field you're on, right?
Yeah, they're definitely going to have to assess that. You know, when we're on the golf course, we throw out some grass to see which way the wind is blowing and how quickly it might be blowing. But, you know, the wind certainly will have some effect probably in the third and fourth quarter, more likely versus the beginning of the game. So that's something to bear in mind. And also for fans who are going to be just out, hopefully celebrating later this evening, with this front coming in, those temperatures are going to start dropping pretty rapidly. I mean, I'm looking by the midnight hour, wind chills even starting to drop below zero. And I just want to give everyone a heads up. I know a lot of folks have the day off tomorrow, many children off from school. We are going to have wind speeds tomorrow between 20 and 40 miles per hour, and I'm expecting wind chills between 10 below and 25 below zero, especially in the morning. So just bear that in mind for tomorrow. I know we're talking about the game, but I want folks to be prepared for how cold it's going to be tomorrow.
All right, Tracy, anything else about the weather or about your evening tonight that you think we should know watching the game?
Bundle up. I mean, my secrets, I use those little hand warmers and my heated vest, my heated jacket. Layer up, go Bears.
All right, thank you, Tracy. Go Bears. That's Tracy Butler on the Yingling Guest Hotline, joining us, giving us an updated weather report. Wyatt's in Tulsa, Oklahoma. He wants to talk about the weather.
Good morning. I know you said Oklahoma is not a cold place. It's 8-degree wind chill here, buddy. It is cold this morning in Oklahoma.
All right, so Caleb's played in the cold before, so I'm not too concerned about it.
And I think where we're missing the impact of the cold is not so much physical, because the guy who called before me is going crazy about the physical aspect of it. Yeah, these guys are pro athletes. The tangibles are there, the intangibles are there. It affects your decision making. It affects what you're willing to do when it's cold. Not to be a homer and talk about the 85 Bears, but when they played the Rams, there's a video of the Rams players saying they wish they were playing in a dome. It's too cold. And then one of the first plays of the game, Eric Dickerson runs between the tackles, gets smoked by Mike Singletary, and he does not run between the tackles again. And that's why he netted 42 yards that game. It's just, it affects your decision making. I spent time in Bridgeport, California. If you know, you know. I've seen kids shut down in the cold weather. It just, if we look at it from the psychological standpoint, that's where it affects people the most. So the Bears acclimating themselves where the Rams don't get the chance, the Bears are going to be more willing to make decisions that affect them in a positive way than the Rams are going to when they play. That's how I look at the weather affecting teams and players.
Yeah, Wyatt, thank you for the phone call. And Devontae Adams earlier this week was on a podcast saying he's talking about the cold and talking about how cold it's going to be. It's certainly a psychological thing that comes into play. And you wonder with a guy like Matthew Stafford, who's nearing 40 years old, how much does the fear of injury, does the fear of taking those tough hits in the cold, how much does that play in? How much is he going to have to protect that finger in the cold as well? Is it going to swell up, his index finger on his throwing hand that's been sprained and has been a storyline all week long? Dean's downtown. What's up, Dean?
Hello. Nice to talk to you, Jack. And shout out to Hannah Lamada and Justin Smokey Pottinger. I'm going to put something in the air for you later, Justin. So I had a couple of thoughts. That guy that called 2 calls ago that was complaining about the weather, I mean, whose word am I going to take, Jack? The great Gregory Thomas Waddle, who, by the way, has a fountain in his front yard, and John Gruden, who's been saying all week that this will indeed be a factor for a 40-year-old Stafford playing in the coldest game he's ever going to be in or Jackie Jones Jr. from Barrington? I don't think so. That guy sounded like Christian Bale. Are you professional or not, for crying out loud? Take that.
Do you have a second point, Dean? Oh, he said he had 2 points. He said he wanted to start with that. But thank you for the phone call, Dean. I agree with you. Tom Brady talked about it on the game yesterday, too. He said it's going to be a Herculean task going into Soldier Field in this cold for Matthew Stafford and Sean McVay. The LA guys are not used to this cold. Joe's in Chicago. What's up, Joe?
Hey, what's going on? Joe in Chicago, first time, long time. Yeah, I want to talk about that guy Tommy in Lake Bluff, Mr. 300-pound tough guy out here, okay? Hey, Tommy, first of all, there's only one guy in Lake Bluff that I consider a football accreditation named Tommy, and that's Tommy Reese. So get the heck out of here with your dog-ass takes out here, okay? Number two, if the weather, every single expert says it's going to be a factor, it's probably going to be a factor. This guy just needs to rally up. Get ready for cold weather. It's bear down Chicago weather. Go Bears all the way to the Super Bowl. Thanks for having me.
All right, Joe. Thank you for the phone call. Every expert we've talked to has said that the cold is going to be a factor. Every single person. Here's Sean McVay talking about the weather.
We're expecting to hear about in Chicago.
Not necessarily. I think what you do is if the how the actual just cold in general in terms of how the ball feels, but last year was a great example of, we had two really cold games. The Jets game was even colder than the Eagles game. It was too damn cold in New York to even snow that day. But fortunately, Matthews played in these conditions. And so doesn't change. There's a couple things you have to be mindful of. But now you start talking about wind, rain, and how that really affects your footing, stuff like that. But we always kind of adjust and adapt. They got to be able to play in those same sort of elements. They obviously have had a little bit more experience, but we're not going to allow that to be an excuse. And so I think you do have to have a feel, but I think the way that our guys play, I think it suits us well in any sort of conditions, and that's kind of what we've always said.
I'd agree with him there. They have good run after catch guys and a good running game, but I will say the advantage that I'm going to give to the Bears in this game is Caleb Williams scrambling. And the reason I'm going to give them the advantage is something McVay brought up there. He talked about the snow and rainy conditions, which could have an effect on the game and the windy conditions. Well, Caleb has played in those conditions before, and Stafford has too at points. But Caleb's a much better scrambler. And when the rain starts to come out, if the Bears need to run the ball, they are a much more dangerous team, in my opinion, running the ball in those conditions than the Los Angeles Rams. The Rams' running game is good. The Rams' running game is good because of the danger of the passing game. And if you're able to take that away because of the conditions, and Tracy Butler said it's going to be snowing at the start of this game, if the passing game goes away because of the conditions, because of the snow, because of the wind, I trust the Bears' run game to plow it up the middle with Joe Thuney and Drew Dahlman and Jonah Jackson more than I trust the Rams to do that against the Bears' front. The Bears' front hasn't been great, but it's been better the past couple of games. And if they play the way they did in the second half against Green Bay, then I think the Bears could shut down the Rams' running game if the passing attack isn't able to function because of the weather in this game. We'll talk more about that next. Also, I teased earlier talking about a player that I think continues to impress, who didn't show out at the start of the season, who has been great for this receiving core in the back half of the year. I'm going to talk about him coming up next. This is the Bears Pregame Spectacular. I'm Jack McGrath on ESPN 1000.
This is Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Hey, this is David Kaplan. I dislike winter. Give me a 95-degree sunny summer day and I'm a happy guy. So I spend most of my winter free time indoors, and it's why I rely on Automatic. They've been making Chicagoland homes and businesses comfortable for 80 years. I don't even have to think about the outside because my home is perfect all year round. If you're not feeling confident that your winter's going to be carefree, go to Automatic.com right now. That's Automatic.com.
Our team is in the playoffs, and the best way to get to the games is by taking the CTA. Avoid the traffic and guessing game of how much a ride share will cost. Let the CTA do the driving for you. All for just $5. It's less money spent on travel, more for food, drinks, merch, maybe a blanket to stay warm. And with Tap to Pay available on all CTA trains and buses, riding is a breeze. We've increased the number of 146 and 128 buses going to Soldier Field to help get even more fans to the game. Save money, do more, ride CTA.
Shop the Sherwin-Williams winter sale and get 30% off paints and stains January 9th through the 19th. Whether you're refreshing your interior or exterior, we've got the colors to bring your vision to life. And with delivery, getting everything to your door is easier than ever. Shop online or visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams store. Retail sales only. Some exclusions apply. See store for details. Delivery available on qualifying orders.
Surprise! Your expenses this month were way higher than you expected. Also, you forgot to renew your website domain, and now you're in a bidding war.
You should see the look on your face. At Progressive, we know small business owners don't usually like surprises because they cost you money. But a good surprise that could save you money? Getting a commercial auto quote from Progressive.
Plus, the fridge died in the break room, and now everything smells weird.
Surprise yourself. See if you can save in as little as 8 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station. See, Chicago's home for sports. We're on YouTube, live and on demand content. Follow us at ESPN 1000 Chicago.
The Bears quarterback
goes back to draft night. And why do we get Colston Loveland? Why do we do this? And why do we do that? It's Colston Loveland. You know what I mean?
Forms a three-man alignment right. Offside. Offsides, free play for Caleb, back to throw. Caleb now moving to his right. Caleb sets to throw for Loveland. End zone. Touchdown. Touchdown Bears. We'll check the flag to be sure, but that's a free play. Got him offsides. Caleb to Loveland.
The Bears quarterback gives me hope in this game, but also his receiving core has continued to step up. Just an update on the injury report real quick. So Rome Odunze still has that fractured foot. He's officially listed as questionable coming into this game. I can't imagine a scenario where he doesn't play. He did mention earlier in the week, though, that foot has been bothering him. He's had to play through pain, and that reflects itself in the box score of what we've seen. But Colston Loveland's emergence and DJ Moore's ability to step up in crunch time have been absolutely clutch for the Bears. And that's why Ryan Poles gets a lot of credit for drafting so much depth in this receiving group. Colston Loveland last week, 8 catches, 137 yards. DJ Moore, 6 catches for 64 yards and a touchdown. Caleb Williams gives me hope in this game, but Colston Loveland and DJ Moore have really stepped up big time. Colston Loveland finished as the leading receiver on the team this season. He reminds me of Jimmy Graham, the way he's able to go up and pull down jump balls, the way he's able to consistently get open. And Ryan Poles deserves his flowers for that draft pick because I don't know that the Bears are where they're at right now without Loveland. He's going to be a stud in this league, and he's continuing to show flashes right now. I'm super interested to see how the Bears use him and DJ Moore today in devising this offense and what's going to be a snowy game, as Tracy Butler just told us at the start of the game, and what's going to be a windy game with gusts of almost 30 miles per hour, and in what's going to be an extremely cold game going in here. But I have hope in the Bears because of the way Caleb Williams is playing. He doesn't turn the ball over. He manages the game, and he's shown that he can be a big clutch time quarterback. In this game, I think I'd prefer him to Matthew Stafford. Because of the conditions, because of Stafford's sprained finger, I think Caleb's going to be able to get out of the pocket against this Rams defense. I think Johnson's going to pull out a bunch of trick plays. I think Johnson is going to he's going to have his best playbook available for the Bears in this game, and Caleb Williams will benefit greatly from that. He's been practicing in this cold weather all week, and I trust him in clutch time. Ben Johnson this week continued to be asked about his rivalry with Matt LaFleur, and that is almost translated to Sean McVay. Sean McVay coached with Matt LaFleur. He's friends with Matt LaFleur. In this game, I brought up Johnson's bag of tricks and how he's going to devise a game for Caleb Williams. And if you want to hop in on the conversation, 312-332-3776. This is the Bears pregame spectacular with you until 9 a.m. We have full live and local coverage all day leading off to kickoff. And this is going to be two of the best football minds going up against each other today. Sean McVay has been the gold standard, him and Kyle Shanahan of coaches, of young offensive play callers who come in. And they transformed their teams. We've seen that with Ben Johnson this year. Well, Johnson is going to come in, and he's going to have to battle Sean McVay in this game. I think he has more tools at his disposal because of Caleb's scrambling ability and because of the receiving core that the Bears have. Now, of course, Puka Nacua, Devontae Adams on the other side are maybe the best wide receiver core in the league. But the Bears have some flexibility with Burden, who you can move to the backfield, Moore, who you can move to the backfield. But back to the original point, this coaching battle, you're seeing a little bit of a rivalry. This is what Sean McVay said about talking to Matt LaFleur. And earlier in the week, we heard Stephen A. Smith say that he's heard from friends of Matt LaFleur that they're not too happy with Ben Johnson for the way he's talked about LaFleur. This is what McVay said about talking to LaFleur before this game.
Matt LaFleur, obviously big in Green Bay, and Mike being on your staff.
Yeah.
Matt, he's played Ben Johnson 3 times this year.
Yeah.
Matt?
What'd you guess? No, you know what? We watch the tape, we do our work, and, Matt is a very close friend of mine.
I took that as especially interesting because you have Stephen A. Smith earlier in the week saying close friends of McVay close friends of LaFleur aren't very happy with Ben Johnson, and then McVay says the same thing. This is Johnson talking about McVay and LaFleur sharing their thoughts.
I think every week everyone tries to share what they had from the week before with your next opponent. I think that's common practice, and that's something that you just keep on doing. Like I said all along, there's a million ways you can do things, a million plays you can call. We're going to do what we feel like is best for that particular week with the players that we have going against the opponent that we're going against.
Packers rivalry extend to all the floors for you, or just one?
I don't think that and Mike LaFleur's on the staff of Sean McVay as well. I don't think Ben Johnson appreciated that question too much. But I do love to see a coach rivalry between these two guys. McVay's essentially the gold standard of what Ben Johnson wants to be. A play-calling offensive guru who can also fire up his team and lead them to the Super Bowl. McVay has been to 2 Super Bowls. He's won 1 Super Bowl with Matthew Stafford. And that is the path that Ben Johnson is looking to follow. And if everything goes right, Ben Johnson has the chance to be better than have a better start to his career than Sean McVay purely because he has a younger quarterback who's more talented than the quarterback that Sean McVay started out with. Jared Goff's a fine quarterback, but Caleb Williams has more talent than him. Johnson showed the ability to unlock Jared Goff, and now he's showing the ability to unlock Caleb Williams as well. Sean McVay has laid the path for an offensive coordinator guy like Ben Johnson to take over, him and Kyle Shanahan, to take over the NFL, essentially, and take over a team and lead them as an offensive play caller. Now there's a rivalry between these two guys because Johnson's chasing McVay. And I think he can get there. And today's a prove-it game once again for Ben Johnson. Some other coaching updates. Coaching carousel has been hot. Kevin Stefanski's going to the Atlanta Falcons. Former Browns coach will be the Falcons head coach. The big one in the NFC North, Matt LaFleur agreed to a multi-year extension with the Green Bay Packers, so he'll be with the Packers for a good long while as well. For Bears fans, that's a team that's in football purgatory. The Bears sent them there last week. There's coaches. So Johnson versus LaFleur, that's one that's going to continue for years to come. And I love the coaching rivalry. You usually hear about the rivalry between players. You don't hear it as much about the coaches. And Johnson putting that chip on his shoulder, I think is important for the Bears because it's a way to fire them up too. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't feel a ton of dislike for the Los Angeles Rams. They don't have a ton of unlikable players. Matthew Stafford generally has been one of the most likable players in the league. I have a tough time getting fired up for this game. in terms of I dislike the opponent. Ben Johnson is putting a chip on the shoulder by creating a controversy of two coaches who do not like each other. His rhetoric about the Bears and going into the locker room after, and now it's being talked about in the national media. McVay versus Johnson. McVay's a friend with LaFleur. If Ben Johnson can put a chip on the Bears' shoulders, I'm happy with that. If he's able to do that by hyping up a coach rivalry. And I think he should continue to do that. Delano's on the South Shore. What's up, Delano?
Hey, what's going on? Thanks for taking my call. So I agree with you that I would take Caleb Williams over Matthew Stafford at this point in time. But I wanted to make just a comparison, and the comparison is about how I feel when I watch the game. When I used to watch Michael Jordan in early 90s, I had that feeling that they were always going to win. I remember them being down 13, 14 points with like 30 seconds on the clock, and I was still confident. I was like, they're going to come back. They're going to win this game. And they would. Michael Jordan would hit those clutch shots. He would win the game. He would will the team to win the game. I also want to make one other comparison, and that's Michael Jordan and the Bulls didn't start winning until they got Phil Jackson. If you remember, before that, they couldn't get over Detroit. And then they got Phil Jackson, and they paired the coach and the player, and they started winning championships. I feel the same way about Caleb Williams. I feel that he's got that Jordan-esque clutch gene that he's going to pull through. He's going to win these games. As long as we keep it close, as long as we don't get blown out, defense doesn't let us down like that, I think we're going to win this game.
All right, Delano, thank you for the phone call. And I got you down. I'm not going to say Caleb Williams is Michael Jordan. Michael Jordan is, and I've heard this a few times, Michael Jordan is the best basketball player of all time. But in terms of the clutch gene and pairing him with the coach, that's something I could get behind. Caleb Williams continues to show that he has the clutch gene, and that's why I have confidence that the Bears can win this game, even when on paper the Rams might be favored and a little bit better. I think the Bears defense is going to have a tough time with this Rams offense. Puka Nacua, Kyron Williams, and Devontae Adams are some of the best weapons in the NFL. I want to talk about how the Bears can stop that. That's coming up next. ESPN Chicago, this is the Bears pregame spectacular. I'm Jack McGrath.
This is Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Double move, throw down the left sideline, DJ Moore, end zone, touchdown Bears!
Ready for more? The NFC Divisional Playoffs are here. Today, Bears and Rams. Live coverage from Soldier Field begins with network pregame at 3, leading to kickoff at 5:30. Bears and Rams. Win and move on. The playoffs continue on ESPN Chicago, the home of the Bears.
Presented in part by Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana.
At Elmhurst University, we give you the tools to soar. Whether you're undecided on your future, exploring a new path, or looking to level up your career, here you'll find support, skills, and opportunities as limitless as you are. Go beyond with a community of care and support. Do more with knowledge that's timeless. It all starts at Elmhurst. Go far, do well. Start today at elmhurst.edu.
Hard work beats talent when talent doesn't work hard. So when it comes to hard work, nothing works harder than a Chevy Silverado. On the road or off-road, Silverado is built for tough performance in any condition. Rain or snow, mud or ice, we run over it. That's why Chevy Silverado is the official truck partner of the Chicago Bears. Hardworking and dependable. Together, we are one team. We're on a mission to win. Check out the full line of Silverados at Chevy Drive Chicago. Now more than ever, it's all about drive. You wouldn't hire an electrician to read a radio ad.
Service Construction of Illinois. I think this wire's bad.
You wouldn't hire the deck pro either.
Service Construction of Illinois. Now, I would layer that with a few coats to make it smooth.
You see, I, a professional announcer, can barely change a light bulb, but I can tell you with a soothing voice that Service Construction of Illinois has the craftsmen, contractors, and specialists to do it all. Whether it's a small job or complete renovation, start at serviceconstruction.net.
Presented by Robinhood.
He crosses,
spins, pulls up.
With Robinhood Prediction Markets, buy or sell your predictions all game long. No house odds, just you versus the market. Put your sports IQ to work. Trade every shot, block, steal, run, and moment that shifts the game. With Robinhood Prediction Markets, trade every play. Visit Robinhood.com/predict to start trading. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
I was feeling the same way. After 40, the body has less testosterone, and men lose their edge. That's why I take Nugenix Total T2.
That's the testosterone booster, right?
Yes, but Total T2 is their brand new formula that skyrockets nitric oxide levels in as little as 3 hours. Since I started taking it, I've been lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. My energy is way up, and it even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles?
Yep, just send a text.
Text HIM to 369-369 for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T2, the next generation testosterone booster. Text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text HIM to 369-369. That's HIM to 369-369.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Instagram at ESPN_Chicago. This is ESPN 1000.
Bears defense came out flat last week. It felt like that at least. They were dominated by the Packers. Packers had 4 possessions. 3 of them ended in touchdowns. 1 of them they ran out of time, and it was a missed field goal in the first half. Second half, Bears defense woke up. Bears need to see that second half defense for the entire game if they want to beat the Rams. The Rams run the ball well enough. McVay's a smart enough coach. Stafford's accurate enough. And while he may be affected by the weather, he's a guy that's not going to turn the ball over very much. They're not going to let you get back into the game. Yes, last week the Packers allowed the Bears to get back into the game multiple times. They were fumbling the ball all around, and the Bears didn't even recover them. They were still throwing the ball when they probably should have been running the ball. Their run game got absolutely stuffed, and the Bears defense stepped up. Bears can't get off to a slow start in this one. This has to be right away, and it comes down to the defense waking up right away. The offense, too. The offense woke up in the second half, but I trust the offense to come out more with a plan than I do the defense in this game. Jalen Johnson's somebody I want to point out that he looked a lot better in the second half of that game than he did the first half of the game. If he's able to control Devontae Adams at least a little bit, or Puka Nacua at least a little bit, and I expect the Bears to play a lot of zone against this team, don't expect them to man up very much. If he's able to control them just a little bit, then the Bears will be in a good spot. You're not going to completely deny either of those guys the ball. But if the Bears can make sure neither of those guys get to 100 yards, if they can't combine for 150, the Bears should have a very good shot in this game. And I also think it's because of Caleb Williams, because he's not going to give the ball to the Rams in plus territory, because he doesn't turn the ball over. And he controls the game extremely well. I said earlier in the show, in this game, given the context, given the weather that Caleb Williams has practiced in all week, given Matthew Stafford's finger injury, in this game and Caleb's scrambling ability, I would take Caleb Williams over Matthew Stafford. And I might be crazy for saying that. Matthew Stafford is going to be the MVP this year, but it's because of the faith I have in Caleb Williams. Scott wants to talk about it. He's in Crystal Lake. What's up, Scott?
Hey, yeah, so I think I missed the first part of it. I kind of came in late to it, so I didn't hear all the context. But, yeah, I was just going to say, I think you're crazy saying you take Caleb over Stafford. I mean, I get the context and the weather and everything, but Stafford's been around the block. He's the MVP. He's thrown, 46 touchdowns this year?
Yep.
I mean, trust me, I love Caleb. I love the Bears. I bleed blue and orange. But Caleb's he's made some amazing throws, and he makes plays when he needs to in the end of the game. But he needs to be better on those easy throws, those ones that are just the simple throws, and they can make big big impacts in the game. So I love Caleb. I love the Bears. I hope you're right. I just don't think I would take Stafford or Caleb over Stafford.
No, I think that's fair enough. And I do realize that my take on that isn't necessarily a popular one. And if you want to hop on the conversation, 312-332-3776. We're talking Bears with you all day up until game time. I understand all of that, but for me, it's going to come down in this game to the running game, and I trust Caleb Williams to maybe scramble a little bit more than I do Matthew Stafford. Matthew Stafford is old in the cold. I'm going to give it to Caleb Williams. Advantage there, and because the run game is going to be so important in this game with the weather, I'm going to give the advantage to Caleb and the Bears. Now, on paper, the Rams are the better team, but because of the quarterback, I still have confidence the Bears can win this game. Speaking of the run game, Ben Johnson talked about why the run game has been struggling recently. Wasn't very effective in the Packers game. The game came down to the passing game. That's why Caleb had over 360 passing yards. He had a very good game throwing the ball. Ben Johnson talked about that running game dip this week, and this is what he had to say.
Yeah, it feels like it's dipped a little bit. Not something that we certainly want. Certainly late in the season, we wanted that to pick up. Playoffs, weather games like this, you certainly want to be able to lean on your run game. So those are some elements we're looking at. What can we do to help ignite that? Is both efficient runs to stay on track and ahead of the chains, and also explosive runs as well. Where can we find a few of those? I'll say this: we got a really tough opponent in that regard. I think they do a really good job. I think the front is their strength. These guys at the line of scrimmage are really good football players. I think they shed blocks at an elite level. I think they are relentless. I think they're violent, really across the board. So I have a lot of respect for them, and we're going to have to be on our A game to be able to run it on this crew.
Rams are pretty middle of the road in terms of yards per carry against numbers. They're giving up over 4.3 yards per carry this season. So it's not like the Rams' run defense is ridiculously good. Johnson compliments them there a lot. But I trust the Bears' offensive line up the middle better than the Rams' offensive line. Something that Brad Biggs did throw out, which I was a little bit surprised at, Brad Biggs writes for the Chicago Tribune, is that there's a chance maybe the Bears' offensive line, rather than throwing Theo Benedict out at left tackle, they move Joe Thuney to left tackle for today's game and switch up things on the inside. That would surprise me a ton, and I hope the Bears don't do that, because I think one of the keys to the Bears' success today is going to be running the ball up the middle with Kyle Monangai and with DeAndre Swift. The Bears, again, and the O-line has struggled a little bit recently, but the Bears' strength is the inside of that offensive line. It's Joe Thuney, it's Drew Dahlman, and it's Shona Jackson. Those are the guys that I want to push forward in this game. If the Bears are able to run the ball well in this game and control time of possession, they will give themselves a chance to win at the end of the day. That is going to be the key in this game. And the running game, I realize, recently has dipped off a little bit, but that can bounce back just like that. How did the Bears beat the Philadelphia Eagles, who on paper at that time, maybe not anymore, but at that time were a better team on paper than the Bears? They ran the ball and they controlled possession. That's exactly what the Bears need to do in this game. Talked about the defense a little bit. Keys on defense for this game. I mentioned Jalen Johnson needs to step up. Kyler Gordon's healthy for this game. C.J. Gardner-Johnson's off the injury report. He was logged as a full participant in practice. He's out of concussion protocol. He should be coming back in this game as well. Austin Booker needs to get pressure. Montez Sweat needs to get pressure. Matthew Stafford is ridiculous against the blitz. He has one of the best completion percentages against the blitz. Nearly 3/4 of his touchdowns thrown this season, and that's a lot of touchdowns, 48 touchdowns this year, have been against the blitz. Matt Stafford is not a guy you can run 5 or 6 defenders at. You need to hold up in coverage, and you need to be able to get pressure with your front four, which the Bears have not been able to do this year. That's why this game is going to come down to also Austin Booker and Montez Sweat being able to generate pressure. Mark's in Lincoln Park. What's up, Mark?
Hey, Dak. Thanks for taking my call. Good morning. Happy Bears.
Yeah, happy Bears Sunday.
Hey, your caller, your 300-pound guy from the north side there that doesn't think the cold matters. In 2018, we played the Bears at home and won 15-6. And it was a night game, and it was like a 29 or 30-degree game time temperature, but it was cold. It was real damp. And Todd Gurley, one of the NFL's most elite runners at that time, ran for a whopping 11 carries for 28 yards. Everybody in the stadium saw that Gurley did not want to be there, and our running back, Howard, ran for over 101 yards. That's not to say Blake Corum with the Rams right now can't do that run, but that cold totally affected it to the point that double dunk was so painful to all of us because we would have matched up with the Rams again at home, and nobody on the Rams wanted to play us in that cold. And, it is what it is. It may not affect a 300-pound lineman, but it affects skilled players a lot.
No.
Blake Corum, he's used to it, though. But,
he is. Michigan guy.
Yeah, of course. But I think we got a real good shot today. I mean, I'm setting up the tailgate at 2:30 at the Eastfield Museum lot and going to the game, man. We're all in.
All right, Mark, thank you for the phone call. If you're going to the game, I want to hear how you're feeling, too. I want to hear, in general, how you're feeling. Are you confident that the Bears are going to win this game? I feel like they can. I'm not 100% confident, though. But because of Caleb Williams and because of the way this team has played and come back and the way I think the run game can play in this weather especially, I think the Bears are going to have a chance in this game. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, I want to talk about how Ben Johnson is incorporating his veterans who maybe don't get a ton of playing time into the locker room and into motivating this team. That's coming up next. It's the Bears pregame spectacular. We're live and local up until kickoff. Jack McGrath with you on ESPN 1000.
This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
ESPN's The Hockey Show. Ready to rock the rinks with Chicago's best hockey knowledge. Brought to you by Chevy Drive Chicago. The Hockey Show, Wednesday night at 6 on ESPN Chicago and the ESPN Chicago app.
Double move, throw down the left sideline, DJ Moore, end zone, touchdown Bears!
Ready for more? The NFC Divisional Playoffs are here. Today, Bears and Rams. Live coverage from Soldier Field begins with network pregame at 3, leading to kickoff at 5:30. Bears and Rams. Win and move on. The playoffs continue on ESPN Chicago, the home of the Bears.
Presented in part by Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana.
Get ready for kickoff. ESPN Chicago pregame tailgate today from 1 to 3.
1, 2, 3.
On ESPN Chicago. Presented by Bradley University.
Back in my glory days, I always showed up ready to perform, whether it was on the field or off of it. Confidence, energy, swagger. I had it all. And yeah, even little Johnny was playing like an all-pro. Now, thanks to Blue Chew, those days don't have to stay in the past. Blue Chew's chewable tablets give you that extra boost of confidence when it matters most. Stronger, harder, longer lasting. Like someone gave you a pep talk right where you need it. And here's the best part. It's all online. No awkward doctor visits. No standing in line at the pharmacy. Their licensed medical providers help you find the right fit, and it ships right to your door in a discreet package. Made in the USA, less expensive than the pharmacy. So, fellas, when it's your time to perform, don't just hope for the glory days. Bring them back. Head to BlueChew.com. Use promo code ESPN, and your first month is free. Just pay $5 for shipping. Blue Chew. Chew it and do it.
Hey, guys, I get it. You'd love new windows, but you don't want to pay a fortune for them. Well, January is a great time of year thanks to Window Nation. Right now, they're more affordable during Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 Windows free sale. Plus, you can get them with 0 down, 0 monthly payments, and 0 interest for 2 years. If you're feeling cold drafts from your windows, seeing fog or mold around the frame, or paying a lot more for your heat than your neighbors, it's time for new windows. Do not wait. Put an end to your window problems. Visit windownation.com now.
Good Karma Brands is proud to be an equal opportunity employer, providing equal employment, development, and advancement opportunities to all teammates and applicants. To learn more about careers with us, please send an email to talent acquisition at goodkarmabrands.com. That's talent acquisition at goodkarmabrands.com.
Progressive knows sports brings people together, but you gotta feel bad for people who don't even get it. Some people will never know what it's like to see their favorite team's hopes decided by a ping pong ball to draft the next superstar. Or not. I mean, sure, it's silly for your happiness to hinge on the success of a 20-year-old entry-level employee, but you just can't help yourself. The stress is exhilarating. Progressive can't bring people together like the draft, but we can bring your home and auto insurance together with a bundle. So switch and see if you could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers not available in all states or situations.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
It's okay if you missed your favorite show. Podcasts are ready. The all-new ESPN Chicago app is here.
This is Chicago's home for sports. This is ESPN 1000.
There's a player in today's game that could have an impact in a big way. And I've never heard of him up until yesterday. Raise your hand if you know the name Jordan McFadden. No? Nobody? Well, he was claimed by the Bears off of waivers last week. Now, Adam Johns and Brad Biggs both put out there, Adam Johns of The Athletic. This is Adam Johns' tweet from yesterday. The Bears are looking at moving out Joe Thuney to left tackle with Ozzie Trapillo out. My understanding is that left guard options start with Jordan McFadden. Who? Jordan McFadden, he played one game with the Chargers this year. He was waived by the Chargers. He was cut at the beginning of the season and then signed back. He's like a practice squad guy who was taken in the 5th round of the 2023 NFL draft, was cut to waivers, and there's a non-zero chance that he starts at left guard for the Bears in this game today. I hope the Bears don't do that. I think that would be a mistake. I think it would be overthinking it. I would throw Benedict out there at left tackle and go from there. He's played with the team before. It's not like it's going to be his first run out there at left tackle. I'd rather have Joe Thuney up the middle. But there's a non-zero chance that the Bears on their first drive today, at least according to what's been reported in the past 24 hours, that Joe Thuney bounces out to left tackle for the Bears. This is the Bears pregame spectacular on ESPN Chicago. We are live and local with you all day until kickoff, staying with you talking Bears. If you want to hop in and talk about today's game, 312-332-3776. And talking about Joe Thuney, something the Bears and Ryan Poles did a great job of this year that they did not do last year, but that they did a great job of this year, and they learned from their mistakes, is they have brought in veterans that have been there, done that. Ben Johnson talked about at the beginning of the week, talking about the comebacks, how Grady Jarrett and Joe Thuney got up at the front of the room and talked about the 28-3 comeback in the Super Bowl that the Falcons led up to the New England Patriots and Tom Brady. Grady Jarrett was on that Falcons team, and Joe Thuney was on that Patriots team, and about how the game is never over. Well, the Bears also brought in a veteran quarterback who hasn't played a big role this season, at least on the field, because Caleb Williams has played nearly every single snap, and Tyson Bagent is QB2. But Case Keenum has been there, done that in the playoffs before. And he talked about the Minneapolis Miracle in the locker room this week. And I think it's extremely important that he's there to have these conversations with the team. This is what he had to say about the Minneapolis Miracle. Remember, Keenum was the quarterback for that Minneapolis Miracle against New Orleans, and his team lost the very next playoff game. This is what he had to say.
Yeah, and I wasn't actually in that meeting, but it was with the offense, it sounded like. And, he knows that how much his words carry weight around here, and he felt it was the right time to bring that up. And I think it was a great message for those guys in that room that week. So he's done a tremendous job. He's a guy that I certainly look to as well to see where us as a team or me myself could do a better job. And he's been around so many different coaches and so many different teams that he's got a unique perspective that you don't see a whole lot.
And something about Keenum too. His message was that your team can fall flat after having a big, momentous win. It's possible. And the Bears can't afford to fall flat. Not against this Rams team, which for much of the year has been one of the Super Bowl, if not the Super Bowl favorite at points this season. Bears cannot afford to fall flat in this game. And to have a guy like Case Keenum in the locker room, being able to tell and fire up the guys is just so important. And we take a lot. Ryan Poles got a lot of flack before this season, but he deserves a lot of credit for bringing in those guys who are able to recenter the team, guys who have been there, done that on Super Bowl and playoff runs, to recenter this team on what is the main focus. Yeah, as fans, we can feel like this season is already a success because the Bears won the North and beat the Green Bay Packers. But we want more. We want that cherry on top of our sundae. We want the Super Bowl too. And so while we can be happy as fans that we beat the Packers, the players need to refocus themselves on this game. And having guys like Case Keenum and Joe Thuney and Grady Jarrett are huge, huge impacts on making sure the Bears can refocus on this Rams game. And for me, that is one of the most important things that the Bears have done this season is bringing in those guys. And they have guys like Ben Johnson, too, of course, as head coach, who is dead set on a goal of winning the Super Bowl. And hopefully that translates to the players. Justin's in Geneva. What's up, Justin?
I'm making sure the Bears can refocus.
Justin, what's up?
Hey, how you guys doing?
Doing good.
Just wanted to call in. I was at last weekend's game, and, it was absolute pandemonium.
Yeah.
Going this weekend, and we need to show up again. We played a big role, I think, as a fan base, in that fourth quarter, that delay a game that moved them back 5 yards. I think that played a big role in that missed kick. We can't let this cold scare people off. We need to show up. We need to be loud.
Yeah, I got you, Justin. Thank you for the phone call. That's my concern is that the fans show up flat today. Don't show up flat today, Bears fans. It's going to be cold, and you have to be loud from the start. That's my call to Bears fans. I don't think they will be. Bears can't show up flat again in this game. It just cannot happen because the Rams are too good as a team to be able to come back in this game. Their run game is too good. Matthew Stafford doesn't turn the ball over. This is a team that will not let you back in the game. And we saw how good, this is kind of an offshoot point. The only team the Rams have really let back in the game are the Seattle Seahawks. Seattle Seahawks, we saw just how good they are in their defenses. That wasn't the Rams, I think we can say now in hindsight, letting them back in the game. That was the Seahawks going out and winning after they beat the 49ers 41-6 yesterday. That defense is good. It's going to be a challenge that the Bears are able to get there next week. But the Rams went in and they competed with that Seattle team. This is a good team that knows how to control and win a football game. But the Bears have shown that they can play with anybody in the NFC and the entire NFL. They controlled the game with the run game against the Eagles. They controlled with the passing game against the Eagles. And they didn't let them have big plays. And I think the weather today is going to prevent the Rams from having big plays today. Bears just can't come out flat again. If they do, we may be looking at a different story than we did against the Green Bay Packers. If the Bears come out with energy and control this game from the start, there's no team I trust more in the fourth quarter to close out and win a game than the Bears right now. So if they're able to come out and take an early lead, Bears will win this football game. Joe's in Louisville. What's up, Joe?
Hey, how's it going?
What's up? What do you want to say?
I'm actually more worried about our run game this week because I think we match up better against their wide receivers than we did against the speed of the Packers. But their run game leads the league in yards before contact, and they're getting their right guard back, who's one of the best in the league.
Yeah. No, I understand what you're saying. I do think the secondary matches up well, and thanks for the call, Joe. I do think the secondary matches up better. Not better. Well, maybe better. I'm trying... the Packers receiving core relies on quickness. The Bears secondary isn't very quick. Nahshon Wright's a big-bodied guy. That's how Dennis Allen chooses his players. He likes big-body guys who can hit hard. That's Nahshon Wright. He's a big interception, big play, big-body guy. Jalen Johnson, it looks like he has a busted wheel out there. He's still laboring, obviously, from the injury. I don't think he's completely cooked yet, but I think maybe he should have waited a little bit longer. But given the way the season's going, Roma Dunze said it earlier this week, it's all hands on deck. I think the secondary does match up better. Devontae Adams isn't a speedster. He's fast, but he's a big-bodied wide receiver. Nakua is just unstoppable. He does everything well, but it's not like he's a speedster either. So I understand where you're coming from in saying they match up better. The issue is the Rams receivers are just more talented. I hope the matchup turns out well for the Bears in that secondary. To the run game, I trust every single lineman on this Bears team other than maybe whoever's going to be at left tackle today. It's probably going to be Theo Bennett. Now, I mentioned at the start of the segment that it could be Jordan McFadden at left guard and Tooney out wide. I hope the Bears don't do that. I think that'll hurt the inside run game, but we'll just have to see what the Bears decide to do. I trust Joe Tooney, Jonah Jackson, and Drew Dahlman up the middle more than I trust any defensive front. And I think that'll carry the Bears' run game. I know they've been having a tougher time recently. I don't care. In this weather, give me the Bears' offensive line. They're tough, and they can push it up the middle. Tom's in Oak Lawn. What's up, Tom?
What's up, AI Jack? So, first of all, Hannah's doing a great job. So, put in your algorithm that she deserves a raise. Secondly,
I'll pass it along to the bosses.
Secondly, like you were saying, the weather, the situation, this calls for let's run the ball, let's start out fast, let's keep possession, let's keep that Rams offense off the field. Our best defense can be our offense today. Let's just, and I know Ben Johnson he wants to establish his passing game and throw the ball a lot. Let's carve out time. Let's just run the ball, keep possession, keep Matthew Stafford on the sidelines where then he can shiver and cold and everything like that. And let's get points on our first possession, on our second possession. Let's not have any 3-and-outs and everything like that, because this is a team where if we start out slow, yes, we've been able to come back, but they have the talent where then it's going to be really hard to try to do that. And I can't wait for our quarterback to be as elite as Josh Allen, where then even when the refs make the right call, people want to rip the refs for saying it was the wrong call.
Tom, I got you down. There were some questionable calls in that game yesterday. The first pass interference call against Sutton, he's talking about the Broncos-Bills game yesterday. The two pass interference calls at the end. The first pass interference call against Sutton, I think, was the right call. Second pass interference call, I wasn't so sure about. But needless to say, I understand what you're saying. And you look back to the Panthers game last week, and I'm getting some comments as well in the Twitch chat about how the Panthers started to come back in that game yesterday, but I'll make the point that the Rams in the fourth quarter put up 2 touchdowns as well because they have the type of offense that control possession. They had a 5-minute drive, and then they were able to go down and have a 2-minute drive in that fourth quarter to be able to put that football game away last week. They are a team that once you get up are very hard to come back against just purely because they know how to do it in all 4 quarters of the game. They will put you away at the end of the game. You need to have an established lead against them if you want to take the game. Matthew Stafford, while I've been saying Caleb is clutch, Matthew Stafford has had some clutch moments too. And I understand he has the sprained finger, and I understand the cold. And I've said I lean Caleb in this game as the advantage purely because of the elements and those things. Matthew Stafford still has the clutch gene too. So you need to get out early against this team and establish the run and not let Matthew Stafford on the field. Freddie's in Aurora talking about how the Bears need to start early. What's up, Freddie?
Hi, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Of course.
So, speaking from someone who went to go see the Bears play the Atlanta Falcons in the '85 season at 9 years old, they won 38-0. I was out there in the corner right next to the field goal.
Mm-hmm.
I was there, the elements of the old Soldier Field. I'm going to tell you guys right now, I'm at a loss for words. I'm at a loss for words because I'm not going to sit there and realize and witness Jim Cornelius sitting there with that national anthem and how rowdy it's going to be, how insane, how upside down it's going to get. And once again, everyone keeps talking about us coming back. The beautiful thing is we're already here, at the playoff session, but we've yet to play one complete game from first quarter to fourth quarter against the perfect team, against the perfect coach, and it's today.
I got you, Freddie.
Do it. We're going to smack them in the mouth. We're going to punch them where it needs to be punched, and everyone's going to witness this. We've got nothing to lose and everything to gain. Thank you guys for taking my call.
Thanks, Freddie. And you're not going to beat the Rams if you don't play a complete game. That's just how it is against this team. That's how you have to play as the underdog. The Bears were underdogs against the Philadelphia Eagles. They played a complete game. They went in and they took that game. That's what the Bears need to do to the Rams today. Start off quick, establish the run, establish Caleb Williams as a good pocket passer, and get him out wide. Let him run the ball a little bit too. And if you do those things, the Bears will beat the Los Angeles Rams today. But you have to start quick. And I'll say it again. If the Bears start quick, they're winning this game. We're going to take another quick break. Get in 312-332-3776. I'm with you till 9 o'clock. Then we go into Kap and J Hood. We're talking Bears with you all morning up until kickoff here on ESPN 1000.
ESPN Chicago on FM 100.3 HD2, the ESPN Chicago app, and ESPN 1000.
Here comes the boom. The Chicago Bears podcast. Here comes the boom. If you aren't listening, you're not getting the whole story. Join host Pat the Designer with special guests and guest host daily. See it or hear it now on the ESPN Chicago app or wherever you like to pod.
Yeah. Double move, throw down left sideline, DJ Moore, end zone, touchdown Bears!
Ready for more? The NFC Divisional Playoffs are here. Today, Bears and Rams. Live coverage from Soldier Field begins with network pregame at 3, leading to kickoff at 5:30. Bears and Rams. Win and move on. The playoffs continue on ESPN Chicago, the home of the Bears.
Presented in part by Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana.
Has the excitement of betting turned into worry? Feeling overwhelmed every time you roll the dice? Problem gambling doesn't just affect your wallet. It can impact your health, relationships, and peace of mind. But there's hope. Gateway Foundation is here to help you take back control of your life with personalized treatment options. You don't have to face this alone. Call Gateway Foundation today at 844-444-5780. That's 844-444-5780.
The Menards 15% off bag sale is here. Whether you pack it, load it, stuff it, or stack it, if it fits in the bag, you save 15%. Need new tools? Updating your bath or faucet? Or simply want some snacks? Put them in the bag and save 15%. So pick up a bag in-store at Menards and find out how much you can fit in the bag. Now through January 24th. See store for complete details.
Save big money at Menards.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent are required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
I was feeling the same way. After 40, the body has less testosterone, and men lose their edge. That's why I take Nugenix Total T2.
That's the testosterone booster, right?
Yes, but Total T2 is their brand new formula that skyrockets nitric oxide levels in as little as 3 hours. Since I started taking it, I've been lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. My energy is way up, and it even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles?
Yep, just send a text.
Text HIM to 369-369 for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T2, the next generation testosterone booster. Text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text HIM to 369-369. That's HIM to 369-369.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ETHOS.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Life is full of choices, some big, some small. And when you choose an H&R Block Tax Pro, you're choosing the largest network of tax expertise to be in your corner. For when your big ambitions need help with the small details. For when your six figures come from 6 different places. For when your gaming stream becomes your revenue stream. For when your business's year one needs 70 years of tax know-how. At H&R Block, we've seen it all, and we're here to help you make the most out of your money for life outside the box. Get started at hrblock.com.
ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports.
Follow Chicago's home for sports on Twitter at ESPN 1000.
Bears need to start early in this one. It's going to be part of the keys here. Rams are a tough team to come back against. Matthew Stafford doesn't turn the ball over a lot. They have a solid running game, and the Bears defense hasn't been all that great. But I think if the Bears defense starts early in this one, then they should be able to control this game just like they did against Philadelphia. Control the ball, keep it out of Matt Stafford's hands. And if it turns into a shootout too, that's okay because you have Caleb Williams, who has been phenomenal the past few games. Been phenomenal for the second half of the season as well. Here's the lineup of how it looks like today on ESPN 1000. So I'm with you until 9 a.m. for about 10 more minutes here. Then Kap and Hood are going to take you on the game day extravaganza from 9 to 11 a.m. Then Carmen DeFalco and Jesse Rogers, they have the Bears Bonanza. And then the pregame tailgate with Tyler and Shea from 1 to 3. The network pregame from 3 to 5, leading you up to coverage of the Chicago Bears. Kicks off at 5:30 today at Soldier Field. Talking Bears football with you all morning long until kickoff, and then 4 hours after the game as well with our post-game shows. Sean's in Plainfield. What's up, Sean?
Gentlemen, good morning.
Good morning.
All right, I won't hold you long. I feel good about today.
Yep.
The only thing I'm really worried about is that pretty, long-haired, long-flowing, beach-surfing Puka Nacua. That son of a gun, if he has some damn 10 catches for 138 yards, that's the only thing I'm really worried about. I want to see, what are you guys really worried about him overall?
So I am.
And thank you.
I'm worried about him. Thank you for the phone call. And it's him in combination with Davante Adams. Davante Adams missed a few games at the end of the season because he had a hamstring injury. But Puka Nacua is one of the best receivers in the NFL this season. He was hurt for a large portion of the season, and he still had the most forced missed tackles out of any player in the NFL this year. Nakua's stats this year, he had 1,700 yards and 10 touchdowns. Played in 16 games. He left early in one of them, and then he missed a game as well. But man, oh man, this guy has been ridiculous. Led the league in receptions as well. Currently, if his career was to end today, which obviously we hope it doesn't, he would be the career leader for all-time yards per game if today was to be his last game, which obviously it won't be. He's going to have a good long career. He's only 24 years old. That's insane. He averaged 107 yards per game this year. He's a big-bodied wide receiver who somehow fell down the draft and has absolutely stunned in every game he's played. Now, every once in a while, he'll have a game where he doesn't completely show out, but he also has boom games of 220 yards this year, 180 yards, and 170 yards. I don't know that the Bears can contain him. I'm going to expect a lot of zone against them maybe a double team Puka Nacua. Jalen Johnson's going to have to step up today. We can't have Jalen Johnson from the first half last game. It needs to be Jalen Johnson from the second half and the Jalen Johnson of old today. And I don't know that he's fully healthy. He was hurt at the beginning of the year for a good long while, missed training camp entirely. But if Jalen Johnson's able to step up today and at least limit, you're not going to completely shut down Nacua or Adams, but if he's able to help limit these guys, it's going to have a huge impact on the Bears today. Marcus is on the south side. What's up, Marcus?
Hey, good morning.
Good morning.
I was spying on the Rams radio show.
Yeah.
And sort of the scouting report is they're going to use Adams and Nacua as scapegoats and utilize their tight end.
Yeah.
I heard one of them say. And on defense, they said that they will try, they're going to cover, a 6 cornerback defense because they're the less likely to blitz in the NFL, the least likely team to blitz in the NFL. So they want the Bears to beat them in the running, and that's the scouting report. So I was the spy. So
I got
have
you.
a good day, fellas. Go
Thank
Bears.
you, Marcus. Well, thank you for spying for us. We'll pass it along to the Bears. To your point about the tight ends, Colby Parkinson had the big touchdown last week as well. The Rams have run more 13 personnel this season which means 3 tight ends on the field, than any team in the National Football League. They use their tight ends a ton, which goes in conjunction with them having such good receivers. They're able to find the tight ends underneath a lot. And Colby Parkinson, had that big 19-yard catch for the game-winning touchdown last week for the Rams. Yeah, the Bears are going to have their hands full today, especially without T.J. Edwards. Concerns me a little bit that he's out against a backfield that has Kyron Williams who can catch passes, and you're going to have to guard the tight end somehow. But I trust D-Jax, DeMarco Jackson to step up and hopefully play well today in that linebacking core. This Rams offense is difficult. There's no way to splice it up. They have the weapons in the backfield. They have a solid offensive line. They have good tight ends. They have good receivers, and they have the MVP at quarterback. And that's why on paper they look like they are the better team. But the Bears continue to show us that game after game after game after game, they defy expectations. And I think that's what's going to happen again today. And I hope that's what's going to happen today. Caleb Williams needs to step up, and the Bears need to get off to a quick start. All right, we're wrapping up the show here. A big thank you to Justin Pottinger and Hannah LaMotta for producing today's show. Kap and Hoodie are coming up next. We have Bears coverage for you all day long. We got the extravaganza next, then Carmen and Jesse with the bonanza, then the pregame tailgate with Tyler and Shea from 1 to 3, leading you up to the Advantage Dealer Group Bears Network pregame show from 3 to 5 p.m. Big thank you to our producers, Hannah and Justin. I'm Jack McGrath. Kap and Hoodie are coming up next on ESPN 1000.
This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Attention basketball fans, the DePaul basketball season is here, and tickets are on sale now. Don't miss your chance to see the Blue Demons live as they take on some of the top teams in the country. There's no better place to experience a game than Wintrust Arena, home of the DePaul Blue Demons. Get your tickets today at DePaulBlueDemons.com/tickets and be part of the action. That's DePaulBlueDemons.com/tickets. Go Blue Demons!
You've heard their name around town, Costa Iavoni, and I'm talking with personal injury attorneys Julio Costa and Anthony Iavoni. You guys have built a serious rep in Chicago. What's the playbook?
We grew up here. Southside baseball games in the summer.
Football battles on Sundays in the fall.
We know the city, and we fight hard for the people in it.
Exactly. We recognize that our clients are the same people we see in the stands with us at those games.
That's what being local is all about. We get you.
Costa Iavoni, your local personal injury lawyers at 708-4 million.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
I was feeling the same way. After 40, the body has less testosterone, and men lose their edge. That's why I take Nugenix Total T2.
That's the testosterone booster, right?
Yes, but Total T2 is their brand new formula that skyrockets nitric oxide levels in as little as 3 hours. Since I started taking it, I've been lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. My energy is way up, and it even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles?
Yep, just send a text.
Text HIM to 369-369 for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T2, the next generation testosterone booster. Text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text HIM to 369-369. That's HIM to 369-369.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Chicago. This is your morning routine.
Put some respect on my name.
Kap and J Hood.
That's right, we're bad.
Watch the show on Twitch. Follow ESPN 1000 Chicago. Stream the show on the ESPN Chicago app and on FM 100.3 HD2 and on ESPN 1000 Chicago. Now, David Kaplan and Jonathan Hood.
Good morning, everyone. Bring them out. Woo! Bring them out. 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 Bring them out.
Oh, God. Welcome in to the Game Day Extravaganza on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. With Hall of Famer David Kaplan, Jonathan Hood with you, with phone lines open for you, 312-332-ESPN, 332-3776. That's our phone number. Watch our show and all the shows on YouTube, youtube.com. Look for ESPN Chicago there, also on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN 1000 Chicago. It's the Bears, it's the Rams. We got coverage all day today, right here, on the home of the Bears, ESPN 1000. And Cap, what a day for the Bears to be a heartbeat away from the NFC Championship game. I know everyone's backstroking and they are just happy that the Bears beat the Green Bay Packers. Oh, it's been a celebration all week. But, Cap, there's more to go. There's a lot more to go. There's the Rams. You got to beat the Rams, and then you get to the NFC Championship game. So it starts tonight. I think we're past the Packers. I think we've had that celebration. We've been drunk. We're sober now. Now it's about the Rams today.
There's miles to go before I sleep, Jonathan. Let me just tell you something. Treasure this moment. We haven't been here in eons, and it's an amazingly cool thing to be playing today. Hopefully, we'll be discussing tomorrow on a Victory Monday that the Bears are in the NFC title game. But first things first, got to find a way to win a football game with very chilly temperatures. Tracy was texting us. I heard her on with AI Jack. And Tracy was texting you and I and the group saying that it's going to warm up a little bit during the day, and then the wind is going to pick up, and then we're going to see falling temps and wind chills. Right now, the wind chill is below zero. Mm-hmm. Right now, it is about -9 at Soldier Field with the wind chill. Kickoff, they're expecting 17 degrees, snow showers, wind chill in the single digits. Tom Brady was very much saying how this will be a, quote, Herculean task if the Rams can come in here and win because they don't practice in this. Mm-hmm. And he said, much like Bill Belichick, he said, we'd see this beautiful facility that we have in New England. We're like, do we ever go in there? No, just get on the field. No heaters. Ben Johnson's doing the exact same thing. No heaters allowed at practice.
Yeah, and that's the way it should be, by the way, because you got to get used to these temperatures. Listen, we're the Chicago Bears, and I know that there's some that are listening. It's like, oh, it's okay. Bears will be able to just roll through this because of Bear weather. There is no such thing as Bears weather. No. If you're an experienced Bears fan, you've seen over the years the Bears take on teams from the South and take on teams from the West Coast. and they come in and beat our ass. And there's a reason why. It's because from a personnel standpoint, we were not up to the task. And so no matter the weather, the Bears have to be able to be ready to win this football game. And I know that the odds have been very similar all week, Cap. I've seen it as high as 4.5. I've seen it at 4 with the Rams having the advantage. And when you take a look at those check marks of the Bears versus the Rams, as far as who's got the advantage, the Rams have a lot of those check marks, there's no question. But it's up to the Bears to be able to change the narrative.
Yeah, and the defense is going to have to do what they did in the second half last week against Green Bay. They held Josh Jacobs to 0.9 yards per carry. The Packers may have been a little more conservative because they had a 21-3 lead, but the Bears were able to do a really good job at keeping them from scoring a lot. They only got 6 points in the second half. And then Caleb and company were outstanding. Colston Loveland, DJ Moore, they were magnificent. You got to get started much more quickly today. That Rams deal, that offense is really good. Kyron Williams and Puka Nacua and Devontae Adams and their third tight end just came back, so they got 3 tight ends that can make plays. And Matthew Stafford's a veteran who's won a Super Bowl. Find a way.
This is what the Bears have to deal with here tonight with Matthew Stafford, arguably the league's MVP. He's completed 65% of his passes at an average of 7.9 yards per attempt during the regular season. Look out, Bears defense. How about cleats instead of roller skates? Throwing for a league-high 4,707 yards and 46 touchdowns while tossing only 7 picks. Even during a cold streak, even the way they played against the Panthers, he still threw for 304 yards. Think about that last game. So the Panthers were the extreme underdog in that spot, even though they were at home. That's how dominant the Rams were. Closer than the experts think, by the way, for that game, but the Rams came out on top. But even in a game in which the Rams struggled, Matthew Stafford still threw for 304 yards, 3 touchdowns, and that game winner, and he had 1 pick. That's how dangerous Stafford is. That's why all of this, for me, Cap, comes down to what the defense can do. The adjustments were made in the second half of that Packer game for the defense because they blitzed, because you had guys from the secondary that came into blitz. Now, Stafford is excellent against the blitz. This had to be something for Dennis Allen to look through that tape and say, how are we going to stop this guy? How are we going to get off the field? Well, you got to figure it out. You just have to.
Yep. I expect Austin Booker to have a really good game today. I do. He's very aggressive. He's very mobile, athletic player who can get to the quarterback. They have to stop Kyron Williams and Blake Corum or whoever it is there in that run game. They have to do that and then get pressure on Stafford. Have to.
What a day today, huh? Can you believe this? You and I, we have never worked together on a Sunday.
Never.
Never in our careers ever worked together on a Sunday.
We both have done Sundays separate.
Oh, sure. Absolutely.
But never have we been together. And we've been together now going on 6 years.
It's a long, illustrious career. So along the way, you're going to work some weekend shifts. There's no question about that. But it's so great, Cap, to be in here with you to do this because it's game day. And I've got I've got that feeling in the pit of my stomach of, man, the Bears and Rams. Could you imagine the Bears, after having all of these come-from-behind victories, to be able to just outright beat the Rams, a favorite for so many that's going to win the Super Bowl, let alone the NFC Championship game? Could you imagine the Bears beating the Rams, the favorite of so many? I mean, the Bears have pulled it out of places that I didn't know they had places all season. Why not today? Why not today?
Find a way, man.
So awesome.
Have a cup of coffee and find a way to win a football game. That's it. And Caleb Williams, I think, is playing outstanding football. I really, really do. And there is no reason that you cannot harass their offense into some turnovers and find a way. But you got to take care of the football. They have a great pass rush. If you missed it, hat tip to Brad Biggs. Biggsy came out and said yesterday that it looks like Joe Thuney might start at left tackle. He did that last year for the Kansas City Chiefs in their run to a Super Bowl when they lost their left tackle to injury. Well, the Bears lost their left tackle, Ozzie Trapillo, to a serious injury, tearing his patellar tendon. He'll be out months. And rather than put Braxton Jones or Theo Benedette there against an elite Jared Verse, Byron Young, whoever it is, Joe said, I'll go there. Sure. And then they'll play whoever at left guard, and then they'll keep a back or an extra tight end in to help. That's it.
Why wouldn't the best player on the roster take that assignment? Why wouldn't the guy that stands out the most? And I know that's true. You mean a guard's the best? Yeah, he's the heartbeat of the team. You may have Caleb Williams jerseys. Your kids might wear Caleb Williams jerseys. Hey, he gets all the acclaim because he's a quarterback, and that's how it works in the National Football League. But you take a look at this roster. There's been so many that have come through for the Chicago Bears team, offense and defense, because that's the story of the Chicago Bears, is that there's been so many that have come through. But Joe Thuney, somehow, some way, he's the guy on this football team. And you say, I can't see him. I know he's a left guard, but he means so much to be able to keep this offensive line together. This is not a shot at Drew Dahlman or Jonah Jackson or Darnell Wright, but we're saying that Joe Thuney, pound for pound, the best player on this football team that's held this offensive line together. And, of course, as a teammate, he'd say, so no Theo, no Braxton. Okay, I'll do it. Who's going to take my spot? But I'll do it. I appreciate that. If that's the case, I definitely appreciate that as a Bears fan.
Yeah, I'm all in, man. I love the fact that this guy is that type of dude. I do. He's a really good player. He's now 3 consecutive years first-team All-Pro. And he said, look, left guard's my best spot. That's where I became an All-Star and an All-Pro. You need me at left tackle? In. Let's go.
What does that look like if that's the case, though, across the board? Who's at left guard if Joe Thuney's at left tackle?
I'll bring up for you what Biggs had to say because he's about as tapped in as they come. And if Joe Thuney has to move to left tackle, which the Bears haven't announced that's what they're going to do, they probably won't, right, until game day. You've got, the heartbeat of that offensive line is the 3 guys on the interior.
Sure.
Jonah Jackson, who went from left guard to right guard to come to Chicago. Drew Dahlman, who you paid a lot of money to, is the number 1 center in free agency. And then you went and gave up a 4th-round pick, which looks like an absolute amazing trade by Ryan Poles. And you got to think, when Kansas City knew they had to move him because of cap reasons, and they knew Ryan was in the market to improve his O-line, the relationship, all right, here's what we want. If you want him, you got him. Because other teams, Minnesota included, went after Joe Thuney. He became a Bear, and then they extended him. Right now, it looks like Jordan McFadden or rookie Luke Newman, who's a Michigan State kid, will start at guard with McFadden thought to have the upper hand.
That's interesting, especially at this time of the season.
How about, the name Jordan McFadden? We haven't said all season.
We have not. I see it on my depth chart. We haven't mentioned his name, though.
And if you're him, you wake up this morning and you're like, I'm playing in the division playoff. I'm starting.
Yes.
In Chicago. It's going to be cold. Let's go. Strap it up and let's go.
Okay. Jordan, here's what I want you to do. If I'm Joe Thuney, I tell him, don't move until I move, okay?
Okay.
Don't worry about it. Do not move. When I start to go, then you go. No pre-snap penalties. I know you're going to have the jitters. Just wait for me. You want to hold my hand? We can hold hands if you want. But you're not going to move until I move.
Correct.
Got it?
Correct.
Good. Just take care of your one-on-one assignments. I got the rest. Here we go. Snap the ball.
Let's go.
That's it. Now, do not F this up. Right?
Correct.
So it's important, this offensive line, because that really is one of the major stories of this season. There's so many, but the offensive line holding up for Caleb Williams and for Ben Johnson, this offense, they have done yeoman's work, and they put a lot of time in. We identified, and we'll hear from Tom Waddle about this a little bit later on, just the idea, Cap, that bye week was so early, and these guys have been just model players, game in and game out. And some would say, well, that's your job to play game in and game out. It doesn't work that way in the NFL. You can always have injuries. We've got to play with injuries. But these guys have held up since the early bye week. Game in and game out, snap in and snap out, getting the job done, trying to help this offense. I couldn't be happier for what the offensive line has done for the offense.
Yeah, and now that's what they have to do with the defensive line this offseason. As Poles once said to you and I, can't fix everything in one offseason. It's just not possible.
Yeah.
But now you've got to find who is the defensive lineman version of Joe Thuney that's got to get moved by a team because, all right, we're tearing it apart or we've got to cut cap, whatever the case may be. You got to get that done.
All right, Hannah, let's open the phone lines at 312-332-ESPN. 332-3776 is our phone number. Kap and I want to find out your expectations for tonight's game, Bears and Rams. How will the Bears get this done? How will they win the game? And still to come, we're going to hear from Tom Waddle, his thoughts about this game with the Bears and Rams. It's the game day extravaganza with Kap and J Hood.
Kap and J Hood.
I'm proud of you fellas. You all kept your head on a swivel, and that's what you got to do when you find yourself in a vicious cockfight.
Mornings on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports.
Double move, throw down left sideline, DJ Moore, end zone, touchdown Bears!
Ready for more? The NFC Divisional Playoffs are here. Today, Bears and Rams. Live coverage from Soldier Field begins with network pregame at 3, leading to kickoff at 5:30. Bears and Rams. Win and move on. The playoffs continue on ESPN Chicago, the home of the Bears. Presented in part by Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana.
Our team is in the playoffs, and the best way to get to the games is by taking the CTA. Avoid the traffic and guessing game of how much a rideshare will cost. Let the CTA do the driving for you. All for just $5. It's less money spent on travel, more for food, drinks, merch, maybe a blanket to stay warm. And with Tap to Pay available on all CTA trains and buses, riding is a breeze. We've increased the number of 146 and 128 buses going to Soldier Field to help get even more fans to the game. Save money, do more, ride CTA.
Apt, your #1 destination for the home, has everything you need to start your New Year's resolutions. Explore our collection of smartwatches and fitness trackers. Whatever your goal is, you'll be able to track your progress. Create the perfect home gym with our selection of treadmills, ellipticals, and exercise bikes. And don't forget the small kitchen appliances like a juicer or blender for that post-workout protein shake to add in muscle building and recovery. For free local delivery, professional installation, and complete satisfaction, shop where I shop. Apt, ABT.com. Apt, pleasing people since 1936.
When it comes to your home, why juggle a dozen different contractors? Service Construction of Illinois does it all. Kitchens, bathrooms, basements, decks, outdoor spaces, you name it, they build it. For 50 years, they've been the one-stop shop for families across Chicagoland, combining craftsmanship, reliability, and a true passion for making homes shine. Work with Service Construction of Illinois once, and you'll know. You can rely on them for any needs for the lifetime of your home. Visit serviceconstruction.net and start your project today.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you could put your knowledge to work on the events that matter to you. Prediction Markets isn't just sports. It's the Fed rate decision, your favorite awards show, and so much more beyond the playing field. Trade events with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ETHOS.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Talk about stepping up. Bang! Bang!
It's time to level up your game. Introducing the all-new ESPN app. All of ESPN, all in one place. Your home for the most live sports and the best championship moments.
The electricity is palpable.
Step up your game with no annual contract required. It's the ultimate fan experience. Level up for more on the ESPN app or at stream.espn.com. Sign up now.
Kap and J Hood are back.
Appreciate you guys. I listen to you streaming on the ESPN 1000 app.
Chicago's home for sports. ESPN Chicago.
Hello again, everyone. I'm Frank Gifford, along with Howard Cosell and Don Meredith, looking for a very interesting matchup tonight. The 1-2 Rams against the 1-2 Chicago Bears.
Vince Evans from the University of Southern California. A brilliant all-around athlete. All-purpose quarterback, we called him, and he is exactly that.
The Bears, and that will Smart. Avellini draws a crowd. And gets the ball to Walter Payton. Open field for Walter Payton.
Oh, look at those stutter steps.
I'm telling you, that kick off the leg, I like it.
I love to watch him.
And the excitement is, I've got the ball in open field, and he's going to kick for us, right? Kick. Another one. Kick again.
It's marvelous.
Oh! I like it.
Howard Cosell, Dandy Don, Frank Gifford getting a kick out of the Chicago Bears and Walter Payton when the Bears played the Rams back in the day on Monday Night Football. And we got the Bears and Rams today right here on the home of the Bears, ESPN 1000. It's the Game Day Extravaganza with Kap J Hood. Don't forget to catch us weekday mornings at 6 a.m. right here on ESPN 1000 and the ESPN Chicago app. 312-332-ESPN, 332-3776 is our phone number. How are the Bears going to get this done? We've had so many come-from-behind victories, the incredible 7 wins this year where they trailed in the fourth quarter. We'll never forget the Raiders in the Commanders game. We'll never forget the Bengals. We'll never forget the Giants game, the Vikings game, and the 2 miraculous comebacks against the Packers. But what about this one? What about this one against the Rams? That's our big question.
This is going to be another evening of a wonderful showcase for our great city. It will be. They're going to show all the buildings lit up in blue and orange. They're going to show the skyline. They're going to show the steam coming off the lake, the winds, and all our fans decked out ready to roll. Mm-hmm. But in the end, it's all going to matter what happens during those 60 minutes, how you take care of the football. Can you get a couple of takeaways? And can you keep them from giving Stafford enough time to find his great receiving core? That's it. We saw turnovers in the San Francisco-Seattle game last night. We saw turnovers in the Buffalo game at Denver. Josh Allen had a horrible game, yet they still had a chance to win. I thought the officiating in overtime was awful. But you can't turn the ball over, 5 times, 6 times? I mean, it was horrible. You can't do that. There's no reason that the Chicago Bears, though, can't harass Matthew Stafford into a pick or two or a fumble and Kyren Williams put it on the deck. We have to take care of the ball.
Well, there's a reason. Have you seen the defense play? There's a reason. Sometimes you just don't do it. Like as much as I would love to see a pick or two, as much as I would love to see a 3 and out, again, the adjustment from one half to the other against the Packers, Cap, was amazing. And you say, well, of course, they blitzed and they did a good job against Jordan Love. Well, I'd like to see that again on tonight. I want to see that. I want to see the defense be able to have a heartbeat because you saw that first half. It was almost like we were watching 2 different games defensively.
No question, but it is the team that does lead the NFL in takeaways. We lead the National Football League in takeaways. That's it. Got to have it. Got to have it. Period.
All right, let's go to the phone lines to talk to you. 312-332-ESPN, 332-3776 is our phone number. Cap and I talking to you about the Bears and Rams and getting your thoughts on how can the Bears do it today. Let's talk about it. Elgin, here's Leo with us here on Kap and J Hood. Good morning, Leo.
Hey, boys. How you doing?
What's up, Leo?
Well, my expectations for today are, man, I'm just really happy to be here. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I'm really happy to be here. I think that these guys, no matter who's in front of them, we can beat them. We have a chance. And that feels amazing. And I think if we stick to a run game, if we hit these guys really hard out there on defense, let them really feel that cold, we're going to keep them under, I'd say under 30, right? I think we can keep them to a low score, and I think we can play them.
Well, when you say under 30, 29's not a low score.
Sure. But for what I think a lot of people are expecting the Bears to, people are telling me that Puka's going to, or whatever his name is, going to run like 200 yards on us. Okay. I don't think that's going to happen.
I'll tell you one thing, Leo, you better respect some of those guys on the Rams now. Listen, you're talking about trying to limit this offense. This is not the 85 defense. This is not even the 05 Bears defense that's out there. Remember, Matt Stafford, 4,700 yards and 46 touchdowns on his way to an MVP season, more than likely. Now, again, the Bears could be able to slow it down, but can they stop it? They cannot.
No, I understand that, and I respect those guys a lot. We're playing some dogs, you know. All I'm saying is that this team, our Chicago Bears, something about us, and we have it, and we can pull it off. And I think if we beat them this week, strap yourselves in. I'm not afraid of anybody we face.
Fair.
Right?
Absolutely fair. Totally understand. We appreciate your telephone call. And now he leaves line open, 312-332-3776. I completely understand that, Cap, from Leo's standpoint. If you weren't sure about the Bears and you saw them beat the Packers twice, we'll just use them as an example because they're in the division. And for some people, the Bears-Packers is the Super Bowl. It's like the most important game. Actually, the most important game is the Super Bowl if you can get there. But I don't understand how people get hyped up over the Bears and Packers because we are. But if he feels like, hey, Bears can beat anybody, you know what? I can understand how he feels that way because the Bears have done the impossible at least 7 times this season.
They have. They've come from behind in the last 2 minutes. They find ways to win football games when you think they're out of it. The key, though, the whole key for me is moving the sticks, whether that's through the intermediate passing game, whether you hit a deep shot or two, whether you run the football effectively. If you can keep the chains moving. Last week, first drive against Green Bay, took over 7:40 off the clock. You've got to shorten the game. Every second you've got it, Stafford, Nakua, Adams, and Kyron Williams don't.
Yeah.
That, for me, is key number 1.
All right, let's go back to the phone lines and talk to you. Off we go, to us we go. Here is Dan on Kap and J Hood. Dan, good morning.
Hey, good morning. Thank you for taking my call, guys.
Thanks for calling, brother.
I absolutely. So, Cap, I 100% agree. I want to see a game plan similar to the Eagles game where we established the line of scrimmage, ran the ball, and chewed the clock up, kept them off the field, but just kind of established that toughness. And I think if we do that today, we have a great chance to be competitive in the game. Wanted to get your thoughts on what you thought the team was going to do to utilize both Gardner Johnson and Gordon. Are they going to play them on the same packages? What do you think that's going to happen out there with those two guys?
Well, I think number 1 has got to be how healthy is Kyler Gordon, because he didn't look anywhere close to 100% to me trying to run with some of the Green Bay receivers. And I'm not even talking about their top-end speed guy in Christian Watson. That is looking at him against Nakua, Devontae Adams, some of the other guys that are there. I just don't know if he can run with them. We got to remember, he played 3 games prior to last week. He's nowhere near football shape. And then Jalen Johnson was on a podcast this week, and he said, guys, I'm just gutting it out because this is what we play for, but I'm not even close to being where I should be.
That's right. And so I would say that they would play, but they're not going to have the amount of snaps that says, some of the other players is going to have, like a Nyshawn Wright.
Yeah, and Gardner Johnson's coming off a concussion.
Yeah, that's
so
tough.
And don't forget, he also was sitting at home for 2 months. He's not a high-end speed guy either. So I think you're going to see a lot of rotation. You get in, you get out, and keep guys as fresh as they can in a very difficult situation.
I just think that you're just throwing bodies out there, Cap. I mean, the way that the Bears look at it defensively, Gordon and Johnson and C.J. Gardner-Johnson, they're going to have their share of playing time. How much, we're not sure, but it won't be the full complement. You can take a look at a bar graph of C.J. Gardner-Johnson when he first got to the Bears to where it is right now. It is taking a big dip as far as production is concerned.
Correct.
A guy that was an impact player, like, whoa, this guy got off the couch. Look what he's doing. And you could see the age or see the production just go down. And coming off the concussion, again, we hope that he can be able to contribute. But I think one of the keys, Dan, is what the Bears did in the last game is you have to blitz some. We broke down the numbers on Friday's edition of Kap and J Hood about how Stafford flourishes in the blitz. In the eye of trouble, he's able to get the ball down the field.
He is.
But you still have to try. Even though the numbers are against you when you blitz, you still have to try. You got to put some pressure on. So you got to do something. Because I know that he kills teams against the blitz, but you got to do something. You just got to be ready.
Yeah, and they changed the way they were blitzing the first play of the second half when they brought, I think it was Kyler Gordon and Nyshawn Wright.
Yep.
And one of the Packers, they were showing a video where they're all mic'd up. He goes, where'd that come from? Mm-hmm. Because it was different. It was an adjustment. Then they had to adjust back to the Bears, and the Bears had to adjust back to them. That, for me, is some of the most intriguing stuff when you see the adjustments that are being made. And then they did a really good job against the run in the second half. But if you allow Nakua and Devontae Adams, like unfettered access, as Tommy Waddle likes to call it, to the middle of the field, you're in trouble. You're in big trouble. You got to get pressure on him.
Chase is on the south side on Kap and J Hood. Hello, Chase.
Hey, guys. Good morning. How you guys doing?
What's up, buddy? How are you?
Not much. Hey, before I get to my point, hey, Cap, Kenny, he's been a little quiet. I haven't heard that about Caleb.
Well, his wife just gave birth to their first child, so he's been taking some time off, which he should, he deserves, and he's been very positive about Caleb the times I've heard him. I think he has learned the error of his ways.
Okay. Okay, so what I would say is, regardless of what happens in this game, I would say that I'm very proud of this team and how long we come. The reason why I'm so optimistic moving forward is because our quarterback is the reason why we're winning these games. That's the difference between this team now than the team from 06 and even in 85. We got a quarterback that can go toe-to-toe with any quarterback. And I think as a Bears fan, that gives me excitement. When we look at all the young pieces that we have on offense, I mean, we got, skill position players that are still young and under rookie contract, and they only going to keep getting better. If we can just get a pass rush and get some guys on defense that could be game breakers, it's no telling how far the team can go in the years to come. So that's why I'm very positive about this team, regardless of whether we win or lose. I'm just happy that we're come a long way, given what happened last year to any year before.
But we're winning tonight, right, Chase?
Oh, yeah. I'm optimistic we're winning, but I'm just worried about next week's game. That's the game. Seattle Seahawks I'm worried about.
Let's not even think about that. Don't even worry about it. I don't even know who we're playing next week because we play today. That's it. You focus on the task at hand. Be where your feet are, period.
There is a blank spot for ESPN on the NFL side because Kap is not aware of the next game if the Bears win. It's just a blank spot, right? It's not even on your phone.
It's not.
Yesterday's game, not even on the phone for the NFC.
It's not. Okay. I don't think about it. I don't worry about it. I got to get there. I worry about tonight. That's it.
312-332-ESPN, 332-3776 is our phone number. It's the Bears and the Rams. How will the Bears be able to get this done coming up tonight with the matchup at 5:30? Don't forget, we got the full coverage all day, including the game right here on ESPN 1000. Coming up, we'll hear from Tom Waddle, his thoughts about the Bears and Rams matchup, and your phone calls. It's Kap and J Hood on the Game Day Extravaganza.
This is Kap and J Hood on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Get ready for kickoff. ESPN Chicago pregame tailgate today from 1 to 3.
1, 2, 3.
On ESPN Chicago. Presented by Bradley University.
Attention basketball fans, the DePaul basketball season is here, and tickets are on sale now. Don't miss your chance to see the Blue Demons live as they take on some of the top teams in the country. There's no better place to experience a game than Wintrust Arena, home of the DePaul Blue Demons. Get your tickets today at DePaulBlueDemons.com/tickets and be part of the action. That's DePaulBlueDemons.com/tickets. Go Blue Demons!
Has the excitement of betting turned into worry? Feeling overwhelmed every time you roll the dice? Problem gambling doesn't just affect your wallet. It can impact your health, relationships, and peace of mind. But there's hope. Gateway Foundation is here to help you take back control of your life with personalized treatment options. You don't have to face this alone. Call Gateway Foundation today at 844-444-5780. That's 844-444-5780.
Hey guys, it's Courtney Cronin. Picture this. She opens the box. The light catches the shine inside, but what you really see is her smile. That's the winning moment. That's what Rogers & Hollins delivers. Not just a ring or a necklace or a watch, a moment. A story she'll share every time someone compliments her. For 115 years, Rogers & Hollins has been the jeweler Chicagoland trusts. Because while the world changes, the power of giving jewelry never does. Visit your local Rogers & Hollins or go to fornowandforever.com.
Save big money on your kitchen projects at Menards. We carry everything you need to turn your kitchen dreams into reality. Renovate your space with new cabinets from Cardell. They're ready to install and come in a variety of styles and finishes with free shipping to your home. Visit our kitchen showrooms in-store or go to menards.com for free estimates today. Plus, get 15% off everything you can fit in the bag. See store for complete details.
Save big money at Menards.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
I was feeling the same way. After 40, the body has less testosterone, and men lose their edge. That's why I take Nugenix Total T2.
That's the testosterone booster, right?
Yes, but Total T2 is their brand new formula that skyrockets nitric oxide levels in as little as 3 hours. Since I started taking it, I've been lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. My energy is way up, and it even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles?
Yep, just send a text.
Text HIM to 369-369 for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T2, the next generation testosterone booster. Text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text HIM to 369-369. That's HIM to 369-369.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
If you missed something, get the podcast on the ESPN Chicago app. Kap and J Hood are back on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
92 yards away from tying the game with 63 seconds and no timeouts. Stafford unloads, hit as he throws, ball game, Brisker, Bears win. And Matt Eberflus calms the storm in Chicago for the moment. Sean McVay, still shorthanded, falls to 1-3 on the season.
That would be me. Love the brother next to you.
That's right. The Bears getting the job done against the Rams. Stafford having 90-plus yards to go with the Bears up. Interception, ball game over. Bears beat the Rams. We want to have that same finish of the Bears beating the Rams, that same storyline tonight. Kap and J Hood on the Game Day Extravaganza on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. We are with you until 11 o'clock. Then it's Carmen and Jesse from 11 to 1. Then the pregame tailgate with Tyler and Shea Norling. And then 3 to 5, it's the Bears pregame show with Tom Waddle, Mark Silverman, and Dionne Miller. And then Bears and Rams with Jeff and Tom at 5, right into the postgame show when the game is over. The postgame Sheow with Peggy and Yurko, and then the postgame show with Jeff Miller, J Mack, and Pat the Designer. It's going to be a full day right here on the home of the Bears, ESPN 1000.
Yeah, they may as well just go right into us in the morning.
Might as well, right?
That's it.
So a big day here on ESPN 1000, and we're so glad you're with us here. Don't forget, by the way, to subscribe to our YouTube channel. The Kap and J Hood Show has its own YouTube channel. Go to youtube.com, look for Kap and J Hood. Things you might have missed with our morning show between 6 and 9, it's right there for you on YouTube. Tom Waddle is part of our morning show. Tom is with Silvy in the afternoon, but he has a Waddle Wednesday on the Kap and J Hood morning show. Kap, you remember back in the day, I don't think it's in the paper today, but back in the day, you couldn't wait for Friday, the Friday paper. Mm-hmm. Because in the Friday paper, what you would get is it would be the Bears against the Rams, and then it would be the checklist. And you could actually, with your pen, say offense who's got the advantage, defense who's got the advantage, special teams, coaching, you'd always check it off, right? So we'd ask Tom that same thing. Like if you had the check marks, offense, defense, special teams, coaching, all the intangibles, who's got the advantage, the Rams or the Chicago Bears?
They are. They're a wagon, as the kids say these days. They're hard to stop. If you go inside the details, you obviously, Stafford's going to be the MVP, so you give the quarterback to him. Puka Nacua and Devontae Adams, guys, have combined for 2,500 yards and 24 touchdowns. They've got 3 tight ends that can play. They've got 2 backs, one that's rushed for 1,200 yards. I would give, as much as I love our skill guys, I would still give it to the Rams. I would say where I think they have a noticeable difference and an advantage is the offensive line. I would definitely give the Bears the edge on the offensive line. I think across the board defensively, their defense is better than ours. I think we have a special teams advantage. I think conditions, probably considering what Cairo's used to and how he's performed out in the elements, I would definitely give the Bears the advantage on special teams. Jonathan, if I look at these two teams, I can sit here today and say to you with no shame in my voice saying, and I've thought this the whole season, that the Rams were the best team in the NFC. They, on paper, are a better team than the Bears.
Oh, no. Tom Waddle putting his truth out there about this matchup. Rams better team than the Bears.
I don't have a problem that Tommy said that.
Oh, no.
Might have to drive by his estate and give him a little beating later for airing that publicly. Love you, Tom. But he's not telling an untruth in terms of veteran quarterback who's won a Super Bowl, veteran coach who's won a Super Bowl and been in another, a much better pass rush than we have ever dreamed of having in the last couple of years. I'm not telling you they're the 85 Bears. They're not. But Jared Verse and Byron Young and those dudes up front, those dudes come to eat now. They're good players. Puka Nacua is the best receiver in the game, and it's not really that close. He's a hell of a football player. But that does not mean that the Bears can't win the game.
That's correct.
Carolina's sitting at home going, we should be in Chicago freezing. And guess what? They're not, because Stafford made plays down the stretch, and they won. That's it. They are a veteran battle-tested team. They do make their share of mistakes, and that's why they are not the 1 seed. They self-destructed in the second half of the season multiple times. Lost at Carolina, blew a lead to Seattle. Like, those things are part of the game, too. So it's not an unwinnable game. But if you want to talk about veteran talent and guys who've been there and done that, we have to prove we can do that. Our head coach has never been in this as a head coach.
That's right.
He's won 1 playoff game. They came back and beat Green Bay. Awesome. Loved it. He's been a head coach for 1 game in the playoffs. That's it. Look at Courtney on TV right now and the steam coming from her mouth as she's talking on the field on SportsCenter.
And her hair.
And her hair. It's going to be bitter cold out there. It is going to be very tough conditions. We have an advantage. You've got to take advantage of that advantage.
Courtney Cronin is the best.
She's awesome. I love Courtney.
She has, and here's why. You know why she's the best? Hannah, you see that hair? I mean, the smoke coming out of the hair, just like a player, like with the sweat coming out. She's smiling through that SportsCenter hit, but she is miserable. She is. No matter how good that check is, it's miserable to be out there in those conditions.
Fair.
But you got to do it, right? You got to paint the picture, and the picture is frigid. 312-332-3776 is our phone number. Evanston, here is Ray on Kap and J Hood. Good morning, Ray.
Hey, good morning, fellas. Happy Sunday. Bear down.
Bear down, baby.
Listen, here's what I think the keys to win this game. Kap, you're obviously right. Time of possession is going to be huge. Keep them off the field. But I think it comes down to this, guys. Discipline, right? No penalties, no drive-killing penalties for our offense, and no pass interference, penalties when we're on defense. We got to play very disciplined. There's execution. If our guys have a chance to make plays to catch the ball, we can't have drops, right?
Yeah.
And then the final thing is take advantage of the opportunities. If our defense gets turnovers, we have to make them pay and get points on the other end. I think they have to play that kind of game to win, and I think it's possible. But I love you guys. Let's hope we win, and I'll listen to your thoughts. Thanks.
Ray, we appreciate the telephone call.
Thanks, Ray.
I know it becomes repetitive around here because all we're used to is the best linebacker in the sport or the best defense and the running game. But I want the Bears to run the football, and I want the Bears to not be behind 21-3 and run the football. I want them to be able to have the run and the pass. But it starts with the line of scrimmage. The Bears didn't get a chance to run the football because they didn't have the football enough in the first quarter. And also when you're behind 21-3, now you got to throw it a little bit, right?
Correct.
So I want the Bears to be able to run the football, and I want Caleb Williams to run it as well. So I think that is important. I know that People love the ball in the air. We're going to talk about 4th and 8 until we're dead. But the point is that running game has to be able to, has to work. People talk about that Eagles game. The reason why the Bears were able to do what they did against the Eagles is because the Eagles have never felt that type of pressure, have never felt that kind of physicality. They never thought the Bears were that physical. And so they blew them off the line of scrimmage. I don't know if you could do that against this Rams team, but I still think you should be able to run the football. You have to. Because it's actually a connection to what you're saying, Cap, as far as time of possession.
It is part of it. Like, you can't take 7:40 off the clock like they did on their first drive, and then you got to settle for 3. You got to put that in the end zone.
Yeah.
This is not October 18th. Well, we'll play on the 25th, see if we can get better there.
Yeah.
Just keep trying to get better every day. No. If you don't play one of your best games of the season in the toughest of conditions against probably the toughest opponent you've faced this year, that's what I believe. You're going home.
That's right.
You're getting in your car and you're driving home going, God, that was so much fun and it's over. Don't want that.
I know.
We'll worry about next week if we're still there. That would be amazing. But guess what? Today, got to get in the end zone. You got to take care of the football, and you got to find a way to get a couple takeaways that lead to points.
You have to. Against this team, this is the apex of the NFC.
It
right
is.
Here at the top. So what are you going to do about it?
I still believe they're the best team in the NFC.
Yeah, totally.
And
absolutely.
I watched Seattle dismantle an overrated San Francisco club. They also are banged up. No Nick Bosa, no George Kittle. They're banged up beyond belief, and they got pounded. Was it 41-6?
Yeah.
I turned it off. It was already well out of reach.
Yeah.
When I'm going to bed. And I did. And got up and went, not a shot.
It's what you thought it was, right? It's the number 1 seed being number 16 team in the NCAA tournament. That's what it looked like.
That's what it looked like.
It was complete domination. Oh, so let me just finish off the thought about Matt Stafford. We talked about Stafford against the blitz, right? I have the numbers, and boy, we've talked so much Bears. I had to dig through the email to find the notes that we use for you and I on our morning show. So let's go back to those numbers. So Stafford has a 125.4 passer rating with 32 touchdowns and 1 interception when teams sent an extra rusher at him. So you know what that is? That's 32 of his 46 touchdown passes that came against the blitz.
Pretty good.
When he's thrown 7 of his 8 interceptions when teams don't blitz. And that's when his passer rating drops to 94. So those numbers are saying, like, even if you do someone, he'll get the ball out quickly. And by the way, you can understand why. Because of how many great weapons that the Rams have offensively. So, but my point to you, Cap, is you still got to send them. I know the numbers you still got to send them. You still have to, at times, be able to blitz because the defensive line does not get home enough. So you still have to send someone extra just to get them off a rhythm, at least try to. Even though the numbers are against you, I think the Bears should consider that.
Yeah, you got to change your looks.
Have to.
You got to come from different angles, and then Caleb's going to have to make plays. I was watching yesterday the replay of the Bears-Packers game again. I had it on, and when he hit Rome Odunze on that 4th and 8 play, which is one of the great throws I've ever seen.
Yeah.
They on the rebroadcast, the cutaway went to Christian Watson sitting on the bench, and he's like, what?
Yeah.
And he's like, bro, like, how did he do that?
Yeah.
He did.
In the air. Caleb, in the air, off of his feet, and still was able to get that ball down the field. It's one of the incredible plays that we ever see in Chicago sports.
Bro, what?
Yeah.
Like,
that's it.
Yeah, he did.
If you're on hold, you will be on the air. 312-332. ESPN 332-3776 is our phone number here on our Game Day Extravaganza. Coming up, Cap's got some prop bets for you for the Bears and Rams. It's right around the corner on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show.
It's Kap and J Hood on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN 1000. Watch the show on Twitch.
If you could just go ahead and make sure you do that from now on, that would be great. Okay?
Follow ESPN 1000 Chicago. Do not, and I mean you, do not miss the Kap and J Hood Show, now morning 6 to 9 on ESPN Chicago. But you're busy. Things happen. We get it. If you have to miss it, you can always listen to the podcast on your time. Find it on the ESPN Chicago app or wherever you go to pod. It's brought to you by Republic Bank.
The game is on the line. You need your best play. What's it gonna be? Do you make the call for welding or HVAC? Do it now and you could complete your education at ETI School of Skilled Trades in as little as 7 months. We offer day and evening classes to fit your schedule, and financial aid is available if you qualify. Visit eticampus.edu or call 888-830-7678 to learn more. ETI, it's your future. Own it.
It's a car shopper's dream at the Chicago Auto Show, February 7th through the 16th at McCormick Place. Experience all the latest cars, trucks, and SUVs on a variety of indoor test tracks. Buy your tickets today at chicagoautoshow.com.
Nature is calling. No, not that way. Fishing, hunting, hiking, nature. Chauncey's Great Outdoors, Saturday mornings from 6 to 7 and available on demand on the ESPN Chicago app.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
We expect our information in real time. US Med carries continuous glucose monitors, which provide real-time readings of blood glucose levels. US Med is an approved provider for Medicare and over 500 private insurers. So call 888-665-0696 today for a free insurance and Medicare benefits check as easy as... That's 888-665-0696.
Smalls here. Life is full of choices, some big, some small. And when you choose an H&R Block Tax Pro, you're choosing the largest network of tax expertise to be in your corner. For when your big ambitions need help with the small details. For when your six figures come from 6 different places. For when your gaming stream becomes your revenue stream. For when your business's year one needs 70 years of tax know-how. At H&R Block, they've seen it all. And they're here to help you make the most out of your money for life outside the box.
A SoFi personal loan is here to help you achieve something once thought impossible, overcoming high-interest credit card debt. Walk the tightrope of your finances with one low, fixed-rate monthly payment, no fees required, and as soon as the same-day funding. That's right. Pull off your own debt-defying stunt with a SoFi personal loan. Visit SoFi.com/trick to learn more. Loans originated by SoFi Bank, N.A., member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891.
Kap and J Hood are back.
Oh, Kap J Hood, big fan, man. Kap Hood.
Watch out, fellas.
On Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
It's a Kap and J Hood morning show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. This is our game day extravaganza. As we're getting you set for the Bears and the Rams, we got full coverage all day, including the game at 5 o'clock right here on the home of the Bears, ESPN 1000. Kap, you have something for our Bears listeners regarding prop bets, correct?
I do. My friend, the Fat Jack, you've heard him for many years on the station, and the Fat Jack sent me today's NFL props.
Listen closely, Potsy. He's got the information.
These are the best props. I will only give you, he gave me both games today, but I'll just give you the Bears game.
Okay.
He has Stafford over 263.5 passing yards. That's not good.
Okay.
Caleb Williams under 32.5 pass attempts. Colston Loveland over 4.5 receptions. Caleb Williams over 19.5 rushing yards. Kyron Williams over 1.5 catches. And this one scares me. Puka Nacua, over 7.5 catches.
Yeah, that cashes. Let's go step by step.
Okay.
Just
start with Stafford.
We're not asking. We're not putting our bets out there. We're just having a conversation. You see.
Mm-hmm.
So that first one,
Matthew Stafford, L.A. Rams, over 263.5 passing. That one scares me.
So under 260.
Oh, wow.
All right, next one.
Okay. Next one is Caleb Williams under 32.5 pass attempts.
Hey, if he throws it over 40, we're not winning the football game. How about that?
If he throws 40 times, yeah, we're not winning.
40 or more.
Correct.
So I think that's a good number, don't you?
I think I do. I'm looking here because I subscribe to something called RotoWire. RotoWire gives you they run it. There's like the Fat Jack, you're getting his opinion.
Sure.
And he's awesome.
Yeah.
I love the Fat Jack. But RotoWire is simply an analytical service that I pay for where they run the numbers tens of thousands of times and they go, the most likely outcome is this. Doesn't mean it's a lock. And so they have for today Matthew Stafford throwing for 265.84. So they're right there with the Fat Jack.
Okay.
He says it goes over. For Caleb, and they have him throwing 32 times, 21 for 32. And they have for Caleb Williams 18 for 30 for 197. I think he throws for more yards than that. I do.
Yeah.
Unless you could tell me that the Bears run it down their throat like they did in Philly and they dominate the game in that way, then I could see the number go under. But if the Bears are behind at all, they're going to throw the football.
Over 220, I would say. If I said it at 220, it'd be under that.
Yeah, I have him like 235, 240. That's where I have him.
Oh, so almost a Packer game.
Packer game, he had 360.
I mean, I'm just saying, like was over the number.
Yeah.
That you're saying.
Yeah.
Way over the number.
100%.
Okay.
So they have him just under the number of attempts, just like the Fat Jack does. In terms of running,
that's a vulnerable secondary, by the way, for the Rams.
It is, no question. But they get to the quarterback a lot. In terms of running, they have DeAndre Swift running for 58.5 yards. They have Kyron Williams running for 66.35 yards, and Kyle Monangai 38.5 yards.
So the trend is your friend in that spot with the Bears because it's been a downturn of the running game the last few games, as you've seen.
Correct.
They're not running for 100-plus yards, those guys, like they were before.
Correct.
Offensive line, again, the season has been a long one, so they're trying to look at what you've seen over the last few games as far as the running game for the Bears.
They have Puka Nacua catching 7.25 catches for 104 yards.
Less than that.
So you said you'd go over on the number of catches. Would you go over 7.25? The number for him is 7.5 if you want to bet it in Vegas or on your phone. It's close.
God, I hope not.
I hope not either.
Because 7 means a lot of yardage, too. That's not going to be underneath passes for a first down.
They have Devontae Adams, 4 catches, 61.8 yards.
Good number. Because he's cold,
He is.
He's already thinking about the weather, according to his conversation with Kay Adams, as you recall, right?
Yep.
He was saying that he's already concerned.
A little cold.
So there you have it.
He has DJ Moore, 40 yards. Luther Burden, 45 yards. Those are from RotoWire. Roma Dunze, 2 catches for 40 yards, 2.5 catches. And then if you go, last thing I'll give you, tight end. They have Colston Loveland, 4 catches, 48 yards.
Over. That will cash.
I think it will.
It'll cash.
I've got him like 6-7 catches, and we'll see. Can he get in the end zone? That's the question.
312-332-ESPN, 332-3776 is our phone number. If you're on hold, you will be on the air. Still to come, we're going to hear from the coaches. We'll hear from Matt LaFleur and Ben Johnson. Kap and J Hood on the Game Day Extravaganza on the home of the Bears, ESPN 1000.
You're listening to Kap and J Hood on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Just like a strong offense keeps moving the ball, Republic Bank of Chicago's business banking solutions can keep your company growing. Business checking, treasury management, commercial loans, big business, small business. Republic Bank has everything you need for your business. Our team is here to get you back in the game and moving in the right direction. Experience banking beyond expectations. Only at Republic Bank of Chicago. Member FDIC. Visit ourbankchicago.com today.
Guys, this is Courtney Cronin. Let's be honest, most of us aren't great at saying what we feel. That's where jewelry does the talking. And nobody does it better than Rogers & Hollins, family owned since 1910. From engagement rings to stunning jewelry and watches, whether it's a gift that speaks for you or something that elevates your look, they've got it all. Jewelry says it best. Rogers & Hollins makes it last. See the Rogers & Hollins difference at a store near you or go to fornowandforever.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6759. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6759. That's 800-575-6759.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, this is the home for every Bears game. ESPN Chicago. And this is Captain J Hood, WMVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
There are seasons that shine and seasons that endure. This, however, is being remembered as something far greater. A season of miracles, theatrical, cinematic moments frozen in time.
They've taken the lead on the Packers.
What comes next?
This is the city. Los Angeles, California.
From the shimmering lights of the West come the LA Rams, forged in Hollywood, built for brilliance. City of stars. Armed with the most explosive offense in football. The venerable Matthew Stafford leads with fire, fury, and heart, with an arm that can split the winter sky.
You got a gift. When you were a baby, the gods reached down and turned your right arm into a thunderbolt.
Ben Johnson knows Stafford, worked and studied with him in Detroit. He understands every beat of that heart.
A heart like a lion, a burning like fire.
But now, Ben works in rhythm with ice.
Won't find nobody else like me.
Caleb Williams, the ascendant Iceman, calm as midnight, cold as the wind that sweeps across Lake Michigan. Tonight belongs to the Bears, not so silent hunters, methodical, unrelenting, stalking, without panic, exceptional senses for the moment at hand. And as Soldier Field awakens, a swirling blend of an icy wind and roaring humanity sets the stage. The Iceman and his believing Bears will enter armed with vengeance. This is Jeff Joniak. Welcome to Bears and Rams on the lakefront. It's divisional round playoff football. We are in pregame overdrive on the home of the Bears. Here comes ESPN Chicago.
This is your game day extravaganza. Kap and J Hood on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. With open phone lines for you, 312-332-ESPN, 332-3776. That's our phone number. Watch our shows and all the shows today on YouTube, youtube.com. Look for ESPN Chicago there. Also on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN 1000 Chicago. With David Kaplan and Jonathan Hood with you as we are hours away from the Bears and Rams. We got the coverage starting at 5 o'clock in game, Soldier Field. You know how I was rocking for the Green Bay game last week. But this one, a heartbeat away from getting to the NFC Championship game, Cap. I'm excited. I think all Bears fans are excited about what we could see tonight.
Yeah, we haven't been here. We haven't. Name me the last time. That was, 16 years ago?
Yes.
And now here we are. And the cool part of it is our quarterback's only in his second year. He's had 18 games with this head coach / play caller. We have a young team. Yeah, there's some veteran studs on there like Joe Tooney and Jonah Jackson. But nobody cares about the future right now. I don't care about, next August is going to be super cool. We're doing our show up at Hallis Hall and training camp's going on. I want to win today because tomorrow's promised to no one. Because a year ago today, maybe not the exact date, the Washington Commanders rolled into Detroit as decided underdogs and beat their ass.
Yeah.
And then this year, 4-13. Their quarterback got hurt multiple times. Their team was terrible. Now they fired both coordinators. Get out. 12 months later, when everyone was lauding them how they got it right and the Bears didn't. Well, now the Bears got it right and they didn't.
That's exactly right.
So tomorrow is promised to no one. As much as we love good, better, best and free hot dogs and tear my shirt off, guess what? Find a way.
Today is a big day for the Chicago Bears, as we all know. And there's been so many great moments all season, and it does not come down to whether or not you beat the Packers or not, at least not from my standpoint. What it comes down to is how can you win the next game? How can you get to the next level? Remember where the Bears were this time last year. Not in the playoffs, looking for a new head coach, looking to find out where the accountability was coming from, what was going on with this football team. But now there's a direction, and the direction is going up. From where the Bears were to where the Bears are now, just enjoy what's happening right now and enjoy tonight. Because, again, as Kap just told you, tomorrow's not promised in the National Football League. So today, it's a big day for the Bears, a big day for Chicago. Let's see what the Bears can do. They've done it over and over again with the comfort behind victories. Now, what happens tonight against the Rams?
Let's go.
Let's go to the phone lines and talk to you. 312-332-ESPN, 332-3776 is our telephone number. We will say good morning to Alan. Alan's calling us from Brentford Park on Kap and J Hood. Hey, Alan, good morning.
Hey, guys. So coming into today, I don't give a damn about any kind of weather. I don't give a damn about experience. It's all about the front lines, and it's all about disrupting rhythm. This goes for both teams. The winning team will be the team that disrupts the quarterback and the offensive rhythm the most. All right? We have the better offensive line, but they have the better defensive line than us. So it really comes down to our offensive line versus their defensive line, because whoever's quarterback's rhythm gets disrupted and puts them in a position where they have to think on their feet and improvise, that's going to be the main difference. Because when you improvise, you either create miracles or you make humongous mistakes. Stafford's more experienced. Stafford is a smarter quarterback, but Caleb's quicker. And so who do you think has a better relationship with their coach? I'm going to go with Stafford and McVay as a coaching duo, and them thinking on their feet if they get pressured more. If we can hold their defensive line and give Caleb the time to do what he needs to do, that helps us immensely. But it also helps the Rams immensely more if we could keep them in their rhythm where the wide receivers can complete their routes 100% and play out every play. You get them on the run, all of a sudden he panics more, and I'll take our defense secondary capitalizing on Stafford's mistakes while he's panicking, other than vice versa. Get him tired, get him panicking. If we can't put pressure on him and disrupt his rhythm, and he stays in the pockets and lets Puka and Devontae run their routes to fruition, we're screwed. 26-20 Rams next year. Let's go get Xavier Worthy. And screw the weather. Both teams are equal human beings.
Yes.
The wind chill's colder than it was during our practice, and the weather's colder. The wind's different. They're all professionals. The weather's not good. It's going to affect us equally, and same advantage. Same disadvantage.
Slow down.
Shout
There's
out to
way
Lake
too.
Bluff, Tim.
Whoa, too much. Go get Xavier Worthy. What are you talking about?
Next year, we need Xavier Worthy.
Because you say so.
Why do we need Xavier Worthy? And how are you getting
Because
him?
we're going to be down receivers. We're going to have to get rid of DJ Moore. I don't want to draft a guy, and Xavier's going to be a good pickup because the Chiefs, he's not doing anything for the Chiefs. And they're going to
So they're just going to give him to you. They're just going to go, here, take him.
Why? Because you said so?
No. I said, why are the Chiefs giving him to you?
because he's not doing anything for them. They wanted him to be the next Tyreek Hill, and he's not working in that offense the way they wanted to. So they're not going to re-sign him to just be a guy that is Marquise Goodwin instead of Tyreek Hill.
Well, here, Alan. Just because you say and you say it a million miles an hour doesn't mean that's going to happen. Okay, so I mean, again, that's on your wish list, but you're not the GM.
Yeah, and by the way, Xavier Worthy's under contract to them. They're not giving him to you.
Okay,
he was in the 24 draft, if I remember correctly.
Yes. Now go to your porch in North Park and tell everybody what you just told us. See how that works.
Yeah, Xavier Worthy is 22 years of age. He was drafted in the 24 NFL draft, same as Caleb. He's in his second year. He is on his rookie contract. They're not giving him to you. I could care less about Xavier effing Worthy. He's a Chief.
Yes. And we're all, by the way, because we came into work today, we're all aware of the temperature. Thank you, meteorologist Alan, for checking in. He leaves the line open, thankfully. 312-332-3776 is our phone number.
Bad call.
We go to Joe and Lombard on Kap and J Hood. Good morning, Joe.
Morning, guys. What's happening?
I don't know if you know this or not. It's cold.
It is a little bit cold outside. I do know that, and
Yeah.
I'm kind of tired of hearing that narrative, to be honest with you.
We live in Chicago, man. What did we expect it to be? Puerto Vallarta?
Yeah, it's Chicago in January. We don't need. We're not sitting on the beach.
No, we're not.
Look, I got a couple of things regarding the defense that I think could be keys to this game. I agree with Cap. I think time of possession is key. But let's not forget the Bears are 9-0 when they have multiple turnovers. And if we can make Stafford uncomfortable and when he is on the field, get those turnovers, and Dennis Allen cannot play this soft zone coverage and leave the middle of the field wide open for Puka Nacua and Devontae Adams or Sean McVay is going to absolutely pick us apart. So we got to get pressure on that quarterback. I agree with what you guys were saying earlier about getting, disguising the blitzes. Cap, I think you were saying it, coming in from different angles.
Actually, I was saying it, Joe.
Hey,
Joe, it's actually I was saying it, but go ahead.
Sorry, Hood. But yeah, you can't leave that middle of the field wide open. So we got to get those turnovers. We got to make them uncomfortable, and we got to keep them off the field as long as we can to keep them cold.
Agreed. You cannot allow them unfettered access to the middle of the field.
Yes,
period.
What we were talking about is the numbers, how Stafford is able to get it done even though he's blitzed. But as I was saying to you, Cap, that no matter that, you still got to try. You just can't sit back there and just like, oh, that's okay. Because we've seen the Bears defense picked apart a lot this season. But you got to have a different dynamic. You have to, as much as you can.
Absolutely. You've got to find a way to get pressure on that quarterback.
312-332-3776 is our telephone number. We go back to the phone line to Mike, listening on the ESPN Chicago app in North Carolina on Kap and J Hood. Good morning, Mike.
Hey, good morning, guys. Shout out to Cap. I love that hat that you're wearing right now.
Oh, I got it from my guy Dino at Dino Sports Fan Shop. He gave it to me. He said, "Hey, I want you to wear this on with Sunday with hoodie." So I did. I got it.
It looks
cool?
really good
with the City of Chicago colors with the bear head on it.
Really
it's
cool.
super cool.
Looks nice.
Thanks.
Hey, guys, so question. It's kind of a would you rather scenario. So my wife proposed going to the Super Bowl in the event that or getting tickets to the Super Bowl in the event that the Bears go to the Super Bowl, which I'm like, yes, let's do it, 100% down, let's go. The only issue is that my wife does not understand the juice that's happening right now with the Bears nationally. She doesn't really care at all, like, what is happening. She doesn't understand why I'm screaming in front of the TV when they're playing the Packers or anything like that. She'll just leave out the room. So my question is, I was like, well, if you really don't care, then maybe I should just go to Chicago and watch the game, in the city if they go to the Super Bowl with my cousin Charlie. Which way should I go?
I've never been to a Super Bowl, and to be honest with you, if I never go, that's fine. I've never been to one. I think it'd be cool to be there the week leading into the game, but I like to be watching football on television. I like all the angles of replays and Gene Steratore, whoever it is, explaining to me about different calls. I like that. I would think if your cousin Charlie, is it your cousin Charlie, you said?
Yes, he did.
Yeah, if Charlie if that's your guy and I'd want to watch it with him. For me, that'd be way cooler than the insane amount of money you'd spend dropping on a Super Bowl.
But if it's the Chicago Bears and if the Bears mean that much to you and you've got that kind of disposable income, definitely go. I've been to a Super Bowl in which I did not have a dog in the race because that was the Patriots-Eagles Super Bowl I went to in Jacksonville. And so it's the pageantry of the Super Bowl is cool. There's no question about that. Again, I didn't have a dog in the race when it came to the Patriots and Eagles, but it was fun. But I would say that if it's the Bears, hey, man, as we say, tomorrow's not promised. If you have a chance to go to the Super Bowl and you can get tickets, get it done. This is not a regular season game where you could just put your feet up. This is the Super Bowl. If they mean that much to you, go, because it is the ultimate. In sports, it's ultimate for your team if they get there. So do it. Have fun.
Just enjoy it however your heart tells you to do it. That's it. Yeah. Just enjoy it. Enjoy today, because tomorrow we may wake up and we're in the NFC title game.
Wow.
Might not be. Treasure today.
As mentioned, Cap, we're going to hear from the coaches. Ben Johnson talking about Sean McVay. And McVay and Matt LaFleur, the newly re-upped coach for the Green Bay Packers, LaFleur and McVay have a relationship. Ben Johnson talked about that.
I think every week everyone tries to share what they had from the week before with your next opponent. I think that's common practice, and that's something that you just keep on doing. Like I said all along, there's a million ways you can do things, a million plays you can call. We're going to do what we feel like is best for that particular week with the players that we have going against the opponent that we're going against.
Packers rivalry extend to all the floors for you, or just one?
Matt did not like that question.
He did not. He gave you one of those. How about that? Yeah. A little, just kind of brush off there.
Yeah, a little Craig Counsell.
So some thoughts from McVay talking to LaFleur about this matchup.
Matt LaFleur, obviously big in Green Bay, and Mike being on your staff.
Yeah.
Matt, he's played Ben Johnson 3 times this year.
Yeah.
On Matt.
What would you guess? No, you know what? We watch the tape, we do our work, and Matt is a very close friend of mine.
So yes, of course, it's a friend of yours. You just played them. Can you give me any advantage that maybe we don't know inside of our room in Los Angeles? And so because Matt LaFleur has played the Bears, maybe there's something he could share.
And Mike is his assistant.
Yeah.
Mike LaFleur is a Rams assistant. That's Matt's brother.
Yeah.
So obviously they don't like that Matt and Ben don't get along. So they're obviously going to side with their guy.
Sure.
And I get it. I support they supporting their guy. I just am on the other side because I support my coach, and I love that we're finally not being kicked around. We're the little kid getting the dirt kicked in his face all the time. We stood up. We bit back.
All right, coming up, we'll take more of your phone calls. 312-332-ESPN, 332-3776. It's the Bears. It's the Rams. We've got our game day coverage at 5 o'clock with Jeff and Tom. This is the Game Day Extravaganza on Kap and J Hood.
You're listening to Kap and J Hood on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
B.I.
The College Football National Championship. 1 seed Indiana taking on 10th-ranked Miami of Florida. Tomorrow night at 6, presented by Menards. This is your place for the college football playoffs and national championship. ESPN Chicago.
Hey, fellas, it's your pal Yurko, the good kid. Sometimes we all need a little extra confidence when it's your time to perform. And guess what? That's where Blue Chew comes in. Blue Chew provides access to chewable tablets that can help you feel and perform at your best. Stronger, harder, longer lasting. Like somebody gave your downstairs a pep talk and a gym membership. And here's what I love. It's simple. No awkward doctor visits, no pharmacy lines. Everything is online. Their licensed medical providers work with you to find the right option. And it all ships in a discreet package right to your door. Think about it. Whether it's a big date night, an anniversary, or just a normal Tuesday, showing up ready makes all the difference. Confidence counts. Guys, this isn't just about performance. Give her group chat something to talk about. Be the legend of the night. And right now, I've got a special deal for you. Your first month is free. Just go to BlueChew.com, use promo code ESPN, and pay only $5 for shipping. That's it. Chew it and do it. Blue Chew, a small chew for a big difference.
When it comes to the football playoffs, originality isn't just one thing, it's everything.
And nobody does game day like Hooters. All the games are on, the wings are hot, the beer is cold, and the world-famous Hooters girls are bringing the energy that makes every play feel bigger. Watching at home? Be the MVP of your football party with Hooters to go. All the flavor, all the fun, delivered right to your door. This playoff season, make every game a win at Hooters. Visit Hooters.com. Hooters, always original.
Bag huge savings with Menards 15% off bag sale. Prevent diesel fuel from gelling in colder climates with Howe's Diesel Treat. It cleans and lubricates fuel injectors and is effective to negative 20 degrees. Get a 64-ounce bottle of Howe's Diesel Treat for $10.99 after you put it in the bag. Now through January 24th. Plus, get 15% off everything you can fit in the bag. See store for complete details.
Save big money at Menards.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Life is full of choices, some big, some small. And when you choose an H&R Block Tax Pro, you're choosing the largest network of tax expertise to be in your corner. For when your big ambitions need help with the small details. For when your 6 figures come from 6 different places. For when your gaming stream becomes your revenue stream. For when your business's year 1 needs 70 years of tax know-how. At H&R Block, we've seen it all, and we're here to help you make the most out of your money for life outside the box. Get started at hrblock.com.
Kap and J Hood are back.
First-time caller, huge fan of your guys' show.
Chicago's home for sports. ESPN Chicago.
We're live at sold-out Soldier Field in Chicago, the home of the Bears for the NFC Championship game. The Bears host the Los Angeles Rams, and this is it. The winner goes to the Super Bowl in 2 weeks. Return. The Bear offensive setup has McMahon at quarterback, Peyton and Suey, Galt and McKinnon wide. Covert, Bortz, Jay Hilgenberg, Thayer, Van Horn, and Emery Moorhead starts it. But he stays in to block. McMahon will take it. And takes it in. Touchdown. 16-yard touchdown scramble by Jim McMahon. He goes again.
Bears shut out the Rams on your way to a Super Bowl championship back in '85. And good to hear Pat Summerall on the call, by the way, on CBS. Kap and J Hood on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. Don't forget to check us out on YouTube as well, youtube.com, Kap and J Hood. We've got our own YouTube channel. Make sure that you like, share, and subscribe to everything we do on YouTube as well, as you can hear us weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. right here on ESPN 1000. 312-332-3776 is our phone number. Still to come, we're going to hear from Tom Waddle, his thoughts about the Bears as far as this matchup against the Rams and how the defense has to come in with a plan, this Bears defense. We'll hear from Tom about that in a little bit, but let's go back to the phone lines to talk to you. 312-332-3776 is our phone number. We say hello to Dylan, who is in Los Angeles, California, listening on the ESPN Chicago app. Hey, Dylan, good morning.
Hey, good morning, fellas. Thank you for taking my call.
Thanks for calling.
You know, I just wanted to say, how exciting is this? I've been chomping at the bit all week. Currently on a morning walk with my dog and my newborn. I got her dressed up in her Bears onesie.
Oh, wow.
And, I mean, this is just such a special time. And, you know, for all the Bears fans nationwide in Chicago, it's, you know, we're all in this together. And obviously we wanted to get to the NFC Championship game and to the Super Bowl and climb that mountain and win it. But it feels like every single game has just been a true joy. And, you know, I've been enjoying your guys' show, every single show on ESPN 1000. And I just, you know, hey, from boots on the ground in L.A., we're here, we're supporting the team. And, yeah, guys, thank you. It's been a hell of a ride.
Hey,
Bear down.
Dylan, no, the ride's still going. This is, you know,
I know.
You spoke in postmortem there. I didn't like that. I want a little bit more positive on the way out here. Let's go.
Oh, it's not on the way out. I mean, hey, dude, we just entered a new floor, but it's like everyone's comparing it to the 2015 Cubs because we just didn't have any expectations for this season. I feel like next year we're going to have a different set of goals as fans, but I mean, this year it's blown away every single thing we could have anticipated, and I think that's part of the reason why it's been so much fun. But heck, I mean, I think we match up well against the Rams. They give games away. I think when our O-line is firing off and our team is in sync, we can play with anybody. And clearly we've shown that. We have the firepower, we have the grit and the fight to never give up. And as a fan, I mean, I'm going to be screaming. I'm going to be having fun, and I believe we're going to take it home. And shoot, I mean, heck, let's go to Seattle next week and give it to them. But, yeah, guys, we got this.
All right, Dylan. Appreciate your telephone call, sir.
Find a way, man.
And now he leaves line open, 312-332-3776. To the south side, here's Marcus on Kap and J Hood. Good morning, Marcus.
Hey, good morning, you two. Thanks for taking my call.
Thanks for calling.
It's three people or maybe more that's familiar with the Bears because they was in the same division, Stafford, Adams, and Fuller. And the question is, what was Matt Stafford's stats when he was with Detroit against the Bears? And my comment is, I was doing a little spying on the radio, on the Rams radio. Their scouting report on the Bears is, on defense, they're going to use Adams and McCoy as a decoy and utilize their three-headed monster tight end. And the other way, they're going to utilize covering the receivers and let the Bears beat them in the running game. So I'm Marcus for the South Side, the spy for the Bears. Go Bears. Thanks for taking my call.
So they're not using Puka Nacua as a decoy. He might be the single best wide receiver in the National Football League. That guy's amazingly good. They are not using him as a decoy. Now, will he garner more defensive attention? Mm-hmm. Certainly, because he's Puka Nacua. His buddy Phil Nacua might not. Puka, he will.
What about Nicor?
That might too.
He said Nicor. What about him?
Yeah.
So he's been listening to ESPN LA. That's what he's been listening to.
They're not going to use him as a decoy. Again, will he grab a lot of attention? Certainly. Will that make their tight ends, the three-headed monster at tight end, tougher to deal with? Certainly. But in terms of being a decoy, no. That is absolutely not going to be the case. If that dude's open, he's getting the football.
As someone who's coached around here, the only one that's coached around here at ESPN Chicago, would I be wrong to say that sometimes because you've seen all the tape, your eyes are bleeding after watching the tape, right? Mm-hmm. You've broken down everything. You've written down. At some point, you
try having it be filmed when I was doing it, and you had to thread the projector.
Yes.
That sucked.
But still, your eyes are bleeding.
Yes.
My point is, Cap, is that sometimes it's just what it is. Like, you know the opposition, you know their tendencies, you have all the stats. You just have to execute. It's all there. I mean, how many times have you looked through this through all of the tape and through a fine-tooth comb and like, okay, well, this is what it is, guys. I got nothing else for you except this scout. Now we just have to execute it.
Correct.
Sometimes there's nothing hidden. There's no hidden agenda. There's no secret. It's what it is.
Yeah, you can tell your players everything that's going to happen and be right. Does not mean, even though I told you the story of us having 1 second left and we said, so-and-so, do not follow your guy right there because they're going to backpick you and throw it over the top of you. 1 second left in the game. The only thing they can do is lob it. You're our tallest guy. Stay right under the basket. That's it. Gotcha. And, of course, there he goes. Back pick right over the top. Lay it in at the buzzer. We lose by 1. What happened? We just told you 8 times in timeout. I forgot, Coach.
Yep.
Because your individual tendencies are, I got to go follow my guy. I got to get out there and defend.
Yeah.
It happens.
Sometimes it is what it is. This is who they are. Here's who the Bears are. Now what are the Bears going to do about it?
Find a way.
This is it.
Find a way.
312-332-ESPN, 332-3776 is our phone number. And we go to Knoxville, Tennessee, listening on the ESPN Chicago app. Here's Kerry on Kap and J Hood on our Game Day Extravaganza, Bears and Rams. Hello, Kerry.
Good morning, Kap and Hoodie. How are you guys?
What's up, brother? How are you?
Well, I'm recovering from Kap, where I got sick. I drove up from Knoxville to come to spend the weekend in Chicago and go to the game. And right now, I can tell it's cold outside because the lake is frozen.
Yes,
very
much. It's a cold one.
So.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
And so I've been enjoying listening to your show, and I'm also big friends with Phil and Shane, and I love when you guys come on and support their channel, TTNL.
Yeah, Tape Never Lies.
And,
they're awesome.
But so the way the game's going to end tonight, and this is just my prediction, so I'm going out high, Hoodie.
All right.
It's going to be an interception by Gordon, and the snowflakes are going to be running down or coming down just like it was Wilbur Marshall picking up that fumble when I was 20 years old. Mm-hmm. I'm so looking forward to this game. I know it's not going to the Super Bowl. I know that was a different time, but it's our way to it. And so I'm very excited about going out there and just love being in the city. And
well, feel good, man.
Yeah, I'm glad to see you're back at work too, Kap.
Yeah, I wouldn't have missed this.
Hope.
I told Hoodie I'm going to keep my distance from him, but I would not have missed this. Fever broke. Let's go.
Awesome.
Feel good.
Thank you, guys. All the best.
You too.
Kerry checking in from Knoxville, Tennessee, and now he leaves on open for you. 312-332-ESPN, 332-3776 is our phone number. Still to come, we're going to hear from Tom Waddle, his thoughts about the defensive side of the football for the Bears, and take more of your phone calls. This is our Game Day Extravaganza on Kap and J Hood.
This is ESPN Chicago. Kap and J Hood on Chicago's home for sports.
Double move, throw down left sideline, DJ Moore, end zone, touchdown Bears!
Ready for more? The NFC Divisional Playoffs are here. Today, Bears and Rams. Live coverage from Soldier Field begins with network pregame at 3, leading to kickoff at 5:30. Bears and Rams. Win and move on. The playoffs continue on ESPN Chicago, the home of the Bears. Presented in part by Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana.
Attention basketball fans, the DePaul basketball season is here, and tickets are on sale now. Don't miss your chance to see the Blue Demons live as they take on some of the top teams in the country. There's no better place to experience a game than Wintrust Arena, home of the DePaul Blue Demons. Get your tickets today at DePaulBlueDemons.com/tickets and be part of the action. That's DePaulBlueDemons.com/tickets. Go Blue Demons!
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you can put your sports IQ to work on the games you know best. It's not you against the house. It's you participating in a live market. Buy or sell your predictions all game long. Trade every play with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
Hey guys, it's Silvy. I know how tough it is dealing with lingering pain, whether it's your back, neck, or even headaches. You don't have to live with it anymore. Chiro One offers natural chiropractic care that can help you live pain-free without drugs or surgery. From everyday activities to getting back in the gym, or most importantly, playing with your kids. Chiro One has your back, literally. Visit ChiroOne.com today. They have locations across Chicagoland, including downtown Chicago, South Barrington, and Gurnee. That's ChiroOne.com, and let them know that Silvy sent you.
I'm Sammy Lubeck, Chicagoland's real estate agent, here to help you make your next move. With Baird & Warner, a Chicago institution for 170 years, my team has helped our clients buy and sell homes from Lakeview to Lake Forest, Bucktown to Barrington, Hinsdale to Highland Park, and 80 towns in between. Get exclusive access to private listings and smart strategies to win in today's market. No surprises, just results. Let's get started at www.sammy.homes. Once again, I'm Sammy Lubeck, and I am Chicagoland's real estate agent.
Every 40 seconds, a child is reported missing. That's 2,000 children every single day. It's a heart-wrenching reality that we can no longer ignore. Find the Children is a non-profit organization dedicated to helping find missing kids. You can be a part of their mission by donating your unwanted vehicle, running or not. Call 1-800-294-0000 0222. We guarantee that you will receive the maximum tax deduction. We provide fast, free pickup with 24-hour response. Call 1-800-294-0222. Find the Children provides crucial resources to help find missing children and educational materials to teach kids how to recognize and avoid predators. Our recovery programs have a proven track record of reuniting kids with their families. It's time to act. Donate your unwanted or unused car. Help us build a world where every child is safe. Pick up the phone and call 1-800-294-0222. Together, we can bring these kids home safely. This advertisement was paid for in partnership with Cars R Us and Find the Children.
Good morning. Glad you're along for the Kap J Hood experience on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN. Hello. Chicago.
Good morning. Burden and a bunch set to the left side numbers. Snap back, four-man rush. Caleb with a double move, throw down the left sideline. DJ Moore inside the 5, end zone. Touchdown! Touchdown Bears! They've taken the lead on the Packers with 1:43 to go. 25 yards, the same connection. Week 16, a walk-off win. This connection, a 3-point lead. Wow!
Jeff Joniak, Tom Thayer on the call right here on the home of the Bears, ESPN 1000. It's the Game Day Extravaganza with Kap and J Hood. We're with you until 11 o'clock. Then it's Carmen and Jesse. And Jesse's going to come in hot, by the way. He's going to be coming after you, Kap. Just stand by.
Who is?
Just be diligent.
Jesse?
I'm just telling you.
Why'd he be coming after me? I got Bregman signed. He didn't.
He's coming in hot. Just as a friend, I'm warning you. So that way you're armed and ready. He's coming in hot, Jesse Rogers, at you.
For what reason?
Okay, I'll explain that in a moment. Got to go through the rest of the lineup, though, because we got the pregame tailgate.
Pack a lunch and bring a platoon.
You mean you're going to lawyer up, right? That's what you mean?
No.
Oh, you don't need a lawyer this time?
No.
Yeah, that's a lie.
He better pack a lunch. I'll be packing something else.
Well, I don't think he's a married man. I don't think he needs that.
Wow.
Tyler and Shea with the pregame tailgate at 1 o'clock, followed by the Bears pregame show with Waddle, Silvy, and Dionne. And then we've got the Bears and Rams at 5, right into the postgame show with Peggy and Yurko. And then the late show with Tom Snyder. No, with J Mac and Pat the Designer and Jeff Meller right here on the home of the Bears, ESPN 1000.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to the whole day of programming. And then when it's Silvy and Tommy and Dionne, that's when you really lock in. You're like, okay, they're at the stadium. Get locked in.
Yes. Come by and see the guys in frigid temperatures.
Let me ask you a question. Last week, the Bears won the toss and took the football.
Yeah.
That is unusual for Ben Johnson.
Mm-hmm.
Unusual for most coaches. Last night we saw in overtime, Buffalo won the toss and deferred and got the ball after a stop and still couldn't score because I thought a terrible call by the officials. But what would you do if you won the toss if you were Ben Johnson?
I would take the ball.
You would?
I would. I know what the Bears' defense is. I would take the ball. And by the way, if you haven't noticed or not, Ben Johnson's a maniac. You understand this, right?
Mm-hmm.
He wants his best on the field. His best is his offense and him as a play caller. That's his best.
Yeah, I want to double up, end of the first half, and then get the ball to start the second half. I would kick, see what happens.
I would if I'm got the coin toss, I am taking the ball. I want my best on the field first. I got the crowd behind me, right? So the Soldier Field crowd is going to be at a fever pitch. Imagine Caleb Williams takes the field, and then, oh, my God. Now you're taking your time, taking time off the clock, running the football, nickel dime down the field, big play, and get 7 instead of 3. That crowd is just going to be lit.
Yep.
Defense comes out there. All right, here we go. First down, touchdown, Rams. Okay, now you're deflated. Now you're going back to the game last week. I want my best out there if I can.
The other thing is, last week you lost your starting left tackle.
Yeah.
You lost your probably best linebacker in T.J. Edwards. He's right there with Tremaine Edmonds. Those guys knocked out, and they're done for the year. There was a fumble by Christian Watson at the goal line. You didn't come up with it. There was a fumble by Josh Jacobs on a kick. You didn't come up with it. There was a fumble by their 380-pound lineman. Ball's laying on the ground, and you knock it out of bounds. You had 5 different opportunities to make plays, tipped balls. You got none of them. Okay, you're still standing. Find a way today to turn that around.
Thank God the Bears won that football game, despite those issues. It's a lot. It's a laundry list. But you know what? Found a way, did they not?
Find a way.
We hear now from Tommy Waddle talking about the Rams defense coming in with a plan.
They look like they're
tired.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to say that because, but they've played 99.9% of the snaps from left guard to right tackle. They look like they've had some breakdowns in the center of their protection. And even in the run game, I just, like, if you even go back to the 49er game, remember when Caleb was being pressured, a lot of times it was coming from right over the center. If you saw the fourth down play where he threw the interception down by the goal line to the linebacker, he had nowhere to go with it because Dolman got beat immediately. So they really got to focus on making sure that they're stout in the middle. I'll tell you this as well. If it's Benedict, who I believe will certainly take over at left down, Jared Verse is coming. And then, he's coming again on the next. Like, this is a good defense. They've got a lot of talented players. They have let people hang around. They've got some weakness in their secondary. But up front, they're grown-ass men. And they'll have a plan. So, I think this offensive line is going to dictate the pace of the game, especially early.
So, of course, that was the Waddle Wednesday. You could hear that in its entirety on the Kap and J Hood morning show podcast feed. That's before we heard the rumor about maybe a different left tackle. He mentioned Benedict there, and that was the thought on Wednesday. Mm-hmm. Maybe something different on left tackle here today.
Yeah, it's sounding like Joe Tooney is going to get the start at left tackle. That's what Bigsy reported yesterday. Let's see if that's exactly what they do. He did that for the last 3 regular season games in KC last year and their playoff run to the Super Bowl. They did lose, obviously, to the Eagles, but he said, whatever the team needs, I'm in. I'm a team guy. Yeah. He's why teams love having winning players. He's a winning player. I'll do whatever it takes.
I can make the argument that he's the best player on the team. I can make that argument. And there's a lot to choose from, but, that guy has been a rock. That offensive line has been a rock for the most part this season, but that guy, what a signing.
Well, the Chiefs named him their MVP last year. Not Mahomes, not Kelsey, not Chris Jones. They named him team MVP. He might be the best player this year on the Bears.
Mm-hmm. Pete in Naperville on Kap and J Hood on our game day extravaganza. Bears and Rams. Hello, Pete.
Hey, guys. How you doing? Good morning.
We're good, brother. How are you?
Doing well. Hey, I'm on my way to Iowa City, dropping my daughter off, and I'm listening to you guys on the radio, of course, and it's just so awesome to actually hear you finally, for 1 year, excited, proud, happy that the Bears are actually doing something.
They're a winning ball club, Pete.
They are.
There's a reason why you hear that optimism and that good feeling, because the Bears are giving us something to cheer for.
Yeah, the last 3 years have not been fun.
No, they have not. I've listened to you through Nagy. I've listened to you through Eberflus, and now, finally, it's happening. It's fun.
Yeah, it's absolutely awesome. And again, I can't say it more strongly than this. Tomorrow is promised to no one in every area of our lives. We don't know what next year is going to be. We don't know what injury is going to befall the team. But guess what? We know we're playing today.
Yeah.
So take advantage of the opportunity.
That's all that matters, is that you're playing today. So very rarely we get the Bears in this position. And so, when Pete calls in and says, hey, you guys are sounding optimistic, yeah, because look at the ball club. Even when you can look at it and say, boy, they could use this, it doesn't matter. They find a way to win the football games. All these great come-from-behind victories. This yearbook is already full. I just want another page of the yearbook today against the Rams.
Right.
Another page.
Right.
So we can get to the next page.
Agreed.
Kenosha, Wisconsin. Here is Mariano on Kap and J Hood. Mariano, good morning.
Good morning, guys. How we feeling?
We're good, man. We're hanging in there.
You know how we're feeling.
I'm feeling good. I'm feeling really good. I'm optimistic. We beat the Packers. Now, I don't want to get ahead of them over my skis here, right? But I feel like if we can control time of possession, I think the turnovers will come, because then it puts more pressure on the Rams when they very few get possession. So I'm feeling good. I'm on the treadmill right now, and I couldn't be happier as a Bear fan right now.
All right, my friend. Appreciate your phone
get him.
call. He's on the treadmill. He sounds like me on the treadmill, putting it on 1.
That's it.
It's very quiet.
What are you doing down there, honey? Working out. Walking.
It's
no incline.
No, just 1. That's what it sounds like. Very quiet treadmill he's working on.
Maybe he's a wealthy dude and he's just got one of those elite treadmills.
That's quiet, like an electric car?
Correct.
Man, that's something.
That'd be awesome.
Man, that's like farting through silk, man.
That
That's
would
good
be.
stuff.
That's incredible.
We will go to Brookfield. Here is Kyle on Kap and J Hood. Hey, Kyle, good morning.
Hi, thanks for taking my call. So I really like Tom Waddle, but I got to say, Tom Waddle, you said that the Rams are better than the Bears on paper. Last I checked, this game's not played on paper. This game's played on the gridiron. And we're going to need everyone on that team to go to work. Offense, go to work. Defense, go to work. Special teams, go to work. Coaches, go to work. And us fans in the stands need to go to work, too.
I understand that, but guess what? Tommy Waddle played the game at the highest level. Tommy Waddle is an elite analyst who breaks down the film. And he puts the film on, and he simply says to you, okay, they've got an advantage right there. And they've got an advantage right there. And we have an advantage right there. And I also believe that it's the great Tom Waddle that said the Bears are going to win the game. He picked them. They're in Chicago. It's the way the season has gone. So you want him to lie to you? Would you'd like him to come on?
Kap and J Hood, you didn't choose to play that clip. You chose to play the other clip. So you got me all riled up here, man.
Well, why should you be riled up when someone's telling you what they believe? You want him to lie to you so that you, Kyle, in Brookfield can go, I feel really good. Tom Waddle said we have the advantage. I want him to tell the truth.
Well, then why didn't you play the full clip saying that you felt that he felt that the Bears were going to win?
Because that's our choice.
Yeah.
You can play that on your show.
We played his breakdown, period. Why? Do you need to have somebody pat you on the top of the head and go, it's going to be okay, buddy, Kyle, have another cup of coffee because Tommy said they're going to win. Tommy broke down the tape. He's watched every play of the Bears this year 50 different ways from Sunday. He also broke down the Rams. The fact of the matter is the Rams are a really good football team that's won a Super Bowl with this coach and this quarterback. He's being honest. Does not mean that the Rams are going to win.
So, and also, Kyle.
Come on, man. You're better than that.
Well, no, clearly not. But here's the thing. Potsy cuts these sound bites because that's what they're called in the business. They're sound bites. Where if you want to hear the entire conversation, it's on the Wednesday podcast of Kap and J Hood. And actually, Kyle, he said exactly what you said. You don't win games on paper. If you remember Tommy saying that, that was the back end of it. But we're not playing the entire conversation with Tommy on this Bears extravaganza. We're not doing that.
Correct.
But we're going to give you some thoughts from Tommy talking about the offensive line for the Bears and talking about check marks. He feels like the Rams are a better team than the Bears. Sure. But it doesn't mean that the Bears are going to lose the football game because there's such thing as upset, especially when it comes to this point spread. If you don't believe me, take a look at the Bears season. How many times have the Chicago Bears been able to get the job done and get over on Vegas?
Fair.
A number of times this season, right? More than a few.
Fair.
So, I mean, if you are upset with Tom, and by the way, the rule is around here, if you have a problem with one of the hosts, call them.
Yeah.
Don't call us. You got a problem with Tom? He's going to be on at 3 o'clock. Call in. Silvy will take that phone call. You can go after Tom about that.
Correct. They have a great pregame show. Yeah. You will get all fired up. And you have a problem? Call.
It's the most unique pre- and halftime show in the National Football League where calls are taken. You know how the beige wall is of these pregame shows around because you got the Sirius XM, the NFL network. You know how that sounds.
Yeah.
It's just like sound bites and like vague opinions, the house organ, and then right to the game.
Right. Here's a taped interview with the PR director. Nobody cares.
Right, exactly.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, so Silvy's got it. Don't worry about it.
They're on top of it.
Yeah,
they'll be fine.
Kyle, you got a problem? Get a pair, and then call Waddle at 3 o'clock. How about that?
That's it.
312-332-ESPN, 332-3776. If you're on hold, you will be on the air. On this game day extravaganza, it's the Bears, it's the Rams. The game starts at 5. And listen to it right here on ESPN 1000.
Kap J Hood. Kap and J Hood. Mornings on ESPN 1000. Chicago's home for sports. Here comes the Chicago Bears podcast. It drops daily on the ESPN Chicago app, and its rotating co-hosts make an essential pod for Bears fans. Join host Pat the Designer and company for the Chicago Bears podcast from ESPN Chicago. Your home for Chicago Bears content.
Yep. Hey, football fans. Playoff season at Hooters, it just hits different. We've got all the games, the wings are coming out hot, the beer is ice cold, and the energy off the charts. There's no better place to catch every big play. And if you're watching from home, don't worry. Grab Hooters to go, and you'll be the MVP of your football party. Hooters brings the flavor and fun to football season. So what are you waiting for? Head to Hooters for a game day experience like no other. Visit Hooters.com to order. Hooters, always original.
Bag huge savings with Menards 15% off bag sale. Peak 50/50 antifreeze and coolant provides your vehicle with year-round protection, and it's compatible with all vehicles. Pick up a 1-gallon jug of Peak 50/50 antifreeze and coolant for $6.99 after you put it in the bag. Now through January 24th. Plus, get 15% off everything you can fit in the bag. See store for complete details.
Save big money at Menards.
Do you have trouble getting in and out of the bathtub? Are you afraid you'll slip and fall entering or exiting a tub? Safe Step walk-in tubs can transform your bathtub from an area of concern to a calming refuge. Call them today at 1-800-731-4558 and save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs and showers are proudly made in Tennessee and offer an ultra-low step-in, avoiding that difficult climb over a traditional bathtub wall. They also offer a variety of therapeutic benefits that may help soothe your aching muscles and joints, increasing your mobility, boosting your energy, and improving your sleep. Safe Step walk-in tubs are designed to easily fit your existing tub space and are often installed in as little as one day. Just dial 1-800-731-4558 today to save $1,600 and receive a free shower package. That's 1-800-731-4558 for a free no-obligation consultation and to save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs. Safety never felt so good.
Are you ready to make a difference for the environment while helping the visually impaired at the same time? Then donate your vehicle to Heritage for the Blind today by calling 1-800-983-6530. Every donated vehicle will either be properly recycled in an eco-friendly manner or given a new life through reuse. Donating your vehicle is easy. Simply call 1-800-983-6530 and Heritage for the Blind will do the rest. They'll even arrange for your vehicle to be picked up at no cost to you. And for a limited time, when you donate your car, you'll receive a $200 restaurant voucher and a 2-night, 3-day hotel stay at one of 50 locations. Call 1-800-983-6530 right now to schedule your vehicle donation and make a positive impact on the environment while helping others. Heritage for the Blind, where every car donation counts and every person makes a difference. Call 1-800-983-6530 now. This advertisement is paid for by Heritage for the Blind.
Welcome back to Kap and J Hood on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
It's the Game Day Extravaganza. Kap and J Hood on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. Kap, give us the latest on the weather. We heard from ABC 7 Eyewitness News, Tracy Butler, about what we expect tonight with the Bears and Rams at 5 o'clock.
So I was texting with Tracy this morning, and then she also texted our entire group, which is so cool of her. Tracy is just phenomenal. And when we got the text this morning, she said it's going to warm up a little bit during the day, and then it's going to start to plummet again late afternoon. Kick is at 5:30. She expects winds to be a factor in this game. There will be some snow when the game kicks off or just before kickoff starts snowing. Not any kind of blizzard-like conditions, but we're going to have very, very cold weather throughout the game.
Okay. All right.
So,
and you know, this whole thing where the Rams are soft and listen, it's not about that. It's about what's on the field. The Rams know what's coming. weather-wise. They just have to execute. And the same thing with the Bears. The weather, this whole thing that's going to be a factor, Cap, just remember, Matt Stafford did play outside. You know why? Because as a Lion, he had to play the Vikings indoors, but it was outside against Green Bay and Chicago. So it's not like he's just like this indoors quarterback. He can get it done, rain or shine, indoors or outdoors, and the Bears defense has to do something about it.
Tracy said, by end of game, temps will still be between 15 and 19 degrees. Winds will pick up in the second half. West-southwest, 17 to 25 miles per hour. Gusts will be stronger than that, is what I heard. Wind chills will be between 2 and 7 degrees.
Got it.
Let's go.
Bears will be ready.
Bear down.
Bear down, and it'll be short sleeves for everyone except Caleb. And so got to keep the right arm warm, Cap. That's what's happening there. But I would imagine a short sleeves games for the Chicago Bears.
Yes.
Got to show that toughness, man. Got to show them.
Yeah.
Like it does not affect us.
100%.
All right, let's go back to the phone line to talk to you. 312-332-3776 is our phone number. John in Barrington's got a great thought about the Bears defense on Kap and J Hood. Hey, John. John.
Guys, how we doing?
Good, man. You have a thought about the defense.
I do. But first, I got to give it up to the Barrington boys 10U Hoops team. It's America's team. We got some business to take care of in Libertyville before the game today.
Get it done, all right?
What time's the game?
All right. We got a doubleheader out there.
What time's the game? Still didn't answer the question. What time's the game?
Oh, sorry. Game's at 12. We got a 12 and a 2.
Okay.
All right, get it done, man.
Good. You got plenty of time. Good.
Find a way to win find a way to win 2 basketball games.
That's it.
They will do it. They're America's team. All right. So here's what we got to do.
Okay.
Stafford's 38 years old, right? 38 years old in 5 degrees is way different than 25 years old. I understand it's a mental game with the weather, but the body is different. You got to get him on the ground early. You got to call Brisker. You got to call Gordon. You got to call him off the edge early. They got to finish the rush. If that means a late hit, I'm not saying doing anything dirtbaggy. I'm not saying go out and hit it, try and hurt a guy. But finish the rush, and if that's a flag on a late hit early in the game to get a 38-year-old feeling every bit of 38 and 5 degrees, that's what we got to do. Snow coming down, 12th man going nuts. We've got to take advantage of the weather, and you do that by blitzing them early.
All right. Thank you very much for the phone call, and good luck to your games today.
Yep, get it done. Grab a cup of coffee, find a way to win 2 basketball games, and then get your keister home, and you all lock in for 5:30 and find a way to win a football game.
I think in my headphones he said it's Barrington's team. Yep, it is Barrington's team.
There you go.
We will go to West Chicago. Here's Pete.
He said America's.
I think I heard Barrington.
What's going on, gentlemen?
Hello,
Happy
Pete.
Sunday.
Let's go. Pete, what's up?
All right, so I think that the 4th phase is going to be the most important thing today, and we need to be comfortable doing it. I'm going to the game, and I got a comprehensive list of things that I think we should be wearing to make sure we don't need to bring a bottle of bourbon with us.
Okay.
So just so everybody knows, I think you guys should at least have half of these. We need a thermal beanie, a neck gaiter, a balaclava. We need to have a thermal base layer bottoms. We got to have the heavy insulated pants or lined Carhartt. We got to have the windproof pants. We got to do the parka. You got to have 2 sets of gloves. And I think you guys will be good to go. Also with a great pair of boots and wool socks. And we're good.
You know what? That'll work, Pete. All of that'll work.
Oh, yeah.
He mentioned Carhartt because Carhartt's for real men.
That's what men wear.
That's
out
what
to the
men
game
wear. Make sure you wear your Carhartt. It's funny about Carhartt, right? It's supposed to be like the warmest thing. It's kind of like, do you want a tissue or do you want Kleenex?
Mm-hmm.
Do you need a battery or do you need Duracell?
Right.
Carhartt just happens to be the brand.
That's it.
You can find warm thermal wear anywhere, but it's something about Carhartt.
You know what I found? I would love for someone to send me a post on social. Guys were in the stands, and gals, wearing the Bears-themed ski suits.
Yeah.
Like, look, the logo, the colors, everything. Look like Zubaz.
Yeah.
Please send me a tweet at the Catman. Where do I buy one of those for me and my wife and my kids? I want to buy those.
The whole family wearing it, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, great.
I want to wear it around Wisconsin, too.
Sure.
But please, help me out. Where do you buy the Bears-themed ski outfits?
We thank you so much for listening and calling in and being part of the program here on Kap and J Hood. Thank you, Hannah. Thank you, Potsy. Coming up, it'll be Carmen and Jesse as we keep rolling, talking about the Bears and Rams. Bear down.
Find a way. Find a way. See you in the morning.
So long, everybody.
Take that.
From Chicago.
Well, see you later.
I've got the best job, Carm.
You're listening to Kap and J Hood on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Waddle Law helped me get the compensation that I deserve.
Waddle Law helped me get back on my feet.
Thanks to Waddle Law, I'm at a better place today.
Waddle Law cares for you. We're compassionate. We're empathetic to your situation. And I promise you, I will get you more money than any other law firm in the city of Chicago. That is my promise to you. Hire us, win with us, be successful with us. Call us at Waddle Law, 312-8-million.
Do you use a Link EBT card to buy food? Please listen carefully. You could lose your benefits if you don't act soon. Before January 31st, visit saveoursnap.org to learn about new rules, how they impact you, and the steps you need to take to keep your food benefits. Don't wait. Go to saveoursnap.org today. That's saveoursnap.org before January 31st. Sponsored by the Illinois Commission to End Hunger, aired in cooperation with this station and the Illinois Broadcasters Association.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
I was feeling the same way. After 40, the body has less testosterone, and men lose their edge. That's why I take Nugenix Total T2.
That's the testosterone booster, right?
Yes, but Total T2 is their brand new formula that skyrockets nitric oxide levels in as little as 3 hours. Since I started taking it, I've been lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. My energy is way up, and it even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles?
Yep, just send a text.
Text HIM to 369-369 for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T2, the next generation testosterone booster. Text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text HIM to 369-369. That's HIM to 369-369.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, this is the home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Carmen and Yurko, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
There are seasons that shine and seasons that endure. This, however, is being remembered as something far greater. A season of miracles, theatrical, cinematic moments frozen in time. They've taken the lead on the Packers. What comes next?
This is the city. Los Angeles, California.
From the shimmering lights of the West come the LA Rams, forged in Hollywood, built for brilliance. City of stars. Armed with the most explosive offense in football. The venerable Matthew Stafford leads with fire, fury, and heart, with an arm that can split the winter sky.
You got a gift. When you were a baby, the gods reached down and turned your right arm into a thunderbolt.
Ben Johnson knows Stafford, worked and studied with him in Detroit. He understands every beat of that heart.
A heart like a lion, a burning like fire.
But now, Ben works in rhythm with ice.
Won't find nobody else like me.
Caleb Williams, the ascendant Iceman, calm as midnight, cold as the wind that sweeps across Lake Michigan. Tonight belongs to the Bears, not so silent hunters, methodical, unrelenting, stalking, without panic, exceptional senses for the moment at hand. And as Soldier Field awakens, a swirling blend of an icy wind and roaring humanity sets the stage. The Iceman and his believing Bears will enter armed with vengeance. This is Jeff Joniak. Welcome to Bears and Rams on the lakefront. It's divisional round playoff football. We are in pregame overdrive on the home of the Bears.
Here comes
ESPN Chicago.
We got to play that again in an hour.
I'm fired up.
I was just going to say.
I am fired up.
If that doesn't get you going, I needed that. I needed a little bit of a pick-me-up. I'm still walking around with a little bit of a malaise after the result of the Bronco-Bill game. I've never been so devastated for not one of our teams. I don't even cheer for the Bills. I just love Josh Allen so much. I was devastated last night, Jesse. I needed that pick-me-up. I feel better. I feel good. I'm energized.
I know this is not going to go well with your talk show partner, but I'm not the biggest Sean Payton fan. I've said that to you before.
Yes.
And, he treated a reporter poorly last week, had a little Craig Counsell on him there, if you remember. and I'm kidding, because I like Craig a lot better than Sean Payton. And anyway, the Bills had a chance, but look, they're up against it, short week and going on the road and everything else. And of course, now Bo Nix is out, but we don't care about the AFC today, Carmen.
It's all NFC divisional playoff Sunday for Bears and Rams, and that's what we're excited about. It is Bears Bonanza. Happy to be with you as our programming continues all day today, and it'll go deep into the night and early tomorrow morning. All of us will be back here on the holiday tomorrow to break it down, win or lose. We do know one way or another, Jess. It's Carmen and Jesse with you for the next 2 hours. We do know one way or another this will be the final home game of the season for the Bears. San Francisco was not able to go in and pull an amazing upset. It would have been somewhat miraculous, I think, considering the circumstances. And they were downright awful, unfortunately, for the 49ers fans last night. So Seattle with an easy-peasy win. Seattle will host a title game. Will it be Rams or will it be Bears? We'll find out later tonight. And we're going to take your calls. We've had full phones pretty much all day. I mean, Jack was on early. Cap and Hoodie just wrapped up. When we're done, it is the pregame tailgate with Tyler and Shea. Network pregame starts inside the stadium, inside Gate O with Waddle, Silvy, and Dionne at 3 o'clock. If you are going to the game, bundle up. Go see the crew, and let's go Bears. So bear down. We're here to take your calls for the next couple hours.
Yeah, and as people start their trek downtown, I know some people going down early, going to watch the first game at a bar, then head over. Or obviously, if you're going to tailgate, God bless you.
God bless you is right.
So here's my idea, Carmen. Instead of keys to the game, because frankly, when it comes to the Bears, keys to the game are meaningless. It's about the end of the fourth quarter for them. Like, get out to a lead. No, that doesn't really matter. Run the ball properly. Nah, that doesn't matter. So here's my idea.
All right.
Because they end up, winning late.
Well, they've had all these miraculous comebacks, yeah. Look, the Broncos are another one of those teams. They did it again last night. They're another team that's found themselves having to come back in fourth quarters time and time again this year, and Bo Nix did it again for them last night.
So I feel like pregame keys to the game, whatever. No, for our fans and listeners driving down there, I think it's keys to surviving the game. Keys to surviving the game, maybe even keys to enjoying it while you're out there, because God bless you, I had a chance to go today. Said no thank you. I went last week.
Yeah, you did.
I did go last week. My fingers were cold, nothing else.
Nothing else?
But today I imagine every part of your body is going to be cold. So what are your keys to surviving this kind of game?
Lanolin, sheep's wool. Make sure you're loaded up with lanolin. That's what I would suggest to everybody.
It's kind of crazy, Carmen, because, outside of the Winter Classic, it is the only possible thing in Chicago you would do outside is have a football game. In January, you don't have a concert outside. You don't have a play. You don't have a musical. You don't have a festival. You do nothing outside. Yes, the Winter Classic would be it.
Yeah,
a football game, a playoff. This is the only thing, and it's going to be jam packed, and it's going to be as loud as you can possibly make it. I'm sure. How do you survive the game?
I don't think the Rams are going to be as bothered as everybody thinks. I could very much be wrong. I hope I am, actually. I mean, if we get the sense halfway through, like, they're miserable, and you can usually see it, you can usually notice it. If we can sense that, if the fans in the stadium can sense it, if you can sense it on the TV, it'll be like, all right, great, bear weather is working actually in their favor. Look, it's not a regular season game. These guys know it's on the line. I think, even from LA, brave the elements. It is what it is. Both teams have to deal with it. It's not going to be that pleasant, but a trip to the NFC title game is on the line. So I think on pure adrenaline, I don't anticipate it being, I don't anticipate the weather being that big of a story. Again, maybe I'll be wrong. I still think it's going to be a little bit of a shootout. I do. With that Rams offense against this Bears defense, the Bears against the Rams secondary that I think you could take advantage of. Yes, their front four is ferocious and then some. But if they can somehow find a way to protect Caleb, if they can do all the creative things that they've done to get big chunk explosive plays down the field this season, I think the Bears take advantage of what is the weakness, I guess you'd say, of that Rams defense, and that's that secondary. So I think there's a path where the Bears can score and score a lot. I think it'll be a little bit of a shootout. Fans, like Jesse said, how do you anticipate this thing going tonight, and how are you going to brave the elements and stay warm and do all the things necessary to get through what is going to be a fun Sunday? 312-332-3776 if you want to ring us up, talk about anything. Big news to probably start is the Brad Biggs report from over the weekend here about the
Left
Bears
tackle.
kicking the tires on a move of moving Joe Thuney outside to left tackle. It was funny. I was listening to Waddle and Silvy early in the week, and a caller brought it up and said, hey, look, the Chiefs had to do it out of necessity last year. Chiefs played 4 left tackles last year. 4. At one point, who was it? Was it DJ Humphrey? They called off the couch at one point, like in November or December, just to take a shot, and then he got hurt. And by the time it was all said and done at the end of the year into the playoffs, they were on their 4th left tackle, and they felt like they had no option that was better than moving all-pro guard Joe Thuney outside. So a caller had brought that up, and I was like, I didn't even really think about it. I would not do it. Waddle and Silvy talked about it. Yerk and I discussed it the next day. And then sure enough, Brad Biggs in the Tribune is reporting that, according to his sources, the Bears are very much considering moving Joe Thuney to left tackle for the game today.
Does that mean he practiced there all week and we just don't know
Good
about
question.
it necessarily?
Well, I don't think we'd know. There's no way they would let. There was no way they'd let the media know that.
So you'd have to assume that he did, right?
I would, if they're planning it, I would think so.
That's a heck of a move. They just move him over cold like that.
I would think if
but
that
even
was
a couple
the
days
plan,
of practice, does that make the difference? I mean, the fact is he's played it a little bit.
He has. As recently as a year ago in the playoffs.
Are you?
I would say no.
Are you weakening 2 positions by doing that?
That's what I think.
But desperate times call for desperate measures, and Thuney's a veteran who's played there, and the Rams have a great pass rush. You can make a case either way. I tend to agree with you, but I'm not an expert enough to know if that's the right or wrong move in the moment.
Yeah. I think you run out
it's tough.
Theo Benedette and you hope for the best.
Yeah.
I think you help him as much as you can. You do that with design and personnel. The Bears have no problem using those heavy personnel formations. They use 13 personnel, so that's the 3 tight end sets at one of the 10 highest rates in the NFL. League average is about 5.5%. Bears run that personnel package out there about 8.5%, and they leaned into it even more in the back half of the season. By the way, you want to know the percent of time the Rams are in 13 personnel. So league average is 5.5, Bears about 8.5. The Rams are in 13 personnel
a ton,
30% of the time.
A ton.
30% of the time, far and away the most in the league, and they have the best EPA in the league by a mile.
Yeah,
and I mean by like a light year.
Yeah, Kap
out of that
J Hood
personnel
we're talking
package.
about, everybody is, and this is where I go back to the keys of the game. If you wanted to really talk about keys of the game, you just simply can't let Matthew Stafford pick you apart.
Yeah.
But he probably will. It's like you said about the weather. Look, the weather's not going to turn this thing, the temperature, into a 10-3 game. The Rams.
I don't think so. I'm with you.
No,
I'm with you,
it's
Jeff.
not. It's not.
Yeah, I don't think with these offenses and what they're capable of,
Honestly,
I'm with you.
last week is kind of the roadmap, and every week is. The Rams are going to get theirs to a certain extent. It's that moment in the third or fourth quarter where you get a punt, where you get a missed field goal, where you get a tip ball that goes up and you get an interception. And I agree with you about the weather. You use the word miserable. I agree it's not going to make the Rams miserable, but who's to say execution-wise it doesn't impact them?
Yeah.
Look at what happened to C.J. Stroud last week in temperate bad time. Your fingers stiff up a little bit, you get a snap, and it bounces off of you. Even a
Is
guy
that
like,
what happened to CJ?
Oh,
Because
I
I'm still trying to figure it out.
I thought so, maybe.
Disgusting performance.
And, who knows? A ball bounces off of Devontae Adams because his hands are cold and it bounces up and someone gets an interception off it. That's where I think the temperature impacts things execution-wise, not because guys are miserable.
Right.
So, to me, it's really the same roadmap as always. And the Bears were able to get some stops early in the third, but they also got luck in terms of the kicking game. The Packers missed some,
they
field
left
goal,
7
extra
points on the
right.
board.
So that's what I think this comes down to in the second half: a stop, an interception that you didn't see coming, a missed kick, maybe because of the temperatures. But the idea, like, Bears need to get out to a lead and run the clock out, that's probably not going to happen. It's just not going to happen.
Yeah, you're probably going to find I think you're going to find yourself in a little bit of a shootout having to score tonight. I do.
Yeah, and even if the temperature depresses that shootout a little bit, okay, maybe it's 27-24 instead of 34-27. Like, it's not going to be 13-10.
You know it's
I don't
great.
think.
You know it's great. I agree with you. We'll see.
Yeah.
You know it's great that I think for most of us as Bears fans, this is it's kind of uncharted territory where you feel good about the offense's capabilities in a game like
especially against this Rams defense right now.
Yeah. Well, and in the idea that you actually, like, as Bears fans, we trust the offense to go score points. I prefer that they don't wait till the fourth quarter to do it. I think you're not always going to be able to come back and finish off those comebacks like that. So don't find yourself in that situation. I just really have a high degree of faith in what they're doing offensively. I think Caleb's gotten so much better and is just has more of a command that is necessary of this offense right now. I love Ben's play calling. I love their playmakers. I mean, Loveland has been incredible, and then everything, and then some. So I don't know about you, but I mean, like, honestly, when have we ever truly felt great about this offense's ability to, like, go out there and be in a shootout? Normally, we're talking about the same old, the monsters in the midway, and you got to win with defense, and yada yada yada. And look, I wish their defense was better. Don't get me wrong. Perfect world, you're good at both.
Yeah.
But I have a very high degree of faith in this team's offense to score points when they need to.
I remember pre-Ben Johnson, so not that long ago, I just remember being on the air and saying, look, if we're going to be an average team but lose 37-34, I'll take that for I'll take that for a while until that's what they've become.
Yeah.
They've become a team that can score, and maybe they're going to lose, but they've become a true modern era NFL team.
Yes.
Where scoring is, the rules have trended towards scoring,
They
right?
have.
And quarterback play.
Yes.
And the defense, Seattle has it both right now. The Texans have but Texans don't have much of an offense. Bears have an offense. They don't have much of a defense. So that needs to come next. But at least it's entertaining and it's modern day NFL play. By the Chicago Bears, something we haven't seen in it almost feels like decades.
The Bears offense this year, top 10 EPA per play, yards per play, points per game, points per drive, top 10, all of those categories. Yes, they do feel like a more modern day offense that is capable of big things.
And thank God games are not 58 minutes. That's all.
Yeah, well, that's true, too. That's a very good point.
They have 7 more losses.
I know. We got some holdover calls here from guys that were sitting tight, wanting to talk to Kap and Hoodie. Sit on the lines here, guys. We're going to grab all your phone calls. If you want to ring us up to talk about the Bears game, if you are going, how you're going to enjoy maybe the first game, your tailgate. Yeah, your keys to surviving. I don't know, the way they've played, like the key, forget about the cold. It's what are you doing to make sure you don't get a heart attack watching these guys? My Lord. 312-332-3776. For Carmen and Jesse, it is Bears Bonanza. We're going to be with you until 1 o'clock talking Bears here on your home for Bears football, ESPN Chicago.
This is Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Hey, it's Kap. Playoff time is here, and this is when you need to be locked in. But if you're not sleeping well or you can't breathe, good luck focusing on anything, let alone the playoffs. That's where my great friends at Sinus and Snoring MD come in. Breathe better and sleep better with in-office treatments and same-day appointments. Now's the time to take care of yourself and start 2026 feeling your best. Call 847-545-0147 or visit sinusandsnoringmd.com and get ready for a better night's sleep. That is sinusandsnoringmd.com.
Finding your dream home is truly tough. So many options. The stakes are high, so don't go it alone. I'm Chicagoland's real estate agent, Sammy Lubeck. I have deep local knowledge. Working with Baird & Warner, I've got access to private listings you won't find online. I help buyers like you find the right home and win it. Whether it's your first place or your forever one, I'm here to make the process simple and successful. Start your search at www.sammy.homes. Once again, I'm Sammy Lubeck, and I am Chicagoland's real estate agent.
Hey guys, it's Silvy. You know me, I hate the cold, and I don't like dealing with cold drafts in my house. That's why we called Window Nation a few years ago, and the difference, incredible. Right now, it's a great time for you to do the same. Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 Windows free sale is going on now. Plus, you get your new windows with 0 down, 0 monthly payments, and 0 interest for 2 years. So if you feel drafts, see fog or mold around the frame, and your heating bill keeps on jumping, it is time. Do not wait. Visit windownation.com today.
Good Karma Brands is proud to be an equal opportunity employer, providing equal employment, development, and advancement opportunities to all teammates and applicants. To learn more about careers with us, please send an email to talentacquisition@goodkarmabrands.com. That's talentacquisition@goodkarmabrands.com.
That's the ease at which you get information. You want it, you get it. Like that. Ask your phone. Group chat. Smartphone. You're always connected and informed in real time. No waiting. So if you're diabetic and still using finger sticks to read your blood sugar, what are you waiting for? Knowing your blood sugar levels instantly is important for managing diabetes. Call US Med at 888-665-0696. To learn more about continuous glucose monitors, a real-time instant method to track your blood glucose, US Med is an approved provider for Medicare and over 1,000 private insurers. And the best part? Call 888-665-0696 and we'll give you a free insurance benefits check today. So call 888-665-0696 today. That's 888-665-0696 and manage your diabetes as easy as...
See? Chicago's home for sports. We're on YouTube, live and on demand content. Follow us at ESPN 1000 Chicago.
Emmanuel Wilson, the lone back take. Fake to Wilson, rolling to his right, throwing to his right, behind him, but caught into the end zone for the touchdown. Christian Watson gets there, and the coverage of McLeod, and the Packers take the lead 6-3. 6:53 to go in the half. The snap is back. 4-man rush. Pockets tight. Floats it down the left side. Jaden Reed the catch. Into the end zone with a touchdown. Beats Edmonds around the 2. Lofted throw by Love. Connects for 18 yards and a 13-3 Green Bay lead. Jordan Love with a hard count. Takes the snap. Looking left. Love with time. Throws it open. Romeo Dobbs for the touchdown.
Oh, no! We suck again!
Here, Bears head coach Ben Johnson. Coach Johnson, what's the key to turning this thing around this second half?
One play at a time.
Thanks for your time, Coach.
Hey, guys. You ready to let the dogs out? What? Do what? Let the dogs out. You know, like, who let the dogs out? Who
Who brought this guy?
Who let the dogs out?
Fourth quarter offense continues to get hot for the Bears. Third down at 4. Handoff Swift. Great block by Loveland. To the 5, to the 3, to the 2, to the 1, to the end zone. DeAndre Swift. Touchdown. Touchdown Bears. To the left side, Loveland. Komet now motions to the right boundary. Snap back. Pocket holds. Over the middle. Catch at the 2. Into the end zone. Olamide Zaccheaus. Touchdown Bears. Third and a bunch sent to the left side numbers. Snap back. 4-man rush. Caleb with a double move. Throw down the left sideline. DJ Moore inside the 5. End zone. Touchdown. Touchdown Bears. They've taken the lead on the Packers with 1:43 to go. 25 yards. The same connection. Week 16, a walk-off win. This connection, a 3-point lead. Wow!
I mean, I'm from around the way. I'm leaving with something. They wanted us. That's what I heard. They wanted it, and they got it.
Come back for the ages a week ago. What are the Bears going to do for an encore later tonight, later this afternoon? Can't wait. Bears and Rams will be the last game of the weekend. We were treated to a doozy yesterday and then a clunker in the nightcap. The first game today kicks off about 2 o'clock from Foxborough. Bears and Rams will follow, and you're going to get all the action right here on ESPN Chicago, your home for the Bears. Carmen and Jesse with you now, getting you through the late morning, early afternoon. When we're done at 1, it is Tyler and Shea with the pregame tailgate. Then the network pregame show starts at 3 o'clock sharp inside Gate O at Soldier Field. You heard that this has become the anthem, Jess. You know, this it's Joe Keery from Stranger Things. And I don't know, is it just DJO? Forgive me, I don't know how he goes by his stage name.
Do not know either.
I don't know. Your kids are older than my kids, obviously.
No, my kids like Stranger Things, if that was the question.
My daughter is
they finished it.
obsessed with Stranger Things.
Oh, yeah. It was...
and Steve Harrington, that's who this is.
Yeah,
just obsessed with Stranger Things.
Yeah, my kids finished the whole thing. Oh, absolutely. I mean, remember, it started when they were young.
Oh, that's true.
So they saw it through
10 years ago. They saw
the
whole thing. Oh, my God, my daughter loves it so much. And she loves this song, and I hear it all the time. But I do like it. It's kind of become like the anthem. I see it in so many social media posts that the Bears and other people with Bears content have been doing. So this is going to get us going into the game tonight. If you want to ring us up, you can at 312-332-3776. One thing we're really going to have to follow closely, especially as we get closer to the game. I know Waddle and Silvy and Dionne are going to talk about it. It's what we touched on to kick things off here. You know, will Joe Thuney actually be their left tackle later today? If you think that's a move the Bears should make, if you don't want them to weaken sort of two positions in a sense by doing that, should he just stay where he is? I mean, I think that'd be my course of action. I know he did do it in Kansas City last year, but they were really desperate. I guess you could say the Bears were really desperate too. I mean, he would be the fourth guy to play that position this year, right, Jess? He'd be the fourth one.
Yeah, and I said to you in our pre-show discussion that I think this is Braxton Jones to the rescue. That's just my opinion.
I don't think so. I know you love your guy Braxton Jones.
I don't either, but it would be quite something if that was the surprise move.
That would be a surprise.
Braxton comes up with a game of his life out of nowhere.
That would be a surprise.
Returning to the position that he held, when
briefly.
the team stunk.
Yeah, exactly. Rogers and Elgin on ESPN Chicago. What's up, Roger?
Hey, guys. I appreciate your show. It's a lot of fun and great time to be a Bears fan.
For sure.
And I just wanted to mention I had a question, too. Don't let me forget at the end. Just wanted to mention a memory that I have, and it's a clear view of being at a Bears-Ram game many years ago with Eric Dickerson as the running back. And the theme was that they were going to run up and down the field on us.
Yeah.
And my view, my little memory was sitting at about the 20-yard line, 30 rows up, started snowing. And Eric Dickerson had the ball, went right up the middle, and stood up straight by Steve McMichael.
Oh, I thought you meant the Singletary play, but yeah.
It was amazing. But I have that feeling about today's game, too. The Bears, it's destiny. This is the year that they're going to go all the way.
Kind of wish they had McMichael in the middle of that defense right now.
too.
That's the difference.
That is the difference.
They just don't have that defense right now.
You were at the NFC title game in '86, in Jan of '86?
Yeah, I went to all those games.
Nice.
Yeah, I went to the Fog Bowl. I was at all those games. It was just amazing. It was so much fun.
All right, so what was your question for the day, Roger? Go ahead.
My goofy question is that who's the gal who does the Chicago? Who is that?
I'm sorry, the girl who does. Oh, the girl that does our imaging. You mean the
little spot that comes on all the time. She says, Chicago.
Yeah, I don't know who that is, to be honest. I'm not sure. That's Roger's question. She's a voiceover artist that has done stuff for us.
Even if we had a name, would it make a difference?
I have no idea who she is. Yeah, I don't know. I have no idea who she is.
We take all questions here. We take all questions.
I'm guessing the way Roger was framing.
ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Yeah, I don't know who she is.
Yeah,
but Roger obviously doesn't like.
Yeah, she's made a mark for Roger. Yeah,
yes,
like it.
That's hilarious. Let's say hi to. This is Rain on the South Side. I'm sorry. What's up, Rain?
South Side. Hey, listen. I remember celebrating the '85 Bears. Your show today is pumping me up. I feel like a 30-year-old again.
There we go.
Awesome.
That's what I'm talking about.
But the thing is, I know my kids are so sick of me and their dad talking about the 85 Bears this, the 85 Bears this.
Mm-hmm.
But this is a 5-2, the 2025 Bears. But now my mother is coming out of me. I am sending prayers. I'm 10 miles from Soldier Field. I'm sending my prayers and the heat that I'm feeling to the stadium because I just want everybody to be comfortable, enjoy themselves, and just have a perfect screaming day.
Beautiful, Rain.
And Rain, think about this. We're the Bears are 2 wins, and the Patriots are 2 wins from a 40-year rematch in the making.
Yes.
You know what I mean? 40 years.
I didn't even think about that.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Let's run it back. Absolutely. Rain, thank you.
That'd be unbelievable. I mean, Hollywood would reject that script. 40 years later, exactly 40 years later rematch.
When the Bears went to the Super Bowl in 06, obviously, after the 06 season for Super Bowl 41, Silvy and I and some buddies were at the regular season November. It was Thanksgiving weekend. It was late November. The regular season game in Gillette Stadium at Foxborough. And the Bears lost that game. That was the famous Brady juking out Urlacher for like the big conversion, and Junior Seau got hurt in that game. The Patriots won. Rex had a tough game. But I remember walking out of that stadium, and Silvy and I used to always talk about this. Like, we were convinced, like, I'm telling you, they're going to rematch in the Super Bowl. It's going to be Bears. It's going to be Bears and Patriots. That year, then you go to January. The NFC title game was the first game. Bears beat the Saints, and it's Colts and Pats. And the Colts had the big comeback. The Patriots had the lead. And we're sitting there thinking it's going to happen again. They're going to rematch. It's going to be a rematch of Super Bowl 20. And Peyton Manning and the Colts had the furious comeback in the AFC title game and knocked Brady and the Patriots out. But you just said it. I mean, we're 2 games away from that happening. First things first, I guess. But how incredible would it be?
Oh, my God.
If it was Caleb versus Drake May and a rematch of Super Bowl 20. My goodness.
Well, I'm sure the powers that be are looking forward to either C.J. Stroud or Drake May.
Instead of Jarrett Stidham?
Jarrett Stidham.
Are you suggesting that the powers that be aren't enthused about Super Bowl 60 featuring Jarrett Stidham?
Who do you like in the first game today? It's hard to blow out the Texans these days. So,
yes.
It should be close.
I mean, they've won 10 in a row.
Right.
Look, C.J. Stroud was atrocious on Monday night.
They still won, though.
I know. But they're not running into old man Rodgers and the Steelers.
True.
They're playing a much better team. My lean here is the Texans and the points, but I am a little leery because I don't know what to expect out of C.J. Stroud. I really don't. I don't like the fact that Nico Collins is hurt, concussion. I
think the Patriots have enough, especially at home, to just squeak it out. I don't know about the spread, to win.
If you can tell me C.J. Stroud is better, then I'd feel pretty good about
I think
the
he'll be
Texans.
better. That was fluky. And he's played a game in the cold, so that he should be better.
He was awful.
Yeah, he was awful, and they still won. So you can look at it, glass being half full. He can't be that bad again, I don't think.
I think they were the first team since the 85 Bears to have 2 defensive scores in a game and not allow an offensive touchdown.
I think the Patriots will squeak it out, but it should be close because you just can't beat up on the Texans. They're too good defensively.
Yeah, I think defensively they are. I mean, that's what a great. Yeah, I mean, Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter
Well, that's next up for the Bears.
The luxury that afford,
right?
yes,
working on that in the offseason. Yes. You can't have everything in one offseason.
The luxury that those guys afford you on defense, Jess, it solves so many other problems you may have. Now, they've got a good secondary to begin with. Like, Stingley's awesome. Petrie's great. He had such a good game on Monday night. They're very good anyway, but you want to talk about masking or hiding or covering up, like, areas where you're weak when you have a ferocious pass rush like that, and those 2 guys are just monsters.
Yeah, I mean, Houston and Seattle's defense are, head and shoulders. Yeah. To me, they're the best.
Denver's 2, I'd say, is up there. You don't like them as much?
You saw what happened yesterday. They were scored upon. I think they're a little overrated. They're a little overrated. I think Houston and Seattle.
I'm with you. I think Houston and Seattle are the best.
And look how far these teams are. Like, it's a reminder. Like, yeah, it's an offensive league, but maybe that means the teams that have a defense stand out and can make a difference, right?
You like to be good at both.
Yeah.
The stat
the
is
Niners
this.
certainly are not good at both. Now, they had injuries, but they're not good at both.
I gave the stat a bunch this week on Carmen and Yerk. 6 of the last 9 Super Bowl winners have been top 10 in the NFL in both offensive and defensive EPA per play. 6 of the last 9. The Chiefs 2 years ago were right there. They were actually 11th in offense. So they were just on the outside.
Yeah.
So there's a pretty nice little correlation right now in the era we're in, Jess, in which if you're good at both, you're top 10 at both, you got one hell of a shot. 2 teams in the NFL this year were top 10 in offensive and defensive EPA per play. You know who they were?
Tell me.
the Rams and the Broncos. Not Seattle. Seattle's offense was just a little bit outside. The Rams and the Broncos were the only two teams. Now, the Broncos are going to have to do it in a different way because they lost their quarterback. Boy, was that a bombshell or what yesterday? Who was expecting that, Jess?
How did he make the final play?
Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
How did he step back and make that throw on a broken ankle?
I couldn't. When I saw the news scroll, and I wasn't watching the press conference at that point. When I saw it scroll across, Sean Payton announces Bo Nix is out. I was like, what?
Yeah, it didn't look like he was limping off the field or anything that I saw. Maybe he was.
It looked like when
on the next play he went back and threw the ball.
Dropped back and threw the ball 30 yards.
Yeah. So that was a shocker, though. That was a shocker. By the way, speaking of that game, when we come back, can I tell you why Sean McDermott was upset at the wrong thing yesterday?
Actually,
I'm
wouldn't
tell
mind
you
hearing that.
Why he was upset at the wrong thing.
And I'll tell you why I'm upset with Sean McDermott.
Okay.
As we talk about the divisional weekend here, we get you set for Bears and Rams. 2 games to go, and the nightcap is going to be Bears and Rams at Soldier Field. You're going to hear every last second of it and all the great pre- and post-game coverage that we have as well right here in your home for the Bears, ESPN Chicago.
ESPN Chicago on FM 100.3 HD2, the ESPN Chicago app, and ESPN 1000.
Back in my glory days, I always showed up ready to perform, whether it was on the field or off of it. Confidence, energy, swagger. I had it all. And yeah, even little Johnny was playing like an all-pro. Now, thanks to Blue Chew, those days don't have to stay in the past. Blue Chew's chewable tablets give you that extra boost of confidence when it matters most. Stronger, harder, longer lasting. Like someone gave you a pep talk right where you need it. And here's the best part. It's all online. No awkward doctor visits. No standing in line at the pharmacy. Their licensed medical providers help you find the right fit, and it ships right to your door in a discreet package. Made in the USA, less expensive than the pharmacy. So, fellas, when it's your time to perform, don't just hope for the glory days. Bring them back. Head to BlueChew.com. Use promo code ESPN, and your first month is free. Just pay $5 for shipping. Blue Chew. Chew it and do it.
Is your hot water suddenly gone? Drain clogged or overflowing? Sink dripping endlessly? Act now with Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric. Four Seasons fully licensed plumbers are on call 24/7, no extra fees for nights, weekends, or holidays. Four Seasons with over 30,000 five-star Google reviews and the Torch Award for Marketplace Ethics proves their reliability.
For all the right reasons.
Call 866-4Seasons.
Hard work beats talent when talent doesn't work hard. So when it comes to hard work, nothing works harder than a Chevy Silverado. On the road or off-road, Silverado is built for tough performance in any condition. Rain or snow, mud or ice, we run over it. That's why Chevy Silverado is the official truck partner of the Chicago Bears. Hardworking and dependable. Together, we are one team. We're on a mission to win. Check out the full line of Silverados at Chevy Drive Chicago. Now more than ever, it's all about drive.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ETHOS.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Avatar Fire and Ash has arrived.
I am the fire!
Get your 3D tickets now for the greatest chapter of the biggest saga in history.
Whatever happens, protect this family.
Critics rave it's by far the best Avatar movie.
If your father and I do not return, you go as far and as fast as you can.
Movies don't get any bigger than this. Avatar Fire and Ash, rated PG-13, now playing.
Chicago's home for sports, now by your side through your smart speaker. Just tell it to play ESPN 1000.
This is Chicago's home for sports, ESPN 1000.
They pick it up, and they go deep down the field, and the pass is caught. No, it's McMillan has the football. How about that? Jaquan McMillan ends up in a wrestling match with the football. It just looked like Cooks might be able to make the play like he did a week ago.
Nance and Roma on CBS yesterday, a play that is probably going to live in infamy, and one that I think we'll talk about for a while, and the talking heads, ourselves included, will certainly be at it probably this week. I can't imagine what the feeling is like in Western New York today. That was the play that everybody's been buzzing about, and I'm sure most sports fans at this point, even if you didn't see it live, have seen it or have at least heard about it, and they've gone to their social pages to check it out. Was it a catch? Was it not a catch? The league has made it so hard to understand exactly what is and isn't, what is and is not. It's kind of ridiculous. You said you had a good tease, Jess. You piqued my curiosity because I wasn't sure where you were going to go. But you said Sean McDermott's complaining about the wrong thing. He was bothered by it afterwards. He was bothered by the procedure of it all, obviously.
Yes.
Where he felt like they just moved too quickly and they didn't really give it a fair, proper review.
I think he's wrong. And I think he thinks they didn't give it a fair, proper review because in today's NFL and really in recent history, that is an interception. There is no doubt in my mind that is an interception. Now, look, when the ball crosses the goal line, it's a touchdown immediately. Anything that happens afterwards.
But, Jess, not if you're catching the ball. You still have to, even in the goal line, as a runner, yes.
Right.
But you still, if you're catching the ball, we saw it in one of the Ravens games with Isaiah Likely late in the year. You still have to do the whole, whether we like it or not, complete the process.
Exactly. You're making my point for me.
Right.
So, right. Some of the time when it crosses the line as a runner.
As a runner, then, yeah, you're right.
But you're right. It has to complete the play. We hear this all the time. You have to complete the play. That doesn't even need review. That's why that is an interception. Now, whether it's right or wrong is another story because, again, is the play over as soon as the guy hits the ground with the ball because you're down, right? And that's what I'm saying. In the same way a runner crosses the goal, touches the goal line with the ball, play's over, right?
Yes.
He could drop the ball after that. It's not a fumble.
The minute it crosses the plane.
So again,
correct.
it's not
as a runner.
The interpretation of the rule was correct. You want to argue the rule? That's another story. It's like a fumble recovery, a guy that fumbles, and then you see someone jump on it for a split second. He's got it. 2 knees on the ground. He's being touched. Why is the play dead? No, there's a fight for it because it's not really done. The play's not over. Same thing here. We as a league, whatever, have determined that the play is not over until it's the completion of whatever's happening. That's an interception 10 times out of 10. So I don't think he should have been upset about that. What he really should have been upset about is the back-to-back pass interference calls.
Well, the first one was atrocious.
Terrible.
Now, they were going to get flagged anyway because Bosa roughed the passer, which even that I didn't think was all that egregious.
Exactly.
It's probably going to get called these days.
That first one was atrocious because if you're calling that,
terrible.
You can call a PI on every single play in the NFL.
Terrible.
There's always hand, things going on, and he did not grab him that much at all.
No.
Even the second play, I get it. That was more pass interference, but I don't like the fact. It bothers me that the offense gets bailed out because a quarterback underthrows the ball. Because I know you got to turn your head. If he turns his head,
he got there early. He made contact early.
I know, but only because the ball is underthrown.
Yeah.
But of course, if it's thrown properly, it's probably a touchdown.
Yeah.
So I understand the second one a little bit more, but both of them were controversial, and certainly the first one. I mean, then you got to call it on every play. There's hand jacking going on in every play. There's a quick hold, and he lets go, and then he hold again, and same thing with the receiver. I thought Sean McDermott should have gone off on that, not the interception. That's an interception in today's NFL.
I kind of thought it was too, whether we like it or not. I've become such a fan of Josh Allen. We joked earlier in the show, I don't think I've ever felt as down for not one of our teams losing. I can't remember. I couldn't believe it last night.
There's nothing interesting about the Broncos. There's just nothing interesting.
Well, especially now. I mean, I don't know if that's necessarily true, but now Jarrett Stidham's playing. Their quarterback gets hurt. I've just become such a fan of Josh Allen. And go figure, man. 6 straight postseason games without a turnover for Josh Allen. It was an all-time record. Yeah. He had gone 6 straight postseason games. Then at one point yesterday, he had 2 fumbles over 3 snaps. He turned it over 4 times. When you went an NFL record 6 straight playoff games without a turnover. Then he turns it over 4 times. He's crying at the podium. He's saying, "I let my teammates down." Brutal.
Yeah, when you lose by 3 points and you gave 3 at the end of the half, and that was like a gift.
The last thing I'll say about it, and I'll rant more about it when I'm back with Yerk during the week. We'll have more time for it. But what Sean McDermott did at the end of the first half was ridiculous, and I thought coaching malpractice. No
timeouts.
You get a safety that gets injured. Backup's got to come in. You got a 3rd and long. You're showing a pressure look. You bail out of it. So you allow Denver to convert there. Then 2 plays later, they're picking on your backup safety. Sean Payton and the Broncos dialed that up twice, by the way.
Yeah.
2 touchdown passes when backups came in for the Bills. So then they throw a touchdown pass against your backup in coverage. You're getting the ball to start the second half.
Right.
You are literally limping to the locker room.
And all you're doing is down 7 at that point.
With 16 seconds left and no timeouts, why are you running a play? Ridiculous. Ridiculous.
Like Josh Allen, lateral it backward.
And I don't know what Josh Allen was doing there either. I know he's got to take some of the blame, and Josh will, but McDermott, what are you doing?
Yeah.
It didn't make it. The risk reward there made no sense.
But that was an interception. I'm sorry.
I think it was too. Les is in Ohio. What's going on, Les?
Hey, good afternoon, guys. Hey, I just want to make a few points about today's game. I'm just confused on which Dennis Allen we're going to get. Are we going to get Dennis Allen the second half the Green Bay game, or are we going to get the Dennis Allen of the first half? Look, we got to disguise our defense. We got to mix up blitzes. Jackson, he's a beast in the middle. By the way, is Billings hurt? Can you answer that real quick before I continue?
Billings is playing.
Okay, because I'd rather have him on the bench because whoever filled in for him, he pushed that middle. I mean, the defense was totally different defense in the second half, and I felt like when Billings went out of that game, boy, did we wake up. And it was disguising our defense. I think we need to disguise man. We don't need to play man because if we do, we're going to get burned. But if we play a disguised man and drop back in zone, we might have a chance because I tell you, Stafford does not do good with disguised zones. So, your thoughts?
Thanks, Les.
Well, and look, I think part of it was Dennis Allen dialed it up a little bit better in the second half, but Green Bay sort of opened the door too. It was a combination of one side playing poorly, the other side did play well. So it's not just about that. But, yes, I agree with you about Stafford. Yeah. He will pick you apart.
Oh, man, you see the numbers, Jess?
And that's what I'm saying. The key isn't the key is the same every week. You're not – you can't have him score 40, but he's not scoring 17 either. You're going to have to outscore Matthew Stafford.
Yeah, I think you might.
That's the thing. And at some point, make a stop, get an interception, or have them miss a kick. That's that it's not stopping him so much. It's just kind of limiting him to 24 to 31 and just somehow outscoring.
Well, the numbers are good here in a lot of ways. First of all, I'll give you the numbers against the blitz. All right, so and he's been good at this the last few years. Look, as these guys get older, and he still has so much arm talent, and he's seen everything at this point. They generally fare well against the blitz anyway, the more veteran quarterbacks. 42 quarterbacks this year just had at least 170 dropbacks against the blitz, all right? So that's the qualifying mark, 42 quarterbacks. Stafford was QB2 in passer rating. He had a passer rating of 120 versus the blitz this year, 29 touchdown passes to 3 interceptions. That is an absurd number of touchdowns. I mean, he threw 46 of them, 29 against the blitz. Caleb, by the way, was top half of the NFL in quarterback rating against the blitz this year, too. And Matt Stafford in 8 career playoff games with Sean McVay now, 6-2, 18 touchdowns, 4 interceptions, 51.6% success rate, which is fabulous, and a quarterback rating of 106.9. So this has been a match made in heaven. And that's why McVay went out and did that deal.
And it feels like a little bit damned if you do, damned if you don't. Try to send the extra man or two, and he'll pick you apart. Leave them in his zone, he'll pick you apart. It's just
he's good. He's very good. He's going to be the MVP.
It is the number one offense. Maybe maybe the temperature helps you a little bit, and the weather, but it's just kind of limiting him at the most important time, which is what they had to do with Jordan Love last week, and they did it.
Yeah. All right, sit tight, guys. We're going to grab all your calls. Jesse and I are going to be with you until 1 o'clock. Then it's Shea and Tyler jumping in with the Bears pregame tailgate. It's Carmen and York. It's Carmen and Jesse. We'll be right back.
This is Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
When it comes to the football playoffs, originality isn't just one thing, it's everything. And nobody does game day like Hooters. All the games are on, the wings are hot, the beer is cold, and the world-famous Hooters girls are bringing the energy that makes every play feel bigger. Watching at home? Be the MVP of your football party with Hooters to go. All the flavor, all the fun, delivered right to your door. This playoff season, make every game a win at Hooters. Visit Hooters.com. Hooters, always original.
You wouldn't hire an electrician to read a radio ad.
Service Construction of Illinois. I think this wire's bad.
You wouldn't hire the deck pro either.
Service Construction of Illinois. Now, I would layer that with a few coats to make it smooth.
You see, I, a professional announcer, can barely change a light bulb, but I can tell you with a soothing voice that Service Construction of Illinois has the craftsmen, contractors, and specialists to do it all. Whether it's a small job or complete renovation, start at serviceconstruction.net.
Life is full of choices, some big, some small. And when you choose an H&R Block Tax Pro, you're choosing the largest network of tax expertise to be in your corner. For when your big ambitions need help with the small details. For when your six figures come from 6 different places. For when your gaming stream becomes your revenue stream. For when your business's year one needs 70 years of tax know-how. At H&R Block, we've seen it all, and we're here to help you make the most out of your money for life outside the box. Get started at hrblock.com.
My name's Brian Winhurst, and I've seen a lot of good offense in my life. If you're looking to initiate some offense of your own against your high-interest credit card debt, I'm letting you know a SoFi personal loan might be the play. A SoFi personal loan could be quite the triple threat with low fixed rates, no fees required, and as soon as the same day funding. View your rate for a SoFi personal loan at SoFi.com/offense. Loans originated by SoFi Bank, NA member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply at SoFi.com/offense. NMLS 696891.
That's the ease at which you get information. You want it, you get it. Like that. Ask your phone. Group chat. Smartphone. You're always connected and informed in real time. No waiting. So if you're diabetic and still using finger sticks to read your blood sugar, what are you waiting for? Knowing your blood sugar levels instantly is important for managing diabetes. Call US Med at 888-665-0696. To learn more about continuous glucose monitors, a real-time instant method to track your blood glucose, US Med is an approved provider for Medicare and over 1,000 private insurers. And the best part? Call 888-665-0696 and we'll give you a free insurance benefits check today. So call 888-665-0696 today. That's 888-665-0696. And manage your diabetes as easy as...
Follow Chicago's home for sports on Instagram at ESPN_Chicago. This is ESPN 1000.
We got coverage all day for you here. It's a divisional weekend. The Bears haven't been playing on this weekend in 15 freaking years.
Pretty cool.
We've got a bunch of young producers here. I mean, they were Aiden's young, Hannah's young. You guys, how old were you 15 years ago? Aiden, how old are you? Aiden's like 22.
I was 8.
I mean, he's 8 years old. The last time they played on divisional weekend, you know?
Incredible.
Yes, it's amazing.
It's taken over the city. I was over at Cubs convention this weekend. I mean, everyone's talking about it.
Yeah.
You've seen Jed Hoyer came out in a Bears jersey.
Jed joked with us, and thank you for getting Jed on with me and York on Thursday. Jed even, was like, I thought we were going to talk football and Bears.
Right, right. There's no way the Cubs are making moves today because he grew up in the Boston area, so he's a Patriots fan and a Bears fan, so he's going to be glued to the TV today. But it was all the talk. Tons of Cubs going to be over there. I'm sure Blackhawk. I mean, everyone.
Yeah,
it's
but
the place
walked
to be.
into the UC with a Caleb jersey on last night.
Yeah, it's just taking over the city. It's so cool to see. It's cool how the athletes from the other teams root on each other when it becomes these big moments. I mean, Alex Bregman's first week here.
I know. I know. He was at the Hawks game.
And
he was talking about the Bears.
Bulls, Hawks, and he's going today.
Going to the Bears game,
I mean, it's just great. And we're asking you, if you're headed down there, how are you surviving the game? Keys to surviving the game. If you're sitting outside there, I mean,
a flask of whiskey.
If you're in a suite, you're in a pay grade above Carmen and I. That's all I can tell you. We don't know what that life is like.
No, I don't know what it's like. I'll be in a suite at the United Center tomorrow night, so I can't. I'm a little hoity-toity sometimes.
I don't even know that life.
Yes, you do. You're full of it. I'm going for the Taves return tomorrow. I look forward to that. I wasn't able to be there the night Kaner came back a couple of years ago. What was that, like 2 Februaries ago, whenever that was? I'm excited to go and Johnny deserves a lot of appreciation tomorrow night. So I'm looking forward to that. And Jesse's right. What are you going to do to stay warm? I'd sneak a little flask in. Lest anyone think it's that hard. I once watched Yurko smuggle, not a flask, a bottle of Crown Royal into the United Center. So, and I'm not joking, an entire bottle.
They didn't have enough liquor at the United Center. He had to bring his own.
Exactly.
Is that it?
I saw it happen with my own eyes. So you can get the flask in it, no problem.
Well,
stay warm with a little nip.
My own experience from last Sunday, I did sit outside and everything, and my hands were cold. And I had a couple layers of gloves, but obviously I didn't have the right gloves. But everything else I was fine.
You were
now,
okay?
It wasn't as cold as
tonight's
today.
going to be pretty cold.
But
you see the 10-day? Oh, God, it's awful.
Yeah, it's
my
awful.
God, you guys, it's here. We're late. It's mid-Jan going into Feb.
Let me ask you a quick question. Our lines are jammed, and we should get to them. Let me ask you a question.
Calls.
Now, look, if the temperature is going to have an impact, it's probably going to favor the Bears. Throw that out for a moment. Let's pretend it was the opposite. The Bears had the greatest show on turf. Do you kind of wish that the biggest football games of the year are sometimes played in these conditions instead of you're okay? You're okay with this?
Well, I thought you were saying would you prefer? Well,
would you prefer it with the weather not being
the
a factor?
Super Bowl? Yes, I prefer the weather not being a factor.
What about today?
I think
it's all part of it.
I think I think listen, I think it's smart for the Bears to build a dome personally. I just do, and they're going to wherever they end up building, they're going to build a dome. All right, so the clock is ticking on these sort of advantages, if you want to call it that. Look, the whole Bear weather thing, I don't know. The 49ers.
But forget about all that. Just as a football fan, it's okay. I'm going to use baseball as well. When the World Series goes to November 2nd and it's 30 degrees.
So do you want me to take my fandom out of it and say
just as a football fan and a baseball fan, I kind of like my sports.
I would prefer the weather not being a part of it.
Yeah,
that's what I would prefer.
There's a percentage of me that prefers it that way. There's also a percentage of me that kind of likes the elements a factor. I don't know. I you know what I mean? And certainly if the Bears had this incredible, like I said, greatest show on turf, and all of a sudden it's mitigated because of the weather, it would bother me more.
Yeah.
Today that could happen to the Rams.
I guess there is something aesthetically. It's weird.
I can see both sides.
Because it might affect the play, and I want to see the best players in the world do what they do.
It's the same argument in baseball.
But then there's something that's in a weird way. I'm talking out of both sides of my mouth a little bit.
I know,
because,
me too.
In a weird way,
me too.
There's something I don't want to say aesthetically pleasing, but there's maybe it's what's the term I'm looking for here? Just maybe it's
if this was a blizzard today, would you like that or not like that?
That's what I'm saying. There's something almost nostalgic maybe about this old
100%.
gridiron football being played in where you see their breath and it's snowing. 100%.
I don't know.
I'm
take the worst case scenario and the best case scenario: complete blizzard, freezing temperatures, or
I'll take
indoors.
Perfect conditions. Indoors.
Yeah,
I would take indoors.
I'm with you about the nostalgia and the grit and the blue collar in Chicago, but there's something about just seeing the great players not impacted by weather.
That's what I want to see. I want to see their greatness.
But
that's
it doesn't
matter.
Why
I'm watching.
We don't get what we wish for. This is what we have, and it actually could benefit the Bears.
Let's go to Al in Northbrook. What's up, Al?
Hey, hi guys. One little thing that people haven't talked about that I'd like to bring up is about the coaching, Mr. Ben Johnson. He's, of course, everybody gives him credit for the offense and the resurgence. But I'll say some of his decision-making has been very questionable all year long. Going forward for fourth down on your own 30, and then Green Bay scores a touchdown. Going forward on fourth down all the time without taking points. Maybe that's the way things are done.
Yeah.
But the coach in Detroit did the same thing, and look what it's gotten him.
Yeah.
So I think that you've got to be a little bit more judicious on some of those decisions. He's done it all year long, by the way, but nobody's called him on it because the Bears win.
If they had Seattle's defense, I wonder if it would look different. You know what I mean, Al?
Yes.
I think it was a little bit out of necessity, or maybe not even necessity, but Yurko talked about it during the week
not
a little bit.
On your own 30.
Maybe he was trying to prove a
30.
point, to his defense to get him fired up. I don't know. I hear you, Al. I do. I understand why fans might be frustrated with that. I like aggressiveness. And I think from an analytics standpoint, and when you start crunching numbers and you start running probabilities, I think we have learned that aggressiveness and going for it and keeping your offense on the field is generally a good thing. More often than not, it's going to increase your win probability. Like, I'll roll the dice in those situations, especially with a creative play caller that can scheme and design good things. He's got good plays for those situations. But I understand Al's point, and any other fan that would be like, what are you doing going for your own 30? Yurko thinks it might have been a not so subtle point he was making, like, okay, guys, since I can't trust you, I'm going to go for it in our own territory.
I kind of agree
with the defense responded in the second half.
I kind of agree with Al. I mean, it really is about picking your spots and, yes, using analytics. Who did Miami just beat? My brain is in college. Because they went for it on their own 30, didn't they? Oregon? Was it Oregon?
No. It was not Oregon. It was why are we blanking?
Yeah, I can't remember now.
Miami beat last week. What's the matter with us?
Ole Miss?
It was Ole Miss.
Yeah.
Yes.
Didn't they go for it on their own 30 or something? Like, and I remember coming on and being critical. Like, I think you got to pick your spots no matter what the analytics say. I also think it's about how that game is going to go. If it's going to be a tight game and you open the door for the other team to score, that's a problem. But if it's going to be high scoring, maybe you're going to get that ball back and score. Like, I don't know. Every situation is different. I don't disagree with Al. You can't just fall in love with, we're going to make it every fourth down, especially in your own territory.
Belichick did one of the most famous, one of these most famous decisions ever because he didn't trust his defense. And he was like at his own 20 in a game against the Colts, famously, remember? And he's like, I got to go for it because I don't trust my defense. So it's not totally unusual sometimes when coaches just have a fear of their defense not being able to get a stop to put themselves.
I'm sorry to interrupt you.
No, you're
like
right.
The idea of not trusting your defense, well, if you're going to go for it in your own 30 and not get it, they're going to score if you don't trust your defense.
Yeah.
So you can make a case both ways. You better not, do that and miss because then it's 7 points for sure.
All right, let's grab more calls here. We got another hour, and then Tyler and Shea are coming in for the pregame tailgate. The network pregame show will start at 3 with Waddle, Silvy, and Dionne inside Gate O. Remember, we have the game then with Joniak and Thayer and J-Mac. We have Yurko and Peggy's Post, and then post with Pat the Designer and Meller and Jason McKee after that. So a full day, a full night, and even into the early morning, talking Bears right here on your home for Bears football. We're back in 2 minutes.
This is Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
The College Football National Championship. 1 seed Indiana taking on 10th-ranked Miami of Florida. Tomorrow night at 6, presented by Menards. This is your place for the college football playoffs and national championship. ESPN Chicago.
Hey guys, it's Silvy. We say it every year, new you. But this year I'm actually doing something about it. I've been going to Cairo One Wellness Centers for months now. My body feels great and I'm moving better than ever. If one of your New Year's resolutions is to feel better and actually take care of your body, you gotta check out Cairo One. They have 50 locations across Chicagoland, so there is one near you. No drugs, no surgeries, just personalized chiropractic care. Visit CairoOne.com today and let them know that Silvy sent ya.
Hey, it's your pal Tom Waddle. Winter in Chicago? Yeah, it's no joke. If your windows are drafty or your doors are letting in that cold wind, it's time to call the good folks at Window Works. They've got custom windows and doors that not only look great, but help keep the warm air in and your energy bills down. Right now, it's buy one window, get one free. But hurry, this winter savings event won't last long. Just dial pound 250 on your phone and say Waddle to schedule your free consultation. That's pound 250 and say Waddle.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, this is the home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Carmen and Yurko, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
There are seasons that shine and seasons that endure. This, however, is being remembered as something far greater. A season of miracles, theatrical, cinematic moments frozen in time.
They've taken the lead on the Packers.
What comes next?
This is the city. Los Angeles, California.
From the shimmering lights of the West come the LA Rams, forged in Hollywood, built for brilliance. City of stars. Armed with the most explosive offense in football. The venerable Matthew Stafford leads with fire, fury, and heart, with an arm that can split the winter sky.
You got a gift. When you were a baby, the gods reached down and turned your right arm into a thunderbolt.
Ben Johnson knows Stafford, worked and studied with him in Detroit. He understands every beat of that heart.
A heart like a lion, a burning like fire.
But now, Ben works in rhythm with ice.
Won't find nobody else like me.
Caleb Williams, the ascendant Iceman, calm as midnight, cold as the wind that sweeps across Lake Michigan. Tonight belongs to the Bears, not so silent hunters, methodical, unrelenting, stalking, without panic, exceptional senses for the moment at hand. And as Soldier Field awakens, a swirling blend of an icy wind and roaring humanity sets the stage. The Iceman and his believing Bears will enter armed with vengeance. This is Jeff Joniak. Welcome to Bears and Rams on the lakefront. It's divisional round playoff football. We are in pregame overdrive on the home of the Bears. Here comes the ESPN Chicago.
Those opens are sensational. All the way around. Love it. If that doesn't fire you up, I don't know what is going to get you ready. We are set. Bears and Rams. First game starts at about 2. That's going to be the ESPN ABC game from Foxborough. It is Patriots and Texans. Still looking at the Pats as a 3-point favorite. Total in the game is 40.5. And then Bears and Rams will finish divisional weekend. Always love this weekend. We did have one clunker last night. The Niners just not really equipped to, on the short week with all the injuries, to go on the road and play what is looking like a phenomenal Seattle defense and maybe one for the ages. And they just whooped the 49ers. The first game was a complete treat and a joy. It was fantastic. It was tough to see for those of us that like Josh Allen. The Bills lose the way they did, but the game itself was absolutely incredible, and there was so much drama. I think we'll get 2 great games today, Jess. It's Carmen and Jesse hanging with you. Bears Bonanza here on your home for Bears football. I always love this weekend. You know, the top seeds are back in action. I mean, you're down to the final 8. It's like the best of the best. We are down, my friend, to 5 professional football games left. Holy cow.
Yeah, and it's great that the Bears grabbed that number 2 seed, so they're not playing a team that had a bye. We see both those teams win yesterday.
Yep.
One easily, the other not so much, going to overtime like that. But because they were the 2 seed, they don't have to play one of the 1 seeds this week, and they get a Rams team that's on the road for a second consecutive week. That's
big.
Always becomes a little bit more difficult, right? The time zones and all that, the cold weather.
Coast to Carolina, back home to Chicago.
It all matters. It all matters.
Yeah.
You heard Sean Payton actually mention that at halftime. He's like,
yes,
the second half is where the short week for them and the bye week for us makes the difference.
Yes. He said not the first half, but in the second half.
Yeah. So here it's all evened up a little bit. Both teams played last week, but there are some intangibles that trend the Bears' way. The thing that trends the Rams' way is they had the number 1 offense.
They're very good.
And they're very good.
They're my number one. They're my number 1 rated power team for the year.
Yeah.
They finished the regular season number 1 in my power ranking.
The opening, though, was on defense, or is on defense.
Yes.
They are not as good in the latter half of the season as they were in the first half, and that's the chance where the Bears can maybe outscore them.
Especially the secondary. I think you're absolutely right. The importance of being at home on divisional weekend. Since 2015, going into the day yesterday, and both home teams won, obviously, Jess. The last 10 NFL seasons since 2015, Home teams now on divisional weekend are 31-11 straight up. So
like that.
The advantage of playing at home on this weekend, it's real. The Bears are one of the few 2 seeds to ever be a dog at home in divisional weekend. They're getting about 3.5 still. The total sitting at 48.5. Win or lose, we do know this will be the last home game of the year. The Bears, if they win, will pack up and hit the road for Seattle in the NFC title game.
Carmen, the phone lines are lit up like Mike North's Christmas tree, so
Yeah.
let's
do
get
it.
right to it.
Let's do it. Anthony is in Hanover Park. What's up, Anthony?
Yeah, hey, I was just calling in because I wanted to say that I think Caleb Williams is to come out and do his A game from first quarter to fourth quarter and not hold off and do his thing from third to fourth. Because if he does that, we're going to definitely fall behind. I think we'll lose this game.
Yeah, you can't keep these miraculous comebacks have been great, and I say you can't keep doing it. I don't know, they have. I mean, Denver's done it too. But you don't – at some point you worry that that's just going to dry up on you.
Of course.
So, yeah.
It could go the way last week where they win it, or they could get blown out. Like, everyone's waiting for them to get blown out. Odds makers, handicap, whatever, because there is that feeling they could lose 31-10.
Yep.
There is that feeling. But every single week they continue to push back on that.
Mark's in the northwest suburbs. What's up, Mark?
Hey, guys. First time calling for your show. Far too many things to talk about. I'll ramble through them. If your hands are cold, there's electric hand warmers.
Yeah,
there you go.
Those are nice.
There you go.
There you go. And, Raiders beat the Patriots. Let's all consider that for a second. And Buffalo game, WTF about the no-call pass interference when Buffalo had that touchdown.
Yeah.
And then you call those 2 ticky-tack on Buffalo. Like, come on, guys. What is going on?
I don't know. I mean, the second one I think definitely was. The first one I thought was a really bad call, Mark. They were going to get a free first down anyway because Bosa had a roughing the passer penalty on that play.
I bring up this study every so
Thanks,
often
Mark.
when they talk about home field advantage in different sports. A lot of times it's about the referees.
Sure,
that they're impacted by that home crowd.
Oh, for sure, 100%.
And I think the study was basketball the most because the crowd is so close.
Yes.
So this is where you want the home field because you might get that extra call, and it seemed like Denver got a couple.
There's a whole chapter in a book called Scorecasting. If you ever want like a nerdy analytic sports book to read by a couple of University of Chicago economists who are just huge sports fans that wrote a book called Scorecasting. There's a whole chapter dedicated to home field advantages, home court advantages. You're absolutely right. And the biases that are
they're just
by no fault of their own, really.
Yeah,
the human element of it all. There's no doubt about that. Let's see. Let's go to Chase wants to talk about the left tackle situation. I mean, again, we started the show with this about an hour ago. Brad Biggs. And it was something that came up across the shows this week. Again, a caller on Waddle and Silvy brought it up midweek, and I thought it was an interesting point. Said, do you think the Bears might kick out Joe Thuney to left tackle the way the Chiefs did out of desperation last year? And we discussed it a little bit. Waddle and Silvy did. Brad Biggs reported over the weekend here that, according to 2 sources, the Bears are thinking about moving Joe Thuney to left tackle. We'll see as we get closer to the game. Chase wants to talk about that with Carmen and Jess. What's going on, Chase?
Hey, guys, what's going on? Yeah, so, Carl, I'm with you a little bit. It's a little bit, I don't know. It just kind of rubs me the wrong way because it's the timing of it. Because one of the things that we always said about this O-line is the fact that they've been relatively healthy and they have a lot of continuity. Now you reeking in one position and making 2. And Thuney, last time I checked, when I watched that Super Bowl last year, he did not look that good at left tackle against the Eagles. So I'm just saying, like, I don't know, like, is that saying more an indictment on Theo Benedict? Because if this was a regular season game, would they have done this? And I think the insight that this is a playoff game is why they're doing this move because of more experience rather than just keeping things the way they are. That's what I'm trying to find out.
Yeah, I think
Thanks,
that's
Chase.
right. I think it is an indictment, so to speak, of the backups, right?
I mean, listen, 6 months ago he was 3rd on the depth chart.
Right.
I mean, is it an indictment or is it just like the reality is?
However you want to say it.
You're up against it.
It's the trust factor.
Yeah.
It's simple as that. Who do they trust more at the most important position on the offensive line in the most important game? When whoever takes that left tackle position, that's the answer.
Yeah.
So I it's an indictment on whoever. You know what I mean? Like it is what it is. If Thuney's out there, it means they don't trust the guy.
You're
they don't
right.
trust Benedict.
You're right. I mean, maybe they start with Benedict and they see how it goes. and like break glass in case of emergency.
Right.
Tony, I'm very interested now and very curious to see. And again, as we get closer to the game, I think we're going to know. I don't think it'll be right at kickoff all of a sudden. I think we're probably going to find out here at some point during the afternoon. And ever since reading Bigsy's report about it, I'm like very curious, like how are they going to do this now? And, the option at left guard then is probably rookie Luke Newman. Is that position A? Is that what you want to do?
Well, that's what we said at the
or
start
do you
of the
stay
show.
strong at left guard with Tooney?
Are you weakening two positions? It's a tough call. It's like skipping Shota in Game 5.
Jesse. I don't think that was that tough of a call for anybody. You nailed that with us like a couple weeks before.
Yeah.
You're like, this is not trending in a good place, guys. Owen's in Willowbrook. What's going on, Owen?
Hi, guys. Last week, I think the biggest adjustment the Bears made in the second half, they came out and they stacked the box, 7 and 8 guys in the box, especially on first down. And 3 or 4 possessions in a row, they stuffed it on the first down, and it kind of put the Packers in a throwing position. If they get down against the Rams, I don't see the Bears being able to get away with doing that because I think they'll adjust with Stafford. What do you guys think about that?
I do think you talk about like LaFleur calling McVay and I do think that roadmap they saw last week and frankly a lot of the year, but especially last week, meaning the Bears' ability to adjust at halftime. I think you're right that McVay will recognize that.
I think so too.
And be ready for it. And it's just going to be harder. Each week it becomes harder to do what they keep doing.
Of course. And I wonder how the Bears are going to match the Rams' heavy personnel sets. I do wonder how that's going to look, how they're going to try to match it, how much, depending on game script, like the Rams lean into that. They lean into it way more than anybody else anyway. We already gave you the numbers on that. I mean, league average for 13 personnel is like 5.5%. The Bears play a lot of it, 9th most in the league at like 8.5%. The Rams are at 30.5%. So how do the Bears match that? And, what does that chess match look like, especially as it goes on? Of course, McVay and LaFleur have talked. They're incredibly close. LaFleur coached under McVay. Matt LaFleur's brother coaches in L.A. right now. His brother is on the staff with McVay. I mean, there's a lot of familiarity between those families.
And I'm sure the conversation started with X's and O's and ended with, you better beat the you-know-what out of this guy who just freaking cursed us out after beating us.
This was McVay early in the week talking about, the conversations with LaFleur.
Matt LaFleur, obviously big in Green Bay, and Mike being on your staff.
Yeah.
Matt, he's played Ben Johnson 3 times this year.
Yeah. What'd you guess? No, you know what? We watch the tape, we do our work, and Matt is a very close friend of mine.
Of course they're talking, and again, his brother's already on the coaching staff. We'll take a break here. We'll come back. More of your calls coming up. We got full phones talking Bears and Rams, getting you set for 2 divisional games left, including our beloved Bears later tonight to wrap the weekend. You're going to catch all the action right here in your home for Bears football, ESPN Chicago.
This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Double move, throw down left sideline, DJ Moore, end zone, touchdown Bears!
Ready for more? The NFC Divisional Playoffs are here. Today, Bears and Rams. Live coverage from Soldier Field begins with network pregame at 3, leading to kickoff at 5:30. Bears and Rams. Win and move on. The playoffs continue on ESPN Chicago, the home of the Bears. Presented in part by Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana.
Hi, this is Dave Muzio, owner of 4 Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric. When emergencies happen, who do you call? Broken pipe, power outage, furnace failure, no hot water? The answer is always the same. Call 4 Seasons. We guarantee same-day service and installation on all heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs with no extra charge for nights, weekends, or holidays. That's why over 30,000 customers have given us a 5-star Google review.
For all the right reasons, call 866-4 Seasons.
Apt, your #1 destination for the home, has everything you need to start your New Year's resolutions. Explore our collection of smartwatches and fitness trackers. Whatever your goal is, you'll be able to track your progress. Create the perfect home gym with our selection of treadmills, ellipticals, and exercise bikes. And don't forget the small kitchen appliances like a juicer or blender for that post-workout protein shake to add in muscle building and recovery. For free local delivery, professional installation, and complete satisfaction, shop where I shop. Apt. ABT.com. App pleasing people since 1936.
Your holiday decor is down and suddenly your house looks very January.
Kohl's can help you bring the spark back, no twinkle lights needed. Save on bedding that feels like a snow day, decor that'll boost the mood, and shark vacuums because, yes, you're still finding pine needles. Get an extra 15% off some of your faves store-wide. And beat those winter blahs at Kohl's. Select styles. Offer ends January 25th. Some exclusions apply. Coupons do not apply to Shark. See store or Kohls.com for details.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. JD Power ranks Sleep Number #1 in customer satisfaction with mattresses purchased in-store and online. And now, the more you buy, the more you save on beds, bases, and more. Plus, get free premium delivery on any bed with base. Limited time. For JD Power 2025 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. Check it out at a Sleep Number store today.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
I was feeling the same way. After 40, the body has less testosterone, and men lose their edge. That's why I take Nugenix Total T2.
That's the testosterone booster, right?
Yes, but Total T2 is their brand new formula that skyrockets nitric oxide levels in as little as 3 hours. Since I started taking it, I've been lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. My energy is way up, and it even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles?
Yep, just send a text.
Text HIM to 369-369 for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T2, the next generation testosterone booster. Text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text HIM to 369-369. That's HIM to 369-369.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
It's here, and it's spectacular.
The all-new ESPN Chicago app. This is ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports.
Tyler and Shea are coming in next up at 1. They're going to have the pregame tailgate for you. Then it is Waddle and Silvy and Dionne with the network pregame show live inside Gato at Soldier Field for Bears and Rams at 3. 5:30 will be the kick tonight. Post with Peggy and Yerk, and then post way deep into the night, into the early morning with Jeff Meller, Pat the Designer, and Jason McKee.
I know we have a caller that wants to talk about the Broncos. I'm laughing because we're talking with Tyler and Shea during the break about the idea of signing Tom Brady for the Broncos. He has to divest his interest in the Raiders.
That ain't
and
happening.
Quit Fox Sports for a week.
It ain't happening.
So, okay, fine. Drew Brees knows the system. Let's sign him.
It
No,
ain't
wait,
happening.
Phillip Rivers.
Drew Brees is 45 years old. It ain't happening.
I would like all those options better than Jarrett Stidham.
Well, really, though? I don't know how you could say
No,
that.
just for a viewing pleasure.
From a viewing pleasure?
Yeah,
okay. Yeah. I mean, listen, Stidham at least has been there all year. He knows the system. I don't know that there's no other better option, I don't think, for them right now at this point to learn an offense in a week to go into the AFC title game. I don't know. That seems like a long shot. Did you hear this KTLA meteorologist earlier in the week talking about Chicago?
Yeah,
he was like, I was in Chicago once.
It was windy, and I think the temperature was probably 45. So to most Chicagoans, probably a nice, warm, palmy day, and I was freezing my butt off.
That's miserable.
Yeah, I can't even think of 10, 20 degrees.
Like they can't even say
that's, we've got our own what I call Cali cold.
Yeah.
Yeah, it bites through you. But anyway, that's why they have great bars in Chicago. Because it gets cold, you just dip into a good restaurant or a bar.
It's classic. He's like, boy, it was good. You hear the anchor? She's like, oh, that's miserable. 45.
Yeah, that's pretty
and
good.
He can't even spit out 10, 15 degrees. For them, it's such a foreign concept that it could be this cold.
I hope they sent him on the road and he has to be at Soldier doing the pregame weather.
It's great. He's all tanned. You see him?
Yeah.
He's all perfectly tanned.
Right.
He's his LA weatherman.
I saw the Sports Center reporters, not Courtney, but Jeff Darlington, I think. And
Courtney had no hat on this morning.
Oh, did she?
Yes,
Wow.
I'm like, Courtney.
Well, she was.
That's dangerous.
Good, because the ones they shipped in from out of town, Darlington, they were dressed like Eskimos. I mean,
freezing.
Good job, Courtney.
I would. If I were out there, I'd have a hat on.
She's tougher than you and I combined.
Yes, she is. I'd have a hat on. Are you kidding me?
I got no protection up there without
you got none. You got no hair. You need a hat. Ed's in Bloomfield, New Jersey. What's up, Ed?
Hi. I had a couple key points. One is and I cover high school sports around here, and one of the coaches mentioned about a game, but you got to make Stafford uncomfortable no matter what it is. So he doesn't run like he used to. So definitely the edges are going to have some effect. If you can bottle the second half of the Packers game, it's perfect. Or either Dennis Allen's got to make some major adjustments at halftime. The other point is that Caleb Williams needs to play well in the first half. I mean, people are lauding him, and he has improved this season, but he can't do what he's been doing because you're going to have another Packers game and 49ers game that was on the road, and him not getting the game-winning touchdown. But I do think the Bears are going to win, mainly because all the sports media are saying the Rams are going to win. And when that happens, the Bears usually win.
Yeah.
So it's a good sign. The other thing is there was did you hear about the St. Brown podcast?
Yes. Well, what specifically?
Okay, never mind.
What specifically, though?
Wasn't Equimanius was on the Bears before, right?
Equimanius St. Brown was, yes. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think there's probably obviously some problems with it. He doesn't like the Bears anymore because obviously he got cut. So,
I
appreciate it. So
Thanks,
hopefully
Ed.
the Bears can win today.
Thanks, Ed.
Well, I mean, it brings up the point everyone's saying, like, make Stafford uncomfortable and maybe try to, like every team I'm sure does, take advantage of the fact that he can't move around. Like Jordan Love can escape the pocket. Like there's a lot of quarterbacks that can get some yards with their legs. Stafford really isn't one of them. So maybe you can just, tee off even a little bit more. Like just collapse that pocket because we know he's not running past, around it or through it or whatever.
Let's go around the room. How many rushing yards did Matt Stafford have this year?
This year.
Matt Stafford played all 17 games, right?
All 17 games.
All 17 games. How many rushing yards did Matt Stafford have?
All 17 games. I'm going to say, give me a second here. I'm going to say he averaged 10 a game. So what would that be, 170?
170 rushing yards? Okay, 170. Aiden.
25.
25. Hannah?
170 might be too much. You're right.
Maybe like 110.
110. Mario, you got a guess? 170? We got a couple
170.
10's too much. Averaging 10 per game is too much. I'm gonna lower it.
He had one rushing yard.
Are you serious?
Yes.
For the season?
Yes.
There's no way.
No way. He scrambled once for 1 yard? How's that possible?
What does this say? Attempt. I just unplugged my computer.
Let me see this.
What does this say? 2025 rushing attempts 29 yards 1.
That's insane. I knew when I
he
said
had
10,
one rushing yard.
I knew when I said 10 a game was too much.
So let's not talk about Matt Stafford as a rusher.
I was, I should have said 5 a game. Like 5 a game is.
He
nothing.
has one rushing touchdown like in the last 7 years.
Okay,
one.
So let's just tee
Matt
off
Stafford's
on this
not
guy.
a rusher.
Yeah.
Matt Stafford's not running the football. They're not doing designed runs. His 29 attempts are probably mostly kneel downs. That's where the majority of his attempts are probably just kneel downs.
If I had said, right, they have to be. If I had said he averaged 5 per game, that's believable, right?
That's believable, yeah.
5 per game. Because one game he has 10, another game he has 0. Well, 10 was too much, but 5. That's one of the great stats of the season.
I'm not wrong, Jess.
A starting quarterback that played 17 games has 1.
Right?
That's incredible.
Am I crazy?
No, so he probably gained a bunch and then the kneel downs.
The kneel
right?
downs.
And
first of all, he never gained a bunch.
Well,
he had 40 rushing yards all of last year. Right. I mean, he doesn't gain a bunch, but a lot of it is baked into the kneel downs and things like that. Yeah, 29 attempts, 1 rushing yard.
Wow.
So don't worry about Matt Stafford. If he watch him go off, watch him have 70 rushing yards.
His last rushing touchdown was in 2022.
Yes, he has one in the last 7 or 8 years. He has 1 rushing touchdown.
You just jinxed
If he rushes for 70 yards, I'm not coming in tomorrow.
In 2 tutties,
I'm done. I'm not coming in. I quit.
Wow.
I shouldn't say that, but I'm not coming in tomorrow. I'm not coming in tomorrow. That's it.
What's his name? Drake May had 66 last week.
Well, he's young and spry.
I know. I can't believe that stat.
Don is it O'Hara? What's going on, Don?
I would just like to first let the meteorologist from Los Angeles know that Chicagoans get drunk all seasons, not just when it's cold. Okay?
Amen. Yeah, good call, Don. In the summer, it's too hot, Don. We have to go inside to cool off at the bar.
We have al fresco. We have indoors. It's fabulous dining, world-class drinks, phenomenal. I would like to point out that Jesse's sweater is the same color that Jerkovic's sweater was on Friday, and that is an Oxford gray. I summered in San Francisco. A lot of good egg rolls. They went down 39 cents an egg roll this year. Very good. It's Oxford gray. And I want to comment on the Chicago Bears. They're a great team, phenomenal coach. great young man quarterbacking. I hope he's the father of my grandchild one day. But I want to see a lot of periodic blitzing, because what I like to see is a lot of great defensive line work. We like our defensive linemen. They're big, they're bold,
I don't know if we
strong.
like them, but
The Rams' offensive line is very strong. I want to see a lot of pressure, and I want to see the linebackers jump over the defensive linemen of the Chicago Bears and try to blitz. I want to see cornerbacks blitz on the outside of the edge rushers. We have Montez Sweat, great young man, number 99, went to Mississippi State. Terrible school, absolutely terrible. I don't like it. But I want to see pressure so we could jump the ball, make him pass early, leave the receivers open, blitz with the cornerbacks, and jump and get some interceptions and set them up what I call the dippity-do-a-lago. So
Don, you need to
take a breath.
Don, you need to call more often with your keys. I like them. Has anybody ever told you sound a lot like Mad Dog Russo?
Yeah, he does.
Mad Dog Russo's absolutely a great friend of mine. I used to hang out with him in New York back in the 1990s, him and his radio partner. We actually had a radio show called Don and Mad Dog. It was called the Mad Don Show.
I don't know who this is, but I love this guy. Don, I love you. I don't know what that is if we're being punked. But
is he doing a bit?
I don't know, but I loved that.
Yeah,
Don, thank you. And I'm like, is he doing a bit? Is he doing his Mad Dog? That was very, very well done.
Like in all in one breath. Don. All in one breath, just like Mad Dog. Yeah.
What did he say the key was? The dippity-doo
the
play?
The dippity-doo, blitzing off the corner, jumping in the ball, intercepting passes. We love number 99, Montez Sweat.
Young man from Mississippi State. Jesse's sweatshirt is gray.
Is Oxford? What did he say about egg rolls in San Francisco?
Somewhere? I don't know.
The price of egg rolls went down. He had to be doing a bit to us. I love that. That was well done.
Do bits to us all day long. We like it.
The price of egg rolls went down 39 cents. Vidal is in Antioch on ESPN 1000. Vidal, what's up, buddy?
Hey, what's up? I think Don needs to try decaffeinated coffee. But anyway, no, I was the one that, this is my brain. Like, isn't Drew Brees a better option for you get him for one game? Can you give me one game compared to whoever their second string quarterback is for the Broncos? You reunite him with Sean Payton. He probably still has the playbook. And,
I think
I would say that.
I think that's a Vidal thing. Something's up with Vidal's phone there. He's usually got a pretty good phone. Never like this today. He's like, I don't know what was going on that phone. I didn't understand much of that. I think he was asking about Breeze.
Yeah.
Yeah, look,
if it was a year or two,
Drew Brees hasn't played
a bunch of years.
I don't know the Phillip Rivers thing. They were so desperate. They were trying to make a playoff run. I mean, Drew Brees is 45, 46.
I'd rather see Brady.
Oh, wait, that's not going to happen.
No.
Stop it.
Yeah,
Drew Brees is 47, you guys. He turned 47. He retired after 2020. He's 47. I mean, Drew Brees can't go and play.
For the entertainment
weekend.
factor, I'd love to see any of those old quarterbacks get signed by the Broncos this week. I didn't even know you could. But I guess you can.
You can. I think you're allowed up to 4 in the playoffs, I believe. Jarrett Stidham has started just 4 games in this league, guys. 8 touchdowns to 8 interceptions.
Oh, I'm getting a bunch of tweets. Don was doing a Donald Trump bit. That's what that was.
That didn't sound like Trump. It sounded like Mad Dog. That's a terrible Trump.
Right. It's a bad Trump. I get the stream of consciousness maybe, but the voice was more
I thought it was Mad
Russo.
Dog. That's what, to me, it sounded like Mad Dog.
These tweeters are saying he's doing a Trump.
That wasn't Trump. That's a terrible
Trump. That's what we're thinking, too. It might have been Trump.
A Trump?
I mean,
no, but if you're going to do Trump,
Don.
you have to do, it's going to be big and beautiful.
Right.
The Bears are so beautiful.
Yes.
And we love bears.
It was a
the
bad
polar
Trump.
bears and all kinds. I mean,
Right,
that's Trump.
good. That's good.
Yeah. Ben Johnson, he's really the best. And the name Ben, it's a manly name, very American.
They once gave me the Lombardi trophy.
I once touched the Lombardi trophy. Vince Lombardi, that was a real man. We love the Italian Americans, and Lombardi was one of them. And this Ben Johnson, he coaches like Vince Lombardi. I mean, that wasn't Trump. He was doing Mad Dog. He wasn't doing Trump.
Tag Ovalia.
Play it again, Abe. Play it again.
To tag Ovalia.
Caleb Williams, he wants to paint his nails. I wouldn't do it, but they're beautiful nails. They're beautiful. Sean McVay's a nice man. He's a good haircut, but the Bears are going to win, and I'm going to tell you why. Because a bear would beat a ram. They're beautiful. The Bears are beautiful. I mean, like, if you're going to do a Trump, you'd do that. He was doing a Mad Dog. I don't know why he called himself Don.
I know these tweeters think it was Trump.
No, that wasn't a Trump. It's Carmen. It's Carmen and Jesse. We're doing the Bears Bonanza. We'll be right back.
ESPN Chicago on FM 100.3 HD2, the ESPN Chicago app, and ESPN 1000.
ESPN's The Hockey Show. Ready to rock the rinks with Chicago's best hockey knowledge. Brought to you by Chevy Drive Chicago. The Hockey Show, tomorrow night at 6 on ESPN Chicago and the ESPN Chicago app.
Hey, fellas, it's your pal Yurko, the good kid. Sometimes we all need a little extra confidence when it's your time to perform. And guess what? That's where Blue Chew comes in. Blue Chew provides access to chewable tablets that can help you feel and perform at your best. Stronger, harder, longer lasting. Like somebody gave your downstairs a pep talk and a gym membership. And here's what I love. It's simple. No awkward doctor visits, no pharmacy lines. Everything is online. Their licensed medical providers work with you to find the right option. And it all ships in a discreet package right to your door. Think about it. Whether it's a big date night, an anniversary, or just a normal Tuesday, showing up ready makes all the difference. Confidence counts. Guys, this isn't just about performance. Give her group chat something to talk about. Be the legend of the night. And right now, I've got a special deal for you. Your first month is free. Just go to BlueChew.com, use promo code ESPN, and pay only $5 for shipping. That's it. Chew it and do it. Blue Chew, a small chew for a big difference.
Attention basketball fans, the DePaul basketball season is here, and tickets are on sale now. Don't miss your chance to see the Blue Demons live as they take on some of the top teams in the country. There's no better place to experience a game than Wintrust Arena, home of the DePaul Blue Demons. Get your tickets today at DePaulBlueDemons.com/tickets and be part of the action. That's DePaulBlueDemons.com/tickets. Go Blue Demons!
Hey, it's your pal Tom Waddle. Winter in Chicago? Yeah, it's no joke. If your windows are drafty or your doors are letting in that cold wind, it's time to call the good folks at Window Works. They've got custom windows and doors that not only look great, but help keep the warm air in and your energy bills down. Right now, it's buy one window, get one free. But hurry, this winter savings event won't last long. Just dial pound 250 on your phone and say Waddle to schedule your free consultation. That's pound 250 and say Waddle.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ETHOS.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Smalls here. Life is full of choices, some big, some small. And when you choose an H&R Block Tax Pro, you're choosing the largest network of tax expertise to be in your corner. For when your big ambitions need help with the small details. For when your six figures come from 6 different places. For when your gaming stream becomes your revenue stream. For when your business's year one needs 70 years of tax know-how. At H&R Block, they've seen it all. And they're here to help you make the most out of your money for life outside the box.
Chicago's home for sports. Now, by your side through your smart speaker. Just tell it to play ESPN 1000.
This is Chicago's home for sports. ESPN 1000.
Silvy's texting.
And we have this beautiful, big, strong, physical specimen. I never knew they made punters that big. I didn't think punters, but he's a big guy.
I mean, everybody seems to think Don was doing it. Don, I just think
Except
to
for
me
you
sounded
and
like
me.
Mad Dog.
Yeah.
The way he talked here, he's going to blitz him, and he's going to do the dippity-doo. That's Mad Dog. That's not Trump. What kind of a Trump impersonation
Everybody
was that?
on the other side of the glass there, Tyler and Shea included, thought it was Don.
terrible.
Thought it was Trump. So you and I were kind of out to lunch.
Papa Bear. He was a great bear and a great football player. I could have played football, but I had bunions, terrible bunions. I couldn't play. But the Bears are beautiful. I mean, I don't understand how anything that guy was doing was a Trump.
The cadence really wasn't there. The stream of consciousness kind of was. It wasn't a great Trump. That we were saying this during the
Soldiers
commercial.
Field. It's for the soldiers. It's beautiful.
When you hear a good Trump, you know it's a good Trump.
Of course.
It's obvious.
Yes.
That was not a good Trump.
You sound like you're doing a Mad Dog.
Right.
Silvy also said Stafford is 22-1. He looked to score a touchdown.
That seems
Matt
low.
Stafford had 22-1.
Yeah, he's had one in 5 years.
9. He has Matthew Stafford has one rushing touchdown in the last 9 years.
30-1.
Here, let me check
that
playoffs.
at 22-1.
Let me check playoffs.
Oh yeah, maybe he has a couple in the playoffs.
He had 2 during their Super Bowl run in 2021.
So playoffs are.
So if you count the playoffs,
yeah.
it's like 3. But in his last 9 regular seasons, which covers, I mean, Matt Stafford's played a lot of games. He has 1 rushing touchdown in his last 9 years combined.
The great Tyler Aki over there is like, get on board with Duvernay for a touchdown. I'm like, I'm not burning money away. I'm not, lighting money on fire.
Silvy said, McVay may want to show up Johnson and run a Philly special. Could be worth a small wager. I mean, you're not wrong, Silverman. I mean, put $10 on it at 22-1.
Right.
Put $20 on it.
Yeah, obviously you could do that.
That's an interesting thought. Like, can you imagine they're throwing a pass to Stafford down in the red zone just to stick it to Ben?
Only if they're already up like 14, 21 points something. You don't do that if you're in a close game.
I wouldn't think. Mike is in Naperville. What's going on, Mike?
Hey, guys. I love your show. Listen, I just want to say, first of all, I'm trying to recover from Mad Dog at O'Hare, that whole conversation. It's killing me. I got my shirt on today. It says I want to party like it's 1985. And I just want to say, and you guys probably know somebody. I know several people last week, a bunch of these games this year, they all went to bed in the fourth quarter.
Oh, boy.
And they woke up in the middle of the night because they had to pee, because they got bad prostrates, and they saw the Bears came back and won. So I'm not counting that out. I know it's dangerous, especially with L.A., but for some reason the Bears go into halftime and they learn how to bear down. They come out and they learn how to play. Yeah. And I'm not counting that out, even this game.
I wouldn't, Mike. I mean, they've shown they have a resiliency about them. It's not the best formula, but it's worked for them. Look, I'm telling you, the Broncos are another prime example. They had to rally again yesterday. When it looked like they were going to take control of that game, Jess, they didn't. Josh Allen kept them in it. They took an early fourth quarter lead, and Bo Nix had to rally them again. They've done that a lot, just like the Bears have.
Yeah,
this year.
and maybe with rule changes and more of an offensive league, comebacks are a little bit easier. But we say things like this will never happen again, but 7 games won, trailing with less than 2 minutes, I feel like will never happen again. It just
never happened in the Super Bowl era,
and maybe it will. But it's just hard to even conceive a team doing it 7 times in one season.
It seems
just
improbable.
So many things have to go your way.
I know. Did you hear the stat I gave on Monday? I filtered it over the weekend because I was just kind of curious. I looked back, going all the way back to 2000. Mm-hmm. So going into last Saturday night, going back to, just this century, going back to 2000. NFL playoff games, teams that scored 27 or more, which the Packers did, and were a +2 or better in turnover margin, which the Packers were, they were 90-6 straight up. 90-6, now 90-7.
It's incredible.
So it's pretty unlikely to win a game like that.
I'm sitting in the stands with Seafood Dennis. Halftime comes. We go inside to warm up. Halftime is on. It was kind of dead in there. Everyone's sitting around. There's tables there. You could sit in the big screens. And everyone's sitting around and some people are still drinking at halftime and all that stuff, but it was dead. Yeah. It was dead, and then it changed again. It's just like every week.
I know.
It's incredible.
Well, when they forced a couple of...
Hollywood would reject this script.
I know. When they got a couple of stops, it's like, okay, they're getting the stops they need, but then they were kicking field goals.
Yes,
and I'm thinking in my head,
still not going
if
well.
you're going to do this, you guys, you can't be kicking field goals anymore.
Totally.
But, it's just...
And I mentioned this a couple times on the air since then. The amount of possessions that happened in the second half was so beneficial to them.
Yeah.
They needed them, and Green Bay just played right into their hands. They just 3 and outs. And, Dennis Allen and the defense contributed, but it's like, my God, you're playing with a lead like that in a playoff game, and you know what the bet. And you're right, it was not even touchdowns until the fourth quarter that changed this thing. It's just incredible.
And LaFleur saved the Bears from calling not 1 but 2 timeouts, which was bad.
So many
all
things.
That just starts to add up. It
many
all
things
starts
went
to add
their
up.
way.
Yeah. Dan's in Indy. What's going on, Dan?
Hey guys, how we doing on our way to the game on 65 North here? We're at the Packer game last week.
Nice.
We're able to get through to you, so hopefully it's a good luck charm that me and my buddy Jack can be on the phone with you a couple weeks in a row and hopefully see another win.
Absolutely.
So I want to talk, I think we got shootout potential today. I think that's in the air. It's getting warmer every time I look at my weather app. And I think there's a very solid chance that it could be 30, 40-plus points for each team today. And what's going to break the difference to win that game, I think it could be special teams. I think it can be turnovers. I think that, Devin Duvernay is due today for
Tyler
a comeback.
says. Yeah.
Well, special teams have not been good for the Rams. Dan, thank you. They had to fire their special teams coordinator. Their punt coverage unit has not been good. Maybe Duvernay pops a big one. The only thing I think they've excelled at, and this is like Meller would know this stuff because he studies it more than I do. I have so little interest in kicking and kickers.
Right.
But I think the Rams, if I'm not mistaken, have been very smart in how they've attacked the new rule on kickoffs. I think that's about the one thing they've been good at, right, Aiden? That's like the one thing they've done well.
The dirty kicks.
Yeah, but the rest of they're a smart franchise, so that's not surprising. They found some they found some margin that has worked well for them. But the rest of their special teams has been a little bit of a disaster. And McVay fired his special teams coordinator.
Didn't the Rams whiff on a punt in '85? Right? Wasn't it?
That was Landetta, wasn't it? That was Sean. That was the Giants. That was Sean Landetta.
That's right. Right. But yeah, so you never. That's where again the cold weather. There's moments that it could impact that normally they don't get impacted, and that's a warm weather dome team coming here. You get a snap and it hits your finger because you're a little frozen, or for a punter, you know what I mean? Like that's where maybe you get the little thing that happens to go your way, even if it's just one thing, it can make the difference.
Yeah, Patrick's on the south side. What's going on, Patrick?
Hi, guys. How's it going?
Good,
I want to talk 3 keys for Bears winning today. First things first, I think offensively, we got to be able to slow down their pass rush. And on top of that, we just got to stay within striking distance of the scoreboard, especially in the first half. Defensively, I think it's really just going to come down to bend but don't break. Make them kick field goals. Don't give up the big explosive plays. And then finally, I'm sick of trying to scheme it up differently. The Bears, what they do is they win ugly. We win in the fourth quarter. It's going to come down to that fourth quarter and who has the ball last. Thank you, guys.
Caleb's been clutch, man. So that I think gives us all some hope that if it is another one of those tight games, I mean, he's really shown you an ability to be calm in those moments and to make plays. Remember, week 4 of last year, the Rams came here. Bears won that game. The Rams were a wounded mess. They had no Cooper Kupp in that game. I think Puka and Cooper both missed that game. Yeah. But you did see the ferociousness starting to build across that front four. I mean, Jared Verse was just a rookie on his way to rookie.
He was very young.
He was young, and he was awesome in that game. He had a couple of sacks called back on Rams penalties. But they really – now, the starting left side of the Bears line last year, Braxton Jones, Matt Pryor. So it's a much different story this time around. I wish Ozzie Trapillo weren't hurt, because it would be even more, I think, in favor of the Bears. But, yeah, you're going to have to deal with Verse and Young and Fisk and that whole crew. And Poona Ford, I mean, they got a group that can really get after it. And Verse is a star. I mean, I think we saw it last year. You saw it about halfway through. You're like, dude, this guy's going to be an animal. And he just – in only his second year, you already see it. Next year, forget about it. I mean, he's going to be all kinds of good. He's going to be like Will Anderson this year. You watch. So he's going to be a lot to deal with today.
And the caller mentioned staying within striking distance. The beauty of the Bears, they're always within striking distance.
When you finally have an offense that can
21-3, no problem.
That can get chunks.
It's like they're always in striking distance. So, yeah, the previous callers, like people went to bed in the fourth quarter. What? No, man, you got to.
Better not. Not in a
they've
playoff
proven
game.
anything. You got to watch this team for 60 minutes.
True Media has been charting their, and collecting their data since I think it's 2004, Jess. So, according to True Media, last weekend's game, the Bears hit 12 explosives, and that was tied for the most ever in an NFL playoff game in their tracking data era. That's about 20
when you're
years.
down 21-3, you're going to need a few.
That's true. You're going to need a bunch. You're right about that. You're sort of forced to, but they still hit them. It was 12 explosives. These two teams play offense in such similar ways. It's those heavy personnels and a lot of under center. They're under center at the first and fifth highest rates in the league. They're 1 and 2 in pre-snap motion. They're 1 and 2 in play action. They want to run it, play action, big, deep stuff over the middle of the field.
We haven't talked much about the run game. Both teams have two backs. They like to go to them in Corum and Williams, right?
Yeah, Kyron Williams.
Kyron Williams and Corum split carries pretty much these days. Yep. And we see Monungai and Swift, same thing. Yeah, I mean, I thought the Bears would run it better last week
I
against
did
the
too.
Packers,
I
and
did
they
too.
didn't, and they still won. Sort of good news, bad news.
Yeah.
It feels like keeping the ball away from Stafford would be a smart thing, but I thought that last week as well.
I know.
It didn't matter. They
I
won.
agree. Yeah, I thought they were going to have a big rushing game last week, and they really didn't. Yeah.
So
the biggest plays that Monangai and Swift made were on little checkdowns.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, and which is great. I mean, it's an extension of the run game in a sense, but
if you tell me last team has the ball will win, I'll take that because
me too.
You know what I mean? Like
Yes.
then they're in it all the way to the end, and they've
100%.
proven that they can do it.
And whatever happens.
Because there's some other version where all their luck runs out and they do lose 31-17 or whatever I said before.
Yeah.
So
yep.
That's the beauty of this thing. We don't know what's going to happen.
All right, we're going to we'll take one final break. We'll come back and wrap it, and more local programming is coming your way. Tyler and Shea are going to jump in here with the pregame tailgate, and then Waddle, Silvy, and Dionne will have your network pregame show. I think Silvy's on the way down probably right about now, making the trek down to get to Soldier Field. They will be live inside Gato, so make sure you go see the crew if you are going to the game later today. They will hit the air at 3 and then kick us at 5:30. It's Carmen and Jess. We're doing a little Bears Bonanza with you. We'll be right back.
This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
The Kap J Hood podcast is available on the ESPN Chicago app and wherever you like to pod. Presented by Republic Bank. Or listen live to Kap J Hood on the app as well. Weekday mornings 6 to 9. ESPN Chicago.
It's playoff time, Chicago. Time to bet on the road to the championship on Circa Sports Illinois. Circa Sports Illinois is sports betting the way it should be. From championship and conference futures to sides, totals, or prop bets for every round, there is simply no better place to bet. Circa Sports offers high app limits, player-friendly pricing, exceptional customer service, and no bet fees ever. Download your new bookie today at circasports.com. Got to be 21 years or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Give your home a beautiful makeover with help from Menards. Update any room with flooring from Tarkett. From easy-to-install sheet vinyl and vinyl plank to durable laminate flooring, Tarkett has the perfect flooring option for you. Vericore vinyl plank is waterproof and perfect for any room in your house. Pick it up for just $329 per square foot, now through January 24th. Plus, get 15% off everything you can fit in the bag. See store for complete details.
Save big money at Menards.
Hey team, Wendy here. If you're looking to consolidate your high-interest credit card debt with a personal loan, take a look at SoFi's stats. A SoFi personal loan comes with low fixed rates, no fees required, and as soon as same-day funding. That looks good on paper, but SoFi also passes the eye test. Having helped its members pay off over $33 billion in debt to date, score. View your rate for a SoFi personal loan at SoFi.com/stats today. Loans originated by SoFi Bank, NA member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply at SoFi.com/stats. NMLS 696891.
The college football playoff isn't over. Not yet. That epic run, that wild dream, not over till the clock hits 0. Till the stadium shakes. Till the wild things are let loose. Till the trophy is lifted and the confetti falls. This is the national championship. When it's over, you'll feel it. This is the wild world of college football. The CFP National Championship, Monday, January 19th at 7:30 p.m. Eastern on ESPN and the ESPN app.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
I was feeling the same way. After 40, the body has less testosterone, and men lose their edge. That's why I take Nugenix Total T2.
That's the testosterone booster, right?
Yes, but Total T2 is their brand new formula that skyrockets nitric oxide levels in as little as 3 hours. Since I started taking it, I've been lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. My energy is way up, and it even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles?
Yep, just send a text.
Text HIM to 369-369 for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T2, the next generation testosterone booster. Text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text HIM to 369-369. That's HIM to 369-369.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
See? Chicago's home for sports. We're on YouTube, live and on demand content. Follow us at ESPN 1000 Chicago.
All right, final thoughts for us, but the local programming, Bears programming continues. As we wrap Bears Bonanza, we are going to get ready here for Tyler and Shea to come in, and they're going to talk about the game with you for the next 2 hours on their pregame tailgate. That's until the network pregame show starts with Silvy, Waddle, and Dionne live at Soldier Field.
So great to be with you, Carmen, on the air on such a special day, and just to be on Sports Talk Radio when something big like this happens in the city. We've had kind of back-to-back. If you know the Cubs, everybody kind of put their arms around the Cubs this fall.
Well,
that
not everybody,
fun.
Jess.
Well, you know what I mean. In general, the city did.
Not me.
Well, yes, you did. In your own way.
It's good for our job. It's good for my profession.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
In your own way.
In my own way.
And then to do it with the Bears, obviously everybody with the Bears.
Oh, yes.
So it's just so
That's
cool.
a beautiful thing.
And it's just so rare, right? With this team especially. But in general in Chicago, it just doesn't happen as often as we'd like.
I know.
And maybe the Hawks are starting to build back up.
I was going to say, I was hoping, like the start of the year was so good, I was hoping that, man, maybe we'd get a spring with some playoff hockey. The Western Conference isn't all that great right now, though, so maybe if, they're only, I think, like 4 points out of the last playoff spot. Is that right? Something like that. It'd be nice to have a spring playoff team.
And
it's
just,
not going to be the Bulls.
And it's just a reminder that playoff baseball, playoff football really is exciting. I mean, it just brings everybody together.
The best, dude.
Almost everybody. Sorry.
Yeah.
It's
no,
so,
but even playoff
so
baseball,
intense,
you're right?
Every
it's,
pitch.
It's the best.
Here, we're talking about Duvernay returning, everything matters. It's so great.
I totally.
And good to be with you. That's
great to be with you, my friend.
Long story short,
Jesse,
good to be with you.
It is always good to do shows with you, my friend.
Thank
always,
you.
always, always. Vic is in Palatine. What's going on, Vic?
Vic.
Going
once, going twice. He's saying what I'm saying, how fun this season's been.
All right, Vic. Yeah, it has been fun.
The 30 for 30 is going to be lit.
Wow.
When they get to the Super Bowl.
You guys was going to say, you got to win a Super Bowl to get a 30 for 30.
I don't know. This season, you might do it even now, if you lose today.
It has been awesome, dude. I mean, it's been a fun ride. It's been a little bit unexpected. I mean,
dramatic.
Dramatic for sure.
Magical.
All of it. Well, and
all of it.
The great takeaway for me is going to be, regardless of what happens later tonight, I think two very big questions were answered, and they were the two most important questions. Did you finally find the right hire as a coach to lead your organization going forward? And I think they did.
F yeah.
And did Caleb develop? And I think I think Caleb is going to get even better, and I hope he does.
Agreed.
I don't want this to be the best of Caleb, and I don't think it will be, but he's shown you how much he's grown and learned, how much better he's gotten with Ben in the first year. I think it's a bright future for these two together.
The idea that a window is open is so unusual to feel as someone that watches the Bears and fans of the Bears and all that. It's so weird to think that it's possible for upwards of the next decade they could be right there. Maybe the occasional year where they go 8-9, you're like, oh my God, whatever. But to think they could be in the playoffs perennially every year, barring that weird year, that's awesome.
Give me
so unexpected.
Give me 6 out of 8 years.
6 out of 8, 7 out of 9.
Yeah, I'll take it.
Something crazy like
we've
Mahomes.
never experienced that.
Yeah, this was Mahomes' down year.
Yes,
you're gonna have it once in a while.
Give me 6 out of 8 years.
Oh my God!
If the Bears win tonight, bear down. Let's go Bears. I say we run it back next weekend. It's going to be the same time next Sunday. The NFC title game next Sunday for Championship Sunday is the second game. So if the Bears win, they'll go on the road to Seattle next week. It'll be a 5:30 kickoff on Fox. It'll be another Brady game, which is great. Brady's done a lot of Bears games.
That's the piss missile we're looking for right there. Keep that hand warm in that muff.
Keep it warm.
I used to actually try to seal up the one side of my muff so no heat would escape.
Yes, that's right. We love Brady on the game. So that would be the game in Seattle next week. The AFC title game on CBS will go first. I think they just flip those every year, if I'm not mistaken. So NFC title game will go second. I say we run it back, Jess. It'd be good luck. If they win, let's do this again 11-1 next week.
I would think Danny would, just for the good luck nature of it all, would keep the same lineup. I'll clear my Sunday.
I'm keeping everything the same.
Oh, it is. Is it White Sox convention? No, that's in 2 weeks.
That's in 2 weeks. Yeah.
Yeah. I would skip it for you.
Yes, I hope so. I'm wearing the same clothes as I wore last week on Saturday.
I'll do the same next week.
I'm getting pizza again with the kids tonight because that's what we did last Saturday.
Should I do ribs or pizza?
Well, what'd you do last week?
I went to the game.
Oh, that's right. You were at the game. Boy, ribs or pizza? I mean,
Tough
flip
call.
a coin.
Yeah.
Where are you getting ribs?
I would do Carson's.
Oh, you called Dino?
Dino.
Yeah,
Dino,
Carson's
yeah.
are good.
Yeah, I'm sure they're not.
ribs.
I'm sure they're not
No,
taking
they're not.
too many orders
Not
right
too
now.
busy. Yeah.
Why not
Keep it-
both, Jesse? It's a big game.
They could
Very
do
good
both.
point. Very good point.
You do have company coming over.
Yes.
So.
Yeah.
Keep it real, Jess. Keep it real, baby. Thank you too. We got a full house over there. There's there's a million people. Thank you to Hannah and to Aiden for producing the show today. Hannah Lamont, Aiden O'Connor. Thank you so much, you guys. Mario's in there. I see Ian there. Tyler and Shea are coming up next. They're going to keep you company and take more of your calls. They're going to go 1 to 3 with you. So talking Bears and Rams. They'll keep an eye on what happens in the AFC game in Foxborough. That's going to be the first game to kick today, coming up here in just about an hour or so. So enjoy the rest of the day, everybody. Jesse, always a pleasure, my friend. Thank you for listening, everyone. Go Bears, bear down. We will see you tomorrow. Everybody's in on the holiday on MLK Day tomorrow. I know a lot of people are probably going to have the day off. We're going to be here to react to the game one way or another. So see you tomorrow. Bear down, everybody. Enjoy the rest of your day. Tyler and Shea are coming up next. Perfect finish, Aiden.
This is Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
belongs to the Bears. Not so silent hunters. Methodical, unrelenting, stalking, without panic. Exceptional senses for the moment at hand. And as Soldier Field awakens, a swirling blend of an icy wind and roaring humanity sets the stage. The Iceman and his believing Bears will enter armed with vengeance. This is Jeff Joniak. Welcome to Bears and Rams on the lakefront. It's divisional round playoff football. We are in pregame overdrive on the home of the Bears. Here comes ESPN Chicago.
Trip to Seattle on the line as the Bears getting ready to take on the LA Rams on the lakefront. It's Tyler Rocky and Shea Norling with you here on the pregame tailgate, brought to you by Bradley University. You want to jump on into the fun today, 312-332-3776. And Shea, it does not matter how cold it is outside. The buzz, the feel in the city, people are out and about. They've got their old school Bears jackets on, Bears hats, all that good stuff. There's a buzz in the city because this is one of the biggest games we've seen since the turn of the century.
On my way into the building, I saw a guy getting out of his car in nothing but a short-sleeve Roma Dunze jersey and jeans.
Beast.
With the
Beast.
big Chicago Bears chain around his neck. You know, like the Bear logo, the big-ass chain. And he nothing but a Roma Dunze short sleeve and jeans. And I was like, hey, boy, that guy's nuts.
Bear weather.
But yeah, he's just walking down State Street like that.
I saw a mom getting out of a car with her daughter, and her daughter was asking for the bear claw. Like they had a foam bear claw in the front seat, and she was like, I need my bear claw, I need my bear claw. And it was like, that's the feeling in this city right now. Everyone wants a piece of this team. Everyone.
I went to the store this morning, and I'm not saying that people aren't regularly doing this, but today it was just next level where everybody that sees you,
you walk into a
is
duel
hitting
today?
you with the Go Bears.
Yeah.
I went to the store this morning to pick up some stuff for my wife, and as I'm checking out, the guy behind the counter who has never spoken to me about football before, and it's like the store right by my house, so I know the guys who work there, he goes, Go Bears today. I'm like, okay. Get on the bus, and my bus driver, this never happens, by the way. Shout out CTA, getting me here. Save money, do more, ride CTA.
Same with me.
I got on the bus, and the bus drivers usually are just like, you do the thing and you walk by.
Yeah.
They don't say anything. The guy, door opens, I get on, I swipe my phone, and he goes, good morning, bear down.
Love
I'm like,
it.
what
Love
on
it.
earth?
You know, the CTA is a great indicator of how well the teams are doing. Because on the buses, you'll see the Go Bears when the Bears are good. You'll see the Go Cubs when the Cubs are good. Go White Sox when the Sox are good. Blackhawks, Bulls, whenever one of the teams are good. It's the success indicator of a team in the city because the buses will say on the little video board on the front of the bus that you'll get a Go Bears. And there's been Go Bears on all the CTA buses.
When the skyscrapers start leaving the office lights on to say bear down, you know the team's doing well.
I love that. It's such a niche, cool thing that this city does. And the way that the merchandise mart is all set up and everything. And it's going to be cold today, but I credit every Bears fan that's going to make their way out there because I know it's going to be loud. And it is one of the coolest things. I think both you and I can agree on this from last week as two people who were at the Packer game. You know, Milwaukee's close. There's plenty of Bears fans littered in the Chicagoland area. Green Bay's even close by NFL proximity's sake. The amount of Packer fans that were in Soldier Field were next to none. It felt like it was 95-5 in terms of Bears to Packer fan ratio. I'd expect this week against the Rams, it's like 99-1. Seriously, that's the ratio because
Rams fans aren't built for this.
Rams fans
and they don't exist.
Exactly. It's a double whammy right there. In that case, I'm excited to see what the Bears fans look like. The atmosphere, Corneliuson's on the anthem today. You know, that's going to completely rev up this place. I mean, what it means to have big-time football in this city, and I love that it's the night game, NBC, everything about this is a big feel. Forget the fact that it's a playoff game. Every single bell and whistle is coming out for this game. It's what I love about having great teams in the city because nobody embraces a team like the city of Chicago, and they've completely wrapped their arms around this Bears team, and rightfully so, because this is going to be one of the most memorable sports seasons of my lifetime.
Yeah.
I can say that positively right now. We are living a charmed life with this team. And that's not me calling them lucky, even though there's been luck involved along the way. But this has been a charmed season and one that we're never going to forget. And now you get to face Matthew Stafford for the right to go to the NFC title game.
I've always said the two best experiences that you can have as a fan, if you qualify teams into 4 categories, where you have bad, you have fun bad, you have surprise good, and then you have good. The middle 2 are the best experiences you can have as a fan. Fun bad and surprise good.
Surprise
it's
good
never
is
better.
is the best by far. But
Good becomes a rougher experience because the expectations get so high.
Well, then you become a hole poker. Like every single thing you're trying to find some hole as to why it's not. You become more pessimistic. Whereas when you're riding this wave right now, I feel like fans, maybe they don't fully believe what they're saying, but there's a reason to be optimistic. And it's what we're living through right now. I mean, sure, plenty of fans are talking about this game and saying, oh, Bears are going to win, Bears are going to win. In your heart of hearts, how, especially when you see what happened across the league yesterday and just what you've seen from this Rams team all season long, how many people truly believe that? But the way that the Bears have played, the fourth quarter comebacks, man, like it's tough to take your emotion out of it because there is no emotion or analytical stat or anything that can tell you why the Bears aren't going to win this game.
I think the best way it was put all week is by Tom Waddle, where he looks at it kind of the same way I do. I don't want to put words in his mouth, but I've been talking to him a lot all week, and we kind of view this game the same way, which is if you try to break this down as a football analyst and find football reasons for the Bears to win, best of luck. But
you might be right, but
that's where Waddle, I thought, put it perfectly. I'm picking the Bears because there's
no reason, no rhyme or reason to why this season's been this season.
And you can call it lucky, you can call it charmed, you can call it whatever you want to call it. But the reality is the Bears are winning the games. It doesn't have to make sense. The result is all that matters in the NFL. So all week I've been hearing on this station, whether it's Carmen or Silvy or Waddle or whoever, the way that they're winning these games doesn't make sense. That is a really fun way to live as a fan because you know you're going to be entertained. And really, the stakes aren't that high yet. Next year's going to be a different story. Once you've hit this point, and then you have an offseason after, and I'm not putting a lid on when this season ends. The Bears can absolutely win tonight. But it's just like next year there will be expectations going in that will limit the level of surprise you can have. Not that you will enjoy it any less. It's a different vibe.
For sure.
This year is like, you're winning and it makes no sense, and I didn't think we'd be here. This is the greatest.
And you've hit, I don't even want to call it the mountaintop because it's not the mountaintop, but for all intents and purposes of what this season could have been, especially from the beginning of the season when they were starting 0-2, it feels like the mountaintop. But then there's just like a new staircase that you're finding and unlocking in this Bears season. But 312-332-3776. How you feeling? You on your way to the game? We'd love to hear from you. 312-332-3776 as the Bears and Rams getting set to do battle on the lakefront 5:30 tonight. You can hear the game right here on ESPN Chicago. Brandon is in Naperville. What's going on, Brandon?
Hey, guys. What's going on?
What's happening?
Bear down.
Bear down.
I just wanted to share my experience today. You know, I've been out running around getting snacks and everything ready for the game. And I was at the Jewels, and it was like every third person was stopping me to say, go Bears, or I had lengthy conversations with strangers about what the Bears need to do to win this game. And this is like the first time I've experienced that ever in public. And it's awesome, and it's just like so refreshing. And it's, you know, even if they lose today, it's like I can't wait for next season because this town is going to go insane.
Brandon, what were the 3 best keys from the Jewels today? 3 best keys you heard to the game?
Well, you got to get pressure on Stafford.
Good
Make
luck.
sure he's, you know, pushed outside the pocket. You can't get a slow start again. You know.
Yeah, that's the biggest one for me.
Yeah, slow start would be a killer because you just can't count on, you know, every single game, even though it was like almost half the games where they came back from, you know, that fourth quarter deficit. And then pounding the ball. The running game was was huge to get that established early so that they can set up play action so it works out later in the game.
Love it. Thanks for the call, Brandon. Appreciate it. 312-332-3776.
I mean, Brandon, I'd love for the Bears to get pressure on Stafford today. I think if you're predicting it or saying that it's the key to the game, it would be wonderful if it happens. I think it's a bit of fantasy land.
It'd be a welcome surprise.
Even Ben Johnson talking about it earlier in the week sounded like a guy who knows we're going to have some trouble pressuring Stafford because the way the Bears have generated pressure all year, one, they haven't. Two, when they do, it's because they blitz. You start blitzing Stafford, you're going to get cut up. So it is just like that might not be the key. I think the key today is score every time you touch the football.
That's a lofty ask.
Yeah, but it's just that's the reality. This is a monumental task to me. I think the Rams are fantastic. They're the closest thing I've seen. And the Seahawks are getting there, but the Rams are the closest thing I've seen all year to a truly great team.
For sure.
And it's just like this. I think if you're acting like this isn't some monumental task or you're just demanding Bears win because positivity, you are burying your head in the sand a little bit. We can talk about the football of it.
Mm-hmm. I think both things are true, though. Like, you can make the football points, and the football points may play themselves out in a game like today when you've got a team as good as the Rams on the other side. But at the same time, you can't explain how most of these Bears games have gone.
Well, that's the thing. I can't sit here and deny the magic that has happened. And I can't deny that the Bears just find ways to win games. And I also can't deny that if this is at all in range when we get to the fourth quarter, Caleb Williams can get the job done. Like, he just, again and again, if the game is at all close entering the fourth quarter, I don't want to be going against Caleb the way that he's played. But there is also a little bit of, it's hard to make sense of what you're watching, because the Bears will play horrible for 3 quarters, and then the fourth quarter starts, and they're the best team ever. They just turn into the greatest show on turf. Like, if I can bottle up fourth quarter magic and just spread it out today, I would start the game earnestly. I would tell Caleb it's the fourth quarter. Yeah. At the start of the game, can I trick him into believing it's the fourth quarter?
Scoreboard operator error, and the quarter is just 4. I think they should walk out of the tunnel today. 4's up. Yeah. 4's up. Like, that's the mentality they have to adopt at this point. 312-332.
Tell him it's 4th and 8 every down.
Right. 312-332-3776. You want to hop on into the conversation. We will take your Bears calls coming up next, and also some rumblings about a shakeup on the offensive line. And it's a big one. Something that Shea and I will address whether we like or not coming up next. It's the pregame tailgate getting you ready for Bears and Rams.
Chicago Bears pregame.
Double move, throw down the left sideline. DJ Moore, end zone, touchdown Bears.
Ready for more? The NFC Divisional Playoffs are here. Today, Bears and Rams. Live coverage from Soldier Field begins with network pregame at 3, leading to kickoff at 5:30. Bears and Rams. Win and move on. The playoffs continue on ESPN Chicago, the home of the Bears. Presented in part by Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana.
We're here at Menards Bag Sale, asking shoppers what they're putting in the bag to get 15% off.
Paint,
batteries,
tools,
toilet paper,
extension cords, grocery items,
hardware for my cabinets, snack items, crackers, and some canned goods stuff.
Shop vac supplies, toothpaste, cereal, coffee, dog treats. I've got a lot of stuff to grab.
The list goes on, but the sale ends January 24th. Hurry in for Menards 15% off bag sale. See store for complete details.
Save big money at Menards.
Hey, bro, weirdest thing is happening at the game. This guy sitting next to me says, "You're our good luck charm. Every time I crack a Bud Light, we score a touchdown." Now his entire family wants to buy me Bud Lights. I think I'm some kind of a football prophet. Talk soon. The team needs me.
Anything for Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the NFL. Stock up today. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-881-4300. 800-881-4300. 800-881-4300.
Do you have trouble getting in and out of the bathtub? Are you afraid you'll slip and fall entering or exiting a tub? Safe Step walk-in tubs can transform your bathtub from an area of concern to a calming refuge. Call them today at 1-800-731-4558 and save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs and showers are proudly made in Tennessee and offer an ultra-low step-in, avoiding that difficult climb over a traditional bathtub wall. They also offer a variety of therapeutic benefits that may help soothe your aching muscles and joints, increasing your mobility, boosting your energy, and improving your sleep. Safe Step walk-in tubs are designed to easily fit your existing tub space and are often installed in as little as one day. Just dial 1-800-731-4558 today to save $1,600 and receive a free shower package. That's 1-800-731-4558 for a free no-obligation consultation and to save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs. Safety never felt so good.
Where's the single best place to shop for and experience the largest variety of brand new cars, trucks, and SUVs all under one roof? The Chicago Auto Show, February 7th through the 16th at McCormick Place. Find out more and buy tickets at ChicagoAutoShow.com.
This is ESPN Chicago, the home of the Bears. And the countdown to kickoff is on. This is Pregame Tailgate, brought to you by Bradley University.
Tyler Rocky and Shea Norling with you until 3 o'clock on this Sunday afternoon. Then it'll be Waddle, Silvy, Dionne Miller live from the Dr. Pepper stage inside Gate-O for the Bears Network pregame show, followed by Kick of the Game right here on your home for Bears football, ESPN Chicago. You want to join us, 312-332-3776. It's a bone-chilling cold day. I saw the feels like outside right now, 1 degree in Chicago. So something that this LA team is going to be acclimating to in this game. I saw Matt Stafford's taking a page out of the Brady handbook, and he's going to go scuba diving today. He's going to wear the scuba suit out there at Soldier Field today. So best of luck.
That's what you got to do. If I were Caleb, I'd take a page out of that book too. I mean, it's going to be frigid, man.
I wonder if it's something, though, if you haven't done it before, because then you don't want to be straitjacketed either. I wonder what this week has looked like. Like, has he practiced in something like that? How many times has he done that before?
Well, I wonder how much of an advantage it's actually going to end up being that Ben Johnson had them practice outside all week in the elements.
It's something Brady alluded to earlier in the week, talking about and saying the team that practices in it usually has more success with it.
And he'd know.
Right, because he played it in some pretty frigid temperatures out of Foxborough.
They constantly played home games when he was in New England.
Yeah.
And it was always cold in Foxborough this time of year. And, he would know part of why they won so many of those is because they had the advantage in the elements.
For sure. And it's looking like a snowy Foxborough today. By the way, the Texans and Patriots will kick off a little bit later. Your finals from last night, thriller in Denver as the Broncos pull out an overtime victory, 33-30. Some controversy there on a interception late in the game in overtime. And then the Seahawks absolutely ran roughshod over the Niners, 41-6 last night. So winner of Bears and Rams headed out to face the 12th man in Seattle. 312-332-3776 if you want to join us. We'll get to your calls in just a moment. I do want to bring up the news that Brad Biggs of the Chicago Tribune's been alluding to so far today and last night as well, that according to sources, the Bears are exploring the option of Joe Thuney playing left tackle today, much like he did for Kansas City over the course of their playoff run last year, and putting Jordan McFadden in at left guard. This all in the wake of the Ozzie Trapillo injury. It's not even a question. He's done for the year. And it's something that's intriguing. Now, your other option, the one that I think a lot of fans thought heading into this week was you're going to have Theo Benedict at left tackle and then keep your four the same, the rest of on the offensive line from left guard to right tackle. It's an interesting wrinkle that the Bears have. At this point in the season, I don't love experimenting with something like this.
Me either.
But the more and more I think about it, I think it might be your best option. I haven't been impressed by Theo Benedict this year. And if you look at some of the passing charts in the games that Theo Benedict plays, not a whole heck of a lot gets thrown to the left side of the field. When Theo Benedict's been in at left tackle, it seems like the field gets cut in half to the right side. And I don't know if I want to become, I don't want to call it one-dimensional, because I don't think it's quite that, but I don't know if I want to limit my dimensions in a game of this magnitude here. And I think you're giving yourself a better chance at this with Joe Thuney. Now, I don't know what Jordan McFadden's going to do out there. You don't know what Jordan McFadden's going to do out there.
Nobody knows.
We haven't seen Jordan McFadden really take any snaps this year.
I am surprised it's not Luke Newman.
I am too, because that's the guy who we've seen get some spot snaps. When Jonah Jackson got banged up for a couple plays, we saw a lot more of Luke Newman in the preseason too. There was some training camp buzz around him that he was a guy that the staff really liked, 6th-round pick out of Michigan State. And I'm a little surprised it's not Jordan, or that it's not Luke Newman, but this coaching staff, I think, is clearly taking the guy that they've seen deliver more in practice with Jordan McFadden in a situation like this.
The key here is, like, I'm not going to question what Ben Johnson decides to do. He's pushed all the right buttons all season.
Especially personnel-wise.
Far be it from me to question Ben Johnson, and he knows his team way better than I know his team. My fear is, having watched Joe Thuney play left tackle for the Chiefs in the playoff run last year, he wasn't good at left tackle.
I don't know if that's true necessarily.
I didn't think he was good.
Well, keep in mind, too, he's moving positions. I didn't think he was bad, though. And I think on a day like today, you just need some play that's going to be not bad. Now, I wonder if it was, let's say they were playing the Niners today, not as daunting of a pass rush. I wonder if this is the move that's deployed.
Probably not.
Or is this a desperation type of move because Thuney has experience at left tackle and he's your best offensive lineman that you have?
Yeah, my concern with it, though, is, like, I know Thuney probably offers better than what Theo Benedict offers at left tackle. By how much? We'll see. Probably quite a bit, but we'll see. Like, I didn't love him at left tackle for the Chiefs. I know Jordan McFadden is nowhere close to Joe Thuney at left guard. Mm-hmm. It's not an insult to Jordan McFadden. It's not an insult if it were Luke Newman either. It's just, I have an all-pro left guard.
Right.
And I'm kicking him outside to tackle. I know now left guard is compromised. I also know left tackle might not be perfect. If I have the decision where I can compromise, I know one position on the left side of my offensive line is going to be a problem. I would make sure it's only one position. I would know for a fact left guard's going to be fine because Thuney's there, and just figure it out at left tackle. If that means I got to go 12 personnel all day with Durham Smythe on the field helping, then that's what I got to do. But I don't ever love the idea of worsening two positions instead of just one.
It's interesting, too, because I was just kind of wrapping my head about what were some of the other permutations that you had available at your disposal. And one that I don't think is being talked about at all, that I'm sure they batted this idea around, would it have been worth it to move Darnell Wright from right to left tackle?
That is interesting.
Because I haven't heard that batted around. I'm sure the coaching staff has talked about that. Now,
I mean, Ryan Poles talked about it in the offseason, that they feel like he can play anywhere on the field. The biggest thing about this is the indictment that it puts on Theo Benedict and Braxton Jones, that there is zero belief in that building either of them can remotely hold up with Jared Verse lined up over them. I'm not saying it's wrong, because I don't particularly believe in it either. There are very few guys who can hold up with Jared Verse lined up across
especially
from him.
When you're a backup. And it's, to some degree, a third string left tackle.
But it is like we held on to Braxton Jones for 3 seasons as the starting left tackle, as a 5th-round pick, and now you get here to this critical moment, and he can't even be the fill-in guy, so much so we got to kick out our left guard outside.
I thought Jesse made a great point earlier. It's the same thing as Shota. Now, Shota came in with more pedigree than a Braxton Jones or a Theo Benedict, but you've got these guys on your roster, and in the biggest game of the season, you can't throw them out there. That's what this is. It's an apples to apples pretty much comparison at this point.
So it's not, like, I don't know how it's going to go. And Thuney, I'm certain, is a better left tackle option than either of the backups, which I don't think he's a perfect left tackle option. Again, it's just, I know one position on the left side is going to be bad. I'd rather make sure one position is going to be bad than two. That's where I don't love kicking out Thuney.
I think the opponent means so much in their decision-making for this game. Because if it was any team besides L.A. or Seattle probably, I don't know if they're doing this. I think the opponent matters so much in a game like this. What they are telling me right now with this move is that the drop-off that we're going from all-pro left guard, legitimately named the best left guard in all of football this year, the drop-off from that to Jordan McFadden is not nearly the drop-off that you're going to get from Joe Thuney, who really doesn't have much of a background playing the position aside from a playoff run last year, and Theo Benedict / Braxton Jones. To me, it's an indictment on the what the situation is at left tackle. Now, sure, you want depth, but you're not expecting your depth to be superstars.
No.
You're not going to get that.
Yeah, what they're telling you, I think, is that they know they're going to struggle to protect on the left side. They're going to really struggle tonight to protect Caleb's blind side. And I wonder, honestly, even with kicking Thuney out, like, are we just going to see a heavy deployment of big personnel, 12, 13 personnel, where you're going to get 2 tight ends, 3 tight ends?
Throw extra linemen out there.
You're chipping Jared Verse. You're throwing guys on the left side, playing ball control a little more. Again, I've thought all year the best recipe for the Bears to win games is time of possession. Dribble the air out of the ball, keep opposing offenses off the field. If you go big a lot and try to just bully Jared Verse, throwing as many bodies at him as possible, that is the way to get there.
You know who I think could be in store, and it may not totally show up in the box score today, but a guy that I think could be in store for a huge game today is Cole Kmet. And here's why. Because you're going to see Kmet on the field a ton today, out of necessity. Not that he doesn't already play a ton of snaps to begin with, but you'll see him in chips. I'd imagine he's going to have his hands on Jared Verse almost every single play, or whoever lines up over the left tackle. They're going to need that help out there. And when you have that added pressure coming from that left side, if it's Kmet chipping, throw it where the pressure's coming from.
Yeah.
What do they tell you about a blitzer? Throw it towards the pressure. And if Kmet's going to be right there on some flat routes off of chips, maybe some stuff over on the far left side of the field, it could be a recipe for a decent Cole Kmet game today.
I also think that as we're doing our offensive line deep dive and just detailing the matchup and what a difficult person to deal with Jared Verse is, he's just such a good player. I'm going to take this opportunity to, I don't know if I told you about this during the week, but I'm going to make a deal with our listeners and with the city of Chicago.
Okay.
I know I'm the Jared Verse guy in town.
Yeah.
I've brought him up relentlessly, basically any opportunity I get, because he's the player I most wanted in the draft. I said I think he's the best player in the draft 2 years ago. He's entered the league. He's immediately one of the best pass rushers in the league.
Yep.
I am making a deal, and you are my witness.
Okay.
We are on noon to 2 tomorrow to react to whatever happens tonight. I will not victory lap Jared Verse tomorrow. That is my promise to the city of Chicago.
Okay.
Whatever happens tonight, I will not victory lap Jared
All right,
Verse
I'll hold
tomorrow.
you to it. I'll hold you to it.
I will not do it.
I may have to restrain you at certain points, but I'll hold you to it. I'll hold you to it.
I won't do it.
312-332-3776. We've got Nick in Logan Square. What's going on, Nick?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
What's happening?
What's up, Nick?
Down from Ottawa, Canada for the game, so no scuba suit in the stadium for me today.
Love it.
I liked your point about why change the 2 positions for one injury, sliding Thuney over. It almost feels like Ben Johnson might be overthinking this one. Just slide Theo in, keep the continuity, and pound the run game and win that time of possession battle.
It's a fair point, Nick. Here would be my one counter to all of this. And I don't love the idea of moving Thuney, but today you don't really have options. You're working out of desperation on a day like today. If you lose today, your season's over. So you might as well throw your best bullets out there. Is there a chance the Bears are upgrading at left tackle today?
I think
putting Thuney out there, what you've gotten all season long. And I like what I've seen from Trapillo on that left tackle side. But there is a chance that you are upgrading your left tackle position today.
I have a hard time buying Thuney's going to be. Look, man, I thought Trapillo was really good in the opportunity that he was given.
And you know what?
He was
Credit
really
to him.
coming on.
He showed his heart when what looked like a really bad patella injury. For him to not go down and burn a timeout in that
Walk
moment,
off that field.
Boy,
Yeah.
you want to talk about earning your Chicago stripes? That's that moment.
It's
right
one
there.
of those things that'll never show up in the box score, but it is like of critical importance that he got up and walked off the field. No, upgrade is tough. I think at best they are not getting any worse. Where if you went from Trapillo to Newman or you went from Trapillo to Benedict, Braxton. I think you are getting significantly worse at that position. I think kicking Tooney out, you're at least not getting worse. I just wonder if that trade-off is worth how much worse you now got at left guard.
We'll see. It's one of the interesting wrinkles for today's game. We'll take more of your Bears calls when we come back. We see you on hold, 312-332-3776. You want to jump in line with us, talk Bears. If you're heading to get to the game, we'd love to hear from you as well. All your Bears calls when we return. Bears pregame tailgate.
ESPN Chicago. The College Football National Championship. 1 seed Indiana taking on 10th ranked Miami of Florida. Tomorrow night at 6, presented by Menards. This is your place for the college football playoffs and national championship. ESPN Chicago.
Hey, football fans, picture this. You bet on your favorite player to score the first touchdown in the game, but his teammate scores instead. If this happens, BetMGM wants to give you another chance at the end zone. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you'll get your stake back if your first touchdown scorer scores second instead. That's right. Bet on any pro football player to score the first touchdown of the game. If you're right, you win. If your player scores second, you get your stake back in cash. With BetMGM's second chance offer, you have a chance to keep the fun going after the first player crosses the goal line. Try a first TD scorer wager with confidence today. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Illinois only. Existing customer offer subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards paid back in unrestricted withdrawable funds. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-426-2537. Or by texting ILGAMB to 53342. In partnership with Paradise Hotel Casino.
Hi, this is Dave Musial, owner of Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric. And I want to guarantee you a breakdown-free winter. Did you know that a dirty furnace costs more to operate and can lead to higher utility bills and untimely breakdowns? Now is the time to schedule your Four Seasons furnace tune-up and save $50. A Four Seasons furnace tune-up includes a 35-point inspection, complete cleaning, and we calibrate every component of your furnace. So call today.
For all the right reasons, call 866-4 Seasons.
Hey, it's Kap. Playoff time is here, and this is when you need to be locked in. But if you're not sleeping well or you can't breathe, good luck focusing on anything, let alone the playoffs. That's where my great friends at Sinus and Snoring MD come in. Breathe better and sleep better with in-office treatments and same-day appointments. Now's the time to take care of yourself and start 2026 feeling your best. Call 847-545-0147 or visit sinusandsnoringmd.com and get ready for a better night's sleep. That is sinusandsnoringmd.com.
That's the ease at which you get information. You want it, you get it. Like that. Ask your phone. Group chat. Smartphone. You're always connected and informed in real time. No waiting. So if you're diabetic and still using finger sticks to read your blood sugar, what are you waiting for? Knowing your blood sugar levels instantly is important for managing diabetes. Call US Med at 888-665-0696. To learn more about continuous glucose monitors, a real-time instant method to track your blood glucose, US Med is an approved provider for Medicare and over 1,000 private insurers. And the best part? Call 888-665-0696 and we'll give you a free insurance benefits check today. So call 888-665-0696 today. That's 888-665-0696 and manage your diabetes as easy as...
Guests on ESPN Chicago call in on the Yuengling Hotline, where names and bold takes collide. America's oldest brewery, Yuengling, fuels the conversation. Chicago, raise a Yuengling. Please enjoy responsibly.
Bradley University is a proud partner of Pregame Tailgate, ESPN Chicago, the home of the Bears.
Bears-Rams coming up on the lakefront about 4 hours from now. You'll have your kickoff. You'll hear it right here with Jeff Joniak, Tom Thayer, Jason McKee on the call. And then after the game, it is the post-game show with Peggy and Yurko. We've got you covered all the way into the early hours of Monday morning till 1 o'clock right here on ESPN Chicago, your home for Bears football. Waddle, Silvy, and Dionne. Follow us at 3 for the network pregame show right here on your home for the Chicago Bears. Let's get on back to the phone lines. We've been talking all things Bears and Rams with you. How you feeling about the game? The rumblings that it's looking like Joe Thuney is going to play left tackle for the Bears today. That's all the indications that we've gotten from Brad Biggs, who's one of the best reporters that you'll see, one of the best Bears reporters that you'll find. So he's been reporting that it's looking more and more likely that Joe Thuney is going to be slotting in at left tackle today. Let's go out to Boston where we find Matt. What's going on, Matt?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. Love the work you do. This is more of like for the fans' perspective. It comes back to the, oh, man, I'm having so much fun. This season's been so much fun. We're kind of talking like it's the end of the line here. I think we as Chicago fans really need to turn everything around in terms of making Chicago a winning city again across all sports. I think we can't just chalk this up as just a fun season, because that's going to be 01. That's going to be 03. That's going to be 06. It's going to be 2010. It's going to be 2018.
Yeah, but Matt, I don't want to cut you off. It's just, doesn't this feel a little different because you have the coach and you have the quarterback? There is no, concern with how this has been built. I don't think anybody operating in the way of this has been such a fun season and we should enjoy it is doing the loser's mentality thing. I think it's more just recognizing where we're at.
Well, I think the other part, too, is I think you're respecting who the opponent is.
That, too. This is the best team that the Bears have played all year. And it's not even up for debate.
I don't care.
And that's fine. No,
again, we got the best. We got one of the best coaches. We got a number one pick. The standard should be to win. And we should put that pressure
100%.
across all of our other sports.
Matt,
we should put that pressure on all of Chicago.
I'm just speaking for myself. I'm not saying that the standard isn't that. And I'm not saying I'm not going, season's over today, boys. Bears have no shot. I'm not doing that. I said at the start of the show, the Bears absolutely have a chance to win tonight. And I will not put a lid on how far this season can go. Nothing would surprise me at this point with the way that this team has just found ways to win games. All I was saying was, next season is not going to be this same experience because next season the pressure's on. Next season there will be expectation at the start. It's a totally different vibe. It has nothing to do for me with what happens tonight or entering thinking the season's coming to an end. It's just recognizing where you're at, how fun this season has been, and then, go win a football game tonight.
Listen, if you take a look at the 3 best teams the Bears have played this year, all right, and I'll throw the Packers in there 3 times because you played them 3 times. You're 3-2 against the best teams that you played this year. You lost one to the Packers, you lost one to the Niners, but you won 2 against the Packers and you beat the Eagles. Those are the 3 best teams that you faced this season, and you have an above 500 record. This is the best team that you'll face this season. And regardless, I think, of what the result is today and if the Bears end up winning today and whoever they may face in the NFC, or if they face the Seahawks and then whoever they may face in the Super Bowl, if they're fortunate enough to get to that point, I think today is going to be the toughest challenge that you face all season long. I really do.
I do too.
Because it's the most balanced team that we've seen offensively and defensively. There is a respect element to who's on the other side. You've got the guy who is the odds-on favorite to win MVP. He's a future Hall of Famer. You've got the best coach in the sport on the other side. This is one of the rare games, maybe one of 2 games all season long, where you look at the Bears and say, they don't have the coaching advantage today.
Yeah.
They don't.
And
it's not a slight at Ben Johnson at all. It's who I think Sean McVay is.
Yeah, I also just think if you evaluate what these 2 teams are, nobody would deny that the Bears are ahead of schedule. And I've said all along, by beating the Packers, by doing what they accomplished this season, they have announced they're a problem. They have a quarterback. You can't promise that nobody's ever going to get hurt. But I think I said it to you last week. A lot of people talk about Aaron Rodgers or Patrick Mahomes when they talk about Caleb Williams. Having watched Caleb all year and last year, it reminds me more of the guy who's going to suit up against the Bears tonight. He reminds me a lot of Matthew Stafford. One thing they really share is they don't miss games. And I know they're both good. So it's just sitting here now, I'm like, I know you got the coach. I know you got the quarterback. I think you're a distinct problem in this division and in this conference going forward. This isn't like 2018 where you just have a dominant defense and you're like, are we really sure the coach and quarterback are any good? This is more like we're ahead of schedule. Let's win it if we can. But also, we aren't going anywhere. If the season does end tonight, the Bears are not going anywhere. They are a problem for the next few years.
I will say, though, if the season does end tonight, it is one of the longest roads back. Is you go on these playoff runs, and then it's
100%.
The wait to get to next year. I always remember it with 2018. 2018 was an awesome season. I get that it ended in one of the most devastating heartbreaks this fan base has ever seen. That wait from 2018, from when Cody Parkey hits those 2 posts to when they open up NFL 100 the next year, felt like eons. Eons. Even though there was excitement and buzz, it's that dread of after the game goes final, knowing that you have to wait 8 months until the next game. It's that dread that sits within you is one of the worst feelings as a sports fan, especially when you know you're close. This Bears team, they may not be the best team remaining in this playoff field, but you know they're close. They are close to being an elite football team. They've got the coach. They've got the quarterback. They've got a lot of the bones in place.
And, dude, the other thing, too, is single elimination tournament. You and I know the best team doesn't always win in March Madness.
Rarely does.
It's the same thing in the NFL. The best team doesn't always win the Super Bowl. You got to win on one given night. Tonight's the night for the Bears. I don't think they're the better team in the game. I think if you do come out and say the Bears are better than the Rams, you're either lying or you haven't watched the Rams or you're just putting the fan hat on. That's fine. That's your prerogative if you want to do it. I don't think the Bears are the better team in the game. That doesn't mean they can't win. It's single elimination. And now that you're in the divisional round, everybody's got a shot. You also aren't the Niners in the sense that you're pulling up dead. The Niners pulled up to Seattle last night dead.
Yeah.
They
didn't get off the bus.
Nothing left in the tank. The Bears are at least mostly healthy.
Yeah, you're going to be missing a key piece at left tackle today with Ozzie Trapil. You're going to be missing TJ Edwards. But for the most part, and I get that there's some guys who are battling back from injury, for the most part, this is as whole as this team has been all season long. 312-332-3776. Doug's in McHenry. What's going on, Dougie?
Hey, guys. Big fans. I just came back from the Cubs convention, and you would have thought it was the Bears convention. Everyone from Jed Hoyer wearing a DJ Moore jersey.
No. Doug, I'm going to correct you there. He's wearing a Brian Hoyer jersey, believe it or not.
Oh, I didn't see the back. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. Props to him. But it was so exciting. Just not only talking Cubs, obviously being the Cubs convention, but talking to other Cubs fans about the Bears finally being good. So I just wanted to share that with you guys.
Yeah. No, it's a good point, man. It's taken over this entire city. I mean, I was at the Hawks game Thursday. It was Bears fever. Everyone I saw a Colston Loveland jersey. I saw a couple of Caleb jerseys. There were people with Bears hats on. You could hear the Green Bay Sucks chants through the TV at the DePaul game on Friday. The cheese grater guy was at the DePaul game too because they were playing Marquette, another team, a neighbor to the north. It's just taken over the city. I saw PCA was wearing a Bears hat. I think Ian Happ had a Bears hoodie on. A bunch of those players are going to the game this weekend. It's taken over the city. It's what it is. It's what happens when the teams are great. Everyone wraps your arms around them.
But I'll say, man, during the Cubs playoff run, I never got on a bus and had a bus driver shout, "Go Cubs" in my face.
Fair.
It's the one thing I've always wondered is what is it they always say about the Cubs World Series parade? It was the largest gathering of people.
7th largest gathering of humans in recorded history.
Bears winning a Super Bowl is going to be much
I don't know about that. No, I don't know about that. Because that is one of the most important championships in sports history.
I get it,
and
man.
You had people flying in from all over the world.
I think it would happen here.
I don't think they're topping that. It'll be a party. I'm not here to downplay what the party will be. It's not going to top that.
Aiden knows. Why does Aiden know?
It's gonna,
because of the hat he's wearing.
Because he's a Sox fan.
Because of the hat he's wearing. By the way, just really quickly, before Aiden, I want you to chime in on this, but really quickly, I'm never saying a bad word about Jed Hoyer again. I didn't know he wore a Brian Hoyer jersey. Shout out respecting a Michigan State legend. Jed Hoyer, you are my brother. I will never say a bad word about you again.
It was a funny thing because Waddle, I believe, sat in a suite with him one time, and he saw him wearing the 2 jerseys. He's like, "Oh, DJ Moore." No. On the back, it says Hoyer, because Brian Hoyer used to be a backup quarterback here in town.
Go green. Let's go, Jed. Well done.
What do you want to say, Aiden?
I'm with Shea here. I mean, if, you said largest gathering of humans, if this does happen, the city might explode.
It will, but it'll be more local.
I think people fly in, dude. It's been 40 years. I know it hasn't been
108.
I know, but that's a lot of people who didn't see it were dead. And it's like it's been
people flew in from
time.
everywhere because they had relatives who weren't alive to see something like this.
I get it. I'm just the other part of it is there are people who are from Chicago and have moved away who are Sox fans. They're Bears fans. They weren't flying in for the Cubs parade. You know what I mean? Like everybody in the city, everybody who has left the city, everybody who's from here is a Bears fan.
I want to look in the break. I'll look up the largest gatherings of humans in the world in recorded history. I wonder how many are sports parades, because I'd imagine that's one of the few. So I'll do that research in the break here. 312-332-3776. Tyler and Shea with you till 3 o'clock, getting you ready for Bears and Rams.
ESPN Chicago.
Do not, and I mean you, do not miss the Kap and J Hood Show, now morning 6 to 9 on ESPN Chicago. But you're busy. Things happen. We get it. If you have to miss it, you can always listen to the podcast on your time. Find it on the ESPN Chicago app or wherever you go to pod. It's brought to you by Republic Bank.
Apt, your number one destination for the home, has everything you need to start your New Year's resolutions. Explore our collection of smartwatches and fitness trackers. Whatever your goal is, you'll be able to track your progress. Create the perfect home gym with our selection of treadmills, ellipticals, and exercise bikes. And don't forget the small kitchen appliances like a juicer or blender for that post-workout protein shake to add in muscle building and recovery. For free local delivery, professional installation, and complete satisfaction, shop where I shop. Apt. ABT.com. App pleasing people since 1936.
When it comes to your home, why juggle a dozen different contractors? Service Construction of Illinois does it all. Kitchens, bathrooms, basements, decks, outdoor spaces, you name it, they build it. For 50 years, they've been the one-stop shop for families across Chicagoland, combining craftsmanship, reliability, and a true passion for making homes shine. Work with Service Construction of Illinois once, and you'll know. You can rely on them for any needs for the lifetime of your home. Visit serviceconstruction.net and start your project today.
Choose Bradley University. Whether you're building robots, training on cutting-edge medical simulators, or diving into sports communication, Bradley prepares you. You'll cheer on D1 athletics, study abroad, and choose from over 200 student organizations. Plus, you'll benefit from competitive internships, community-focused research, and a top-tier education that provides a proven return on investments. Choose Bradley. Apply today at bradley.edu.
Attention Link EBT card holders. If you use SNAP benefits to buy food, please listen carefully. Rules for SNAP eligibility are changing. You could lose your benefits if you don't act soon. Before January 31st, visit saveoursnap.org to learn about new rules, how they impact you, and the steps you should take to keep your food benefits. Go to saveoursnap.org before January 31st. Sponsored by the Illinois Commission to End Hunger. Aired in cooperation with this station and the Illinois Broadcasters Association.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ETHOS.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
A SoFi personal loan is here to help you achieve something once thought impossible: overcoming high-interest credit card debt. Walk the tightrope of your finances with one low, fixed-rate monthly payment, no fees required, and as soon as the same-day funding. That's right, pull off your own debt-defying stunt with a SoFi personal loan. Visit SoFi.com/trick to learn more. Loans originated by SoFi Bank N.A. Member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891.
Hit the road in a brand new Toyota in less than 1 hour. At Advantage Toyota River Oaks, you can sign and drive away in 60 minutes or less. Seriously. Or they'll cover your first car payment. Every new Toyota is backed by the Advantage Plus program. Advantage Toyota River Oaks. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
Here comes the boom, boom. Here comes the boom. This is Pregame Tailgate on ESPN Chicago. Brought to you by Bradley University.
We'll get to your calls in a second. 312-332-3776. Just want to clean up something that I brought to your attention. You brought up to. You said the Bears would have a bigger parade than the Cubs. The Cubs parade at the time was the 6th largest gathering of humans in recorded history. It has since been bumped to 7 because the Argentinian national soccer team
World Cup
in 2022 that topped it. You have to. There's not a lot of. There's not a lot of sports rallies on this list. After the Cubs, the next biggest gathering is the 04 Red Sox, which is another one of like the greatest championships we've seen in sports history. That was 2 million less than the Cubs. The Blackhawks Stanley Cup Parade is actually pretty high up there among sports rallies. They're right behind the Red Sox in 2013.
Listen, what I'm hearing right now is that Chicago shows the F up.
Yeah, it's okay. I'll give you two
teams. The Bears are Chicago's team.
Chicago and Philly show up. The Philadelphia Flyers in 1974, their Stanley Cup Parade got 2 million people. And then the Phillies in 2008 also got 2 million people. But
How many people did Vancouver get when they lost the Stanley Cup? Sorry.
I'm only seeing one NFL parade on here. And I wonder if weather plays into it too, because, I mean, these parades are in February.
Yeah, true.
So I'd imagine, unless you're going to, like, Tampa, but what kind of fan base is there in Tampa? They don't have nearly the pull that the Bears have. The only NFL on this list is the Broncos parade in 2015. That's the only NFL one I'm seeing on this list.
Well, and also I'm now, like, the large markets really aren't in play.
A lot of the large markets haven't won.
The Rams won right. That's my point. The Rams won a Super Bowl. They
don't have fans.
They didn't have
They're
fans.
a transplant.
St. Louis fans gave up on the team.
Yeah. Now, they did have initial roots in L.A., but I think a lot of those fans probably lost interest in the team.
And they left L.A. because they didn't have people in L.A. that cared about football.
Yeah.
USC was bigger than the NFL. That's a big part of the reason why they went to St. Louis. So, like, that one is tough. You got the Giants, who had immense success. And then also, like New York, there's just so much else going on. I just feel like this city really shows up when their teams
I'm
win.
not disagreeing with you.
And everyone's a Bears fan.
But I don't
We're going to
think
find out in 3 weeks.
Hopefully. I hope so. I really hope so. 312-332-3776, getting you ready for Bears and Rams. Let's go to Lloyd's in New York. What's going on, Lloyd?
Hey guys, just flew in from the game from New
Awesome,
York.
Man. Love
first
it.
off, White Sox fan. I would certainly fly back for a Bears for age. I
That's
just wanted to say that. But mostly just wanted to say I was a very
4,999,999 to go.
That's one.
Exactly. Got to start somewhere. I was a big skeptic of Cairo going into the year in the early season, but he's come in clutch and very nice to go into the game knowing we got a kegger who can play with the elements.
Yeah. Okay, Lloyd, thanks for bringing that up because I think both you and I, we've been probably the two loudest Cairo critics at the station. We can't deny what he's doing.
No, of course not.
What he's been doing in the playoffs has been nothing short of spectacular. I mean, he has been nails. And look what happened with McManus. And I think you could see it play out today with Harrison Mevis, who's never kicked in anything like this.
The Rams special teams is a disaster.
Yeah, it could show up today.
I could put the Rams in perfect weather in, like, Texas, just like a perfect kicking environment, and I wouldn't trust them. Their special teams is a disaster. No, my issue with Cairo has never been about accuracy. It's always been about the kicks that you leave on the field because he doesn't have the leg to make them. But I can't deny that in the environment that they've played in, the first Packers game and certainly in the playoffs against the Packers, he was nails. He was exactly what they needed to win those games.
Yeah.
And he kind of held the team afloat with the makes that he had.
For sure. I mean, the game started 21-9, right?
And it's a perfect juxtaposition that the Packers had 4 points left on the field because McManus missed. And Soldier Field, not everybody can kick in. Cairo Santos has shown he can.
Yeah.
Credit to him. Kudos.
Yeah. 312-332-3776. Ron's and Morris. What's going on, Ronnie?
Well,
I'm like Howard Cosell. I never played the game, and I really appreciate the people in the sports media in Chicago because I've learned a lot, and I never call and argue because I can't argue with people. That's a job. Maybe I will now. I hear everybody, and I just went to church this morning, and they're even talking about, what do we do against Seattle? Wait a minute. You know,
putting the cart
I'm a
before the
fan
horse.
of Bears, but when you look at the whole year, they started out with one of the very easiest schedules there were. They won the NFC North, but they couldn't beat Detroit in either game. And it was just one after the other. I think there were 6 games they never won against a frontline quarterback. And when they went to Cincinnati, Burrow was out. And then Friday, Flacco was going to be the replacement. And then he was out. They've had some luck on their side. Now, they had some luck the other way last year. But I think when you get down to the Packers, it was not the same Packers team that started the year. There had a lot of people out. And that kicker, I mean, Santos, we expect him to hit 52 yards all the time. That guy couldn't even get an extra point, which really, and then look at the belly flop.
Where are we going?
Do.
Mario, that's one.
Thanks for the call, Ronnie.
I appreciate the phone call. I didn't know where that was going to end up. I will say, to the initial point of people talking about what are we going to do against Seattle, putting the cart in front of the horse, I think the people who are picking the Rams are getting a little aggressive in the way that they're doing it, a lot of them, where you would think the point spread is 14, not 4.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not denying the Rams are the better team, but I saw somebody, I can't remember who it was like an NFL Network person tweeted this morning, I think Rams-Seahawks
wasn't
is
Adam
the Super
Rank,
Bowl.
we know that.
No, it certainly wasn't. But the tweet was, I think Rams-Seahawks is the Super Bowl. And I'm like, you realize the Rams still have to win to get there, right?
Yeah. No, it's fair. There's a reason the Rams are the favorite, but there's also a reason the Bears are in this game. It's because they have a knack to pull off some of the spectaculars. So 312-332-3776. How you feeling about an upset? And also, was last night maybe a warning for what could be in store for the Bears as well? We'll discuss next. It's Bears pregame tailgate on ESPN Chicago.
Chicago Bears pregame.
I'm Courtney Cronin, here with lead attorneys at Costa, Iavone, Julio, and Anthony.
Hey, Courtney. How does being from Chicago help you in your job?
Well, I think Chicagoans like directness. I try to always remember that in press conferences and ask straightforward questions, because that's who I am.
We get that. It's the way we are with our clients. All they know is they need help, and they want a law firm to cut to the chase.
You can do that when you're both local.
It's about making a real connection, one Chicagoan to another.
Costa, Iavone. Your trusted local personal injury lawyers. We get you.
Call them at 708-4million.
Our team is in the playoffs, and the best way to get to the games is by taking the CTA. Avoid the traffic and guessing game of how much a rideshare will cost. Let the CTA do the driving for you. All for just $5. It's less money spent on travel, more for food, drinks, merch, maybe a blanket to stay warm. And with Tap to Pay available on all CTA trains and buses, riding is a breeze. We've increased the number of 146 and 128 buses going to Soldier Field to help get even more fans to the game. Save money, do more, ride CTA.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Smalls here. Life is full of choices, some big, some small. And when you choose an H&R Block Tax Pro, you're choosing the largest network of tax expertise to be in your corner. For when your big ambitions need help with the small details. For when your 6 figures come from 6 different places. For when your gaming stream becomes your revenue stream. For when your business's year 1 needs 70 years of tax know-how. At H&R Block, they've seen it all. And they're here to help you make the most out of your money for life outside the box.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
There are seasons that shine and seasons that endure.
This, however, is being remembered as something far greater. A season of miracles, theatrical, cinematic moments frozen in time.
They've taken the lead on the Packers.
What comes next?
This is the city. Los Angeles, California.
From the shimmering lights of the West come the LA Rams, forged in Hollywood, built for brilliance. City of stars. Armed with the most explosive offense in football. The venerable Matthew Stafford leads with fire, fury, and heart, with an arm that can split the winter sky.
You got a gift. When you were a baby, the gods reached down and turned your right arm into a thunderbolt.
Ben Johnson knows Stafford, worked and studied with him in Detroit. He understands every beat of that heart.
A heart like a lion, a burning like fire.
But now, Ben works in rhythm with ice.
Won't find nobody else like me.
Caleb Williams, the ascendant Iceman, calm as midnight, cold as the wind that sweeps across Lake Michigan. Tonight belongs to the Bears. Not so silent hunters. Methodical, unrelenting, stalking, without panic. Exceptional senses for the moment at hand. And as Soldier Field awakens, a swirling blend of an icy wind and roaring humanity sets the stage. The Iceman and his believing Bears will enter armed with vengeance. This is Jeff Joniak. Welcome to Bears and Rams on the lakefront. It's divisional round playoff football. We are in pregame overdrive on the home of the Bears.
Here comes
ESPN Chicago.
3.5 hours until kickoff. Can it just get here already, Shea? Can it just get? This is one of the wait that you get, especially when you're the primetime game. I love it during the regular season. There is a part of me in the playoffs that's like, I just want it to be here already. I just want it to be here.
At least the first game's kicking off because now, we can get started.
That's true.
It is the longest wait, and it's going to be brutal.
It's not college football level bad, but
no, it is going to be brutal next week though. This is. Once you get to this point of the NFL season and there's only 4 games in a weekend, yesterday waiting for the first game to start, I just filled my day with things to do in the morning because I'm like, I don't want to be sitting around waiting for Bills Broncos.
It's true.
Today, it's the same thing where the start of your day, you're just sitting around waiting for the games to start.
Yeah.
Now that it's started, Bears can kick off in no time.
That's true. That is true. And we get to talk about it with you right here on your home for Bears football. 312-332-3776. Network pregame with Waddle, Silvy, and Dionne Miller will take place starting at 3 at the Dr. Pepper patio just inside of Gate O. So if you're heading to the game, chime on in with us and then go see all them at the game just inside Gate O at the Dr. Pepper patio. 312-332-3776. You want to join us here. I do want to bring up something from yesterday, and you texted me about this last night. The most eye-popping result from yesterday was Seattle and the way that they dismantled San Francisco.
It's the most eye-popping result of the entire playoffs.
I mean, 41-6, you don't see that in playoff games, especially among divisional opponents, and especially when you're into the divisional round of the playoffs. Is there a part of you Bears fans? Because if we're all being honest here, all right, of the 8 teams remaining, if you had to say which team most closely resembles the Chicago Bears, I think we would all point to the San Francisco 49ers. Any pushback from you on that? If you look at the other teams, I think that's the team that's closest to the Bears right now.
No, it's why I texted you after watching the game because I don't want to be the Debbie Downer guy, but it was just a thought I had watching the game, and I wonder if other people feel this way. The Bears' best win of the season was going to Philly and punking them, right?
For sure.
And we held up this offensive wonderkind performance that happened in San Francisco, where you're going, holy smokes, we're a wagon. And even though it was a loss, Hoodie said after that game, it was a loss, but it felt like a win because the offense was so good and people came out of it. Yeah, the defense is terrible, but we knew that. The offense can do that. But then in the weeks since, we've seen the Bears get bottled up by the Lions, get bottled up for 3 quarters by the Pack, and the Niners beat Philly, which I think is like kind of – they went on the road and beat Philly the same way that the Bears did, and then they got eviscerated by the Seahawks. And I think the Seahawks and Rams are probably the 2 most comparable teams left in the 8 teams. I was just going to bring that up too. Where I'm watching it last night and I'm going, man, this is giving me some bad vibes about what tomorrow's going to look like.
Now, the one difference, if we're being fair here, the one difference is this game is being played in Chicago's home and not San Francisco's home.
Correct.
So that is, I think, an important difference, especially when you're taking a team, whatever you want to call SoFi. It's not a dome, but it pretty much is a dome. You're taking a team out of that environment and bringing them here. Someone said, I saw the tweets going around that's like, whoa, from Rams fans, oh, you think they're playing on the North Pole or something? You know, it's actually colder here today than it is at the North Pole. That's what we're looking at today. That's the type of weather that we're going to be throwing this game into today. And I think the Bears fans are really going to make life hell for this Rams team. That place is going to get loud. So, yes, there was a little part of me watching that game last night where there was a fear in me. Now, I don't think it's going to look like that.
No.
I don't think it's going to look like that.
I don't want anybody to get me wrong in what I'm saying, because, look, the Niners were dealing with a lot. They had a ton of injuries up front that the Bears aren't dealing with.
The Bears aren't missing their George Kittle in this game.
You're also not missing... You're not missing your Trent Williams. I mean, you are banged up front, but you're not missing your Trent Williams, in part because you don't have Trent Williams. But
I was just going to say the same thing about Nick Bosa, too.
You're not missing that player. Yeah, you're not missing Nick Bosa. You're not missing George Kittle.
Well, you might be missing them because you don't have them. But
Christian McCaffrey gets banged up leaving the game. But everything that the Niners wanted to, and Tom Brady kept saying on the broadcast, with everything that Purdy's dealing with, he's actually playing pretty well. It's just an onslaught from the Seahawks.
Which, to be honest, is how a lot of these Caleb games have been, too. The score may not look pretty at halftime, offensively, of what we've seen from the Bears week to week to week. But that hasn't necessarily meant that Caleb's played a bad half. You just haven't gotten the results. And maybe that Niners game kind of warped all of our brains of what this offense should be. And that Eagles game also warped our minds of what this offense should be. Because for the most part, I mean, I think back to that Eagles game, you played damn near a perfect game. Like, if we're grading that if we're giving you a test score for that Eagles game, you got like a 97. And in the Niners game, you got like a 95.
That's, again, where last night caused me a little more nervousness because the Bears played a perfect game against the Eagles, and then I saw the Niners beat them, and I kind of just came out of it and went like, damn, were the Eagles just bad? Do you know what I mean? And I'm not saying anything about how I feel like the game's going to go. It's just a thought that entered my brain watching what the Seahawks did to the Niners. I had a bet on the Seahawks. I loved Seahawks laying 7. Mm-hmm. I didn't think they were going to do that. And again, it's hard to evaluate what it
happen.
It's hard to evaluate what a game actually is when the open of the game is a kickoff returned for a touchdown, and then there's immediate red zone turnovers where it's a bit like Indiana-Oregon. It's hard to evaluate how good the Indiana beatdown actually was because the game got away from Oregon so fast. Last night's the same deal. That game was over basically before Brock Purdy got off the bench. It's impossible to evaluate.
When you have to enter panic mode within 3 minutes of not game time, but real time, that's when you know you're in for a long day. You're in for a long day, and really no team is built to overcome anything like that. 312-332-3776. Let's go to JR's in Berwyn. What's going on, JR?
Yo, what's up, guys? Hey, so listen, man, Jared Verse, man, this guy coming out of college, man, I was really high on him, too. I was one of these guys that actually wanted the Bears to pick up. I thought he was really good, and he is good. The only thing is, man, I think I don't know, man, he's a little bit overrated. I mean, he's got 7.5 sacks. This guy is not a game wrecker. I mean, this is not someone that we should be fearing. He's not Michael Parsons. He's not, Garrett. He's not one of these guys. So I know when people talk about him, they talk about him like he's some kind of game wrecker or something. Like, he's not that. We shouldn't be panicking over a Jared Verse. We could do. We saw him push around Braxton Jones last year, and I think that's what stuck in our heads, as though he was pushing him around, and somehow that made him elite. But he's not overall. He's not in that category where he got to be.
JR. He had 7.5 sacks this year. He was Defensive Rookie of the Year a year ago. He's a 2-time Pro Bowler. And if you combine his sacks and his pressures, he had 42.5 pressures.
He's good. He's good. I'm not saying he's not.
No, he's
not
elite.
Micah Parsons.
I'm not saying he's Micah Parsons either, but Micah Parsons is one of the most impactful defenders in the history of the league. Jared Verse.
Let's not talk about him like he's like that elite. We talk about him like he's a good
Nobody's
player.
saying, nobody's saying
that.
But nobody's saying that he's Micah Parsons.
I kind of heard you talking about him like taking victory
JR,
laps
pull the
and all
tape
that.
where I said Jared versus Micah Parsons, please.
No,
I'm
you
begging
say you
you.
want to take some victory laps over that. And,
Okay, JR, if you can go through the podcast and find where I said that Jared versus Micah
no,
Parsons,
you didn't say
I'll
that.
pay you. I'll give you $50.
You didn't say that.
No, but
saying,
we're also not going to sit here and go, he's actually overrated. He isn't elite. He had 42.5 pressures. It's okay
elite?
to be worried about him. He is an elite edge rusher. That's a fact.
I would say this, JR, and thanks for the phone call here. He makes that line better. Like Byron Young and Kobe Bryant and all those guys that can now get to Braden Fisk, that can now get to the quarterback as a result of Jared Verse's pressures. Jared Verse is 10th in the league in pressures. 10th. 36. It's a damn good number to put up in your second year in the league. Is he Myles Garrett yet? No. Is he Micah Parsons yet? No. Could he get there? He's in year 2. I think there's a chance he could get there. He makes that defensive line go. There's not a lot of players doing it like Jared Verse is right now. He had more pressures than Will Anderson this year. Will Anderson was an AP All-Pro first-teamer. So I think it's a little misguided when you're not going to credit a guy like Jared Verse. If there's anyone that's going to break this game, it's going to be Jared Verse.
And again, like nobody's sitting here among edge rushers per PFF. Total pressures, Jared Verse 87. He was fifth among qualified players at PFF in pressures. He's elite. Nobody's sitting here telling you that he's Micah Parsons. I'm not telling you that he's Myles Garrett. But if you're going to call up and go, we only had 7.5 sacks, that tells like a third of the story. We don't need to just lie about what an opposing player is and call him overrated. He isn't. He's 5th in the league in total pressures, according to PFF, regular and postseason. I'm not going to tell you that he's not elite. He is.
He is an elite pass rusher, and he's the guy that I would be most worried about in this game. It's just who he is. I do have a thought on Jared Verse, too, that I'll share with you when we come back. We'll take your phone calls as well, 312-332-3776. We've been talking about the Bears needing a fast start, and some people have started to discount that because of what we've seen with the heroics in the fourth quarter. I want to tell you why I think you can throw the heroic stuff out. You need a fast start today. We'll do that when we come back here. It's Tyler and Shea, Bears pregame tailgate leading you into kickoff.
ESPN Chicago.
Double move, throw down the left sideline, DJ Moore, end zone, touchdown Bears!
Ready for more? The NFC Divisional Playoffs are here. Today, Bears and Rams. Live coverage from Soldier Field begins with network pregame at 3, leading to kickoff at 5:30. Bears and Rams. Win and move on. The playoffs continue on ESPN Chicago, the home of the Bears. Presented in part by Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana.
Back in my glory days, I always showed up ready to perform, whether it was on the field or off of it. Confidence, energy, swagger, I had it all. And yeah, even little Johnny was playing like an all-pro. Now, thanks to Blue Chew, those days don't have to stay in the past. Blue Chew's chewable tablets give you that extra boost of confidence when it matters most. Stronger, harder, longer lasting. Like someone gave you a pep talk right where you need it. And here's the best part. It's all online. No awkward doctor visits. No standing in line at the pharmacy. Their licensed medical providers help you find the right fit, and it ships right to your door in a discreet package. Made in the USA, less expensive than the pharmacy. So, fellas, when it's your time to perform, don't just hope for the glory days. Bring them back. Head to BlueChew.com. Use promo code ESPN, and your first month is free. Just pay $5 for shipping. Blue Chew. Chew it and do it.
The Menards 15% off bag sale is here. Whether you pack it, load it, stuff it, or stack it, if it fits in the bag, you save 15%. Need new tools? Updating your bath or faucet? Or simply want some snacks? Put them in the bag and save 15%. So pick up a bag in-store at Menards and find out how much you can fit in the bag. Now through January 24th. See store for complete details.
Save big money at Menards.
For over 2 decades, I've called the plays here in Chicago, and when it comes to a winning strategy for selling your home, I've found the perfect play.
At Jeff Buys Your House, we offer a fast and easy solution for selling your house. No repairs, no commissions, no hassle. We're a local, veteran-owned company, and we've made the process simple since 2007.
Don't take a chance selling your house with just anyone. Trust the team at Jeff Buys Your House. Visit jeffbuysyourhouse.com today for your no-obligation offer.
Talk about stepping up. Bang! Bang!
It's time to level up your game. Introducing the all-new ESPN app. All of ESPN, all in one place. Your home for the most live sports and the best championship moments.
The electricity is palpable.
Step up your game with no annual contract required. It's the ultimate fan experience. Level up for more on the ESPN app or at stream.espn.com. Sign up now.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ETHOS.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hit the road in a brand new Acura in less than 1 hour. At Advantage Acura Naperville, you can sign and drive away in 60 minutes or less. Seriously. Or they'll cover your first car payment. Every new Acura is backed by the Advantage Plus program. Advantage Acura Naperville. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
Counting down to kickoff on the home of the Bears. This is Pregame Tailgate on ESPN Chicago, presented by our friends at Bradley University.
Just saw the Bears tweet out. Blue on blue today. Going back to the well. Worked out last week. So they'll go blue uniforms, blue pants today for your uniform matchup for all the Jersey dorks out there like you and me out there. 312-332-3776. It's Tyler Rocky and Shea Norling with you on the Bears pregame tailgate, leading you into Waddle, Silvy, and Dionne at the Dr. Pepper patio inside Gate O. So if you're on your way to the game, call us up, 312-332-3776, and then go check them out for their show out at Soldier Field just inside of Gate O. We'll have your kickoff as well. Jeff Joniak, Tom Thayer, and Jason McKee on the call today. So I was talking about the slow start thing for the Bears, and I think it's been a problem, and I think it's a problem that is eventually going to bite them in the ass. The reason why you cannot afford to start slow today, you look at the teams that you've lost to or that you've played and had some of these miraculous comebacks on, they haven't had a closer like Jared Verse on the defensive line. Aside from that game against the Packers when they had Micah Parsons, and then the Lions when they had Aiden Hutchinson, and what do those games have in common? You lost the game. So if you have the slow start and you don't have the ability to keep your quarterback upright when there is a game wrecker on the other side, like an Aiden Hutchinson, like a Micah Parsons, and like in this game, what you're going to see with Jared Verse, the Bears can't afford a slow start today. They can't. And I get that goes against what some of the messaging has been for people where it's like, listen, we can't really explain this stuff. And maybe I'll look like an idiot again by saying, hey, you can't afford to start slow today, and then they'll start slow and go out and find a way to pull the rabbit out of their hat in the fourth quarter. But when you've got a closer like the Rams have, and I should say plural, there's
how
two.
about three of them?
Yeah, I mean, you got Braden Fisk on the interior, and then you've got Byron Young, too. Like, you're talking about guys that go out there and finish games. And if you don't have that ability to have it limits your ability to come back the way that the Bears have been doing so far this season.
Well, it's why earlier in the week I asked, like, and it was somewhat tongue-in-cheek, but it was also a little earnest. And if the Bears don't get 7 in their first 2 possessions, you're going to feel like this game is going to be about over. Because that's why I said at the start, you got to score every time you touch the football. I don't trust this defense to get a ton of stops against Stafford. And again, like, we can be wrong. Maybe the defense just rises up.
Or you get a turnover.
And or you get a takeaway. They have some incredible performance. I'd love to see it, but if you're asking me to predict it, no, I can't, because you don't generate pressure without blitzing. And if you blitz, Stafford will carve you up. So I feel like you got to score every time you touch the ball, which is a weighty ask. Because if you don't, and you end up looking at this the same way it looked against the Pack, and you're down 3 scores starting the second half, you let Braden Fisk and Byron Young and Jared Verse and Kobe Turner all sit up there and pin their ears back, knowing you're throwing the football. This isn't the Packers' D-line down Wyatt and Parsons. This is one of the most ferocious defensive lines in football. And if you put yourself in situations where you have to throw, not where I want to live.
Nope, not against this team. 312-332-3776. Let's go to Dante down in Texas. What's going on, Dante?
Hey, what's up, fellas? Hey, so I was thinking about Timmy Smith. I think if you go back to the 80s, Washington Redskins, they weren't known as the Commanders then. A guy who was picked late. I think he's a 7th-round pick or 5th-round pick. I think 5th-round pick in that draft back then. And there's another guy that we have. If you remember, Smith set the record for most rushing yards in the Super Bowl. Where am I going with this? Well, we have a guy named Anungai. Picked late, but the kid has shown so much promise. And it's funny how the caller brought up Verse, because that's actually what I was going to talk about. You get a situation like this with the defensive line like this, and you're playing in these kind of conditions. And growing up my whole life playing in that kind of weather, it takes a toll on you over the course of the game. The cold already will cut through, but fatigue starts to cut through. And I experienced the same thing in the Army. You out there in the field, and the same type of temperatures, and it's crazy how it gets to you.
Dante,
and
dude,
it has an impact on your mental.
I see what you're saying, man, and it's the way I would go tonight. I would line up as many bodies against Jared Verse as I can, and I would run the ball right at him again and again and again.
Make him feel your presence tonight.
I'd pull guards. I'm doing anything I can to hit Jared Verse and tire his ass out. Sort of the way they did to Micah when they went up to Lambeau, where you could see at the end of that game, Micah Parsons was out of gas.
Yeah, he wasn't always on the field.
You just throw bodies at him. Hit Jared Verse as much as you can early in the run game, and you will limit how impactful he can be in the pass game.
Yep. Mike's in Lake Zurich. What's going on, Mikey?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. Appreciate it.
Of course.
I think along with that last call, I think one of the key things in this game would be time of possession. I'm thinking, run. They're doing a good job. They can run really well, and they can't score if they don't get the ball. So that, and I think another strategy would be, surprising them with a hurry-up offense. It's something that sets off the defense. They're not expecting that. They're just thinking of routine, and if you do a hurry-up offense in somewhere in the first quarter, maybe 3/4 the way through, you may be able to surprise the defense and get some yardage.
Listen, and thanks for the call, Mike. The one thing I'll say about time of possession, I don't, with this Rams team, and frankly with the Bears too, the way that they can hunt explosives, time of possession kind of loses some value to me, because the Rams can go down and score in 30 seconds. I mean, when you've got those weapons, Devontae and Puka, and especially against this Bears secondary, when you've got those level of weapons, to me, it's telling me that time of possession doesn't hold a whole heck of a lot of weight.
Well, and again, but it is the importance of scoring early and often, because then you can at least dictate how long you take on your own drives. If you don't score early and often, and the Rams do, and you start having to chase points, then it becomes what Bears San Francisco was, where you just have to be scoring quickly. You have to hunt explosive plays because they're doing it to you, and you're chasing points and the game's gone a little sideways. That can't be how you live. If you score early, you can at least dictate your own tempo.
Yep. Michael's in on the south side. What's going on, Michael? Michael?
Yeah, guys,
I just heard a lot of complaining about Jared Verse on the show, and I just kind of wanted to come on and say, like, you know, there are a lot of ways you can get around a good pass rush. If you've got a great screen game, you can get the ball out quick and render a pass rush useless. We've got Darnell Wright, an all-pro offensive tackle, and Joe Thuney played left tackle in a much higher pressure environment than this in a Super Bowl. So, I mean, I don't think this is the Bears team of old. We've got a great offensive line and an offensive head coach who can diagram ways for Caleb to get it out quick.
Now, go ahead.
Michael, I think your point is fair there, but you are shuffling the deck today.
Yeah.
On the offensive line. You've had a week to practice this.
I would also say Joe Thuney played left tackle in a Super Bowl against a great pass rush, and he got his lunch eaten.
It is what it is. Listen, you don't have great options today.
No.
No one's going to tell you otherwise. You don't have great options. The fact that it's even an option to kick Thuney out to left tackle is a luxury.
And I would also add, like, the point on the Rams defense I can take, because the Rams defense for the past month has not been good on the whole. I can be afraid of their pass rush. That has a lot more to do with the Bears. The best way to limit what the Rams want to do with their pass rush is, again, score the football. Don't put yourself in an opportunity where you have to claw back and they know you're throwing. That would be disaster. But you can limit it with the way you call plays. Again, throw bodies at Verse, run right at them. Great point on the screen game. You get the ball out quickly. Yep. Ben Johnson's done a great job in the screen game a lot this year with really well-timed calls. That's definitely an option. But I can't just act like their pass rush is nothing the Bears are going to have to deal with today when they are admittedly shuffling the deck on their offensive line.
Yeah, it's a compromised group right now. You're just going to have to deal with it, unfortunately. 312-332-3776. David's in Glenview. What's going on, David?
Hey, thanks for taking my call.
What's going on?
So you guys made some good points as far as strategies, but I just gotta, you know, I heard another caller said about the Bears' schedule, how they got to where they got, and that's partially true. A lot of luck went their way, and that does happen a lot sometimes in football and sports. And I think after seeing Seattle play yesterday, how they play in general, I don't think the Rams or the Bears can beat Seattle in Seattle. But that's how I personally feel about it. Either one. I just think Seattle's just too good in Seattle if one of these teams advance. I do think today's game, if Stafford is on his game and the Rams don't turn that ball over, they play just straight up football, they'll beat the Bears.
It's tough to argue about it.
If they don't shoot themselves in the foot, they'll win the game.
Yeah, thanks for the call, David.
My feeling on it is the Bears have to play basically a letter grade better than the Rams do. So what I mean by that is if the Rams play their A-plus game, Bears are going to lose. Just is what it is.
To be honest, 31 teams, I think, in the league are going to lose.
100%. If the Rams play their A-plus game on any given Sunday, they're beating whoever their opponent is. Like, that's just what's going to happen. If the Bears play their B-plus game, or Rams play their B-plus game, Bears got to play A-plus. Rams play C+, you got to play B+, so on and so forth. I think you have to be a full letter grade better than whatever the Rams offer. So if they come in, like the caller's saying, and Stafford doesn't turn the ball over, and they're converting for points on all their offensive possessions, guys, I got bad news. But if they struggle at all or do what they have done for the past month and a half and let their opponent hang around, that opens the door for fourth quarter Caleb Williams.
You just got to have a chance in that fourth quarter. Have a chance. But you can't be asking for a 20-something point comeback or a 17-plus point comeback. I don't think that's in the cards today against this Rams team. 312-332-3776. Nico's in Jersey. What's going on, Nico?
What's going on, fellas?
How we doing?
I just want to bring up the topic of Joe Thuney. I don't know if I have 100% faith in him. I know he had a week and I know he had some experience in the Super Bowl, but I don't know, with this Jared Verse, it might be a tough day for him.
I agree. And people can say, oh, he's even, and I don't even know if this is true, but people can say, oh, he's had a whole week in practice. I don't even know if he's had a whole week in practice of getting ready for this. That's not enough time. What do we always say about offensive lines, right? They take time to gel. This Bears offensive line is a perfect example of that. What they started doing offensively after the bye week took them 5 weeks,
dude. It's another
to get to this point.
It's another part of why, again, I'm not questioning Ben Johnson. Just I would prefer Benedette left tackle and Tooney stay at left guard, because at least also Benedette has played, and I don't have to worry about him not having experience in this offensive line. Jordan McFadden has played 0 downs in this line. Am I right?
If he has played, it's been minimal snaps.
I mean, I know fans who texted me yesterday talking about who the hell is Jordan McFadden. Like, people saw the Bigs tweet and were like, what? Who? Jordan McFadden? I don't get how it's not Luke Newman. I don't know what it says about Theo Benedette, Braxton Jones, and Luke Newman as players. It would not be my preference. I'm not going to question Ben Johnson. I hope it works.
So far this season, Jordan McFadden has played 2 offensive snaps.
Great. It feels like a good time to mix him into the offensive line in the NFC divisional round. But, you're going
to have to bring in someone you're playing left-handed in some capacity.
They know more about their team than I do, and I will trust Ben Johnson implicitly that this is the best decision he can make.
312-332-3776. More of your Bears calls next.
ESPN Chicago.
The College Football National Championship. 1 seed Indiana taking on 10th ranked Miami of Florida. Tomorrow night at 6, presented by Menards. This is your place for the college football playoffs and national championship. ESPN Chicago.
Winter is here. Snowball fights, sledding, and more good times with your kids. What a great family you've created. You want things to stay just as they are. It's time to start thinking about the next step for your future, a vasectomy. Take that step with Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago, because experience really does matter, especially with this procedure. Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago makes it so easy with their 30-minute, no needle, no scalpel, in-office vasectomy. Log on to vasectomychicago.com, read their testimonials, and learn more about their procedure at Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. 5 locations to serve you: downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower, by Navy Pier, and with free valet parking. Also in Naperville, Tinley Park, Arlington Heights, and Barrington. Most insurance accepted. Visit vasectomychicago.com or call toll-free 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4827.
Hi, this is Dave Musial, owner of 4 Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric, with our biggest sale ever. Furnaces from just $39 air conditioning combos, air conditioning from just $57 a month. 6 years, interest-free financing, guarantees to beat any competitor's price by up to $1,000. With an A-plus rating from the Better Business Bureau and over 30,000 5-star reviews, we are Chicago's trusted local expert.
Think one type of pepperoni is enough? Pepperoni is enough. Lou Malnati's new triple pizza goes all in with styles of pepperoni, maximum flavor. You get flavor. You get pepperoni, smoky pepperoni strips, classic pepperoni slices, all working together on every bite. It is fully loaded and unapologetic. Order it deep dish, order it deep dish, and enjoy it your way. Dine in, carry out, or even ship it nationwide. Lou Malnati's triple pepperoni. Order today at LouMalnati's.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-568-3344. 800-568-3344. 800-568-3344.
Jump behind the wheel and experience the latest cars, trucks, and SUVs at the 2026 Chicago Auto Show, February 7th through the 16th. Take brand new vehicles for a spin on city streets and experience the latest tech and safety features. Learn more and buy tickets at ChicagoAutoShow.com.
This is ESPN Chicago, the home of the Bears. And the countdown to kickoff is on. This is Pregame Tailgate, brought to you by Bradley University.
Tyler Rocky and Shea Norling. By the way, we'll be with you guys tomorrow, 12 to 2, in for Rich Eisen. Tomorrow it'll be wall-to-wall Bears, starting with Kap and Hood at 6 a.m. You'll get Carmen and Yerk, 9 to noon. Us, 12 to 2, followed by Waddle and Silvy, 2 to 6. Hopefully we're starting to spin the wheels a little bit towards Seattle as well. So that's what's on tap tomorrow here, right here on your home for the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. 312-332-3776 if you want to hop on into the conversation. You know, we haven't really said Caleb Williams' name all that much, even though he's been the hero. I think there's a lot of bigger picture things. But to me, you could be talking about a legacy game today. Like a big-time legacy game. I think last week, obviously, what he did, that's going to go down in Bears lore. But if you find a way today, in this city of all cities, to go out and put together a big-time performance against Matt Stafford, you're going to be talking about a guy who's going to be generating a lot of MVP buzz next year. A lot of MVP buzz.
I think he already will.
He probably is. I heard Harry Douglas say it earlier in the week. But I would say the recipe for the Bears winning, and this has not been the way I've felt in a lot of games, especially as of late. The recipe for the Bears winning today, to me, is on the arm of Caleb Williams. You've got a Rams secondary that I believe is pretty vulnerable. I've seen a lot of stats. Charlie Bevins has brought him up to about what the Rams defense does against play action and against in-breaking routes. It ain't pretty. And you talk about two things that this Bears offense does very well. It is those in-breaking routes deep and also the play action game. Today, if the Bears are going to win, I think you need a big-time Caleb Williams game. And the way that I've felt in a lot of the prior weeks are that just kind of game manage your way through it. Don't turn the ball over, and I think you're going to have a chance to win the game. That's not the case today. I think today has to be a signature Caleb Williams performance.
Yeah, last week I even specifically said that you don't need Caleb to go win the game. It didn't need to be some 300-yard multi-touchdown game to beat the Packers. Running the ball in time of possession. Yeah, but neither of us thought they could win that way.
No.
And I still don't. Like, I get that they have, and if they do tonight, we'll be wrong again.
Now, if you told me that the game script was they're down 21-3 at half, then I would say, yeah, Caleb probably has to throw for 360 yards to go out and win.
But it's just, again, do we feel like that's the way to win the football game? No. You don't want to be down 21-3 to finally get going. You can't continue to live that way. The feeling I have tonight, though, is such a level of respect for what the Rams do offensively, and it's not unearned. You go look through the metrics. They're first in pretty much everything. They scored the most points, the best passing offense. They run the ball pretty well. Like, they are the best offense in football. My level of respect for them is so high that I think if the Bears want to win tonight, you need Caleb to go bar for bar with another elite quarterback.
Yeah, and part of the reason why I feel good, I know he threw 2 interceptions last week. However, those were A, fourth down interceptions, so they were going back the other way anyway, and B, he's really taking care of the ball at an immaculate rate all season long. I can't be all that upset about any of it. I look at this and, fourth down decision making I think is going to be a big one today because Ben Johnson can't do what he did last week against Green Bay where he goes for it on his own 31-yard line. I can't see that type of play again this week. You got to be smart. And sometimes the smartest thing is going to be punting the ball away and hoping and praying for a turnover or that you see some of the stops that you got in the second half against Green Bay. I don't think you can play silly today with this Rams team because they will make you pay for your mistakes.
You certainly can't do whatever the hell C.J. Stroud just thought he was doing. That might be one of the worst interceptions I've ever seen in my entire life.
It wasn't great. 7-3 Patriots right now.
That might... One, I can't believe that's going to stand as interception, but two, like that, what the hell was he looking at? I'm glad you guys saw it. I know, Tyler, you were doing your thing. I saw
a
it and I was
puzzled
like...
look on your face.
What the hell was he looking at? My God. Caleb, if you throw that, God bless you. What the hell?
I'll take a look at it during the break.
I'm baffled. But no, like what we're saying is just you can't. I don't know how many other ways there are to say it. You cannot count on Caleb being great in the fourth quarter as a way to beat the Rams. It works when it's the Pack. It's still
think to a degree, though. I think to a degree, as long as it's close.
Yeah, but that's my point.
You got to be within.
You can't be down 21-3. You can't be down 21-3.
No, yeah.
You can't be trying to come back from down 2 scores. This has to be Caleb from jump good.
It's got to look a little bit like the Niners game did. And I get that's not the result you want in this game, but there's a world where the Bears win that Niners game.
Yeah,
there's multiple worlds where the Bears win that Niners game.
I can't be waiting 3 quarters. And it is more putting the game on the arm of Caleb Williams because of what I saw in the Niners game. And I don't think highly of the Rams secondary. I think there's an opportunity to get some coverage busts. And as much as I'm afraid of the Rams pass rush, there's also the part of this where Caleb is one of the best quarterbacks in football at not getting sacked. The escapability, I get a lot of that ends in incompletions. We needed to end in completions. Inaccurate throws today, if you want to advance. Like, that is the recipe. Caleb has to be the reason you win tonight.
Yep. 312-332-3776. Back to the phones. Marcus in Minneapolis. What's happening? Marcus, you got us?
Yep, I'm good.
I got you.
Hey, man, I just want to know, not necessarily you guys, but what's going on with Bears fans today? We're talking like we're scared, like we're 20-point underdogs.
Marcus, I don't know if anyone here is scared. I don't think you can watch this Bears team like anyone's watched it all season long and say you're scared of any opponent. But at a certain point, you do have to tip your hat to who the opponent is.
100%. I mean, you can say that with any team you play, even the Packers. We're talking about the Packers' strength, the Rams' strength, but we could be talking about the Bears' strength also. What if Matt Stafford comes out and throws 3 interceptions?
It could happen. Happened against Carolina, but I'm not going to bank on that.
What if the field falls through the earth while the Rams are doing warm-ups and they have to forfeit the game?
That's my point, though. We can talk on either side what can happen or what can happen. But my main point, though, I don't want to – my main point in calling was I disagree about the comparison to the 49ers. I think scheme-wise, as far as like pre-snap movements and things, were similar. But other than that, I think the Bears are completely different. We have a way more dynamic quarterback and skilled position players also. So I don't know if that would be the comparison I would make.
I mean, first of all, Marcus, and thanks for the phone call. My comparison was, of the 8 teams remaining in the playoffs, who do the Bears resemble most? And my overarching thought behind that logic was the Bears have a great offense. They have a bad defense. There's not a lot of teams that fit that formula aside from San Francisco and Buffalo. And I look at Buffalo and I say, our guy's not Josh Allen. There's no comparison to me.
Hey, Tyler, do you think that the Bears have more dynamic skill players than the team with Christian McCaffrey?
The other thing that was funny to me in that call, too, was that he entertained the notion of the field falling through and the Rams having to forfeit the game.
That was my point. It's just, like, listen, we got 17 minutes left before we're off the air, and we throw this to the Dr. Pepper stage at Soldier Field with the pregame show. Somebody call up 312-332-3776. Give me a football reason the Bears win. That's a challenge to the listening audience. Give me a football reason why you believe the Bears win tonight. I would love to hear it.
Okay.
It cannot be Matthew Stafford's going to throw 3 picks. That is football fantasy. Give me a real football reason on the field that makes you believe that the Bears will win.
All right, I will give you one when we come back here. All right, and we'll open it up to everyone else as well. We'll close everything out with your phone calls, too, 312-332-3776. A football reason why the Bears win today. That's coming up next. We'll close things out here on Bears Pregame Tailgate.
Chicago Bears Pregame. Here comes the ball. The Chicago Bears Podcast. It drops daily on the ESPN Chicago app, and its rotating co-hosts make an essential pod for Bears fans. Join host Pat the Designer and company for the Chicago Bears Podcast from ESPN Chicago. Your home for Chicago Bears content.
Yep. Hey, football fans, picture this. You bet on your favorite player to score the first touchdown in the game, but his teammate scores instead. If this happens, BetMGM wants to give you another chance at the end zone. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you'll get your stake back if your first touchdown scorer scores second instead. That's right. Bet on any pro football player to score the first touchdown of the game. If you're right, you win. If your player scores second, you get your stake back in cash. With BetMGM's second chance offer, you have a chance to keep the fun going after the first player crosses the goal line. Try a first TD scorer wager with confidence today. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Illinois only. Existing customer offer subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards paid back in unrestricted withdrawable funds. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-426-2537. Or by texting ILGAMB to 53342. In partnership with Paradise Hotel Casino. Just like a strong offense keeps moving the ball, Republic Bank of Chicago's business banking solutions can keep your company growing. Business checking, treasury management, commercial loans, big business, small business. Republic Bank has everything you need for your business. Our team is here to get you back in the game and moving in the right direction. Experience banking beyond expectations. Only at Republic Bank of Chicago. Member FDIC. Visit ourbankchicago.com today.
Choose Bradley University. Whether you're building robots, training on cutting-edge medical simulators, or diving into sports communication, Bradley prepares you. You'll cheer on D1 athletics, study abroad, and choose from over 200 student organizations. Plus, you'll benefit from competitive internships, community-focused research, and a top-tier education that provides a proven return on investments. Choose Bradley. Apply today at bradley.edu.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
I was feeling the same way. After 40, the body has less testosterone, and men lose their edge. That's why I take Nugenix Total T2.
That's the testosterone booster, right?
Yes, but Total T2 is their brand new formula that skyrockets nitric oxide levels in as little as 3 hours. Since I started taking it, I've been lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. My energy is way up, and it even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles?
Yep, just send a text.
Text HIM to 369-369 for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T2, the next generation testosterone booster. Text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text HIM to 369-369. That's HIM to 369-369.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Prizes, flyaways, even cash money. You want it? We've got it. Find a list of all contests and official rules by visiting ESPNChicagoContests.com.
That's ESPNChicagoContests.com.
Bradley University is a proud partner of Pregame Tailgate, ESPN Chicago, the home of the Bears.
Thanks to Aiden O'Connor, Mario Herron, Eric Ostrowski for helping produce Bears Pregame Tailgate. As always, brought to you by Bradley University. Real quick update of what's taking place in New England. The Texans with the ball and driving off a Drake May fumble. They trail 7-3 as the second quarter getting set to kick off. Bears and Rams winner will go on to face Seattle as we get you ready for Bears and Rams. The pregame show with Waddle, Silvy, and Dionne Miller out at Gato. Dr. Pepper Stage is coming on up after us about 12 minutes from now. But you asked before the break for a football reason why the Bears are going to win today.
I just want to clarify, too, why I asked the question. Mm-hmm. It's not that I don't believe there are football reasons the Bears can win. That's not what I was asking for. We've gotten, 10 calls in the 2 hours that we've been on the air where a fan has said something along the lines of, what if Stafford throws 4 interceptions? What if he gets an offender bender and he can't make it to the game? Oh, my God. Then the Bears would probably win. Wow.
What? A Jared Stidham situation brewing?
Yeah, what if Jared Verse, is actually terrible? Those aren't reasons.
All right, let me give you football reasons.
I want callers with football reasons as we close the show.
Let me give you football reasons, all right? I got 2 for you. I think there is a monster mismatch between the Bears receivers and the Rams defensive backs.
I love that. I think that's true.
And I think that's something they can exploit offensively. You want another football reason for you here? I think special teams is going to play a huge factor today.
I love that because it's true. The Rams special teams is a disaster.
I look at now the kickoff return is different than the punt return. And who knows how many punt situations the Bears find themselves in terms of receiving of punts. But I think Devin Duvernay is one of the best return guys in football. And we know what this Rams team is when they punt the ball away. They're one of the worst in all of football. They are the worst in all of football. In fact, they're the second worst in the last 5 years in the NFL. They're allowing 16 punt return yards per return. You want a little sprinkle of something here? I'll give you a little prop today. Devin Duvernay's 19-1 to score a touchdown. I put a little coin on that, a little couch change. Think it could happen.
Dude, the Rams and cold weather impacts that. Like the ability to move on special teams, it's the special teams defense reacting second. Like that can be impacted, and it's a really bad unit to start with.
I mean,
they
Ethan
fired
Evans,
their special teams coordinator.
Is Ethan Evans, the Rams punter, is he going to catch every snap he gets too?
Right. Like that is a valid football reason why the Bears could win today. They have the better special teams. I think they have the better running game. The stat Robert Mays brought up that Charlie cited about play action success rate on in-breaking routes is a great football reason. There are things the Bears can do that will abuse what the Rams are defensively. And another football reason, and one that I've offered today, is with this run game, if you have success early in the game, and again, you have to, but if you just start pulling guards, pulling linemen, you line up in 13 personnel with a strong side, and you're just bodying Jared Verse.
Yeah.
You tire him out.
You have an opportunity to take Jared Verse out of the game. The problem is they've got a couple other really good defensive linemen they can mix into it too. But if you can cut off the head of the snake, you might have a little bit of something there.
I'm just crafting the football recipe. What I'm not here to listen to is, well, the Rams are overrated. Well, Stafford could throw 4 interceptions. Well, Kyron Williams might fumble 3 times. Like that's not stuff I'm here to listen to.
All right, we got 6 minutes left in the show. Everyone's got 30 seconds to get their point in, all right? We'll start with Lawrence on the south side. What's going on, Lo?
Yeah, my point is simply like you forementioned. The Bears, if they play their game on the run game, we have an excellent chance of beating the Rams. I mean, the Rams, no one's scared of the Rams run game. I believe if, we hold true to what we do as Bears football, if we pound the rock, we definitely would be able to beat them. I mean, it's not about what the Rams can't do. It's more about what we can do if we impose our will. I just believe we got a better running game. We can win.
Yep, there's a chance there. All right, let's stick on the south side. Thanks for the call, Lawrence. Rob's on the south side. What's going on, Rob?
Yeah, they got to start fast. They can't have a couple 3-and-outs to start the game.
Agreed.
They got to run the ball, and I would hope a turnover or 2, and I think they'll be good. That's it.
Awesome. Thanks for the call. Let's go out to L.A., find another Rob there. What's going on, Robbie?
Hey, man. How's it going, guys?
What's up?
Literally walking my dog in my Bears T-shirt because it's 80 degrees. And if people think that the weather isn't going to be a factor, they're dead wrong. My wife, when we first met, we were walking outside. She said, I'm chilled to the bone. She's an Angelino. It was 58.
Yeah.
Okay. So, I mean, these guys are tough football players, but they're human beings. And let me tell you, there was no way to replicate what they're going to face at Soldier this week.
Yeah.
Well, one thing is, what I want to say, X Factor, Cairo Santos.
That's fair.
If we want to talk about the weather, if we're going back and forth with the Rams today, and it's a 38-35 finish, they may miss an extra point. They may miss a field goal on one of their long drives.
I think it's probably the best reason you can give is the special teams disadvantage, because you can put the Rams special teams unit from field goal operation to punt operation to kickoff operation inside in SoFi in beautiful weather with no wind, and they're awful. Put them out here at Soldier Field in 0 degrees and it's going to be snowing. God bless. Like that is the single biggest advantage I think the Bears have in the game.
And weather isn't a quote unquote football reason, but I think I'll allow that one. I'll allow it. I think that's a fair point to bring up. Clayton's in Geneva. What's going on, Clay?
Hey, what's up, guys? Bear down. I want to know, what do you guys think about Matthew Stafford's finger being sprained? I think it's going to get aggravated really badly in the cold weather.
It could, but you got to hit him. It's not just going to magically start to hurt.
Well,
now maybe it will, but depending on the severity of it. But
the other thing I would say is, having watched Matthew Stafford for damn near 20 years now that he's been in the league, that guy's not coming out of the game.
No.
Unless he's so injured that he cannot physically grip the football, he is not leaving the game. So it only takes you so far.
Our buddy Rob's in Sugar Land, Texas. What's going on, Rob?
I'll spare you the weather report. In any event, I like our skilled players. They're young. Sometimes young is dumb. They don't know the moment. I'll take our young receivers, Loveland, Burton. I think we can match the Rams offensively. Just give me the ball, last possession, with a chance to win the game, and I'll be a happy camper. Great show, guys. Talk to you later.
Thanks, Rob. Appreciate it there. John's in the South Lot having himself a good time. What's up, John?
Hey, so it's Sean. We're in the South Lot over here. And, you want a football reason why the Bears are going to do this today. It's the stadium. It's the fans. It's the electric of being on the sideline, playing at home. We got professional players out there. We're going to make it happen. Caleb Williams, DJ Moore, everyone. We're going to make this happen. And I got my buddy here over here. We're grilling over here in the South Lot. It's amazing out here. It's bear weather. It's warm. Let's go.
Love it.
Bears.
Love it, John.
Does the fourth phase count as a football reason? Are we qualifying that?
I'll say home field advantage is a football reason.
Perfect.
I think that's perfectly valid.
I was going to, like Rob saying that he thinks because the skill players are young and don't know any better, I think it's a little bit of magical thinking, but I also think it's something that
There's substance.
It does play out in sports where you have a team that is young and dumb, and it's Wile E. Coyote running off the cliff. He doesn't know he's not on the cliff anymore until he looks down. Don't look down.
Yep. All right, we got a minute left in the show here. Give me your prediction, score, Bears-Rams.
I'm going to surprise people, I think. Part of this is I have a Super Bowl ticket on the Rams. I have an AFC or an NFC champion ticket on the Rams. So picking the Rams, it feels a little flawed in that I can very easily hedge my other interests. Mm-hmm. And I did wake up with kind of a weird vibe.
I did too.
The weather, the special teams aspect of it, the special teams advantage that the Bears have. I'm going to go 34-31 Bears.
All right.
Bears.
I'm going to go 38-36 Bears. Matthew Stafford needs a 2-point conversion at the end. The defense gets the one stop that it needs. So hopefully we're talking about Bears and Seahawks next week right here on your home for Bears football. Don't forget, we'll be with you guys tomorrow 12 to 2. Coming up next, it is the Network pregame show with Dionne, Silvy, Waddle, live at Soldier Field inside of Gate O at the Dr. Pepper patio. That's coming up next. Thanks for listening, and we'll talk to you tomorrow at noon right here on your home for Bears football.
Attention basketball fans, the DePaul basketball season is here, and tickets are on sale now. Don't miss your chance to see the Blue Demons live as they take on some of the top teams in the country. There's no better place to experience a game than Wintrust Arena, home of the DePaul Blue Demons. Get your tickets today at DePaulBlueDemons.com/tickets and be part of the action. That's DePaulBlueDemons.com/tickets. Go Blue Demons!
Hey guys, it's Courtney Cronin. Picture this. She opens the box. The light catches the shine inside, but what you really see is her smile. That's the winning moment. That's what Rogers & Hollins delivers. Not just a ring or a necklace or a watch, a moment. A story she'll share every time someone compliments her. For 115 years, Rogers & Hollins has been the jeweler Chicagoland trusts. Because while the world changes, the power of giving jewelry never does. Visit your local Rogers & Hollins or go to fornowandforever.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-568-3344. 800-568-3344. 800-568-3344.
This is the home of the Bears. ESPN Chicago, WMVP, WTBC HD2, Chicago.
There are seasons that shine and seasons that endure. This, however, is being remembered as something far greater. A season of miracles, theatrical, cinematic moments frozen in time.
They've taken the lead on the Packers.
What comes next?
This is the city. Los Angeles, California.
From the shimmering lights of the West come the LA Rams, forged in Hollywood, built for brilliance. City of stars. Armed with the most explosive offense in football, the venerable Matthew Stafford leads with fire, fury, and heart, with an arm that can split the winter sky.
You got a gift. When you were a baby, the gods reached down and turned your right arm into a thunderbolt.
Ben Johnson knows Stafford, worked and studied with him in Detroit. He understands every beat of that heart.
A heart like a lion, a burning like fire.
But now, Ben works in rhythm with ice. Caleb Williams, the ascendant Iceman, calm as midnight, cold as the wind that sweeps across Lake Michigan. Tonight belongs to the Bears, not so silent hunters, methodical, unrelenting, stalking, without panic, exceptional senses for the moment at hand. And as Soldier Field awakens, a swirling blend of an icy wind and roaring humanity sets the stage. The Iceman and his believing Bears will enter armed with vengeance. This is Jeff Joniak. Welcome to Bears and Rams on the lakefront. It's divisional round playoff football on the Chicago Bears Radio Network.
The Chicago Bears Radio Network is brought to you in part by Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana, Miller Lite, the Advantage Dealer Group, and Dr. Pepper. This is Bears football on the home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago.
Here comes Now, the Bears pregame show, live on the Chicago Bears Radio Network. Please welcome Tom Waddle, Dionne Miller, and Mark Silverman.
It is a perfect day for the Iceman. That is right, and it is a perfect day for the NFC North champions to take on the LA Rams on the lakefront. As right now, it is not terrible.
Not too bad.
No.
Not too bad.
Says the guy wearing 8 layers.
Of course.
And we can't be more excited than we are. God. What a Saturday we had here at Soldier Field just 8 days ago with a comeback win against the Green Bay Packers. And the Bears advance this far for the first time in 15 years. You guys excited? I am.
I'm so pumped. This has been such a fun week around our city. Everybody is buzzing. It seems everywhere you go, every team in town is talking about the Bears. Everybody wants that energy to continue. Even around the team, their ability to kind of close the chapter on that emotional win and move forward wanting more of it. You can feel it. You can feel that excitement.
The whole city, like even driving down, like you see Bears stuff everywhere. And it's crazy. It's been one of those seasons that's really hard to put into words and try to describe. I said to somebody the other day, this season has tested the boundaries of my football imagination. Yeah. Like I could not have ever written the script. While I did think they were going to win more games this year than they lost, I could have never projected that they would be here. And to get here and how they've gotten here, winning 7 games so far this year, guys, where they were trailing at the 2-minute mark. It's never happened in NFL history. Think about that. They currently have 12 wins. More than half of them they came from behind, trailing at the 2-minute mark. It's just, you can't write this thing, but I've said it a bunch. If you give this team an inch, they'll take a mile. If you crack open that door even a little bit, they'll kick it off the hinges. So I expect more of the same tonight.
I have said it all week. Doubt them if you dare.
Yes.
I mean, that there's no reason not to believe the same belief that they have.
How can you doubt them at this stage? And like, it's truly unbelievable what both of you guys were just saying. Like, everything that we talked about on the pregame show last week for the keys of the game, throw them all out the window. You know, the quick start, sure, they went on a good drive. It was 16 plays. They got 3 out of it. It's better than a punt. They didn't get 7. And then after that, it was 21 straight points for the Packers. And then we're like, oh, you can't keep doing it this way. Well, but they scored 25 in the fourth quarter. Caleb was spectacular. The offense was spectacular, the way they executed. And then the defense came up with the stops that they needed. Now, the question is, guys, can the defense at least because this is a better offense.
Much better.
It's the best offense in the NFL.
It's a better coach. It's a better quarterback. It's a better offense, better skill players. So can the defense at least keep this thing close so the offense can maneuver and be within striking distance?
Well, like you said, I could give you the traditional, analysis, go into my lab and watch the film and look at all the numbers and come up with this great explanation for what they have to do. You throw all of that out the window with this team. I think what your hope is that somehow, some way they come out and they play the entire game the way they played in the second half against the Packers, where they made some adjustments. They got aggressive. You cut down the mental mistakes, and you just ask guys, hey, listen, you've got to be your best version of yourself today compared to anything else you've put out there throughout the course of the season. We need your best effort, and hang on for dear life.
By their own admission, they feel like they came out a little bit timid against the Packers, and they're not totally sure why in that first half defensively.
Yeah.
And that's something they want to make sure they come out with some aggressiveness early and hopefully set the tone. And the Rams have only been in town for about 13 hours right now, right? Like maybe a little more than that. But they're still adjusting to this whole thing. This is an opportunity for the Bears to come out and kind of set the tone, especially defensively, and let them know that they're going to push back.
Yeah, I mean, look, again, I think what you do, and if the message inside that room is guys, we can't beat ourselves. This is statistically the best offense in the National Football League this year. You've got to play the way you did in the second half against Green Bay. No mental mistakes. Play your best football, and up front, Booker, Jarrett, Dexter, Sweat.
Yeah.
We need you today, tonight, more than we've ever needed you in the entire season. So let's get your best.
Let me set the scene weather-wise for you, because I was just on the field. Dionne was just on the field about a half hour ago. You could hear the wind in our microphones. On the field, when we were just there 30 minutes ago, I did a video. You could check it out on Instagram. The goalpost flags were still.
Yeah.
They were completely still. Outside the stadium here in the concourse, where the old Soldier Field used to extend, there are these flags, and they are whipping here out of the southwest, exactly as Tracy Butler told us they would be doing. The wind is expected to pick up as this game goes, so I'm sure it's going to have some type of effect. Waddle, though, here, like a true Bear, not even a hat. No ski hat, no, whatever you want, a winter hat. He's got the hair looking good.
Yeah.
And this is because of TV.
I got some TV work later tonight. So, I woke up, combed my hair with my pillow, and this is what you get. You know how long it takes this to look like this, D? I don't want to mess this up.
I mean, it takes me a long time, too. It's cold.
Ironically enough, my head is not cold. Maybe it's because it's filled with cement. But
that's right.
But it's right now, I think the wind is an issue to a certain degree. Again, if you're a wide receiver, you got to know whether or not the ball's coming at you. Yeah. The wind's, at your back or it's in your face. I think it's really important to make sure that you handle that situation differently. Both of these quarterbacks have as strong a right arm as anyone else in the National Football League. So I think they'll be able to cut it through the wind. But, we can sit here and say weather's not going to be an issue. We won't know that until the game begins and we see how the team from Los Angeles handles it.
The tricks of the trade. I'm watching Dionne Miller right now send out a tweet or doing something on her phone, and she's got those plastic surgical gloves underneath as the base layer.
Of course.
And then you put the gloves over it. A lot of people have done that before. But, I think the Bears have had their fair share of this experience.
Sure.
Last week was a little bit better. The Cleveland game was worse than it is today.
Yes.
The Packer game up in Green Bay was similar, maybe even a little colder than this. they've had their fair share of cold weather games. So it will be interesting to see how the Rams handle this.
Yeah, I mean, I think, look, if this was a December game where we're still in the regular season, I think it may creep into their frame of mind. But everyone in this building knows it's win or go home. So I'm not so sure that the actual temperature is going to bother that team from Los Angeles. I would keep an eye, though, on Stafford's got the finger. I know it came back and, the x-rays were negative, but, it's hard to grip a football normally in this kind of weather. But if your index finger is, swollen like a bratwurst, hopefully, I didn't say that, did I? Yeah. Maybe it's a little more difficult. I mean, Tom Brady last week in the telecast, I think, did a really good job demonstrating how you cut the ball through the wind and how you hold the ball differently as a quarterback when the wind is a factor. And he talked a lot about the use of his index finger. If that is something that is still bothering Matthew Stafford, it, in fact, may have a bit of an effect. Devontae Adams played in Green Bay for a decade.
Yeah, correct.
Puka Nacua played for Brigham Young. Like, I think those guys are going to be fine. It would be Matthew Stafford and that right finger, that right hand, that I would be keeping an eye on.
The weather's been kind of like the buzz topic, but I agree with you. I mean, I think it's not nothing. I think it can have an impact just because of the conditions, but I don't think it's going to decide the game. I really don't. Yeah.
Absolutely. And then, like, when we get into the X's and O's, the big topic of the week, or one of the major topics of the week, is the Bears' left tackle position.
Yes.
Ozzie Trapillo, who's had a great second half of the season.
Very much.
This is a guy who came out of Boston College that I was skeptical to begin with. You're drafting a right tackle to play left tackle, and the coaching staff identified right away in training camp, nope, not ready for left tackle reps, and they quickly moved him back to right tackle. That's where Theo Benedict then got going a little bit, and he got the starts in the first handful of games. But Trapillo has developed beautifully. He's been really good for a rookie, but now he is hurt. He is out with that injury, and there's a lot of discussion. Big Z had it in the Tribune, and there's a lot of other buzz that the Bears will or could do what the Kansas City Chiefs did last year, breaking the glass for the emergency, taking Joe Thuney off a left guard and putting him at left tackle, and then maybe McFadden, who they have activated, maybe Luke Newman, who they've been very high on.
Yeah.
Takes care of guard. What do you think here, Waddle?
Well, somebody called us during the week on our show, I think it was Tuesday, and said the exact same thing, and I was quick to say, no, I don't expect them to do that, nor would I do that. Now, it won't be the first time I will be wrong if, in fact, they do that, and Dan Rochar and Ben Johnson know their offensive line a hell of a lot better than I. It still seems a little bit odd to me that you would take one of your strengths, obviously. I mean, I think that Joe was the highest pass-protected graded left guard in the game, and from left guard to right tackle, you've been solid as hell, and when you've had to put different guys in, you've protected with tight ends and chipped with backs. I thought they would just roll with Theo, who's made 7 or 8 starts this year, but I don't know. We'll see. Maybe there was something that Dan Rochar didn't like with what they were doing. We'll find out. I guess, everybody is going to keep an eye on who comes out of the huddle at left tackle for sure on the first snap.
If there's anyone on that offensive line who understands what it takes at every position, it's Joe Thuney. Like, I'm not concerned about him moving around. I think he is the glue up there, the all-pro, the guy who has the most playoff experience on this team. I think he can be that difference maker and kind of make up for some of the inexperience around him and bring everybody together. I truly do. I trust that even more. I'm not afraid of making a change like that, as I've have been in the past, just because of how professional he's been on and off the field.
The only thing I would say to that is that I think this season turned for the better, especially on offense, when this offensive line got used to each other.
Absolutely.
And whatever the adjustments in the cohesion, playing together. Dahlman knowing he's got Thuney on his left, and what kind of tendencies you have, and he's got Jonah Jackson on his right. Well, now if in fact they do go ahead and make that change, the guy on his left may not have the same tendencies as Thuney, and that may leave the center on an island. And I think those are the things. And again, maybe it's seamless if in fact it does happen. But those are the things I'd be looking at. And again, if you go back and look at some of their tape, they haven't run the ball exceptionally well the last couple of weeks. Ben has mentioned that.
Yeah.
In pass pro, there have been a couple of times where teams have been able to flush Caleb from right up the middle. So if in fact you make a change there on the left side on the interior of your offensive line, you may have to find some rhythm sooner rather than later, and it's tough to do that with somebody who hasn't done it all year long. I don't think McFadden's taken a snap.
No, I think maybe one. Tooney was voted the team MVP for the Chiefs last year, getting to the Super Bowl, moving off that guard position to play left tackle because they were desperate. Are the Bears desperate? That's the question when you have two guys who have started in Braxton Jones and then also Theo Benedict, who has started a lot. And it's like you've got to look at it as a math equation. Are you better off with Joe Tooney being great at left guard and wondering what Theo Benedict could do at left tackle, though he's had experience and keep the cohesion that Waddle mentioned? Or are you better off with Joe Tooney, who has played left tackle, but then you get that question mark at left guard? Like, what is Tooney at tackle with McFadden better, or is Tooney at guard with Theo Bennett? That's the combo, and we will see what the Bears do. There's been a lot of talk that it will be Tooney at left tackle, but we will wait and see. This is the Advantage Dealer Group pregame show. It is brought to you by the Advantage Dealer Group on the Chicago Bears radio network. You could find your Chevy, Acura, or Toyota and drive off in under 60 minutes, or they'll make your first car payment. Also, the Dr. Pepper hotline is wide open at 312-332-3776. We broadcast from the Dr. Pepper stage no matter what here inside of Gate O. So it's a cold day, but it is Bear weather. We can't wait for this game. And in Chicago, football runs deep and Dr. Pepper runs colder. It's one of a kind, and it's the best 23 flavors in football. From kickoff to final whistle, it's a Pepper thing. The gates will open here in about 15 minutes from right now at Soldier Field. Come on in and see us. Bears and Rams, we will talk to Tom Thayer about the offensive line and much more. It's all coming up next. This is the Chicago Bears Radio Network.
In football, success is about team effort, and the same is true for your hair. At Great Clips, they save your haircut details in clip notes, so every member of the highly skilled team knows exactly how to create your signature look. And with our easy-to-use app, you can check in from anywhere and get a ready next text when you're up next for a cut. It's the confidence of a great haircut, delivered by a team you trust. Download our app today. Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
Illinois State University and Chicago's favorite football team have a lot in common. A long tradition. Illinois State is the oldest public university in Illinois. A history of success. Redbird graduates earn $15,000 more than the national average. And highly regarded recruits. Our newest freshman class is our largest ever. There's never been a better time to tune in on Sundays, and there's never been a better time to be a Redbird. Get started on a Hall of Fame career today. Learn more and apply for admission at illinoisstate.edu/admissions.
Dear Winter, Toyota can't get enough of you, because Toyota's got 25 vehicles with available all-wheel drive and four-wheel drive, and that's more than any other auto brand. From the versatile RAV4 to the svelte Crown, the sleek Camry all-wheel drive, the Corolla Hybrid all-wheel drive, the rugged Tacoma, the tenacious Tundra, and the spacious Grand Highlander with all-wheel drive to keep you and yours safe. Hey, you bring the action, we'll bring the traction. Toyota, let's go places. Based on manufacturer's websites as of 10/20/25.
You know that sound, and you better get used to it. Because when you bank with Consumers Credit Union, you got people cheering for you everywhere you go. CCU has been named a great place to work because taking great care of our people is the first step in taking great care of you. When you get lower fees, great rates, and a team that's always got your back, you win. Visit the new myconsumers.org. Consumers Credit Union, the people in your corner. Insured by NCUA.
Hey Bears fans, it's Silvy. Steinhoffels is a proud partner of the Chicago Bears, and this season, they're teaming up with Special Spaces Illinois to create dream bedrooms for kids battling cancer. Every time the Bears defense causes a false start at home, Steinhoffels donates $1,000 to Special Spaces Illinois. Steinhoffels, now with 7 locations, has Chicagoland's largest selection of furniture and mattresses, all styles, every budget, and they're 100% employee-owned. Shop in-store or online at steinhoffels.com.
For the first time ever, the average age of a first-time homebuyer is in their 30s. We believe that it's still something all should aspire to. At Hearthside Realty, we work every day to make the dream of homeownership a reality for you. We know the communities we serve, and we provide the diversity of staff to help you every step of the way. And we're licensed in Illinois and Indiana. Start your journey at lennyfile.com. I'm Lenny File, and I go the extra mile. Visit lennyfile, that's FEIL.com today.
Property managers and GCs use FinishingChicago.com's contractors for finishes and protective coatings in the most iconic venues, interior spaces, and essential infrastructure. Our painters apply industry-leading commercial and industrial finishes inside and out, so your biggest assets always put their best square footage forward. FinishingChicago.com has your free list of painting, wall covering, glass systems, drywall finishing, and signage contractors. For a great finish, start with FinishingChicago.com.
You've heard their name around town, Costa Iavoni, and I'm talking with personal injury attorneys Julio Costa and Anthony Iavoni. You guys have built a serious rep in Chicago. What's the playbook?
We grew up here. Southside baseball games in the summer.
Football battles on Sundays in the fall.
We know the city, and we fight hard for the people in it.
Exactly. We recognize that our clients are the same people we see in the stands with us at those games.
That's what being local is all about. We get you.
Costa Iavoni, your local personal injury lawyers at 708-4million.
Hey, do you know what time it is? It's Aurelio's Pizza time. Visit Aurelio'sPizza.com for the location nearest you. Aurelio's Pizza. It's a sauce.
Sync us up with your TV on the ESPN Chicago app.
Bears and Rams getting set for the divisional round. The NFL playoffs. Cannot wait. Caleb Williams coming off a fantastic performance late in that fourth quarter when he just continues to take over. DJ Moore with that go-ahead touchdown, the defense then ending the game.
How about the fact that in the fourth quarter alone, they had 210 yards and 25 points, 3 touchdown drives of 54 yards or more. You just don't see offense like that, especially in playoff football.
No, it was unbelievable.
Crazy.
Let's talk to Tom Thayer right now. He's brought to you by UI Health, expert care. For your journey, visit uihealth.care. Tom, how many layers today for you, big guy?
I'm fat. I don't need a lot of layers.
Stop it.
You're not fat.
Not even a little.
Just chunky.
Oh, no.
Yes.
How dare you?
That keeps me warm, too.
So what do you think, Tom? We were just talking about the offensive line and the combos that have been reported that they could go to, whether it's Tooney at left tackle or keeping Tooney at left guard and playing Theo Benedict. What do you think here of what's going through the team's head?
Well, I think they had to consult with Dan Rochar, the offensive line coach, because I don't think this is a decision that the head coach or offensive coordinator makes. It's part of the offensive line coach, too. And if they do go with Joe Tooney at left tackle, then I just think there's more thinking involved for Ben Johnson, the play caller, because when you're talking about making such a drastic move and maybe the most important position on the offensive line, you got to take a lot of factors into consideration. And you got to think of the matchups they're offering you in a couple series evaluation if Joe did play left tackle. He does have experience. He's one of the best fundamental offensive linemen I've ever seen, but it's just not the same footwork from offensive guard to offensive tackle. And I don't, I'm not a disbeliever, and Joe's not up to doing what it's ever asked of him, but it does put a little bit more thinking into after you became comfortable with the left tackle position and Ozzie Trapillo, and then you lose him. If you're making the switch to Joe, there's reasoning behind it.
Regardless of who's on the offensive line for the Bears, this is a very talented defensive front that the Rams come in here with. What are they up against with LA?
Supreme athleticism on the front seven. When you take the defensive linemen they could play. They can, pull out 2 outside linebackers, 3 defensive linemen. It looks like a 5-man front. They got good athleticism at the linebacker position. And the thing is that they all work well together. And when you're an offensive line and you know the design of the play and you know the specifics of your footwork, you have to really concentrate on your aiming points, because this is a defensive line that it can line up at one spot, and at the snap of the ball they can go and attack a completely different spot that may be a whole player or a whole body away. And that's the difficulty in trying to time up the efficiency of run blocking against an offensive or defensive front that's this talented. And if you can get some success in the running game and you can put yourself in a more favorable throwing down on second and medium and third medium, I do think it'll open up opportunities for you if that's the way that you want to get the ball downfield. But you're going to have success in running the ball. And when you look at a guy like Poona Ford, he's 5'11", 314. You're not going to win the game of leverage against him. He is going to be a difficult movement for Drew Dahlman. And so to say that, look, this is going to be our point of attack a majority of the time, you're still going to have combination blocks that are successful. You're going to have the left guard keeping an eye on whomever is playing left tackle there to make sure that you can get some movement or a stalemate and pass protection at that position. So I do think that we're going to have to pay attention to the big picture in the first couple series to see if they are going through any growing or moving pains and to see if they can fall into a rhythm of protection that Caleb is comfortable with.
Tom joins us from the Hyundai booth upstairs. Hey, Tom, this run game has been the foundation of this top 10 offense, I think, over the course of this game. Haven't run the ball very well the last few games, so I think averaging just like 79 yards on 3.4 yards per carry. Why? Why has it kind of stumbled a little bit recently, and is it fixable here tonight?
You know, I do think it's fixable because you're playing an opponent that's not very familiar with you. And when you look at the opponents you played, I think we talked about it on Friday with you and Silvy, that once you start playing against a team that is a little bit more familiar with you and a little bit more familiar with you, and then they have, predetermined defenses how to challenge you whatever formations you're showing. And I do think that's one of the things that can benefit the Bears the most against the Rams is they don't see each other very much. There's not a lot of tape study that's been done on, from either team. So I think that the Bears can be creative enough with the personnel groupings they can have. And if it's not, having a steady diet of 5 yards per carry, is it a steady enough diet to get you in third and 5 and less? And if they can do that, I think that you can still use your running game to benefit what the big picture is in your offense in trying to get the ball downfield.
What do you think Ben's mentality is, Tom, on fourth downs here after last week? They converted the first one, but then after that it didn't go so well, and it was deep in their own zone. The defense, in the first half they had a rough go at it, so he felt like he had to try and extend drives. Do you think that's something that he learned from, or do you think that's just the way he is?
I think it's the way he is, and I think it's the new norm in the NFL. When you go back and you watch games all over the NFL, fourth down is a down now. Back in our day, if you had 3rd and 8 and you got 7.5 yards, the punting team was already coming on by the time the whistle blew. And so I think this is the new norm that we should all become used to. It keeps you at the edge of your seat. It's kind of adds excitement to the anticipation of the outcome of the play, especially if it works for you. But I think the real key is making sure that your defense is prepared in case the worst-case scenario happens, and you're giving your opponent good field position if you don't have success on fourth down.
Tom, we talked to start the show just about the excitement around the city and how expectations were not that we would be here in the divisional round. How surprised are you at what the Bears have accomplished so far this season?
Dionne, I'm blown away because I said when Ben got hired that if this team won 8 or 9 games, they should give him hands down the coach of the year, because when you look at how dysfunctional they were at the last game of the season last year, well, even though they won the game, but the latter part of the season, and to see what these guys have been able to do, the belief that they've built in each other, the confidence that Ben Johnson has instilled in these guys, it's one of the most amazing coaching jobs I've ever seen. And that's why I think that the Bears should come out of the locker room with as much confidence as they've ever had, because, IBIT, in Ben I trust. And I think that's everybody feels the same way. And I'm excited to see whether he goes for it on fourth down, where they're at halftime, or, how they make subtle changes in the course of the game to play against an opponent that they haven't seen and they haven't seen them and they haven't seen us very much.
Tom, you've played in these conditions quite a bit in your career. What role do you believe the weather will play tonight?
I think it's more of a role in the Rams locker room, because I think when you come out here and you go through warm-ups and you really do feel how cold it is, some of the guys, they'll put everything on in there that's offered to them in their locker. And then all of a sudden you come out here and you're stiff and you can't run very well. You get heated up. You got to understand that you're going to have some time to sit on the warm benches in front of the heater. They're not going to leave you out here to freeze, but it is not going to be comfortable. And you got to come out here and, somehow going from 80 degrees all week, see how you can make yourself feel good at 5 below. You talk about an 85-degree change in, temperature. It's not going to be easy. I don't care who you are. Listen, my last year I played with the Miami Dolphins, and we go up and play in Buffalo or New England. It was freezing. And so I know what that part of it is, but, I think the Bears have a real advantage. What's that?
You were old then, too, so it hurt even more
I know.
at that point.
I was 33 years old looking for every coat I could put on.
I've always wondered this, guys. Waddle and Thayer obviously played. How warm are those benches? How can you like the heat on the sideline? Does it help at all?
Warmer now than they were back in our day, right, Tom? I mean, they've got better technology.
Right, they had a heated balloon underneath steel benches. Rather than I think that right now the benches are almost too hot. So you got to kind of come and go. You don't want to live on those benches and get yourself so hot that, you go out in the field in a 3-minute timeout and then you tighten up because you're just too heated up from sitting on the benches.
Tom, nobody knows this building better than you. Do you have someone on your payroll that could casually, unintentionally kick the connection apart for their heaters on their sideline?
Well, that happened during the Green Bay game, and within 10 minutes of them getting them relit up, Green Bay called the league office, and they were calling to complain. And Green Bay went and got Erin Andrews to bring her over to show them that the heaters weren't working. I don't know what she's going to do, run up and cancel the game. There's that psychological warfare is all good with me.
Yeah. Tom, great stuff. We'll talk to you next hour. Thank you.
Thanks, Tom.
Yep.
There he is, Tom Thayer, the voice of the Bears, longtime voice of the Bears, 85 Super Bowl champion, and a rematch from 40 years ago as the Bears shut out the Rams here on the lakefront. Michael Wilbon is here and going to join us coming up. Courtney Cronin's going to join us as well. The gates are open.
Oh, boy.
We are ready for the fans. It is Bears and Rams on the Chicago Bears Radio Network.
Hey football fans, it's Adam Colopy with the Village of Bedford Park. Just like a winning team needs great players, your business needs the right support to succeed. And that's exactly what you'll find in Bedford Park. Our team works hard to block obstacles, open lanes, and help drive your business into the end zone. Plus, we offer a safe and reliable Lake Michigan water supply. Ready to move the chains for your business? Contact me, Adam Colopy, at ACOLLOPY@villageofbedfordpark.com.
It's the season of performance at Advantage Acura in Naperville. Acura is the leader in reliability and style, and with more selection to choose from and more savings, they're committed to providing a smooth and easy car buying process. Advantage Acura values your time. They'll have you in your new Acura in less than 60 minutes, or they'll make your first car payment. Visit AdvantageAcura.com or see them in Naperville. Must mention offer upon arrival before negotiation. Restrictions apply. Ask dealer for details.
In Chicago, football isn't just a game, it's a way of life. And when the Bears hit the field, there's only one drink that brings the flavor, Dr. Pepper. It's bold, it's original, it's the best 23 flavors in football. So whether you're cheering in the stadium, tailgating in the lot, or yelling from afar, make sure you've got Dr. Pepper in hand. Go Bears, and drink up. It's a pepper drink.
Configuring the Bluetooth, deciding who controls the music, remembering where you parked. Why are simple things sometimes so complicated? Thankfully, with an auto owner's insurance independent agent, getting the right coverage for your vehicle doesn't have to be one of them, so you can get back to more important things, Like remembering if you're on the 3rd or 4th level of the parking garage. That's simple human sense.
Ask Reardon Insurance Group in Norwood Park if auto owners make sense for you.
Credit Union One, the official banking partner of Notre Dame Athletics, wants to reward you for everyday banking. CU One's high-yield checking offers the opportunity to earn competitive dividends when you make qualifying transactions each month. No monthly fees, no minimum or opening balance required. Plus, you'll be able to bank anytime and anywhere with 24/7 digital and mobile banking. Start making more of your money with Credit Union One. Open an account at cu1.com/Irish. Federally insured by NCUA.
Choose Bradley University. Whether you're building robots, training on cutting-edge medical simulators, or diving into sports communication, Bradley prepares you. You'll cheer on D1 athletics, study abroad, and choose from over 200 student organizations. Plus, you'll benefit from competitive internships, community-focused research, and a top-tier education that provides a proven return on investments. Choose Bradley. Apply today at bradley.edu.
Bell Tire has been keeping its neighbors on the road for 103 years. You don't do that without learning a thing or 103. Like number 7, if it's winter, you should use winter tires. That one's basic, really. Number 49, if you're going to sell trusted brands like Michelin, Goodyear, and Continental, sell them for the lowest price possible. Number 61, air should be free, so we made it free. And one final one, stay snow, sleet, and who opened an ice rink in the middle of this highway ready? Visit your neighborhood Bell Tire or shop at belltire.com.
Wallner Law helped me get the compensation that I deserve.
Wallner Law helped me get back on my feet.
Thanks to Wallner Law, I'm at a better place today.
Wallner Law cares for you. We're compassionate. We're empathetic to your situation. And I promise you, I will get you more money than any other law firm in the city of Chicago. That is my promise to you. Hire us, win with us, be successful with us. Call us at Wallner Law, 312-8-million.
This is the home for every Bears game.
Touchdown! Touchdown Bears!
ESPN Chicago. Bears games, all of them on AM 1000 and the ESPN Chicago app.
All right, the gates are open. The fans are coming in. We are ready for action. We're getting toasted right now. Someone without gloves too, and an ice cold beer in the hand. Oh my gosh! It's that's Chicago.
It's only human skin. He'll be fine.
That's right. It is time, as usual, for Courtney Cronin, who is the best in the business at covering the Bears, and we have a special guest in Michael Wilbon on stage. So all 5 of us working into the mix. The injury report at this time, always brought to you by Maurice Longo and Associates. Maurice Longo and Associates. If you've been injured at work or in an accident, visit MauriceLongo.com. That's MauriceLongo.com. We don't have the inactives yet because we're still just under 2 hours away. That comes out 90 minutes before. But I just witnessed something that I loved. Courtney Cronin and Michael Wilbon, who both do great work nationally as well as locally for ESPN, they have never met in person, and I got to witness the meeting finally.
Because Courtney works. I don't work anymore.
He does work. It was just when we were doing Around the Horn.
Look, you see, I'm wearing this. I'm not pretending.
You got a baseball cap on.
I'm here as a fan. I would say paying fan, but that'd be a lie. I'm here as a fan. I'm here. This is what I do now. I don't do much NFL anymore. So when I'm here, I'm just here as a lunatic.
And a lunatic that is headed up to one of the luxury suites as soon as you're done with us meatballs.
Right?
Right?
Same place I saw you 2 weeks ago, Tommy.
Courtney, I feel like we've had a lot of experience in weather like today.
Yes.
This is not new for the Bears here.
No, I mean, but this is colder than the
hold
Cleveland game, I think. Can you hear me? No?
Oh, go ahead.
I think this is colder than the Cleveland game, personally. To me, this is such a, the wind and all that whole factor.
Yeah, we're
you want me on this one?
Yeah,
there you
I'm
go.
sorry.
We just want to make sure we hear you.
I was saying, I think this is colder than Cleveland because the game was sunny that day. Yeah. And obviously the wind is a factor right now. I was here at 7, and the wind was not a factor, which was fantastic because we were able to do our live shots without being able to survive it. But all 3 Green Bay games up there, down here, the Cleveland game, they're used to it. And I think that as much as weather is a storyline that people get tired of talking about, it does factor in. I was out on the field a few minutes ago, and there were a bunch of Rams players who were just getting acclimated to it, sitting on the bench, trying to take it all in as they get ready to be out here for 3+ hours. I mean, it's not just the shock of it, it's being able to withstand it during the game.
Courtney, what do you make of the news that I think we don't know what's going to happen, but the suggestion that maybe Joe Thuney's kicked out the left tackle?
So he will start.
He will, left tackle.
I talked with a source about that this afternoon. So this has been the plan apparently since the beginning of the week. And great thing that Thuney is so good at avoiding us in the locker room because we didn't have to talk about it. But the players were informed earlier in the week that this was going to happen. I think part of this has to do with the fact that he did it in the playoffs last year for Kansas City. And he did a really good job of it once their left tackle went down and then he had to kick over. That's why he won their team MVP. Big part of it. And I think a big part of that, too, is that they want to keep Theo Benedict for the jumbo package. You know, it's what he's been doing. I mean, even before he was their starting left tackle for 7 games, before being replaced by Ozzie Trapillo, he was the guy who was always that extra offensive lineman. And then it became Ozzie's job, and it was kind of like a passing of the torch. So I think it's a smart play to keep him available for that, have Jordan McFadden play the left guard spot, and try to solidify that left side of the line as best they can.
Michael, what has this been like for you? We've talked about it on the air on Waddle and Silvy, but the joyride as a fan, someone who has seen it all in this town. You've seen a championship here. You celebrated a championship, and we've had other championships, but what has this season been like?
You're just calling me old. That's just a variety of ways of doing that. It's different because of the nature of the games and the nature of the surprise. Nobody had this in August or September or October. And it's the nature of every game, the preposterous way that these games unfold. And I think if you just go through social media, and I don't, but I have in this case, and just look at the joy that is written. Joy is not the way it went down in 85. That was expected. Coming out of the 84 playoffs, losing the 49ers, but coming out of that, the Bears were expected to, everybody in town expected them to be good, really good, if not great, right? Other great championship teams here, when 23 and Red was playing, you expected to kill people. That's not the case with this team. That's not the vibe with this team. That's not the feeling of either Packer game, certainly. And I was at this. It's just stunning the way that's unfolded. So the spirit of it is different. There's a joy attendant to it that I can say without question is different from the other championship teams. Maybe the Cubs in 16, but they were the best team. They were the best team all summer. Everybody expected them this to be their best shot. You were there for all that stuff. So this Bears team is different. This has come out of nowhere. It's bit by bit, and who knows what the hell's going to happen. I will just tell you this. The most overrated storyline over the decades has been Bears weather. Okay? I was with Steve Young this week. We had him on the show, and I asked Steve if he remembered the 1989 NFC title game, which bear weather. Yeah. The 49ers won that game 28-3. Were you in that game?
What year was it? I was not. No, I got here in '89.
Heart attack year was that the?
That was before '89. I got here in '89, and unfortunately, I wasn't there.
28-3 for Californians in that game, and I just remember thinking, okay, I'm not falling for this bear weather thing anymore. Although I think there is something to 15 dome teams consecutively having lost playoff games outside in the cold. I think there is something to Matthew Stafford having lost, 8 out of 9 games under a certain temperature. I don't know what. I don't know how much. You can't quantify it. But whatever, if there's any edge that it provides, you'll take it, right?
What about the preparation that Ben Johnson does for his team? I mean, just his forethought to just about everything he does, having them practice with no heaters, having them watch Super Bowl 51, this great comeback, then using it at halftime last week. I mean, it's just unbelievable how prepared he is and how prepared
thorough.
This team is.
That's
yes.
is the word I think of.
Yeah.
Is thorough, and all the coaches. What great coach? You rarely find a great coach who isn't that thorough.
It's intentional. I mean,
I think it is
everything
too, yeah.
he's done is calculated from the very moment that he got here, and you start to see it play out. Now, I think for an outsider, we can look at that and say, yeah, that's a cute message, but the mountain you have to climb to come back from 21-3 at halftime, which they did.
Yeah.
And because I remember he was talking to Jason McKee at like a drive-by halftime interview, and he's like, one play at a time. To actually buy into one play at a time, I think speaks to just how, on top of the X's and O's, the scheme, making them an offensive juggernaut, like the belief that he's instilled with these players to think that they can actually do it. Because their previous Bears teams wouldn't. Like,
Correct.
They've told us that.
Yes,
Cole Kmet
yes.
has told us in other moments they would have quit.
Yeah.
They would not have been able to they didn't have the mental fortitude to do it. So for a first-year head coach to get that level of buy-in and belief, I think is impressive in his body of work of what he's done this year.
The concept of trust was one that they talked about very, very early.
Yeah.
And, trust us. You do it this way, there will be a return on your investment. Trust us. And when you as a player see the return on the investment, then you trust what they're asking you to do. And I think every one of these guys, regardless if you're a defensive player, you're a special team, or you're an offensive guy, you trust that what Ben and his staff are asking you to do is schematically correct. And it gives you an advantage. And I think that, you see that they never give up on themselves or each other, and it's special to watch. It really is.
How do you both, Courtney first and then Michael, how are you guys feeling when Ben goes for it on fourth down? Is that something that, and Courtney, in your opinion, is that something that will continue today? Or is that something that he looked at and goes, maybe I got a little bit too desperate too early?
Well, going for it on fourth down as many times in their own territory in the first half was a little surprising. But he knew, as much as he said he trusts his defense, and he did, it wasn't about not trying to get them, back on the field. I think there is a big part of that. If your defense can't stop the other team, you're going to try to eliminate that possession from them getting back on the field. So I think he's aggressive. He's going to continue to do it. He's got a lot of Dan Campbell in him in that respect. But I think you'll see them doing it more if they can't get off to the fast start they keep telling us that they're trying to do. And today is a great opportunity with the run game. It's going to be 22-mile-an-hour winds out there pretty quick, right? I was out there. I saw you were there right before you came here. It's picking up. So how that affects the passing game, if they're able to get both DeAndre Swift and Kyle Monangai going early, maybe there aren't those situations because they're converting the earlier downs, but he's like, his calling card is being aggressive. It's being explosive. So if that's not there by what they're doing and converting those critical downs, I don't think he's going to be afraid in a do-or-die situation to go for it.
You can be aggressive and run the damn football. You can. You can do both. I was struck by how calm he was in the halftime interview, and I don't remember who the reporter on field was last week.
Kaylee Hartung.
Yeah.
Kaylee. Ben was so calm. He just said, we're going to go for this, and he understood. One, the opponent is so familiar that there are things you've got to do differently. Two, he's never going to say it to betray his defense. One reason why that team believes in him so much.
Yeah.
But he can't leave them out there all the time. This is not 85 where you could just turn to a unit and say, save us. That's not going to happen with this defense, which is given a 4.6 yards a carry. So you can be. I expect him to go for it, but how about using those two running backs who got to the top of the league in rushing in yards per rush? Use those guys on 4th and 1, 4th and 2, 4th and 3. There are too many times on 4th and 1 where they're throwing the ball.
Yeah.
Why?
Especially in the red zone.
Yeah.
The one
Especially in
that was
the red zone.
The Detroit game, that's the one that
Where it
sticks
shrinks.
out.
You run the ball.
And punt's a 4-letter word, but it's not necessarily a bad word as well.
No.
Maybe that's just me being old.
I'm okay with going for it. I really was. I don't know about the deep in the own territory, which didn't hurt them that much. But when you got that running game in this weather, I'm hoping to see some of that tonight.
Michael, you haven't seen a quarterback like Caleb Williams around here. None of us have. What has it meant to just see Caleb grow and trust Ben the way he has?
Well, it's a different story for me. It's personal. My son right now is a senior at a high school, Gonzaga High School in the District of Columbia, where Caleb Williams went to high school. So I've been following Caleb and getting to know him and his dad, his parents. And to see this kid, I was standing the other night at a basketball game under his retired jersey, which is just sort of, so it's a different story. When you see the development of someone going to Oklahoma, I remember my son running in the door saying that Caleb Williams is going to play. The freshman in Oklahoma, he's going to play. It's a big thing in the neighborhood to see this kid. And now this grown man who's taking years off my life by going into the fourth quarter every week and scaring us all to death. But so, Dionne, it's a completely different exercise for me watching him develop like this. And look, he's in his first year in this particular offense with this staff, with Ben, figuring all this out. It seems like there's a hell of a ceiling, and we don't know where it is.
Courtney, what about some of the other, I guess would say, physical issues out there? Is Rome going to be good to go?
I mean, the way he was talking about it, yes. Like, this is a pain management thing. They gave him the 5 weeks to do as much as he can to get his body right. He's going to be playing through it. It's a stress fracture in his foot. But all indications are, from everything that I've heard this week and everything he said, is that I'm tolerating it, I'm doing the best I can, and I'm going to play. I mean, what if he's not out there for 4th and 8 last week? I keep having the flashback of that because, remember, it was so slow to get started. Caleb wasn't really, it was Colston Loveland early on, and it was Luther Burden early on. So I was, not surprised to see Rome come alive in that moment, but it is just thinking the magnitude of that throw and that catch. Incredible stuff from him.
All right, 2 things before we let you both go. So and then I'll hand the headset back to Wilbon. Courtney, for you, with C.J. Gardner-Johnson back active again, Kyler Gordon now got a game under his belt. How do they balance that, and could we see them on the field at the same time?
I think it'll look like Philly. The Philly was the only other time where the two of them were active at the same time playing. And remember how much dime they used?
Yeah.
Might not be a bad solution to, mitigating some of your issues on defense against those two receivers.
And then Wilbon, you're a guy who grew up here. You played outside when it was 20 below, but you don't have a winter hat on right now. You don't have gloves on standing out here right now. I have 2 layers of gloves and I can't feel my fingers.
Look, I'm a total wimp now. I've been gone too long. I left Chicago when I was 21. It's a lot of years ago. I can't do this long. But it just reminded me of the stuff that we did. I remember just playing basketball on days like today, outdoors, and the coaches and teachers at Simeon High School would feel sorry for us and let us come in and play. That's the only time I played in the gym. We played outside. Basketball, I'm not even sure how the thing bounced. On cold days, sometimes on like playoff Saturdays and Sundays. This is why I don't want a dome. I don't want a dome. I don't care about the Final Four. Stop it. You want to be like the Vikings in Detroit, or you want to be more like...
How about if it's retractable and we can open it up when we want to?
But they don't do it. I live part of my life in Arizona. It's 64 degrees and sunny, and they say, we're going to close the roof. Why? Why? It's idiotic. And I hate the notion of a dome. I've told Kevin that, like, it matters. Of course it doesn't. Chicago is meant to have games like this. It is. This is what we should have. And to have less than that is shameful.
Courtney, great work as always. We appreciate you. Michael, thank you for stopping by.
Thanks, you guys.
There you go. That's Courtney Cronin once again, and Michael Wilbon, of course, diehard Bears fan. Coming up next, we'll get ready for Who Needs to Rock. We'll play you some of the good stuff from Hallis Hall this week. Dionne Miller was there the entire week. We'll get to all that coming up. The fans are in. We are ready to go. Bears and Rams kick off at 5:30 on the Chicago Bears Radio Network.
Make your game day a winner with Aurelio's Pizza, Chicagoland's oldest pizza chain since 1959. This is Joe Aurelio inviting you to indulge in our crispy thin crust, signature sauce, 100% real mozzarella, and your favorite premium toppings like our fresh ground Italian sausage. Dine in, carry out, or have it delivered. Visit Aurelio'sPizza.com for the location nearest you. Download the Aurelio's app and start earning rewards today. Aurelio's Pizza. It's a sauce.
Reason number 278 to visit the city of Countryside, Chicago's Western Gateway.
Rafferty's Irish Pub, a neighborhood staple since 2001. If you want that charming Irish pub experience, come in for a pint at Rafferty's. A wide selection of food, drinks, and your traditional Irish pub grub. Located at 10901 Joliet Road, Rafferty's is part of the City of Countryside's all-star lineup. Looking for a new home base? Visit the City of Countryside, Chicago's Western Gateway.
Roofers and Waterproofers Local 11 provides quality value and service in all facets of the commercial, industrial, and institutional roofing and waterproofing industry. Promoting skilled craftsmen and craftswomen through apprenticeship training, Local 11 members are trained in the application of the latest roofing and waterproofing techniques. They are at the forefront of design and installation of environmental-friendly solar, green, and garden systems. To find a highly skilled roofing contractor today, go to ChicagoRoofingContractors.org.
Everyone deserves a place to call home and a bank to help get them there. That's why we created the Old National Bank Down Payment Assistance Program. We'll help you from start to finish, and you may be eligible for up to $15,000 toward your down payment. So get old in a new home. Connect with an Old National mortgage lender to learn more. For complete details, visit oldnational.com/home. Funds limited and subject to availability. Additional restrictions and qualifications apply. Loan subject to approval. Property insurance required. Contact an Old National lender for details. NMLS number 459308. Member FDIC. Equal housing lender.
Don't wait to start building your future. North Park University in Chicago is enrolling now. North Park is known for its renowned nursing and education programs, a 15-to-1 student-to-faculty ratio, and classes where professors get to know you personally. The warm Christian community welcomes those from all faith backgrounds, and students graduate ready to lead in schools, communities, and beyond. Apply today at northpark.edu. That's northpark.edu. North Park University, where faith, purpose, and career come together.
Hi, this is Dave Musial, owner of Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric, with our biggest sale ever. Furnaces from just $39 a month. Furnace and air conditioning combos from just $57 a month, plus 6 years interest-free financing. Four Seasons guarantees to beat any competitor's price by up to $1,000. With an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau and over 30,000 five-star reviews, we are Chicago's trusted local experts.
For all the right reasons, call 866-4 Seasons.
I'm Courtney Cronin, here with lead attorneys at Costa, Iavone, Julio, and Anthony.
Hey, Courtney. How does being from Chicago help you in your job?
Well, I think Chicagoans like directness. I try to always remember that in press conferences and ask straightforward questions, because that's who I am.
We get that. It's the way we are with our clients. All they know is they need help, and they want a law firm to cut to the chase.
You can do that when you're both local.
It's about making a real connection, one Chicagoan to another.
Costa Iavone, your trusted local personal injury lawyers. We get you.
Call them at 708-4-MILLION.
Are you turning 65 or new to Medicare? At Humana, our Medicare Advantage plans give you coverage you can count on. Our licensed sales agents can help you understand your options and choose a plan that fits your needs. Things like dental, vision, and hearing coverage are included in every plan, even offering a yearly cap on out-of-pocket costs for covered medical services. So this Medicare planning season, plan well with Humana. Learn more at gethumana.com. Humana is a Medicare Advantage HMO and PPO organization with a Medicare contract. Enrollment in any Humana plan depends on contract renewal.
The big realtor firms are busy lining up things for Wall Street. At Hearthside Realtors, we're busy trying to find the street you will call home. I'm Lenny File, and I go the extra mile. Visit lennyfile.com.
Tom Waddle, Dionne Miller, and Mark Silverman, Bears pregame.
We're at the Dr. Pepper patio inside Gate O. The fans are in, and they are ready to go, Waddle.
Yes, they are. It feels a lot like last week. Last week was as loud as I've heard it in here, and I think today's going to eclipse that.
Yeah, and like we've talked about that. Like, it was great to beat Green Bay.
Yeah.
Green Bay is done.
Yes.
They're no longer a part of the equation. It is time to beat the Rams right now.
Yeah, and I would say inside that locker room, I'm sure that's the message as well. That great last week was fantastic. Not just advancing, but advancing against your arch rival. This week, you got to put that away. You got to come out. You got to have the same level of intensity and attention to detail, and hopefully the crowd will be just as loud this week and have this place shaken the way they did last week.
Dionne, I want to ask you a couple questions, but first we need to pause 10 seconds for all of our stations to identify themselves. This is the Chicago Bears Radio Network.
This is the home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago, WMVP, WTBC HD2, Chicago.
We are inside Gate O at the Dr. Pepper patio, ready to go. We're about an hour and a half away from kickoff here at Soldier Field, Bears and Rams. Dionne, you've covered many locker rooms. You've covered many Bears teams. What was the mood inside there, and what's this been like for you?
Well, first of all, I don't know that I've seen the concourse here at Gate O this lit this early, so much so that I didn't even know we were back from break. So thank you for letting me come back to the show. The energy has been really high in the locker room. You can feel it. But also there compartmentalizing how awesome that experience was against the Packers, but turning the page as a collective group. And really that leadership, Ben talked about it all week, guys like Kevin Byard and Grady Jarrett who have gone through something like this, really speaking to that you have to just turn, that's what playoff football is. It's coming quick. We don't have time to dwell on that. We're not thinking about Green Bay anymore. That is over. This is where our sole focus is. And even Ben has been asked several times about, can you reflect on how far you guys have come? He doesn't want any part of it. Doesn't want any part of it. He's like, look, we are among the final 8. And right now they're among the final 6, right? So they have a chance to keep this special season going. That's where the focus is. It's solely focused on what do they have to do to survive.
Yeah, it seems like it would be an obvious message, but it's one that has to be hammered home, not just by the coaches, but by the veterans, the players in that locker room as well. And I think it's the reason why Kevin Byard really was something that he wanted everyone to know the message.
Yeah, I want to play you something from Ben Johnson during the week talking about Sean McVay and the Rams and, of course, some of the insight that they get. But this is Ben Johnson this week at Hallis Hall.
I think it's hard to gauge who's best and who's worst when it comes to the coaching sometimes, but there's no question about it. He is on the upper echelon. He does a phenomenal job. He has ever since he got to L.A. All of his teams are really well prepared. There's no doubt that he's super sharp in the offensive side, but I think how he does it as a head coach, bringing all 3 phases together, is really critical to their success. I think he does a great job. Knows how to speak to the team with the pulse of the team and get the most out of them. There's a reason why they're in it damn near every year since he's been there.
Now, there was some talk, too, this week about, hey, does Sean McVay now not like Ben Johnson because the extension of the friendship with Matt LaFleur and Sean McVay and Mike LaFleur is on this coaching staff? And really, number one, I don't think any of us should care.
It's absolutely not.
And number two, I don't mind having a team or a coaching staff that may not be the most loved guy around the league. If he wants to shake things, this is what this team and this organization has needed.
Absolutely.
Someone who's great inside the walls at Hallis, and if he happens to tick someone off along the way, who cares?
And who's the ultimate icon when it comes to Chicago Bears coaches? Mike Ditka. Did he care what other people thought about what he was doing? Absolutely
Ozzie?
not.
What about
Ozzie?
Ozzie?
What about Ozzie Guillen? Correct. Like I don't mind a head coach who isn't afraid of what you think, isn't afraid of what you're going to say, is confident enough in what he can do and his abilities to put it out there and then deal with the consequences.
I don't think anyone really liked Al Davis. What did he say back in the day? Just win, baby.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what's most important.
Yes.
Look, how can you not respect Sean McVay? He's 39 years of age. He's 9-5 in the postseason. He's been to 2 Super Bowls. He's won 1. His offense is the number 1 ranked offense in the league. I think it was sincere from Ben that he admires what Sean McVay has been able to accomplish and what he's been able to put together. But I think there's some reverence, but I don't think there's any fear that you're not going to be able to handle them. So I think there's a lot of respect, but I don't think that they'll be overwhelmed by what the Rams bring to town.
Remember what we all have said, too, like when the Bears were in the coaching search at this time last year, we're like, we want our Sean McVay.
Yes.
And,
got him.
And now they got it. Like, the Bears have gone mostly defense with their head coaches. Ditka was a special teams guy. Trestman was offense. Nagy was offense. But neither of those two had the play-calling ability, and certainly they weren't a culture changer the way Ben Johnson has been.
Well, I've said it myself 1,000 times. I want my own Sean McVay, Kyle Shanahan, whatever, you name the guy, who is a really accomplished and innovative offensive mind, and there's no doubt you've got that guy here. Look, if you put on the film and you watch both offenses do what they do, it really is football poetry. Like what they do with formations and personnel and motion and how they take advantage of the weaknesses of an opposing defense, they kind of are mirrors of each other. Both use a lot of 3 tight end sets. I mean, it's football adult entertainment, for the for the family crowd.
I like how you dress it up.
I did like how you said that.
It really is. So, I mean, it's – and by the way, look, I have a ton of respect for McVay as well. I think this is the first time in a long time the Bears haven't had a decided schematic advantage in terms of offensive game planning and play calling. I think it's a draw.
Yeah,
I really
it's a
do.
draw,
I
yeah.
think it's, like the other guy on the other side, if you don't respect him, be careful.
Yeah. But gosh,
So-
I can't wait to see what happens.
Yeah.
I'm so excited about it. I want more of, I loved that, what you just said, that 49ers game. That was sexy football, right?
It
I
was.
want more of that.
Yeah.
I think that's the kind of thing that I'd like to see tonight.
I'd like to see some sexy defense to go along with the sexy offense.
Yeah, that also is attractive.
Yeah,
Yes.
right.
The Bears defense did get the ball back to the Bears offense in that San Francisco game. They just kicked a field goal instead of scoring, and then they had the ball again with a chance to win, and they nearly did it. But every game has been down to the finish like that. So I don't think that today is going to be an exception to that. I know the Bears are an underdog, but I really believe this is going down to the wire.
I agree, and I think it's going to be a shootout again. I get it. I mean, the weather is not beautiful. It's not balmy. But this Bears team has shown you. I mean, even the Cleveland game, they put up 31 on a really good Cleveland defense in this crappy weather. I don't think the weather is going to keep either team from being able to get into the end zone. So I'm with you. I think it's going to be a really exciting game. I'm still expecting a high-scoring game, and one where, as I've said, you give this Bears an opportunity to hang around, do so at your own risk.
I know, it's impressive. And I love hearing Caleb talk about how he is so calm in those moments. And even Darnell Wright talked this week with Jeff Joniak about when Caleb has that confidence in the huddle, that is contagious.
Oh, yeah.
And they all feel that. And they feel like, hey, I just need to do my job, and he's going to do his at the highest level.
Well, the funny thing, too, is, D, you see all the beautiful things that Caleb's been able to do, the playmaking ability. What's as impressive to me as anything is how quickly he's become a leader.
Yeah.
And even with a guy like Drew Dahlman, who's been in the league forever, and Joe Tooney, and who's not really a vocal guy, but Caleb's got the loudest voice in that huddle. And that kid competes every single down. And that resonates with all of these guys. They know that with him under center or in shotgun and him leading the way in the huddle, they know they got a chance on every single play. So it really has been fun to watch how he has taken control of this offense and how that relationship between he and Ben Johnson has really grown over the course of the year. Well, remember, Caleb said a few weeks ago in camp he didn't know if Ben liked him.
Correct.
You know what I mean?
And now he's getting emotional handing the coach the game ball. It's awesome stuff.
That's what it's all about,
Yeah,
right? That's
yeah.
coaching. You break it down, you establish a relationship, you build it back up, you win together, and you appreciate each other. We will continue to build on that. We have extra long time for who's going to rock, who needs to rock. Brought to you by Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana. This, of course, is not a 5 o'clock game. It's a 5:30 game, so we've got room to roam here. We want to hear from you, the fans, at 312-332-3776. We also want to thank our great friends at Let Us Entertain You and Bub City. Just the best barbecue around. When it's game day, nobody does it like Bub City. House smoked barbecue, wings, cold beer, Bub's famous $5 happy hour. Carmen is a bourbon snob, and he goes there all the time for some bourbon and some food. Dine in, grab carry out, or a loaded game day platter. River North and Rosemont. Bub City starts game day right.
I can't tell if these guys are saying F you, Waddle, or love you, Waddle. I can't tell. Could you tell? Can you tell? Either way,
They're showing you hearts.
Okay. It sounded different in my headset.
Either way, there's nothing like a good chant.
Absolutely.
And I would accept either version of that. I'm here for a both. All right, Bears and Rams, we are just about an hour and 15 minutes away from kickoff, maybe a little longer because of my math. Well, let's take your calls at 312-332-3776. This is the Chicago Bears Radio Network.
Hi, it's Peggy Kaczynski. You've heard me talk about how the village of Bolingbrook continues to rank as one of the most livable communities in Illinois. Here's Mayor Mary Alexander Basta to tell you herself.
Thanks, Peggy. With excellent schools, beautiful parks, and a wide range of shopping and dining options, I invite you to come and experience the warmth and friendliness of Bolingbrook for yourself.
If you're looking to elevate your future and the future of your family, visit BeBolingbrook.com to learn more.
Join us and be Bolingbrook.
Want to live life at max volume? Then look no further than Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana. With over 1,700 slots, 80 table games, live entertainment, and 5 restaurants which span a wide range of culinary genres, we are sure to have something for everyone. Whether you want to indulge in a savory dish at Council Oaks Steaks and Seafood or take in dinner and live music at the world-renowned Hard Rock Cafe, amplify your entertainment experience at Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana, just off Exit 6, I-8094. Must be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
In football, success is about team effort, and the same is true for your hair. At Great Clips, they save your haircut details in clip notes, so every member of the highly skilled team knows exactly how to create your signature look. And with our easy-to-use app, you can check in from anywhere and get a ready next text when you're up next for a cut. It's the confidence of a great haircut, delivered by a team you trust. Download our app today. Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
You're a Bears fan. You know the thrill of a perfectly executed play, and you know how to bear down when the game is on the line. Don't you want a broker who knows how to bear down too? Choose Tasty Trade and trade stocks, options, futures, and more all in one platform. Plus, get powerful tools, educational courses, and advanced charts to help you strategize like a pro. Visit tastytrade.com/bears and start your trading journey today. Tasty Trade Inc. is a registered broker-dealer and member of FINRA, NFA, and SIPC.
Illinois State University and Chicago's favorite football team have a lot in common. A long tradition. Illinois State is the oldest public university in Illinois. A history of success. Redbird graduates earn $15,000 more than the national average. And highly regarded recruits. Our newest freshman class is our largest ever. There's never been a better time to tune in on Sundays, and there's never been a better time to be a Redbird. Get started on a Hall of Fame career today. Learn more and apply for admission at illinoisstate.edu/admissions.
Property managers and GCs use FinishingChicago.com's contractors for finishes and protective coatings in the most iconic venues, interior spaces, and essential infrastructure. Our painters apply industry-leading commercial and industrial finishes inside and out, so your biggest assets always put their best square footage forward. FinishingChicago.com has your free list of painting, wall covering, glass systems, drywall finishing, and signage contractors. For a great finish, start with FinishingChicago.com.
With America's best lineup of hybrids from Hyundai, you get the best of both worlds, like the reliable and efficient Tucson Hybrid, backed by America's best warranty. The Hyundai Tucson Hybrid. It's the best of both worlds.
Right now, for a limited time, lease the Hyundai Tucson for $249 a month or get 0.99% APR on the Tucson or Tucson Hybrid. Offers end February 2nd. Call 224-661-0068 for details.
Hey Bears fans, it's Silvy. Steinhoffel is a proud partner of the Chicago Bears. Just opened their newest furniture and mattress superstore in Maryville Plaza in Maryville, Indiana. That makes 7 Chicagoland locations with the best selection, unbeatable value, and styles for every space and budget. Plus, they're 100% employee owned. That's a local pride you can feel good about. Shop in-store or online anytime at steinhoffels.com.
The Chicago Bears podcast. If you aren't listening, you're not getting the whole story. See it or hear it now on the ESPN Chicago app or wherever you like to pod.
Are you ready to rock? Are you ready to rock? Well, that's what you gotta get.
Tom Waddle, Dionne Miller, and Mark Silverman. Bears Pregame.
That's right, it's time for Who Needs to Rock. It's brought to you by Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana. See Kenny Wayne Shepherd on April 24th at Hard Rock Live. Tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster.com. Great spot there and so close to downtown Chicago. 312-332-3776. That's the Dr. Pepper hotline. We want to hear from you guys. And this is a great raucous crowd.
Oh, it's awesome.
It doesn't matter. The weather doesn't matter. Everyone is charged up.
It's so great.
They've been waiting years for a big game like this at Soldier Field. So, guys, who needs to rock?
Starting to get some snowflakes,
I know,
too.
I
Just
love
like
it.
last week.
D, you're up first.
Oh, gosh. I mean, I have to go The defense has to. The defense needs to. You're right. A good chant.
Is this the first time you've had a Dionne Miller chant?
It is. It does a lot for the ego for a few minutes. Thanks, you guys.
Well, I don't have to question what they're saying about you.
Well,
I had to question about what they were saying
I
about
do
me.
need to clarify. I think they called my Dionne earlier, so I don't know if they even know who they're cheering at this point. But anyway, who's gonna rock? I really feel like we need to go defense on this. I mean, Puka Nacua is so dangerous. The Bears secondary has to be on it. They got beat a couple times last week. I know that the Packers really attacked Jalen as he's coming back, not 100%. I feel like the secondary really has to rock and be aware of both Devontae Adams and Puka Nacua.
I'll stay on the defensive side. I originally wrote down Austin Booker because I thought of all of the guys on the front four that had the most effect in the game last week. I thought it was Booker. Obviously, Coach Johnson gave a game ball to Montez Sweat in the locker room after the game. So I would put them both in the same category. Look, you got to get Stafford off his spot. He threw almost 600 passes this year. He was only sacked 23 times, so it's hard to get to him. The ball comes out quick. Last week in Carolina, they made him uncomfortable. They sacked him once. I believe they pressured him 11 times. They hit him 6 times. And that led to some defensive backs getting an opportunity to get their hands on the football. So if you can make Stafford uncomfortable, maybe some of that greatness comes off of his game. You know, he will be probably the MVP of the league this year, 46 touchdowns, 8 interceptions.
Insane.
But he's human.
Yeah.
So if you can pressure him into some mistakes, look, I think the front four, you know, I've been begging quite a bit this year. But if you're holding out to play your best game, tonight would be the time to let it fly.
I'm putting again the ball in the hands of the offense. Like I need the offense to be a championship level offense today, and closer to start to finish than they were last week. You cannot they have scored 3 points in their last 3 home games in the first half of football.
Yeah.
So I get it. They have won 2 out of those 3 games, and that just isn't the recipe for me to beat the Rams today. You got to put 30 on the board. I want them to establish the run game. And so I'm putting the whole offense under the spotlight. Like, it starts up front. We've said it all year. Once they solidify the line, now you're going to try something different with Joe Thuney at left tackle, just like the Chiefs did. Let's see what Jordan McFadden does at guard. If it works, Ben's going to be a hero once again.
Keep an eye on Devin Duvernay tonight as well.
Absolutely.
The Rams are dead last in covering punts, I believe. And Duvernay, big reason why in the second half in the fourth quarter against the Packers, they were able to get back in that game because field position was a big issue. And Duvernay provided a couple of opportunities, a big spark in the return game. So
I was going to mention that too. I was going to mention special teams because that is where the Rams have struggled, and that's where they've been allowing teams to get back in games. They've had so many changes, coaching change in the middle of the season, like a lot going on with their special teams. So that could be an advantage for the Bears.
I know they've been very good with the dirty kick, but I did put down again for the second week in a row a Devin Duvernay anytime touchdown. You never know. He was at like 18 or 19 to 1 today. So I'm taking.
Maybe with the opening kickoff, like Seattle did.
Yeah.
Set the tone real quick.
It could happen on a kickoff, on a punt, as a wide receiver. So at those odds, why not give it a run? Matt in Boston, you're on Who Needs to Rock. Matt, who needs to rock?
One, thank you for taking my call. Bear down, and DeAndre Swift is going to rock, and he's going to take the rock and run it up and down Soldier Field today. Bear down, and I'll see you next week.
Awesome.
Now, hopefully we'll see each other in Seattle.
Correct.
Yes.
Because there is no chance for the Bears to host the NFC Championship. The Seattle Seahawks have earned that right. They won, and they won convincingly.
Something tells me if the NFL was going to change rules that would favor our Bears team, this would be the year. But I don't expect them to do that.
I don't expect that to happen. No. And I'm wondering maybe that's why the fans are so lit up tonight. They know this is the last home game of the season, and they don't want the season to end. So they can be a big factor in it. For sure. The fans need to rock. I mean, how about that? We talked about that last week, and it was a difference in that fourth quarter. The press box shook at one point in that fourth quarter. Like, that is the kind of atmosphere they want to create again.
Was that, all your years covering the Bears, was that by far the best crowd you've ever heard?
That was by far, like, the best crowd. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. I was unaware you could play 2 playoff games in the same season. I've never covered that before.
Yes.
So this is the first time I've gotten to do that. So
Al Michaels said he'd been in the stadium 33 times to call games. He had never felt the stadium rock the way it did last week. So
let me take our buddy DJ in Kansas City. DJ, who needs to rock?
Bear down, ladies and gentlemen. I'm about ready to go to, there's a great little Bears place called Windy City Pub here in Kansas City. It's going to be rocking. But, everyone's talking about Stafford in this weather. Cairo Santo is going to rock. This Rams kicker is used to kicking indoors. He's not used to 20-something mile-an-hour winds at Soldier Field. Look for Cairo Santos to bring it home. Let's go.
I like it. I think it'll be a big factor in today's game. I'm not sure Mevis has ever kicked in these types of conditions. So something to ask J-Mac when we get him on a little bit later is just to see where because if you remember, I think it was Joniak or Thayer. One of them mentioned last week that McManus was struggling.
Yes.
In pregame.
Yes.
It kind of gave you a little window into what ultimately happened. It kind of like a self-fulfilling prophecy. Be very curious to see how their kicker, a rookie, who's their second kicker this season, see how he's handling the conditions before the game kicks off.
Look, a lot of people don't look to kickers as football players. We know how that goes. I do believe Cairo Santos needs to get shown his flowers, handed him his flowers. This is a guy who went through some adversity and wasn't his normal self. There was a lot of conversation after Jake Moody did. Remember Jake Moody? Oh, my gosh. Does that feel like a season ago?
It does.
But it was this year where Jake Moody came over, and he really did well. And he's a younger kicker with a bigger leg. And then he ended up going back to the practice squad, and he got poached. And he went to Washington. Cairo Santos has responded in a big way. Like, to kick that 50-plus yarder last week, he doesn't have the biggest leg, but he is masterful with the way he kicks in conditions, and he pulled it off again last week.
It's impressive.
Every point matters.
Absolutely.
Do the math from last week. McManus missed 2 field goals and an extra point. I mean, make the math work. So our guy was perfect, and I would expect tonight that special teams are going to play a huge role in this game.
When you were talking about the defense, and both of you guys hit on it, how do you expect you get the pressure on Matt Stafford? Is this coming from the guys up front, and then you're playing a lot of defensive backs? Are you blitzing? Because Stafford's really good at that, too.
Number 2 quarterback, ranked number 2 in the league this year against the blitz. So, I mean, I don't know, to be honest with you. I don't know how they're going to do it. Ideally, you would do it with your front 4.
Yeah.
But we saw last week that when they couldn't do that, they then they got more aggressive and they brought guys. I think the first play of the second half, they came with 2 corner blitzes. And then they rushed 5 on the second down play. So that I don't know what's up Dennis Allen's sleeve. Just know that
hopefully a lot.
Yeah,
hopefully
when you leave
lot.
your safeties one-on-one with this group of receivers, this group is better than the crew you faced last week. And that group was pretty good. So I think there's a healthy respect. But, again, I don't think there's a fear.
If you are able to get some pressure on him, I mean, Ben acknowledged, he said, look, he's good against everything, not just, he can find a way against anything. But if you're able to get some pressure up front, I learned listening to Carmen and Jesse earlier that Matt Stafford has 1 total rushing yard all season. Like, if you're able to disrupt him a little bit, he's not going anywhere.
Also, don't ignore the fact that the Rams are a very good running team as well. So one of the things that I think this is going to be a high-scoring game. I think both offenses will put up a ton of points. But you also have to acknowledge that the Rams are not just a throw-it team. Like, they have a very high success rate running the ball. They got a 2-headed monster in their backfield. They're running. They create space. They run a lot out of 2 and 3 tight end sets. If they feel like the weather is a bit of an issue and Stafford's having some trouble with it, at the very least, they can pack it in and they can run the football. So don't think that they're just a one-dimensional offense that the Bears have to shut down. So if you come out in these dime packages, don't be shocked to see the Rams, check into some run plays and force, it'll be a bit of a, a chess match out there to try and get you to do what they want you to do.
It's just what you just said. Like, these are very similar offenses.
Yeah.
I think we're going to see a lot of chess going on tonight and kind of maneuvering based on what they see. That's going to be a very exciting part of it.
Yeah.
Let me go to Justin in Florida. Justin, who needs to rock?
The entire offensive line as a unit needs to rock. They're the soul to the run game, the soul to the pass game. Now, I've been busy, so I heard earlier that they're taking a throwing pretty hard. I don't know if that's the thing or not, but if you guys
I'm going to let Justin go. I think it was a little scrambled, or the crowd is so loud here.
I know.
I gotta say that, and listen to this. Take this in. I mean, it is
awesome.
it is just incredible, and like this is authentic, and it's just they're doing it at a whim. This is the end of the third year that we've had the Bears here on our flagship station, ESPN 1000, and all of our outstanding affiliates. And we have dreamed about a day like today. We have dreamed about a day looking out at the sea of Chicago Bears fans, everybody wearing winter weather gear in the middle of January. Forget coaches' searches. Forget mock drafts.
You were in Cancun this time last year, weren't you?
Probably.
1, 2, 3 Cancun.
Pick a month, and I was in Cancun. Yeah, and a lot of Bears were too. But this is everything as Bears fans. I'm still in the honeymoon stage where, like, to just close your eyes and imagine that in 3 weeks, 2 games, we could be broadcasting from Santa Clara for the Super Bowl.
The fact that that's a real conversation, like that is a possibility, is crazy in and of itself to me.
Well, we'll go to Seattle next week, and then maybe take a little trip out to Santa Clara after you beat the Seahawks. Just do a little site survey.
2 week road trip. Stay on the road.
It sounds good to me.
I mean, who says no?
All right, we're going to check in with Jeff Joniak, Tom Thayer, and of course Jason McKee down on the field. So much to get after. We are just under an hour away from kickoff. These fans are ready. We are ready. The Bears are going to be ready. It is Bears and Rams on the Chicago Bears radio network.
Configuring the Bluetooth, deciding who controls the music, remembering where you're parked. Why are simple things sometimes so complicated? Thankfully, with an auto owner's insurance independent agent, getting the right coverage for your vehicle doesn't have to be one of them. So you can get back to more important things, like remembering if you're on the 3rd or 4th level of the parking garage. That's simple human sense.
Ask Arrakis Group in Bartlett if auto owners make sense for you.
At Old National Wealth Management, our team approach puts together your game-winning financial plan.
Cool. So who's the quarterback?
Your wealth advisor.
And the running back?
The private banker.
How about a wide receiver?
How about a financial planner?
You got any cheerleaders?
That would be our clients.
Okay, I'm game.
Old National Wealth Management, where relationships and results matter. Get old. Old National Wealth Management investment instruments are not FDIC insured nor insured by any other government agency, are not deposits or other obligations of Old National Wealth Management, Old National Bank, its parent company, or affiliates, and involve investment risk, including possible loss of principal.
Roofers and Waterproofers Local 11 provides quality value and service in all facets of the commercial, industrial, and institutional roofing and waterproofing industry. Promoting skilled craftsmen and craftswomen through apprenticeship training, Local 11 members are trained in the application of the latest roofing and waterproofing techniques. They are at the forefront of design and installation of environmental friendly solar, green, and garden systems. To find a highly skilled roofing contractor today, go to chicago-roofingcontractors.org.
Apt, your #1 destination for the home, is here to help you create your perfect game day setup. Their custom AV team does it all, like installing your new TV and surround sound so you never miss a play. They can even install lighting and seating for the ultimate fan experience. Their home entertainment experts will customize everything to fit your space so you can enjoy the game like never before. For free local delivery, professional installation, and complete satisfaction, shop at Apt, pleasing people since 1936.
Dear Winter, Toyota can't get enough of you, because Toyota's got 25 vehicles with available all-wheel drive and four-wheel drive, and that's more than any other auto brand. From the versatile RAV4 to the svelte Crown, the sleek Camry all-wheel drive, the Corolla Hybrid all-wheel drive, the rugged Tacoma, the tenacious Tundra, and the spacious Grand Highlander with all-wheel drive to keep you and yours safe. Hey, you bring the action, we'll bring the traction. Toyota, let's go places. Based on manufacturer's websites as of 10/20/25.
Make your game day a winner with Aurelio's Pizza, Chicagoland's oldest pizza chain since 1959. This is Joe Aurelio inviting you to indulge in our crispy thin crust, signature sauce, 100% real mozzarella, and your favorite premium toppings like our fresh ground Italian sausage. Dine in, carry out, or have it delivered. Visit Aurelio'sPizza.com for the location nearest you. Download the Aurelio's app and start earning rewards today. Aurelio's Pizza. It's a sauce.
Is your hot water suddenly gone? Drain clogged or overflowing? Sink dripping endlessly? Act now with Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric. Four Seasons fully licensed plumbers are on call 24/7, no extra fees for nights, weekends, or holidays. Four Seasons with over 30,000 five-star Google reviews and the Torch Award for Marketplace Ethics proves their reliability.
For all the right reasons.
Call 866-4Seasons.
Configuring the Bluetooth, deciding who controls the music, remembering where you parked. Why are simple things sometimes so complicated? Thankfully, with an auto owner's insurance independent agent, getting the right coverage for your vehicle doesn't have to be one of them. So you can get back to more important things, like remembering if you're on the 3rd or 4th level of the parking garage. That's simple human sense.
Ask Fazio Insurance in Joliet if auto owners make sense for you.
Chicago's home for sports is the home of the Chicago Bears. ESPN Chicago.
Yeah, there's not a whole lot you need to say to him on the sideline. We just make sure we're on the same page in terms of what the situation is and what we need to accomplish and how quickly we need to accomplish it. But beyond that, it's not like he needs a pep talk or a rah-rah or anything like that. He's ready to go, and been saying it all along. He rises to the occasion time and time again. It's really impressive to see a young player like this be so clutch.
Love that. That's Ben Johnson during the week talking about Caleb Williams, the Iceman, which is definitely stuck. A lot of national exposure. He's getting a lot of flowers, as he should. And it's like I don't think that there's a better way to sum it up. That our football dreams are starting to come true. It's something that we have wanted for a long time. We have wanted the franchise quarterback. We've wanted the franchise coach.
Yeah.
And they're a match made in heaven right now. And we're seeing that. Like, the clutch gene is just something that can't be taught. And not a lot of quarterbacks, for that matter, or athletes have that at this stage of their career. Yeah. Like we know, and I don't think there's any argument that Josh Allen is the best quarterback in the NFL, but even he will have plays that he wants back. He missed a throw or two late in that game yesterday, and we know that Caleb is going to miss here and there, but he has consistently been able to deliver down the stretch.
I love that quote from Ben, because the way he said, he's like, for him to be that clutch. I don't know that he's acknowledged that yet this season. It's kind of been like, this is just what we're going to do. But it's become who they are, and it does start with Caleb. I think that's super contagious in the huddle. We talked to a lot of guys about that, just that vibe you feel in the fourth, that he's so calm and ready to make that play. I loved Rome's reaction when they watched the tape later of that 4th and 8 pass. He's like, we don't care how he throws it, but sometimes we look and we're like, dude, that's how you threw that ball. Like, he does things that few, if any, other quarterback can do. We've not had that here in Chicago. Yeah, it's been so different.
It's been so fun to watch this relationship between the quarterback and the coach just kind of grow consistently too. I've said 1,000 times, the best thing that ever happened to Caleb Williams was Ben Johnson. Yeah. And that's not to diminish Caleb's overall talent, but I think, again, and we've spent a lot of time talking about the fact that he's never played in structure. He's just been a guy who has relied solely on his athletic ability, and he's got a very high football IQ, but he's never really been asked to play in structure. And Ben demanded it early on, and maybe that's where some of the friction in training camp may have, kind of developed. But all of that's gone. He has learned to play in structure. Ben has also learned not to neuter that special quality that Caleb has and allow him to do some of this stuff on his own as well. So it just feels like it's a It's a relationship that is in a great place and only going to get better, and it feels like, one of those matches made in football heaven.
I love the quote about that you just said, that the best thing to happen to Caleb Williams is Ben Johnson. And look, I don't know if it's as strong the other side, but I think it works both ways.
Yeah.
Because look at all the coaches who are good coaches but never have a quarterback that they can really work with. It's one of the reasons why Ben Johnson chose the Bears, because he knew Caleb's got these throws and the ability to do things that just other guys can't do. Now he teaches him the stuff that he doesn't know, and you mesh that together. But Caleb has also rewarded Ben Johnson,
No
too.
doubt. Yeah, it's a two-way street. There's no doubt. I mean, this year, one of the best things that ever happened to Ben Johnson is Caleb Williams.
Yes.
So,
Yes.
I mean, like I said, I'm not trying to, diminish what Caleb's been able to do. The coach has been fantastic. But again, this team has done something no other NFL team has done in modern league history, and that's win 7 games when trailing at the 2-minute mark.
7.
And a lot of the success is directly attributed to the playmaking ability of your young quarterback. So this is kind of one of those, bromances that I think has got years and years and years of sustainability.
I just loved the locker room last week. That scene was so, to me, very significant just because of Caleb talking about Ben the way he did and guys yelling out, get emotional. And he did. And he's like, this guy has been monumental in my career already. This is year 1, you guys. This is beyond what we expected in year 1. This is such a foundation for the future that there's reason to be super excited about that connection.
Everyone's pulling on the same end of the rope as well. When you've got as many mouths to feed as there are in that offensive huddle, whether it's Cole Kmet or it's Colston Loveland or it's DJ Moore, it's Roma Dunze, it's Luther Burden, it's Zacchaeus, you don't really ever see anybody complaining.
No.
You know what I mean?
No.
Like one week you'll be targeted twice, the next week you'll be targeted 6 or 8 times. If you're patient and you do your job, at some point the ball's coming to you.
Yes.
So it's kind of a harmonious situation in that building. How long that lasts, who knows? But for the time being, like everything is kind of the headspace is perfect for everyone in that offensive
There
meeting
have
room.
been weeks we have come out of games and said, where was DJ Moore? Where was DJ Moore? And now he's won 2 games,
Yes.
2 massive
Against the
games
Packers.
against the Packers. You just have to be patient. Your number will be called. That is evident. And we haven't even really touched on the game Colston Loveland had last week.
Yes.
But my goodness, what a pick he was, how clutch he's been in those moments.
All those targets, and I want to hit on something that both of you guys just said, too, about everyone working together.
Yeah.
Luther Burden and the threat that Luther Burden provides, the screen pass that hit early in the game, that formation is the formation that they ran and sold the play to get DJ Moore open. So you build off of each guy's skills in moments like that. If Luther Burden isn't a threat for that screen, the Packers don't. The pump fake sold it perfectly with Caleb Williams. DJ beats his guy, and then Caleb throws a perfect ball. So, and that's how complimentary football on the offensive side is supposed to be.
Yeah, and you got to make sure, even if your number's not called, you still have a role to play, and you can't slump your shoulders and not be on top of your game just because you're not the primary. Because in this offense with this quarterback, you could be the 4th or 5th read, and at some point he still may get the ball to you because of a breakdown in protection, or you see something that's different than what you were expecting. So again, I think there's been a lot of really good stuff out there, but the fact that everyone seems to be pulling on the same end of the rope just makes everyone better.
Let me take a call here. Eric in Hobart, Indiana. Eric, you're on the Bears pregame show. What's on your mind?
Hey, guys, bear down. Hey, I was just listening to you guys. It's a good lead, and I think the guy that needs to rock today is Ben Johnson. I was at the game last week, and there were some questionable coaching decisions the first half that kind of had a scratch in our head. But he came back in the second half, made some great decisions, especially with his timeouts in the fourth quarter, leaving enough time for that offense to be effective to get back in the game. So I think Ben Johnson's the guy that needs to rock out.
And look, Ben has built this thing from the ground up in the way that he envisioned. We all know coaches are not without fault. When you call so many plays and, you do so many different things, you're going to make mistakes or maybe have one that you would like back. He has said that like look at the Buffalo Bills yesterday. I think some people are questioning what McDermott has done, and he's won so many games. So I think that's just second nature, isn't it, Waddle, for a play caller and a coach?
Sure. I mean, look, it's easier from my couch than it is standing on the sideline with 4th and 3. Your defense hasn't made a stop. You've got this brilliant quarterback and a really talented offensive line. You know what? We're going to go for it on 4th and 3. From my couch, I didn't think it was a great decision. It didn't work out, but that's who he is. That's what they are. And you take the good with the bad because there's significantly more good than there is bad. So he's still learning as well. I mean,
yes.
And look, one of the really interesting things that I find appealing is, like, he makes no excuses. He's going to do it his way. These are his decisions. When you take a Pro Bowl or an All-Pro left guard who hasn't done any practice at left tackle and decide, I'm going to kick him out, and we're going to start a guy who's got one snap on the season and put him at left guard because I trust this is what's best for our team. Like, that's a guy who's making decisions because he truly believes in who he is and his message. There's no waffling there. There's no concern. It's like, this is what's best for our team. This is how we're going to do it. Don't care if anybody out there questions it or doesn't like it. This is who we are. We're going to roll.
How many times this season have they called upon the depth at a certain position? And DeMarco Jackson is the NFC Defensive Player of the Week. I mean, these guys are ready for these moments, and Ben has prepared them as such. I think a lot of coaches say, any play, it could be your turn. He's prepared them in a different way to believe that they are going to have to be called upon at some point.
That's a trust, the concept of trust, which we've talked about all year up here is, again, it started in training camp.
Yeah.
Trust me, we're going to do it this way. Just trust that if you put your mind to it, you put in the hard work, there will be a return on your investment. And I would say there's as much trust in that locker room right now as there has been in decades.
Yeah, for sure.
Let's take Ed in Joliet. Ed, you're on the Advantage Dealer Group pregame show. What's on your mind?
Well, hi, Peggy and Yurko. It's good to be with you again. I have a quick thing to say that if the Bears do their assignments and hold down the penalties, I'll give it to the whole team.
All right, whole team. All right. You're Peggy, I'm Yurko, or are you Yurko and I'm Peggy?
I'll be Peggy.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fine. I think I'd rather be Peggy than Yurko.
And we could talk about that at the shop tomorrow.
Another time, yes.
We'll talk with both of them about that, see how they feel.
I think we have a young listener who wanted to weigh in, too. Will in Riverside. Will, you're on the Advantage Dealer Group pregame show.
Hi.
Hi there, Will.
What's up, Will?
Oh, hi. I thought that someone who's going to be big in this game is DeAndre Swift. His running game is going to be really good for this Bears team.
So DeAndre Swift.
Yes. We agree, Will.
You talk about it, being selfless as well. Like, DeAndre Swift's a guy that you would expect would get 80% of the carries. Well, Monangai has played an enormous role. You don't seem to feel any friction between the two of them because they both play they both have an adequate amount of responsibility. So again, I think it speaks to this team being on the same page across the board.
And they've got a similar run game in LA. Like,
They do.
For as much as Devontae Adams and Puka Nacua and their two tight ends get a lot of the headlines, and Stafford obviously, those two with Williams and now Corum, who's really come into his own.
Yeah.
That's a good backfield.
It's a top 10 running attack. Yeah. I mean, their success rates, Carmen DeFalco at the shop would be able to give you the better stats than I can, but some of the advanced metrics would tell you that they may even be a top 5 running team in terms of success. So they can line up and run it at you as well. And again, they come at you with a lot of 2 tight ends and 3 tight end situations. So if in fact, for whatever reason, the passing game isn't working out there, maybe the weather is a little bit worse than you expected, they can certainly, cinch it up and run the ball on you.
Yeah. What's going on in this New England game, Waddle?
I believe the Patriots have scored again. It was 21-16 a moment ago, but it looks like the Patriots once again. Is that Keyshawn Boutte? Is that who it is?
But they're winning right now.
Yeah.
And like you
this
have
young man, he's made 2 ridiculous touchdown catches.
Waddle just went into his Collinsworth mode right there. And let me tell you about this guy.
I'm telling you, he's made 2 unbelievable catches out there.
It was interesting last night watching the Broncos and Bo Nix, and so disappointing that he's injured at this point. But
what a story.
What a story. But for him to deliver the way he is, for Drake May, potentially Caleb Williams, like how exciting for these second-year guys to be in the divisional round and making a name for themselves at this time.
We still have the 85 rematches possible. Like
Yes.
the Bears are playing the Rams here at Soldier Field, and maybe a possible collision course between the Patriots and the Bears, the most unlikely Super Bowl to start when you started the season, not so unlikely now.
Patriots are up 27-16 with about 12 and a half minutes to go in that game in Foxborough. So it's an interesting season. That quarterback class from last year, not so bad, huh?
It's not so bad.
Not so
All those
bad.
questions last year,
Yeah,
and now it seems like they are starting to answer them. I loved what Caleb said also last week, just about the regular season is where you make your money, and in the postseason is where you make your legacy. That matters to him. Those aren't just words. He talks so often about, they know who I am. I know who I am. I want to win. I want to win big. And Ben has made no qualms about, we're ready to win now. I mean, who says they can't?
Yeah, it really, like, and that's what I've said from the start to the finish. You know, you always said to me, Dionne, Waddle and I have said it together too, like, make it make sense.
Yeah.
Through a lot of bad football, not only does Ben say things that make sense, they then do things that make sense.
Yes.
It's not hollow words. They're just not like mottos or things like that. He wants the run game working again, and I think that's going to play a big role today. They've been a much more physical team. He started making that impact like we talked about from day one of training camp, and that's the thing that's most impressive to me about Ben is these words matter, and he delivers on all the words.
Yeah, it helps with the trust, too, because he said what he says that they will do, they do. And I truly believe him when he talks about getting the running game back up to the place that they want it to be. I think that happens tonight. I think he sets them up for that to happen.
I think it has to, because so much comes off of that. People, we always talk about the big offensive brain of Ben Johnson and Caleb Williams, unbelievable right arm and all these weapons in the passing game. The foundation of Ben Johnson's offense is running the football, and then everything kind of blossoms from that. They have struggled a bit the last couple of weeks to get their running game going. I think they're averaging just like 79 rushing yards and 3.4 yards per carry the last couple of weeks. They need to get it back on track.
Why? Why do you think that's been the case?
I don't know that there's any surefire explanation for it other than guys haven't been as sharp as they were earlier in the year. Drew Dahlman has struggled a little bit at the point of attack, I think, the last couple of weeks. I think teams have gotten wise to that cutback run that they like to use, and I think it's assignments. I think it's a lot of stuff, So, when you are really successful doing things a certain way, teams adjust. And now they've got to adjust to the adjustments. So I don't know that there's a magical pill that you can, take and now all of a sudden your running game becomes fantastic again. But I think it starts with assignments and making sure that everybody's doing their job better.
All right. Great interaction today with all the fans. We continue that, not just with Peggy and Yurko on the post-game show, but I will take your calls at halftime as well. Keep that number handy at 312-332-3776. All right, we are approaching 35 minutes away from kickoff. It is Bears and Rams. This is the Chicago Bears Radio Network.
Miller Lite, the legendary light beer. The originator, the inventor. If this beer could talk, it'd tell stories about that one time, that night, that one guy, that one gal, writing a story 50 years long and 50 million friends wide, because legendary stories start with a light. Here's to 50 years of Miller Time. Celebrate responsibly. 2025 Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Choose Bradley University. Whether you're building robots, training on cutting-edge medical simulators, or diving into sports communication, Bradley prepares you. You'll cheer on D1 athletics, study abroad, and choose from over 200 student organizations. Plus, you'll benefit from competitive internships, community-focused research, and a top-tier education that provides a proven return on investments. Choose Bradley. Apply today at bradley.edu.
Want to live life at max volume? Then look no further than Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana. With over 1,700 slots, 80 table games, live entertainment, and 5 restaurants which span a wide range of culinary genres, we are sure to have something for everyone. Whether you want to indulge in a savory dish at Council Oaks Steaks and Seafood, or take in dinner and live music at the world-renowned Hard Rock Cafe. Amplify your entertainment experience at Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana, just off Exit 6, I-8094. Must be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Advantage Dealer Group makes car buying simple and fast with their 60-minute guarantee. They know the process starts online, so every one of their dealerships is designed with your experience in mind. Browse the wide selection of new and used vehicles at Advantage Chevy, Toyota, and Acura. Use their payment calculators, explore financing options, and stop by. They value you and your time, getting you in and out with your new car in 60 minutes or less. Advantage Dealer Group, where car buying fits your schedule.
The big realtor firms are busy lining up things for Wall Street. At Hearthside Realtors, we're busy trying to find the street you will call home, just like we've been doing for 55 years. I'm Lenny File, and I'm ready to work for you. Whether you're buying your first home, new to the area, or if it's time to downsize, our diverse staff of real estate pros are here to help you every step of the way. I'm Lenny File, and I go the extra mile. Visit lennyfile.com. That's Lenny, F-E-I-L.com today. Hearthside is licensed in Illinois and Indiana.
Hey football fans, it's Adam Colopy with the Village of Bedford Park. Just like a winning team needs great players, your business needs the right support to succeed. And that's exactly what you'll find in Bedford Park. Our team works hard to block obstacles, open lanes, and help drive your business into the end zone. Plus, we offer a safe and reliable Lake Michigan water supply. Ready to move the chains for your business? Contact me, Adam Colopy, at ACOLLOPY at villageofbedfordpark.com.
Bell Tire has been keeping its neighbors on the road for 103 years. You don't do that without learning a thing or 103. Like number 7, if it's winter, you should use winter tires. That one's basic, really. Number 49, if you're going to sell trusted brands like Michelin, Goodyear, and Continental, sell them for the lowest price possible. Number 61, air should be free, so we made it free. And one final one, stay snow, sleet, and who opened an ice rink in the middle of this highway ready? Visit your neighborhood Bell Tire or shop at belltire.com.
You know that sound, and you better get used to it. Because when you bank with Consumers Credit Union, you've got people cheering for you everywhere you go. And now we've rebuilt our corner of the internet to make your digital banking experience better in every possible way. When you get lower fees, great rates, and a team that's always got your back, you win. Visit the new myconsumers.org. Consumers Credit Union, the people in your corner. Insured by NCUA.
How about this? We're your home for the new Bears.
I like it. This is the home of your new Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. Joniak and Thayer with Jason McKee, Bears football, ESPN Chicago.
All right, let's talk to the booth, the best booth in football. The crowd is crazy here.
So insane.
Mingling with everybody as Joniak's Journal is presented by Steinhoffel's Buy More, Save More sale. Take up to $300 off the best furniture in Chicagoland, only at Steinhoffel's. And Jeff, as we throw it to you, if you would see this, and you'll experience it, obviously, calling the game, and you experienced it last week. This crowd is fired up. They want more, and this is a day that we have been thinking about for a long, long time.
Yeah, I mean, full expectation to be exactly the scenario that you just described. So I know everybody's been waiting for it. I've been waiting for it. Showed up with not the greatest voice, so you're guys going to have to deal with me today like that. So I'm going to whip through this. My first impression today, Caleb Williams with 10 wins with sub 60%, including the playoffs, most since 2000 in the NFL. Each quarterback with 10-plus made the Super Bowl, including Rex in 06 and Eli Manning in 07. Wow. Second thought, Bears and Rams, best two teams in the league in big plays and fewest negative plays. And the tight end situation tonight is going to be significant. Both teams are going to use a bunch. And it's really been a change for the Rams in that regard, and the Bears have faced a 3 tight end set, only 27 snaps this season. They're going to face a lot more than that tonight. Third degree, Bears had the highest, 7th highest conversion rate on third down. Rams defense is 7th lowest. Bears were 53% in the wild card. Caleb on first down this year when trailing, top quarterback rating in the NFL with 7 touchdowns, tied for second with 33 first downs. Going to need to do that today because the Rams, they'll be hunting them on third down. And offensively, the Rams, they're rarely in third down, the fewest in the NFL in terms of third down snaps. And this is interesting to me, maybe me only, 4th and short. Matthew Stafford played his 250th NFL game last week. He has exactly 525-plus yard completions and 445 touchdowns. The crazy, amazing stat is teams have scored 5,956 points, and they've given up 5,956 points. A bizarre total for a guy that is having a MVP season and likely headed to the Hall of Fame.
Jeff, you are the best. Rest the voice for the call of the game. And I want to throw it down to J-Mac. J-Mac, just another January day. Like, this is something that we have experienced. Has the wind picked up on the field already?
Yeah, it's picked up, but it's nothing we haven't seen all year. The snow's falling. Perfect elements for Bear weather. You know, we love the snow here. And hopefully the guys perform, up to expectations. Talking to our great stat man, Doug Coletti, provided me with a stat today that I found real fascinating, right? We talk about the Bears offense starting slow. Well, hey, check this out. The last 4 playoff games, that being 2010, 2018, 2020, and 2025, last week's game against the Packers, right? We've had 30 offensive drives. Guess how many points, guys? 0. So it's not just this version of Ben Johnson's team that's starting slow. It's been, epidemic with this Bears offense here since 2010. But tonight is different, right? We can put all these numbers out there. Let's hope they change that narrative tonight, because against the Rams, high-powered offense that's number 1 in terms of yardage per game and points, we're going to need to put some points on that scoreboard.
J-Mac, give us a little insight into how their kicker is handling the elements. Have you watched him warm up at all? What can you tell us? Did we lose him?
I think we lost J-Mac. We'll reestablish with J-Mac.
Tom Fair, have you been watching Mevis, the Rams kicker, from up in the booth? And can you give us a little bit of a report on how he is handling the elements?
Oh, they can't hear us right now. That roar we heard when J-Mac was talking was Caleb taking the field. That was what was happening out there. So
I was looking for
there's a lot of excitement out there.
Looking for a little scouting report on some of the special team stuff, because remember last week, I mentioned it earlier, I think it was Jeff or Tom, somebody mentioned that McManus was struggling in pregame with field goal attempts and even extra points. And I'm wondering how Mevis, their rookie kicker, who's not used to these conditions, how he's handling the elements in pregame.
I think that we talked a lot about, all week I feel like we've ad nauseum talked about weather. And I don't think the cold is as big of an issue as if it continues to snow and blow. I think that's going to have a little bit more impact on what they're able to do, especially in the kicking game.
I think the wind is also always the element that I think has the greatest impact. So both quarterbacks are strong-armed guys. They can cut the ball through the wind. But as receivers, you've got to understand, again, whether the wind's at your back or it's in your face, and you have to adjust what you're doing with that in mind.
Before we get back to the booth and reestablish with them, let's pause 10 seconds for all of our stations to identify themselves. This is the Chicago Bears Radio Network.
This is the home of the Bears. ESPN Chicago, WMVP, WTBC HD2, Chicago.
All right, it's the Advantage Dealer Group pregame show. We are just about 35 minutes away from kickoff here at Soldier Field. Sunday night football, the last playoff game of the weekend, and the Bears look to stamp their ticket into the NFC Championship game.
Yeah, it should be a great atmosphere.
Crazy.
2 of the top-rated offenses in all the National Football League. We'll see how they handle the elements. Maybe it comes down to which defense gives the best performance tonight. We'll see.
J-Mac, you first, because it was Waddle was asking, and then Tom, you tell us if you saw anything. Any warm-up issues for the Rams kicker?
No, he looked good. Kyra looked good. Their kicker looked fairly good. The snow has picked up a little bit more since those guys were warming up, and I think the winds picked up a little bit more. So, that accuracy in terms of both guys will remain to be seen throughout this game. But we know, and we've heard, Coach Hightower allude to it all week, right? Kicking here is a circus, and you got to be a special kicker to be able to judge the elements and kick here at Soldier Field. So it could be a factor, coming down throughout this game.
Yeah, the kicker hasn't had any problem. And I don't think the conditions right now are going to warrant any issue or any, kind of concern for the kickers or the punters. When I was watching Matthew Stafford come out here and warm up, he was throwing 35-yard bullets accurately. And as T. Waddle said a couple minutes ago, it's about the win. So I think that, after the national anthem is over and then the game starts to settle in, and then it's about what and who makes the most impactful play the quickest. And if it is the Bears and they do get points out of it, then all of a sudden I think the Bears defense is going to be able to come out here and have a little bit more aggressive approach to maybe even some of the chances that they're going to be able to make. And then if it's on the other side of the ball, if Joe Thuney is the left tackle here, the Bears are going to have a little bit of a wait-and-see attitude in terms of length of protection, time of protection, point of attack running. They're going to have to go and have a series or two and to see how Joe is settling in at that position against a defensive front that's this talented. But maybe a defensive front that's this talented, the temperature can settle in and it can take a toll on their how quickly they're getting off the ball, how fluidly they're moving, and how willing they are to make big in-space type of tackles. And there's a lot of evaluations that you're going to have to make maybe within both teams' first 15 plays that they run.
Tom, as much as the Bears want to establish the running game, they've really established Colston Loveland as a defensive mismatch. What has impressed you about how he's grown in confidence on the field?
It's the combination of the type of routes that they have the willingness to run with him. And if you look at, I think maybe 4 of his catches, they were all at or near the sideline, Dionne. And the thing about it is, if you throw the ball accurately, he's going to make the catch. If you throw the ball a little bit high, it's going to harmlessly fall out of bounds. You're not going to put it into jeopardy of throwing an interception or creating a tip ball that could possibly be caught on the backside by a safety. And the thing about having a guy like Colston Loveland is they're going to highlight. They are going to have a lot of concerns about him. But then what other opportunities does that give Luther Burden and DJ Moore and Cole Kmet? Because one thing about Cole Kmet is he's done a really nice job of being able to be a security blanket for an offensive tackle and still be a route option. And so when you talk about Joe Thuney and the pass rushers that they have, you're going to have to be able to use every single one of these guys of what they can offer you. But because of Colston Loveland being a rookie, and these guys, I'm sure they know about him through their scouting throughout the season, but I don't know who can cover him. I thought that Quentin Lake and he would be a good matchup, but Lake is 6'1", and Colston's 6'6", so I think that you have a lot of different degrees of winning matchups for Colston Loveland.
I want to tell J-Mac a story really quick because I want to pick his coach's brain. I was at the DePaul game on Friday, and I was talking to a Marquette fan who graduated from Marquette but is from Chicago and went to Carmel High School. And he said, I am so thankful that we have J-Mac as our football coach at Carmel. So shout out to you, J-Mac. Put your coaching hat on. What goes into a decision that Ben Johnson had to make, Dan Rochar had to make regarding retooling the offensive line, moving Joe Thuney?
A lot goes into it, right? Because Joe Thuney, right, moving, it changes all his responsibilities in terms of the run and the pass game. And then it's something that he hasn't done since, last year, I think, in Kansas City, in which I think he had 3 playoff games in which he participated in left guard. And then you got to put in a guy at guard who hasn't really played there. So communication amongst the offensive line will be key today because you have guys that have moved around. But, hey, that just speaks volume, right, of the versatility of Joe Thuney, how smart he is and how much confidence that this organization has in him. And, you know, not just him, but all the free agents they brought on this offensive line. You talk about Dionne, you talk about Jonah Jackson. They have all hit, so we got to give Ryan Poles his flowers because these guys have been the reason why this Bears offense has really flourished this year.
We could hear the Bears running into with the snow coming down. Is it even another level this week than it was last week with the crowd so far?
Yeah, I mean, they're here earlier, and despite how cold it is, you know, they're in full effect. Every single player that has walked out of that tunnel, they've been screaming. You got legends like Matt Forte and Kyle Long in the building. Hey, it might be cool to even use Kyle Long today, right, if we could. But, hey, It's awesome to everybody's out in full effect. Carmen is out here again. Jennifer Hudson's out here. So the stars are out. The lights are bright. And let's hope the Bears, you know, shine like a diamond tonight here at Soldier Field.
Oh, wow. Look at it connect those dots. Wow. Hey, can we get a turnover?
I'm ready to play.
Did we get a turnover prediction, J-Mac?
So Coach Harris, right, he told me 3. He told me 3 last week. He told me 3 the week before. So I said, Coach, it's showtime, right? We haven't done it. You speak it, but we got to put it into existence. So let's hope we get those takeaways. Because I think the Bears, right, this defense, they give up a lot of yards, and we know they've thrived on takeaways. And I think against this high-powered Rams offense, you got to come away with 2 takeaways, but it also helps give your offense more possessions.
Thayer, how do you get the running game going again tonight?
You know, I listen, Darnell Wright is a second-team All-Pro. And Jonah Jackson has a lot of playing experience, and he's got some experience against these Rams guys. So if I have a bona fide, if I have a winning point of attack, I can use that repeatedly. So I'm going to ask my running backs, first of all, if you hear the play called in the huddle and you know where the point of attack is, because that's where we have the most well-constructed, powerful blocks in the design of these plays, then trust the commitment to the whole call. And then if later on the game you start incorporating your vision because maybe you're seeing something on the backside or away from the point of attack, and then listen, man, you be you. But initially, the strongest part of any interior running play is at the dedicated point of attack. And this is a 2-tier defense. And I do believe that you can have dedicated time at the line of scrimmage on the double team before you have to take that combination block and get up to your responsibility at the second level. And if you're going to give Monungai and Dionne or Swift a chance to get a 3-yard head start into the defense, you're talking about a 5-yard run. So these guys, they got to, you know, live on the commitment of the point of attack and try to get the most out of it. And Ben has said in the past, I need running backs that are willing to get dirty yards. Well, you may need to get extremely dirty tonight.
You know, it's not a sexy conversation, J-Mac, but special teams, especially on a night like tonight. The Rams have had several kicks blocked. They're not great covering punts. The Bears with Devin Duvernay have an opportunity to make them pay for their inequities out there with their coverage teams. How big a role do you think special teams is going to play tonight?
It plays a significant role in every game, right? That's why it's called special teams. You want your special teams to be special, right? You don't want that to be the reason why you don't come out on top in this game. And the fact that, you know, Duvernay has had a lot of big returns and critical moments throughout this entire season, I see it playing a big role. So I'm excited at what Coach Hightower has drummed up, and I'm excited at the guys on the special teams unit that we have facing these Rams special teams unit.
All right, I can't wait to hear all the post-game stuff from you, J-Mac. Great work. Tom, hang in there. We're going to get the interview coming up next with Ben Johnson. We appreciate the time. And Jeff Joniak is going to have the call of the game. We are ready to go here. Ben Johnson has the last word of the pregame show. Then we'll send it back to Joniak and Thayer. This is the Advantage Dealer Group pregame show on the Bears Radio Network.
Configuring the Bluetooth, deciding who controls the music, remembering where you parked. Why are simple things sometimes so complicated? Thankfully, with an auto owner's insurance independent agent, getting the right coverage for your vehicle doesn't have to be one of them. So you can get back to more important things, like remembering if you're on the 3rd or 4th level of the parking garage. That's simple human sense.
Ask Lakeview Insurance Agency in Chicago if auto owners make sense for you.
Make your game day a winner with Aurelio's Pizza, Chicagoland's oldest pizza chain since 1959. This is Joe Aurelio inviting you to indulge in our crispy thin crust, signature sauce, 100% real mozzarella, and your favorite premium toppings like our fresh ground Italian sausage. Dine in, carry out, or have it delivered. Visit Aurelio'sPizza.com for the location nearest you. Download the Aurelio's app and start earning rewards today. Aurelio's Pizza. It's a sauce.
Hi, this is Dave Muzio, owner of Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric. When emergencies happen, who do you call? Broken pipe, power outage, furnace failure, no hot water? The answer is always the same. Call Four Seasons. We guarantee same-day service and installation on all heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs with no extra charge for nights, weekends, or holidays. That's why over 30,000 customers have given us a 5-star Google review.
For all the right reasons, call 866-4 Seasons.
Crash, bang, suddenly you are on the DL. If that happens as a result of somebody else's negligence, we can help. I'm Jim Morisi, Chicago personal injury lawyer. Our experienced attorneys and support staff will talk with you during a free consultation, tell you your options, and ensure that you take the right steps throughout the entire process. Visit us at MorisiLongo.com. That's MoriciLongo.com. Your future is our priority.
Reason number 204 to visit the City of Countryside, Chicago's Western Gateway.
Come into Little Joe's for homemade Italian beef, meatballs, and giardiniera. Little Joe's is a family-owned restaurant for 55 years and counting and is a countryside must-try. Chicago dogs, Italian sausage, and much more. What more could you ask for in a neighborhood staple like Little Joe's? Stop in today at the corner of LaGrange and Plainfield Road or check them out online at littlejoesbeef.net. Little Joe's, where everybody knows everybody.
In Chicago, football isn't just a game, it's a way of life. And when the Bears hit the field, there's only one drink that brings the flavor, Dr. Pepper. It's bold, it's original, it's the best 23 flavors in football. So whether you're chilling in the stadium, tailgating in the lot, or yelling from afar, make sure you've got Dr. Pepper in hand. Go Bears, and drink up. It's a pepper drink.
Heart surgery is no one's dream of retirement. I'm Beverly, and that's what I was facing when my cardiology team at Northwestern Medicine identified a diseased valve in my heart. But thanks to Dr. Gang and Dr. Ahmad's expertise, I didn't have to have open heart surgery.
With access to the top heart and vascular program in Illinois by U.S. News & World Report, Beverly's team at Central DuPage Hospital replaced her diseased aortic valve using a tiny catheter, and she was back on her feet in just a few days. Northwestern Medicine. Better.
Configuring the Bluetooth, deciding who controls the music, remembering where you parked. Why are simple things sometimes so complicated? Thankfully, with an auto owner's insurance independent agent, getting the right coverage for your vehicle doesn't have to be one of them. So you can get back to more important things, like remembering if you're on the 3rd or 4th level of the parking garage. That's simple human sense.
Ask Reardon Insurance Group in Norwood Park if auto owners make sense for you.
This is the home for every Bears game.
Touchdown! Touchdown Bears!
ESPN Chicago. Silvy takes your calls at halftime on ESPN Chicago.
That's right. Keep that number handy at 312-332-3776. Not only here at the pregame show, halftime phone calls, the Toyota halftime show, and then on the postgame show with Peggy and Yurko. And then we've got the post, taking your calls late into the night, hopefully about another Bears victory. It's time to hear from the head coach, Ben Johnson. Here's the voice of the Bears, Jeff Joniak.
All right, thanks, Silvy. Ben, first playoff meeting between the Bears and Rams since the '85 NFC Championship, and Mike Ditka's crew rolled 24-0. You and Sean McVay were not even born yet.
Yeah, that's right.
And now you guys, as NFL.com referred to, it's the epitome of the offensive revolution. Both of you have resumes that included taking a bottom-ranked offense to a playoff berth in their first season. There are only 3 of you coaches in NFL history. Jim Fossil, the other one.
Yeah. I think he's one of the best in the business right now.
he's done it at a high level since he got there to L.A. I know the players respect him. They play hard for him. That stands out on the tape. And, there's a reason why they were the number 1 ranked offense this year in both points and yards. He's doing a phenomenal job from a schematic standpoint, but also they're super talented across the board. So we're going to have our work cut out for us to win this one.
What is the method to his madness?
I think he's got a great connection with the quarterback. You can tell that they make adjustments over the course of the game based on what they're seeing. At times they're a premier play operation, which means they can decipher what defense the defense is in and get into an advantageous play to attack them and put them in a really tough spot. And so when you combine that with some really good playmakers, I think it's a dangerous operation. And I think you look at the play action, the explosives that they have. That's what scares you the most. But when you combine that with the running game, which now is a little bit more inside run oriented, and yet they are super efficient. It's one of the most efficient running games in the NFL, if not the most. I think it makes it a really difficult problem to tackle.
Are the tight ends, because they use them all, is that an underrated aspect of them?
Yeah. Well, I mean, he's kind of – it's been unique with him just watching the offense over the years. Is he was 11 personnel or 3 wide receivers there for the longest time, and now he's kind of switched on over to the 3 tight end looks this year. And so you can tell he's looking to use what he has on hand and what gives him the best advantage each week. But there's something to getting a defense into base defense, which there's less of this year, just this day and age, and looking to attack them. And he does a great job of it.
Interesting nugget I found. Bears have the 6th highest sack rate facing multiple tight end sets this year. So you got that going.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, let's keep that going.
Right.
Yeah, it's good.
All right. Let's dig into Stafford's game a little bit. Playing the game through his eyes, if you will.
Yeah. I think he's doing such a good job, man. There's a reason why Stafford's at an MVP level this year, and he's got the 2 wideouts making big plays for him, and we already talked about the tight ends. But, yeah, I think the hardest thing is to affect the quarterback this week. You need to from a pressure standpoint, yet at the same time, if you bring blitzes, he tends to saw those things in half. And so it's a chess match, just trying to stay one step ahead of him. He's seen it all, and so you're trying to surprise him, and yet at the same time, it's hard to do.
Mother Nature could help a little, though.
Yeah, that's the hope, is maybe they slow down a little bit because of the turf and all that, and we got to be able to handle the wind. We got to be able to handle the cold. Our physical demeanor has to show up here tonight.
So you are getting C.J. Gardner-Johnson back, a guy who's had a ton of playoff experience. Dennis Allen indicated they'll share some snaps with Kyler Gordon there. Can you do some interesting things with matchups? Yeah.
We'll look to get our best guys out on the field, and C.J.'s contributed in a significant fashion this year so far, and so he's definitely an impactful player. He brings that energy and always finds a way to be around the football. So it was good to get Kyler back last week. I think that was a step in the right direction and something that we can continue to build up on.
All right, Caleb facing what I think you described as a very violent couple of edge rushers and a very complicated front.
Yeah, they're very multiple. They show you a lot of different looks, and so I think Dahlman's going to be key for us here, just making sure he can decipher it and make sure we're all on the same page. But I think from a talent level, you talk about the edge guys and collapsing the edges, and yet the interior players continue to get pressure, and I feel like the mix between the two is what's made them so potent.
The Rams, for some reason, they've had an aptitude to struggle a bit against play action this year, and that's where Caleb has really progressed with play action. Do you see that as a potential avenue, a path to victory?
Well, yeah, it's a big part of what we do on offense, and yet we got to get our running game going. Last 2 games, we haven't quite been as effective running the football, which certainly hurts your play action game. The 2 go in tandem, in my opinion, and so we got to make sure we're getting the running game going so that we can capitalize on potentially some explosives there in the passing game.
All right, I mentioned weather, but you're counting on that home crowd because they've served up support for you guys. How critical will that be to make that place as uncomfortable as possible?
Yeah, I mean, they made such a big impact last week that we're going to need more of the same. When you face a good team like this, every little thing matters, and it all helps at the end of the day. And so our players are going to give it all for 60 minutes or more if needed, and we're going to need the weather and the fourth phase to come through for us as well.
Name of the game?
Name of the game is physicality.
That's Ben Johnson. Silvy, back to you.
How about that? Ben Johnson, when it comes to the name of the game, one word, physicality. What does that mean, Waddle, in so many words?
I think you're going to have to bow up on defense and make sure that you slow down their running game. Everyone thinks Matthew Stafford, Puka Nacua, Devontae Adams were just going to air it out. They're a top 10 rushing attack as well. You got to win at the line of scrimmage. On the offensive side of the ball, it'd be very nice of them to establish their running game for the first time in a couple of weeks. So I think in the trenches is where you win all these games. We talk about it all the time. It's good football speak. But truly in the elements like this, and when you get deeper into the postseason, you do win and lose because of your offensive and defensive line. So I'm not shocked at all that physicality was the word that he used.
It's interesting you pointed out to the crowd. I mean, just for us here in the pregame, the energy has been through the roof. I can't imagine what it will feel like for the players out there on the field. I think that's going to play a big role in how they can impact and rattle and make the Rams more uncomfortable.
I was wondering I know that the crowd's going to be a great crowd no matter what. Yeah. But I was wondering after beating the Packers if, the crowd would act like house money time or it's too cold right now. They're lubed up. They're ready to go.
Ready to go. The whole city, we've seen it all week long. Different buildings are lit up with, Bears, the Bear logo. And we've always said, look, sometimes you don't recognize it because they haven't had a ton of success lately. This is a football town. Yeah. This is a Bears town. And I think this week has really – that has been on display quite a bit all over the city. So I'm expecting this crowd to be every bit as loud and as impactful as they were last week. We definitely need them to bring the same energy for sure.
Yeah. All right, let's get our predictions in the game. We got a couple of minutes here. And don't forget your halftime phone calls at 312-332-3776. Our predictions brought to you by Four Seasons Heating, Cooling, and Electric. Call 866-4 Seasons. That's Four Seasons. No service charge for nights, weekends. Get your furnace tuned up. I don't know if you've looked at the forecast, but today's a balmy day compared to what is coming. So always get in contact with Four Seasons. Those are my guys. They do everything around my house and help me with everything. What do you guys have?
Well, I came in I'm going to be honest. I came in feeling like, I don't know. I just don't know. And now I feel like Bears win. I'm not sure how, but I feel like Bears win. I think they score at least 31 points, maybe 31-27.
I said
similar to last week.
I said immediately on Monday when we started focusing on the Rams and put the Packers to bed that I'm going to pick the Bears to win this game. This going back to Monday, and everyone was like, why? What are you going to – I said, because.
Yeah.
And there was kind of a silence. There was a pause, and they're like, well, give me more. I said, no, because. Because you let this team hang around, and if you do let this team hang around, they're going to make you pay. It's what they've done all season long. And it just so happens that this Rams team, which is number one in points, number one in yards, number one in passing yards, they're an offensive juggernaut. They've got a good front on defense. They let teams hang around. All you got to do is watch the tape of the Carolina Panthers game from last week. They had to go on a long last-minute drive to beat the Carolina Panthers. They let the Panthers hang around. Special teams, they've had kicks blocked. They don't cover punts well. Their field goal kicker's a rookie. He's out in the elements tonight. Our special teams have been very good recently, especially our kicker. So beyond just the because, I think there are some things that do fall in our favor. So I told you all week I thought it was going to be a shootout. First number came into my brain on Monday was Bears 42, Rams 40.
Wow. That would be fun.
Whoa. 42. We're 82 points here on the lakefront.
I'm also the same guy that thought the Bears were going to hang 40 on the Lions on the final week of the regular season. So
that's true.
You know what? Sometimes my brain's filled with cement. I told you that earlier. I wouldn't listen to me at all times. But I think this has got a chance to be more of a shootout than it is one of those ground and pound games. Just look at their offense.
I go back to a little bit just the way they responded after the win last week and just feeling like we're going to fix it and we're going to be back. I mean, like wanting to feel that again, I think is a driving motivation.
Yeah. I'm with you guys too. Like, and I don't know how it's going to get done. I can't give you the roadmap anymore on this team. Like, I think we all would like it to look like, hey, the offense establishes themselves, they play a full game, the defense will get a stop here and there, and they just don't go through the defense like a knife through hot butter like in the first half last year. But truth is, like Waddle said, because we just don't know how, so I've got a 27-26. Not quite as high scoring, but a high scoring game nonetheless, and the Bears, again, just find a way to get it done.
Yeah. Start getting your reservations for Seattle, because we all look at our team and think they're going to get the best of the Rams tonight. So respect them, don't fear them. Come out there and play a clean, physical game, and I think that season extends.
All right, Jeff and Tom have the call of the game. J-Mac down on the sideline, thanks to the Advantage Dealer Group and everyone who brings you the pregame show. Get ready, Bears fans. It is Bears and Rams coming up next on the lakefront on the Chicago Bears Radio Network.
Compassion is more than just care. It's commitment. At UI Health, your story guides us, shapes us, and inspires us. And we're with you every step of the way. Whether it's your stroke emergency, your cancer